Chinese medical studies are largely based on concepts of the Yi Jing, Bagua, five elements, and most of all, the yin and yang. Through investigation of men's emotional boundaries and energy patterns, the study of alchemy was established. This includes the study of magic, spells, rituals, exercises for prolonging life, and physical conditioning that enhances the quality of health. This study mainly converges on ways to maintain and develop personal physical and emotional health. The ancient Chinese termed these five types of studies as the five techniques or five arts, wushu. Today, we refer to them as Chinese metaphysics. Very loosely translated, these five arts are mountain, medical, fate, physiognomy, and divination. Bazi is part of the destiny studies category. The study of Ming, the study of life. The study of destiny, Mingshui, is focused on people and, it can be said, is about achieving a greater understanding of human beings. For in order to improve one's fortune, one must first understand all there is to know about the person. Forecasting a person's destiny is much like a weatherman using data collected from the environment to forecast the weather. Every person is affected by certain types of energies from the universe at the time of their birth. By tracking these energies in that person's life at that time of birth, and tracking the changes in the decades and years to come, we can forecast a possible pattern. A person's Bazi, which is derived from the date and time of birth, encapsulates all this information. Here's what we can ascertain with the information derived from a person's Bazi. Characteristics and talents, family relationships with his or her parents and siblings, life with his or her spouse, children and their well-being, the ability to amass, accumulate, manage, and/or save wealth, outcomes of certain actions and decisions in life, physical conditions and common illnesses, issues that are created by his or herself, judgment and relationships with his community and friends, relationship with superiors and subordinates, working capabilities and career prospects, and opportunities to enjoy one's life. Bazi analysis is about using the information contained in the person's Bazi to unlock information on the person's inborn and potential talents. A person's Bazi, in essence, contains his or her destiny code. Many Asian businesses make use of Bazi to determine which senior managers should be placed in what positions at which time. This is to ensure that the person's capabilities are not just properly utilized, but that his or her luck is suitable and beneficial to the company's endeavors. This is a tremendously sophisticated form of management that is more than just basic human resource management. The human resource department may be able to tell a company what an individual is capable of, but it cannot tell if a person's personal life is likely to be affected in the next 6 to 12 months before a big merger deal. For example, by a divorce, the death of a family member, or illness. The HR department cannot tell if a person will be able to effectively deal with certain problems that a business is facing, or if a person will have difficulties with staff or legal difficulties when moved to a certain department. But a good professional Bazi master can. Bazi also has tremendous benefits when it comes to domestic affairs. Parents can set their children's education path according to their talents and potential, and pave a better foundation for them to maximize their true innate talent and gifts. Relationships between couples would be less stressful if parties had no reason to suspect their spouses based on their Bazi. Alternatively, difficult times or trying moments in a relationship can be more easily worked out if the parties understood the source of the conflict or tension. Bazi can help you make use of talents that you have or seek out opportunities which maximize your inherent abilities and avoid entering into a field which appears to be suitable, but in fact will not bring you any achievement or success. It is like planting the seeds in an area of the field that is already fertile, rather than attempting cultivation in an area that cannot yield anything. Bazi can also be used to forecast the general fortune of a person in one decade, big limits of 10 years, the yearly cycles, or the monthly cycles. Forecasting your luck cycles helps you understand what to expect in your life path. Knowing what's in store is a great advantage in life. If you like your destination, follow through and enjoy the journey. If you don't like it, go the other way. Often, Bazi is a tool largely associated with fortune telling. I think this is not an appropriate term to describe the capabilities of this art. Bazi helps you understand yourself, the external factors that influence you, and helps guide you in making better decisions and improving your life. Bazi is about possibilities, a better future, and better fortunes. That is why I don't think the term fortune telling does Bazi any justice. The art of Bazi has much more than meets the eye. A Bazi practitioner is like a life coach or counselor. Their role is to help you understand the path of your life and to guide you to a better living. By the time you finish this book, you will understand what I mean. Your destiny code is your Bazi. Now is the time to decode your destiny and improve your future. Chapter 2: The Heavenly Stems and Earthly Branches. In the introduction, I explained how Bazi enables extremely accurate forecasting of a person's destiny from only an individual's birth data, their year, month, day, and hour of birth. The reason why Bazi is sometimes called 4 pillars of destiny is because when viewed together, a person's Bazi data, or year, month, day, and hour of birth, generate 4 pairs of characters. These characters, one on top, one below, are read together as one pillar, hence the term 4 pillars. Like all of the Chinese 5 arts, the 5-element theory is an extremely important component of Bazi. A Bazi chart, which is plotted from the Bazi data, is essentially an expression of these 4 pieces of information in the form of the 5 elements: fire, water, wood, earth, and metal. A Bazi chart is a code, one which, when decoded, tells us what is the strength of the various elements at the time of a person's birth. As each of the elements represents a particular aspect of a person's life, such as wealth, career, or relationships, by examining the individual elements, a Bazi practitioner is able to ascertain the outcomes, the potential, and the events in a person's life. Bazi has many complex layers, much like an onion. I have simplified many of the ideas in order to make the subject more accessible and understandable for a beginner. However, as your understanding of Bazi grows, you will begin to see the many layers within a Bazi chart. Getting Bazi. A few thoughts on learning Bazi. In my experience as a master trainer, teaching Bazi to many students around the world of all cultural origins, descent, and nationalities, I have found that the most important thing that students must remember is to keep an open mind. It does require a measure of retooling your thinking processes, from how you look at the concept of destiny and luck, to whether you're a right brain or left brain person. You need a certain amount of logical deduction alongside a measure of creativity, the ability to look at the micro situation as well as the big picture. Now, I realize this is a lot to think about, so just remember to focus on 2 things. Think pictorially, and always relate your thoughts back to the 5 elements and yin and yang. At the start, you can expect to only see very obvious or apparent information. Remember, Bazi is a bit like art appreciation. As your skill and understanding develops, so will your ability to see the picture in the Bazi with greater clarity. Let's get started. Understanding the Bazi chart. A Bazi chart is comprised of 4 pillars. Each pillar consists of 2 characters, one up top, one at the bottom. The top character is known as a heavenly stem, and the bottom character is known as the earthly branch. To avoid confusion, don't think stem or branch. Think heavenly, as in above, and earthly, as in below, to guide you as to which is what. A complete Bazi chart has 4 sets of characters, 4 heavenly stems, and 4 earthly branches. Here on your screen now is what a Bazi chart looks like. What does the Bazi practitioner look for in a Bazi chart? Remember the 5 elements and yin and yang? Like in the practice of feng shui, a Bazi chart should have balance. The qi must flow well and not be disrupted, and the chart should have a balance of all the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. A good Bazi chart has harmony between the elements, while a bad chart is elementally imbalanced. If a chart is good, then the person will enjoy good fortune, and the bumps in life will just be bumps. If a chart is bad, then a person's fortune will not be smooth, and bumps in life will seem more like mountains. Learning Bazi begins with learning a few basic Chinese characters. Now, before you hit the panic button, I urge you to bear in mind this little fact. You only need to learn 22 characters in total. The Roman alphabet comprises of 26 characters. Most of us seem to have managed that without too much trouble. So let me assure you, learning the Bazi characters, all 22 of them, will not be difficult. Once you've learned the Bazi characters, you will already have begun to learn the language of Bazi. The next step after that is to plot your own Bazi chart using your own birth data. To do this, you'll convert your Bazi data into Chinese characters, comprising the heavenly stems and earthly branches. The Bazi language. The 10 heavenly stems. The heavenly stems are known as prevailing qi or surface qi. In the context of Bazi, the heavenly stems represent external perceptions of a person. In other words, what a person shows on the surface in terms of character, personality, or outlook. The heavenly stems show characteristics, personality, or outlook that everyone, friends, family, acquaintances, can see and perceive. Narrator's note. For those currently more familiar with Western astrology, this is similar to the role played by the ascendant or rising sign in our natal birth charts. For example, if a person's wealth element appears in the heavenly stems only, this denotes a person who likes people to know that he or she is wealthy. These people are likely to be ostentatious in showing off their wealth, so everyone knows that they have money. Whether they actually have that much wealth or not is another matter. By contrast, an individual with wealth elements that appear only on the earthly branch does not make his wealth readily apparent and will be modest with showing his wealth. He may, for example, keep a low profile, drive a simple Japanese car rather than a Mercedes, and not be readily known by many people to be wealthy. There are 10 heavenly stems, and they comprise of the yin and yang polarities of the 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Now, I realize that often people associate the concepts of yin and yang with weak and strong. While this is broadly correct, it is best at this point not to make judgments based on whether an element is yin or yang. Yes, there are concepts of weak and strong in Bazi, but they are not based on the polarity, but other factors which will be discussed later in this book. For now, just treat the stems as yin and yang versions of the 5 elements, and nothing more. Getting to know the 10 heavenly stems. A little pointer before we begin to learn more about the 10 heavenly stems. The study of Bazi is one that requires a little bit of imaginative capability and a little bit of logical deduction. It is a right brain and left brain study. You need to be able to picture a Bazi. You'll understand why in a minute, and see the elements in pictorial form. So as you go through this section, don't just focus on the text. Remember also to try and get a mental picture of the 10 heavenly stems as they are described to you. To help you along, I've included some pictures. Jiark represents yang wood. Jiark wood should be visualized as a great big tree. Think California redwoods. Think teak trees. Think towering solid oaks. These trees are hard and unyielding. Yi represents yin wood. If Jiark wood is a great solid redwood tree, then Yi wood are the leaves, flowers, small bushes, twines, and vines and grass. It is flexible and malleable. Bing represents yang fire and is the fire of the sun. It is bright, vibrant, warm, life-giving. Its function is to bring sunshine and brightness to the world. Ding fire is yin fire and is the fire of the candle, a small flame, but illuminating in the darkness. Wu is yang earth and represents large boulders, big rocks, or large stones. It is solid, heavy, and unmoving. Ji is yin earth and represents soil, sand, or soft earth. It is fine and porous. Gung is yang metal and represents raw iron or a large axe. It is hard, tough, and unfinished. Sin is yin metal and represents fine jewelry, necklaces, and beautiful rings. It is shiny, sparkling, and glamorous. Rern is yang water and represents the waters of the ocean, waters of the lake, or the powerful gushing waters of a river. Kuei is yin water and represents water from rain clouds, mist, dew, or frost. Using the elements. Remember what we said about a pictorial approach? Okay, here's a sneak preview of how the 10 heavenly stems and their pictorial representations help us understand a person's character. A person who is the element of Kuei, yin water, will be harder to pin down or is more elusive than a person who is Wu, yang earth. Why? Because Kuei, yin water, that of the rain clouds or mist, is always moving. By contrast, Wu, being a great big boulder, isn't going anywhere unless someone forcibly, and with great effort, moves it. We've all heard the saying about a rolling stone gathering no moss, but when was the last time you saw a boulder actually move on its own accord? Now, think about some of the other heavenly stems and their characteristics. These will give you a general picture about the inherent characteristics of a person's chart. To help you along the way, here are a few questions to get you thinking. Which of the two woods, Jiark wood or Yi wood, do you think is more stubborn? Is a Sin metal or a Gung metal person likely to be more showy and vain? If you haven't figured it out, don't worry. Keep thinking in pictures, asking yourself questions, and you'll figure it out soon enough. More Bazi language. The 12 earthly branches. When it comes to the 12 earthly branches, do not think about the conventional understanding that most people have about the Chinese zodiac. You know, the one that says dragons are fierce and ambitious, dogs are loyal, and snakes are sly. Not only are these stereotypes really unacceptable, they are also not relevant or even truthful. The 12 animal signs are layman terminology used to help us understand the chi of the 12 earthly branches. Never had they come up with personality traits all alone. How many people born in the same year as you have the same traits as you do? Probably not more than a handful. My point exactly. The use of the animals in the earthly branches is largely due to the fact that in the old days, when Bazi was developed, it was too difficult to explain the earthly branches to lay people, other than by using animals commonly found in the household. Furthermore, anyone who knows Chinese or Mandarin will realize that the Chinese characters and pronunciations for the words used to describe the earthly branches are not the actual words used to describe the animal. For example, rat in the Chinese language is shu, but in the earthly branches, rat is C. I think a better way of looking at the earthly branches is as codes for the yin and yang versions of the five elements. So remember, when you're thinking about the earthly branches, think of the animals as simply codes for the five elements and their yin and yang manifestations. Once again, don't let the yin or yang nature confuse you into thinking they refer to strength or weakness. Yin is yin, yang is yang. Don't peg any meanings to this at this point in time. Stems versus branches. 1 in branch is better than 3 in stem. Ancient Chinese Bazi saying. Now that you understand the heavenly stems and earthly branches, you might be wondering, which is better or which is stronger? Let's think pictorially again. This time, imagine the Bazi pillars as a tree with roots underneath and towering leaves above. Like an iceberg, a tree may appear small on the surface, but its roots may run deep into the earth or many miles around the tree. The earthly branches are like the roots of a tree. They are the foundation of the pillar. The branches are what the pillar sits on and relies on for its strength and to hold it up, just like the roots of a tree anchor it and keep it stable. Earthly branches carry the main chi. The heavenly stems simply show the chi on the surface that is usually weaker. Hence, it is often said in the ancient classic that 1 in branch is stronger than 3 on stem. Heavenly stems are obvious or prevailing chi, while earthly branches are less obvious but carry more strength. Just like the roots of the tree give the tree its ability to stand upright. Later on, you will learn that the earthly branches play a more important part in Bazi analysis, because not only do they carry the force of time, but they represent the seasons and tell us about the strength of the elements. Also, a clash in the earthly branch is more severe than a clash in the heavenly stem. In Bazi, a pillar which comprises of 1 heavenly stem, 1 earthly branch, should be solid and steady, similar to a sturdy tree. We like the elements in the pillar to be harmonious with each other. Otherwise, the Bazi is not balanced, and the chi does not flow well between heaven and earth. A well-balanced chart is one that has harmonious flow of chi between heaven, stems, and earth, branches. These are usually charts belonging to people with superior fortunes. Chapter 3. Unveiling the Code of Heaven. To know what's in store for you at the time of your birth, you need to first learn how to plot your Bazi chart. Unfortunately, decoding the secrets of heaven from your destiny code is not as easy as flashing a wand, so we do have to do a little bit of work in order to get to substance that we're actually interested in. Now, obviously, we're at the age of technology with computers and the internet, that of course you don't have to learn to plot your own Bazi chart manually. My website, www.masteryacademy.com, has a Bazi Ming Pan calculator that does the job fine. But manual plotting has its advantages. Firstly, it is unlikely to be wrong. Secondly, it assists you in learning the Bazi destiny code language, notably the Chinese characters that are used in Bazi. Finally, all forms of astrology studies require their students to do chart plotting manually, be it Western or Vedic astrology. Every student must learn to plot charts by hand. So, let's get plotting. The 10,000 Year Calendar, an essential Bazi reference book. To plot your chart, you need to translate your Western or Gregorian date of birth into the Chinese or solar date of birth. The chief reference guide you will need to achieve this is the book called The 10,000 Year Calendar, also known as the Wanyan Li. The Chinese had a sophisticated calendaring system, so much so that they had 2 calendars. Most Chinese people know of the existence of the Chinese lunar calendar, which is used to determine the date of Chinese New Year. But running parallel to this lunar calendar is the Chinese solar calendar. It is this solar calendar that is used for many of the important calculations in feng shui and the four pillars of destiny, or Bazi. These two calendars merge into what is known as the farmer's calendar, or Nang Li. The lunar calendar, which is usually the reference point for important Chinese festivals such as Chinese New Year, the Winter Festival, and Mid-Autumn Festival, follows the cycle of the moon. The solar calendar is based on the 12 months and 4 seasons of the year. The lunar calendar varies yearly, has a leap month every 3 years, and the transit of the year, celebrated as Chinese New Year, changes each year. By contrast, the transit of the year in the solar calendar is like clockwork. February 4th of every year is the transition point into a new year. There are no leap months or missing months. A brief note about spring. There has been a lot of hoo-ha regarding Li Chun, literally meaning the coming of spring, or the lack of it in certain years. Some people say when a year has no Li Chun or coming of spring, the year is called a blind year, and that is likely to be difficult because there is no growth. They associate spring with growth, and with no coming of spring, there is no growth. Thus, many people unknowingly believe that getting married in a blind year is bad fortune. This misconception must be corrected. Li Chun is a term derived from the Chinese solar calendar and is used to describe the first month of the Chinese solar calendar. It does not refer to the first month of the Chinese lunar calendar. So, in fact, every year has a Li Chun, or a coming of spring, because the solar calendar, unlike the lunar calendar, does not have missing months, and the start of every year in the solar calendar falls more or less on the same day, which is the 4th of February. There is no such concept in Chinese astrology as a bad year due to the absence of spring. Chinese feng shui and Chinese bazi are based on the Chinese solar calendar. Since most people's date of birth today is recorded in the form of Western Gregorian dates, rather than the Chinese lunar calendar date, the 10,000-year calendar enables the plotting of a bazi chart easily, since it shows the dates of the Chinese solar and lunar calendar, side by side, with their corresponding Western Gregorian dates. This is important particularly for Bazi, because it determines whether a person is born under the previous year's animal sign or the next year's animal sign. For example, if a person is born in the month of January of 2004, supposedly the year of the monkey, they are still considered to have been born in the year of the goat, 2003. To be considered as born in the year of the monkey, the person must have arrived in this world after February 4th, 2004. If you're concerned about how enormous or heavy this 10,000-year calendar is, take heart that it doesn't really have 10,000 years of dates. It's probably only got about 100 to 150 years of dates. The 10,000-year calendar is available in most Chinese bookstores. It is published by a variety of publishers, mostly in Chinese. However, those who have difficulty with the Chinese characters and numerals may want to get a bilingual version of the 10,000-year calendar. Check in major bookstores near you, or the online store in my academy's website, www.masteryacademy.com, for details on getting your copy. A quick lesson on the 10,000-year calendar. Most 10,000-year calendars will have the year printed numerically, and the Bazi pillar for the year printed beneath it. Yes, every year has a year pillar. It is from this year pillar that astrologers derive information such as wood monkey year or metal rooster year. It is using this year pillar that many astrologers provide annual predictions on everything from the state of the economy to which industries will perform well in a given year. Plotting a Bazi chart. Okay, now that we have an understanding of the 10,000-year calendar, it's time to learn how to plot a Bazi chart. Each Bazi chart contains two aspects: a static Bazi chart, which comprises of the four pillars, and the dynamic aspect of the chart, which is the luck pillars. We'll start with the static chart first. To begin, you will need to have the relevant birth data to plot your Bazi chart. This would be your date of birth, year, month, and day, as well as your time of birth and gender. Here's the checklist. 1. Name. 2. Sex, male or female. 3. Date of birth, the day, the month, and the year. And 4. The exact time of birth. Fill in the Western Gregorian birth details. The following section will show you how to convert the data into the Chinese solar equivalent. Step 1. Preparation. Draw the diagram above. This will provide you with guidance when filling in the Bazi characters and ensure no mistakes are made. Each Bazi comprises of 4 pillars: a year pillar, month pillar, day pillar, and hour pillar. Using this diagram, fill in the birth data so that you can plot the chart sequentially and in a systematic manner. Write the month and numerical figures on top to help you remember the date you are plotting. Step 2. Check the year. In the Western Gregorian calendar, a new year is celebrated on the 1st of January of each year. The Chinese Shia calendar also has the same tradition of transiting each year at the same date, which is February 4th. Contrary to popular misconception, you do not use the Chinese New Year as the transition date for each year. That is because we do not use the Chinese lunar calendar for Bazi. We only use the Chinese solar calendar. So if a person is born on February 6th, 2004, he or she is definitely born in the year of the Jiark Shen, wood monkey. However, if he or she is born on February 3rd, 2004, then he or she is born in the year of the Kui Wei, water goat. Step 3. Identify the year pillar. Once you have ascertained the correct year of birth, copy down the year pillar in the year box of the diagram. Using our example of February 20th, 1967 at 4:30 p.m., this person's year pillar would be Ding Wei, or fire goat. So, write Ding Wei in the year pillar. Step 4. Identify the month pillar. The Chinese Shia calendar also has a monthly transition point. Although this date does vary, it does not vary significantly. Usually it is plus or minus a day. Use the table below as a rough guide, but always refer back to the actual 10,000-year calendar to be sure. It's well worth committing the information in this table to memory. Once you know the information by heart, you will be able to ascertain almost immediately what is the earthly branch of the month pillar. So, if it is a person born on October 23rd, you immediately know that this person is born in the month of the Shu, or dog. If a person is born on August 16th, you will immediately be able to tell that this person is born in the month of the Shen, monkey. At this point, you may be wondering, why the emphasis on the month branch? This is a good question, and once we move on to reading, analyzing, and decoding a chart, you will see why knowing the month branch at first glance is important. For the purposes of plotting a complete Bazi chart, you need the month pillar, of course. To get the complete month pillar, with the heavenly stems and earthly branches, you will need to refer to the 10,000-year calendar. Going back to our example of the person born February 20th, 1967, to get the month pillar, first, turn to the page for the year 1967. If you are using my 10,000-year calendar, it is on page 260. Now, from our little quick monthly transition dates table above, we know that this person is born in the Tiger month. But what is in the heavenly stem of this month pillar? Look down the columns until you find February 20th. If you look at the top of the column, you will see the month pillar for that month. It is Rern Yin. So then you would write the characters for Run Yin in the month pillar column. Step 5. Identify the day pillar. Finding the day pillar is very easy. Just look up February 20th in the February month column. On the right-hand column is listed the Bazi for that day. You will find that February 20th is a day of Yi Mao. Yi is yin wood, while Mao is rabbit. So this is a day of the wood rabbit. Fill in Yi Mao into the day pillar of your diagram. The heavenly stem of the day pillar in every chart is known in Bazi terminology as the day master. In this case, the day master is Yi wood. Different charts will have different day masters. As you progress through this book, you will learn the significance of the day master. But for now, just learn to identify the day master. Step 6. Identify the hour pillar. Next, to ascertain the hour pillar, you have to do a little bit of cross-referencing. The table below is known as the 5 rat chasing day establishing hour table. This table is found on page 18 of my 10,000 year calendar. It is duplicated here for your easy reference. To ascertain the hour pillar of a Bazi, you will need to reference 2 pieces of information, the time of birth and the day master. Take note that the Chinese day has 12 hours only, so each hour comprises of 2 Western hours. So a person born at 7:30 a.m. and a person born at 8:30 a.m. both would be considered born in the hour of the Qin, or dragon. From our example of February 20th, 1967, 4:30 p.m., we can, using the table in page 53, ascertain that this person was born in the Xin, or monkey hour. So fill in the hour branch as Xin, or monkey hour. Now, ascertain the day master by looking at the day stem. In the case of our example, the day master is Yi. From the Xin hour, slide your finger vertically across the columns until you come to the pillar for Yi. You will find that the hour stem is Jiark, Yang wood. Fill in Jiark into the stem of the hour pillar. This is the Bazi chart for someone born on February 20th, 1967, at 4:30 p.m. Practice makes perfect, so I'll run through a few more examples here to help you understand more about plotting the chart. Example 2, March 26th, 1956, at 9:30 a.m. Step 1. Draw the Bazi diagram below on a piece of paper. Step 2. Check for the correct animal year. Since this person is born well past February 4th, there is no problem with the year pillar. Step 3. Look up the year 1956 in the 10,000 year calendar. If you are using my 10,000 year calendar book, 1956 is on page 238. You will see that 1956 is the year of Bing Xin, the year of the fire monkey Xin. So, write Bing Xin in the year pillar of your diagram. Step 4. Identify the month pillar. Since this person was born March 26th, we know that they are born in the month of Mao, or rabbit. Now, check the month of March 1956 to determine what the heavenly stem of this rabbit month is. It is the month of Xin Mao, meadow rabbit. Fill in Xin Mao in the month pillar. Step 5. Identify the day pillar. Now, to find the day pillar, look up March 26th in the calendar and check the corresponding Bazi for the date. You will see that it is Ren Qin, or water dragon. Write Ren Qin in the day pillar. Step 6. Identify the hour pillar. This person was born at 9:30 a.m., which, as we can see from the table above, is the Z, or snake hour. To find out the heavenly stem of the hour pillar, Look at the Daymaster, which is the day pillar's heavenly stem. It is Yi. Now, run your finger vertically across the columns until you get to Run. You will see it is Yi Z. Write Yi Z in your Ba-Z diagram. This is the Ba-Z chart for someone born on March 26th at 9:30 a.m. It is very important that you try to plot as many charts as possible manually using the 10,000-year calendar. Practice, after all, makes perfect. And although I've developed a computerized calculator on my website, the machine sometimes makes mistakes that a human would never make. So even if you do use the computerized program, remember to check it by plotting the chart manually. Finding the Daymaster. In Ba-Z, the heavenly stem found in the day pillar is the element that is known as your self element. In Ba-Z terminology, we call it the Daymaster. The Daymaster is of great significance. It is the point of reference for all your Ba-Z readings and analysis. In other words, without the Daymaster, it is not possible to read a person's Ba-Z. Conversely, an experienced Ba-Z practitioner can tell a lot about a person just by looking at his or her Daymaster. For example, in the above chart, the Daymaster is Run, which is Yang water. We can say that this person belongs to the Yang water element, or that he is a Run water person. This is a good point to start putting into practice the Ba-Z language you have learned in the last few chapters. Try not to say Yang water person. Refer to a person by their Daymaster. For example, Run water, man or woman. If you are a guy and your Daymaster is a Bing, then address yourself as a Bing fireman. Or if you are a woman and your Daymaster is Sin metal, you are a Sin metal lady. Take a look at your own Ba-Z chart now and find out what is your Daymaster. Keeping things straight. If you are a student of Feng Shui, you may have heard about the personal Gua or life Gua or Ming Gua. This Gua is also represented by an element, such as fire or water. Remember that Ba-Z and Feng Shui are two independent subjects. Your Ba-Z Daymaster may not be the same as your life Gua element. Feng Shui and Ba-Z, while interrelated, are systems used to analyze different things. Accordingly, it is best not to confuse the two. Remember, your life Gua is your life Gua and relates to your Feng Shui calculations and assessments. Your Ba-Z Daymaster's element is used as a reference point for destiny analysis. Do not attempt to merge the two studies. They are not interchangeable. Quick practice. Before you move on to the next chapter, find 5 sets of date of births, complete with time of birth, and manually plot out the Ba-Z charts. If you can do more, that's even better. The more charts you do, the more fun you're going to have in the next few chapters, especially in the chapters that cover Ba-Z analysis. Chapter 4. Have you got the luck? Destiny might be difficult to change, but luck can change. The last 3 chapters have been about introducing the concept of destiny to you, and also getting hands-on with Ba-Z by learning how to plot a Ba-Z chart. I know you may be impatient to get to the analysis bit, but there's just one more step before we start analyzing charts. Let's get back to the big picture for a minute here. I want to explain the concepts of destiny and luck. The reason is that in this chapter, we will be learning how to plot a person's luck cycle and luck pillars. But before we get to the calculations and interpretations, we need to know what all this luck business is about. Now, I realize that most people will be thinking, I know what luck means or is. Does it really need an explanation? Well, for most people, luck is something random, something chance-like, a kind of, if it happens, it happens, like winning the lottery. In the study of Ba-Z, luck does not have such a random value to it. Instead, luck is something that can be calculated and evaluated beyond merely good or bad. Bazi enables us to know what kind of luck a person is going to go through or is going through, and whether that luck is beneficial or not. 3 levels of luck. The Cosmic Trinity. The Chinese sages believed that in the universe, 3 kinds of luck enter into play in our lives: heaven luck, earth luck, and man luck. Heaven luck refers to what is God-given or bestowed by heaven. It is fixed at birth and cannot be controlled or changed by man. Heaven's will is what decides when we are born, where we are born, who is our family, what race we are, and what background and upbringing we will have. Sounds a bit like destiny, right? Absolutely. Heaven luck is, in essence, destiny. Earth luck is referenced to where a person lives and the feng shui of the place that he or she resides or works in. Like destiny, the playing field is not level either when it comes to qi, living force, distribution on the earth. Some parts of a city, state, or country are better than others, just as how sometimes slums and prime real estate can't be in the same postcode. Some areas have superior landform and mountains, producing wealthy individuals. Here's a clue. The Hollywood Hills have a lot to do with why Hollywood is the place for entertainment, movies, and superstars. Finally, there is man luck. This refers to choices that people make, their morals, their virtues, their beliefs, and life decisions. Man luck is what makes individuals strive to better themselves. It is what positive thinking and motivational coaching is all about. If a person has good man luck, they will strive hard to improve and advance themselves. By contrast, if their man luck is not so good, they are likely to be individuals who do not see the value in self-improvement or even reading the papers. These 3 forces are interrelated, and what we are essentially left with is a metaphysical chicken and egg scenario. Each of these types of luck do not operate in a vacuum. They are interdependent. I call this interplay of interrelated forces of the Cosmic Trinity. Let's get a bit philosophical. Understanding this interdependence, or the concept, is not difficult. I have found that most people have difficulty accepting the concept of the Cosmic Trinity, heaven, earth, man. Allow me to illustrate how, in fact, the concept of the Cosmic Trinity is virtually infallible. Yes, this is one theory that has no flaw. Many people think that they can control their destiny by being highly motivated, controlling their vices, constantly improving themselves by reading books or attending life-changing self-improvement seminars. However, we must acknowledge that no amount of positive thinking, no amount of determination, drive, or willpower can turn a person into Bill Gates or Donald Trump. Your average how-to-get-rich life coach is at best a millionaire or a multimillionaire. Now, if all that was required to overcome an unfavorable destiny is the power of mind over destiny, as it were, many motivational gurus would be positive thinking themselves into billionairedom. Of course, wealth should not be the only measurement of success. There are many life or relationship coaches who also suffer from relationship problems, health, or family issues. It is a fact that there are things beyond human control that affect our lives. Who you are born to, where you were born, who your parents are, who your relatives and close friends are from early life. All these factors are not controlled by mere motivation or positive thinking. From this, we can obviously and logically rationalize that there is an X factor that makes a difference. That would be heaven luck. You can't achieve something which you're not destined to achieve, no matter how much you want it or work for it, or motivate yourself to achieve it. I also like to use the example of the Feng Shui master as an illustration of the Cosmic Trinity concept. Now, the Feng Shui master is supposed to know the secrets of heaven and earth. He is able to not only select the most suitable, most favorable location for his home or office, but he can also fix a less suitable location to optimize it for wealth creation. So how come there are hardly any billionaire feng shui masters? Again, it's heaven luck. They may have the heaven luck to be able to learn and practice feng shui well. They may have the skills to locate an excellent piece of land, but they may not have the money to buy that piece of land, or it may simply not be for sale at that particular point in time. There is no lack of man luck, no lack of earth luck either. The feng shui master naturally would have improved his own home or office to the maximum, but the missing piece in the puzzle is the heaven luck. It is not meant to be. There are factors that are beyond our man or earth luck's control. This is called heaven luck, your destiny. Do the right thing at the right time, at the right place. Heaven, earth, man. Thus, when each of these three factors connect at their optimum points, that is when kings, emperors, and billionaires are made. The X factor, luck. There are instances of individuals born with an excellent destiny, which is to say a good Bazi chart, but who do not live up to their potential until late in life. Alternatively, promising individuals are cut down in the prime of their life, hit, as it were, by a serious spate of bad luck. It is said that sometimes all a person needs is a little luck. This could not be more true. Even in an optimum situation of highly favorable man luck, earth luck, and heaven luck, in other words, a person who exerts effort, has good feng shui, and is born to be great, will not succeed without luck. Consider these examples. Colonel Sanders of KFC fame did not truly become a household name until he was in his 60s. Abraham Lincoln failed 3 times to be president of the United States, died in office, but yet is often considered the greatest American president. JFK, John Lennon, and Bruce Lee are examples of individuals who probably had a superb destiny, but didn't have the luck to carry out what destiny had in store for them. The Chinese often talk of Ming Yun, or destiny luck, to indicate that these two are in fact one. It's not enough to be destined to succeed. You need a bit of luck too to enjoy that success. Wriggle room in heaven. Destiny is not the be-all and end-all in the game of life. Each person's destiny may be set at birth, but there's still wiggle room, as it were. If heaven is not fair in not giving each and every person an equally stellar destiny, then heaven evens the odds by ensuring that no person has perpetual everlasting good luck or perpetual everlasting bad luck. A person's earth luck and man luck have a role to play in his or her life. But there is also the luck cycle, a dynamic changing factor that is drawn from the Bazi chart. You see, a person's Bazi chart, which is supposed to contain information about a person's destiny that is fixed and static, has a dynamic feature which is the luck cycle. So, a superior destiny chart that also has a good luck cycle enables a person to truly benefit and make use of what heaven has bestowed upon him. A person with a superior destiny chart, but a less ideal luck cycle, may find that he only enjoys luck later in life. Plotting the luck cycle. In Chapter 3 of this book, you would have plotted with the assistance of the 10,000-year calendar, your personal Bazi chart. Now remember that a Bazi chart only contains the static aspect of your Bazi. To unlock the dynamic aspect of your Bazi, to discover whether or not you have the luck, or when you will have the luck, you need to plot your luck cycle. To plot your luck cycle, you first need your Bazi chart. The dynamic aspect of the Bazi is always drawn from the static aspect. The order of luck. Before we start, you need to familiarize yourself with 2 very important concepts: the forward cycle and the reverse cycle. The forward cycle and reverse cycle refer to the sequential order of the heavenly stems and earthly branches in a person's luck cycle. Take a look at the diagram below. A few things to remember about the cycle of heavenly stems. A yang stem is always followed by a yin stem, and a yin stem followed by a yang stem. This is the case no matter which direction the cycle is in, be it forward or reverse. B. The cycle does not skip. For instance, Bing, yang fire, is always followed by Ding, yin fire, in a forward cycle, whilst Yi, yin wood, always follows Jiark, yang wood, if it is a reverse cycle. C. When you reach either end of the cycle just continues. Therefore, Kuei, yin water, is followed by Jiark, yang wood, if it is a forward cycle, and Jiark, yang wood, is always followed by Kuei, yin water, if it is a reverse cycle. Now, a few things that you need to remember about the cycle of earthly branches. A. The cycle does not skip. Only the direction of movement changes. In other words, Wei, goat, will always proceed to Wu, horse, if in a reverse cycle, or proceed to Shin, monkey, if in a forward cycle. It does not skip animals. B. When you reach either end of the cycle, that is, Hai, pig, or Si, rat, the cycle simply continues. In other words, if you are in a reverse cycle at Shi, rat, the next animal is Hai, pig. If you are in a forward cycle at Hai, pig, it goes to Shi, rat. Forward or reverse, finding out the luck cycle direction. Whether the luck cycle moves forward or reverse is determined by two factors. A. Gender of the individual, male or female, and B. Polarity of the birth year, yang or yin. To determine if a year is yin or yang, you simply look at the heavenly stem in the person's year pillar in his or her bazi. If the heavenly stem is a yang element, it is a yang year. If it is a yin heavenly stem, then it is a yin year. For example, year 2004. By referring to the 10,000 year calendar, we can see that the year pillar for 2004 is Jiark Shin. Jiark is a yang stem, so 2004 is a yang year. Or for 2005, when we refer to the calendar, we can see that the year pillar for 2005 is Yi Yu. Yi is a yin stem, so 2005 is a yin year. A male born in a yang year is called a yang male. A female born in a yang year is called a yang female. Now, this has nothing to do with the sexual orientation of the person. We are simply describing the polarity of the person born in a certain year. The table below tells us when to use the reverse cycle and when to use the forward cycle. The forward cycle is yang male, yin females, and the reverse cycle applies to yin males and yang females. Accordingly, a person born in a yang year who is male will have a luck cycle that moves in a forward cycle. A person born in a yin year who is a male will have a luck cycle that moves in a reverse cycle. A female born in a yang year will have a reverse cycle, while a female born in a yin year will have a forward cycle. A forward or reverse luck cycle does not indicate good or bad luck. It is just the way the luck cycle is plotted. Nothing to do with the quality or type of luck the person would experience in his or her lifetime. Plotting the luck pillars. Once the direction of the luck cycle has been determined, we can now plot the luck pillars. What are luck pillars? Just like it is not possible to read a person's bazi without the Daymaster, so it is not possible to gain a complete picture of a person's destiny without looking at his or her luck pillars. Luck pillars answer the two most important questions in Bazi: when and what. The luck pillars reveal when a person is going through what kind of luck. In life, it is not just a case of being able to take the right action, but being able to take the right action at the right time. If your Bazi chart tells you what you can and cannot do, then your luck pillars tell you when you should and should not take action, and what kind of action you should or should not take. Remember, nothing is permanently good and nothing is permanently bad. If you have a good destiny, you need a good set of luck pillars to help bring out the best of your destiny. Similarly, if your destiny is not ideal, all you sometimes need is a run of good luck in your luck pillars to overcome your weak points and maybe even bring out the hidden potential of your Bazi. A good set of luck pillars can turn a bad destiny chart around completely, making fortune smile on you, while a good destiny chart can turn disastrous through untimely luck pillars. Your Bazi chart is akin to a ship that is given to you at the time of your birth, and your luck pillars are like the winds and tide. A good destiny is like having a good ship from the start. If the wind and tides travel the same direction as your navigation, your life is as smooth as silk. If the winds and tide are blowing against your ship, your travels will be bumpy and at worst, stormy. In this respect, you could say luck pillars are like resources. When your resources are good and your destiny is good, things proceed smoothly and according to plan. With good resources, even the tough times don't seem so tough, and if things are not going that well, then a change of luck is all it takes to bring those resources back to fore again. The key reference point for plotting the luck pillars is the month pillar in the person's main Bazi chart. Now you will need to utilize what you have learned from the preceding pages on the forward and reverse cycles for the heavenly stems and earthly branches to plot the luck cycle. Example: a male born on May 14th, 1944 at 5:15 a.m. This is a male born in a Yang Wood year, so he is a Yang male. His luck cycle therefore moves forward. The reference point is the month pillar. This person's luck cycle is a forward luck cycle. The heavenly stem in the month pillar of his Bazi is G. Therefore, the heavenly stems for the luck cycle starts at Gung, the heavenly stem after G, and moves forward. After Gung is Sin, after Sin is Run, and so on. What about the earthly branches then? Remember this table? The earthly branch in the month pillar of his Bazi is Shi, snake. Therefore, the earthly branch of the luck cycle starts at Wu, horse, which is the animal after Shi, snake. Wu, horse, is followed by Wei, goat, and Wei, goat, is followed by Shin, monkey, and so on. Accordingly, this person's first luck pillar is Gung Wu. His second luck pillar is Sin Wei. Remember, the luck pillars are always plotted from right to left, and not from left to right. This is the standard universal Bazi chart plotting method, and should be adhered to at all times when plotting a Bazi chart. Never plot the Bazi luck pillars from left to right. Let's take a look at another example. A female born August 14th, 1971, at 7:18 a.m. From her year pillar, we can see that this lady was born in the year of Yin metal, so she is a Yin female. Her luck cycle will move in a forward cycle. The reference point starts at the month of birth. Another example. A male born March 11th, 1931 at 11:30 p.m. This is a male born in a Yin metal year, so he is a Yin male. His luck cycle follows the reverse cycle. Reverse cycle means From Sin, the heavenly stem for the month of birth, the next in the cycle is Gung, and following Gung is Ji, and after Ji is Wu, and so forth, in the reverse order. In the earthly branches, after Mao, rabbit, will be Yin, tiger, and after Yin, tiger, will be Chou, ox, and so forth, in reverse order. This is the reverse cycle. One final example. A female born on January 6th, 1969 at 4:16 p.m. This is a female born in a Yang Earth year, so she is a Yang female. Her luck cycle follows the reverse cycle. From the month pillar Yi Chao, the luck pillar will be plotted in reverse order. From Yi stem, the next stem in reverse order will be Jiark, and then followed by Kuei, and then by Rern, and so forth. From the month of Chao, the luck pillar's month branches will be plotted in the reverse order. So the luck pillar branches will start with Shi, the rat, and then followed by Hai, pig, and then Su, dog, and so forth. Practice time. It is now time to plot your own Bazi chart and your luck pillars. If you have a spouse or a partner, do theirs too. Practice makes perfect. Then, proceed to the next step. Calculating the age limits. Now, the luck pillars, which tell us what kind of luck a person is undergoing, are not much use unless we know when the years are good and when they are less favorable. So, the final step in plotting the dynamic aspect of a Bazi chart is to calculate the age limit. The age limit marks of the blocks of luck pillars. Each luck pillar is a block of 10 years, but what we need to know is when that block of 10 years starts and ends, which is the age limit. Age limits vary from person to person. They can range from 0 to 10 for each block. The most important piece of information for calculating the age limit is the day of birth and whether the luck cycle is a forward or reverse cycle. Remember how you determine if it is a forward or reverse cycle? Again, the table for your reference. The forward cycle is Yang male, Yin female, and the reverse cycle is for Yin male and Yang female. Pictured once more on your screen for easy reference is a table for the monthly transition dates. You should always double check the monthly transition date using the 10,000 year calendar manually. Now, here's how we calculate the age limits. Step 1. Determine if it is a forward or reverse cycle. Step 2. Calculate the number of days between the date of birth and the nearest forward or reverse monthly transition date. Exclude from your calculation the day of birth. Step 3. Divide the number of days between the date of birth and the nearest monthly transition date by 3. Let's look at a couple of examples so you can get an idea of how the calculation works. This is for a male born May 14th, 2004 at 5:14 a.m. Step 1. Determine if it is a forward or reverse cycle. This person is born on a wood monkey year. He is a Yang male. Accordingly, his luck cycle is a forward luck cycle. Step 2. Calculate the number of days between the date of birth and the nearest forward or reverse monthly transition date. The number of days from May 15th and June 5th, the nearest monthly transition date going through the forward cycle, is 22 days, counting from May 15th onwards. Step 3. Divide the number of days between their date of birth and the nearest monthly transition date by 3. 22 divided by 3 is 7.3. Round up 7.3 to the nearest number, which is 7. His age limit starts from the age of 7. He will enter his first luck pillar at 7 years old. His next luck pillar is 17, since luck pillars are in blocks of 10 years. Here's another example, but this time A female born August 14th, 1971, at 7:18 a.m. Step 1. This is a woman born in a yin year, so she is a yin female, and her luck cycle is a forward cycle. Step 2. We count the number of days from August 15th until September 8th, the nearest monthly transition date going through the forward cycle. The difference is 25 days. Step 3. 25 divided by 3 is 8.3. Rounded off to the nearest number is 8. Accordingly, her age limit starts with 8, and she enters her first luck pillar at 8 years old. And another example to make sure you understand. For a male born on March 11th, 1931, at 11:30 p.m. Step 1. He is born in a yin year, so he is a yin male. His luck cycle is a reverse cycle. Step 2. We count the number of days between his date of birth and the nearest monthly transition date going backwards, which is March 6th. The difference is 5 days. We count backwards here because he follows a reverse cycle. Step 3. 5 divided by 3 is 1.6, which is rounded off to 2. So his age limit starts at 2, and he enters his first luck pillar at 2 years old. And another example. A female born on January 6th, 1969 at 4:16 p.m. This is a yang female, so we need to follow the reverse cycle. Her date of birth is January 6th. The nearest transition date counting reverse or backwards is January 5th, which is only 1 day. Divide 1 by 3 to get 0.3. Her age limit starts at 0, and she enters her first luck pillar at age 0. Bazi shortcut. Watch the transition years. The luck pillars are a very quick and immediate way to check your Bazi. The luck pillars usually represent years of capital transformation or change in your life. Things look up, proceed more smoothly, hidden talents appear, and opportunities that weren't there before suddenly appear. Remember that the reference years in the luck pillars are your Chinese age. What is this Chinese age? The Chinese count the 9 months spent in the womb of the mother as 1 year, so everyone is born as 1 year old. Accordingly, a person's Chinese age is his or her Western age plus 1 year. Thus, if you are 42 by the Western calendar this year, you are considered 43 in the Chinese age. The big picture. This is a snapshot of a computer-generated Bazi from my calculator at www.masteryacademy.com. It is best if you practice manually plotting the charts before resorting to using this calculator. I have explained here each aspect of information that is derived from this calculator. The 10 gods will be examined as you progress to higher levels of Bazi. They are basically manifestations of the basic 5 factors that we will discuss in Chapter 7. Each 10 god is actually a star name and has nothing to do with the spiritual deities. They are just verbatim translations of special Bazi terms. Nobleman star is not your secret helper. This star is derived based on your daymaster and indicates the presence of helpful people in your life. Why learn about luck and destiny? You have now learned how to plot a full Bazi chart, and in the chapters to follow, we'll be looking at how to analyze and decode a Bazi chart to establish a person's destiny code. This code holds the story of your life, your character, your talents, your future possibilities. For the Feng Shui practitioner, Bazi is an indispensable tool, providing the diagnosis that forms the foundation for the prescription in Feng Shui. This is because Feng Shui only helps if a person has a good destiny and suitable luck in the first place. By studying a person's destiny and luck, we can then find out what is the real problem and proceed to take the correct man luck, human actions, or Feng Shui for those who practice this art to help find a solution or resolution. Bazi is perhaps one of the most important diagnosis tools to understand a person. Contrary to popular misconception, Feng Shui is not a one cure for all art. What works for one person will not always produce the same results for another. And the moral of the story is, don't copy someone else's Feng Shui. A little story on Bazi. A wealthy client called me to carry out a Feng Shui audit for his home. He was having money problems, but not a lack of it. Rather, his children were busy jostling and fighting over their inheritance, despite the fact that their father was still healthy with plenty of good years ahead. His home had been feng shuied. A so-called water dragon formula had been applied to increase his wealth. Unfortunately, this was a bad idea. Why? My client's Bazi chart revealed that he was going through strong wealth luck. The powerful water formula that enhanced his wealth even further ended up throwing everything out of balance in his life. He had too much wealth, and it was the root cause of his family problems. Now you might be thinking, why is Joey, the author, against his client having more money luck? This is a good point to go back to the introduction of the book and read it again. But let me save you the time and trouble and say it again. Feng Shui is not about wealth creation. It's about balance. It is all about balance. In Bazi, there is a saying, too much wealth deteriorates the health. Remember the early section about how Feng Shui, Bazi, and personal actions are all interdependent? Accordingly, a good Feng Shui practitioner will use Bazi to look at what should and should not be done with the Feng Shui to ensure that it produces a harmonious outcome and strengthens the weak areas. For example, family life, personal relationships, rather than one that throws the person's life into turmoil, all in the name of wealth enhancement. A Feng Shui practitioner must also work within the ambits of what heaven has given a person in his or her destiny. So wealth enhancement for someone who cannot take it is like giving penicillin to someone who is allergic to penicillin. The outcome is never pretty. Understanding your luck and destiny will enable you to find out what's in store for you and help you plan ahead. Remember the old saying, failing to plan is planning to fail. Bazi is all about making the best use of your life, avoiding the pitfalls and maximizing your gains in favorable times. Your luck pillars reveal to you where and what you should focus on to make the best out of your life, and which areas will be causing you much heartache and setbacks. Bazi is about making informed decisions in life. Same time, same day, same month, same year. Why am I not a millionaire? One question that I often get when it comes to Bazi is, if two people are born on the same year, month, day, and hour, does this mean that they all have the same destiny? If you happen to have the exact birth data down to time, as say Bill Gates or Donald Trump, or Warren Buffett, and you are reading this book, then you have your answer. There are additional X factors in play that impact the level of greatness a person can achieve, assuming they have a superior Bazi chart to begin with. Feng Shui's influence. Yang and Yin house Feng Shui play a great role in determining how much of the potential contained in your destiny code can be unlocked or unleashed. You might have the exact same time and date of birth as Bill Gates, but if you aren't living in the same place he is living, knowing the same group of people he knows, meeting the same people he has met, you don't get to maximize your potential as much as he does. Nevertheless, since you still share the same Bazi, you might enjoy similar greatness, just on a different level. For example, a person sharing the same Bazi chart as Mr. Bill Clinton or Mr. George Bush, but living in another country, may not rise to become president of the United States, but he or she may well achieve political success in his or her own country. This person is still a president of a country. He or she is just not the president of the USA. It is all a case of the playing field that you are in, and where you get to unleash the potential of your Ba-Zi. Then there is the yin house factor. Yes, you have the exact same birth data, even time of birth, as Bill Gates. But are your ancestors buried in the same place as his? Yin house feng shui is the most powerful form of feng shui and plays an extremely important role in determining the quality of a family's fortune. Emperors of the past from various Chinese dynasties have painstakingly sought superior burial grounds solely to ensure a lasting dynasty. It is for this reason that the Ming dynasty lasted for more than 300 years, and the Qing dynasty for 260 years. How many dynasties of the business world today survive past the third generation? Not too many, unfortunately. This is the yin house factor. Ultimately, all things being equal, why does one person rise up and tower above the others? The answer probably lies in the graves of his or her ancestors. Ancestors who are buried in good locations with powerful feng shui give their descendants an added edge, icing on the cake that enables their descendants to enjoy good luck or power or wealth or all of the above if the location is truly superb. This is a book about Ba-Zi, so I will not dwell too much on the issue of the yin house feng shui. Suffice it to say that when the question arises as to how two people born on the exact same day in the exact same time may have different levels of greatness, the ancestral grave may hold the key. If you wish to know a little bit more about yin and yang house feng shui, I have a book titled Stories and Lessons on Feng Shui that has some of these fascinating stories about yin house feng shui. Besides the feng shui, look at the face. Every year, I conduct an annual forecast talk for over 1,000 Chinese astrology and feng shui enthusiasts who wish to know more about the feng shui and astrology for the year. Once, during a question and answer session, a lady stood and asked a very pertinent and relevant question. She said, "There are thousands of people born in the same animal year and probably using the same feng shui door. So how can they all suffer the same bad luck?" My answer was this: the thousands of people born in the same year using the same feng shui sector in their respective houses don't share the same face. The Chinese art of face reading, or Mingjiang, explains how different features from the face reveal different fortunes and outcomes. By reading a person's eyes, nose, ear, mouth, eyebrows, forehead, and other facial features, the fortunes of a person can also be ascertained. So much so, individuals can have the same Ba-Zi, but since they all have different faces, they will all have different outcomes in life. Even twins who share the same Ba-Zi do not share the same destiny. The things that you do or don't. Ultimately, making the right choice is what helps to swing your life one way or another. Remember man luck? Having the same Ba-Zi as Bill Gates is no use if you don't utilize the potential. There is no shortcut to greatness, even with a superb Ba-Zi. Actions set individuals with the same Ba-Zi apart. Two people may share the same Ba-Zi, but they may not take the same action when faced with a similar fork in the road. A good Ba-Zi chart is the basis of a good life and a good luck. A good ancestral burial spot and a good fortune face are icing on the cake. To have a good Ba-Zi chart is already a tremendous advantage in life. You may not play in the same field as a Bill Gates does, or be as rich as he is, but you arguably will not be a slouch either. And remember, you will only have half of his problems. A good Ba-Zi is like owning a Ferrari. You must know how to drive it and know what it is capable of doing. If you do nothing with it, or drive it on bumpy roads all the time, it would be a waste of an excellent vehicle. The best tool in the world must still be wielded by a master. Now that you have better understood the potential of Ba-Zi, let's get on with some analysis, finally. Chapter 5. Ba-Zi Fundamentals. An analyst is only as good as his tools. Now that you have learned how to plot a Ba-Zi chart and the luck pillars, you have 2/3 of the tools needed to analyze a Ba-Zi chart and decode your own destiny code. The most critical component to Ba-Zi analysis is a mastery of the 5 elements and an understanding of the basic principles of yin and yang and qi. At any point in your Ba-Zi studies, even as you advance past this book to more advanced materials, always try to correlate everything you learn with these 3 key concepts: yin and yang, qi, and the 5 elements. Yin and yang. There exist 2 opposing, interdependent, and interrelated forces in our universe. Yin and yang are natural forms of energy that are in constant states of change, movement, and interaction. This dynamic relationship creates and governs all life. From birth, growth, sickness, and death, the stages of existence are in constant evolution. The interaction of yin and yang is reflected by night and day, positive and negative, active and passive, hard and soft, fast and slow, male and female, hot and cold, anger and happiness, and so forth. We can see this interplay in nature in the form of the 4 seasons, where yang is reflected as the peak of summer and yin in the coldness of winter. Yin and yang are therefore the 2 primordial forms of qi. The interaction between yin and yang subsequently relates to the 5 phases of qi, known as the 5 elements. Let's relate this concept to Ba-Zi. The Ba-Zi chart has a static and dynamic quality, yin and yang. Luck, as I have said earlier, can never be always good or always bad. Again, this goes back to the principle of yin and yang. Finally, a good Ba-Zi chart is one where there is a good balance or equilibrium. This is the core of the concept of yin and yang. There cannot be one without the other, and balance or equilibrium is what is sought. Now, with this very elementary knowledge of qi and yin and yang, what can we deduce from a Ba-Zi chart? Well, if the chart is predominantly yin elements or yang elements, we can automatically deduce that the particular Ba-Zi chart is not very good because there is no balance of yin and yang. Why? Because anything that is too yang or too yin indicates a disharmony between the elements. Individuals with such charts may be lonely or unable to express their emotions effectively. A person's chart is completely yang or completely yin when all the heavenly stems and earthly branches in the Ba-Zi are of the same polarity. Every heavenly stem and earthly branch has its unique yin or yang polarity. Refer to the table on the next page for a reference on their polarity. Qi, the essence of life. Qi is life force energy. It cannot be seen or heard. However, its influence can be felt around us and in all places. It is the invisible force that shapes, nurtures, and governs all living beings. From the peaks of the highest mountains to the depths of the deepest oceans, the flow of the rivers to the undulating ridges of the land, and from busy malls to the quaint little corners of the street, qi permeates our world. Qi is the force that brings life to all beings. What does qi have to do with Ba-Zi? In Ba-Zi, we are studying the qi that makes up and influences a person's life at the time of his or her birth. The year qi, the month qi, the day qi, and the hour qi. The 8 characters, the destiny code that forms the Ba-Zi chart, represents the type of qi that is infused in us at the time of our birth. The luck pillars represent the changing or moving qi that will influence us along the path of life. In a good Bazi chart, the qi flows naturally through the chart and is not disrupted by too many clashes. The interaction and interrelations between the qi of your Bazi chart and its corresponding luck pillars are your destiny. The 5 elements. Wu Xing. The theory of the 5 elements is the backbone of all Chinese metaphysical studies. Feng Shui, astrology, Chinese medicine, and even martial arts. I cannot overstate the importance of grasping the 5 elements when it comes to Bazi. The principle of the 5 elements is the core science of decoding a person's destiny code. In the olden days, students of Chinese metaphysics, especially in the professional field of Feng Shui, had to undertake Bazi studies as well. This is because Bazi gives the individual an extremely firm grasp and understanding of the 5 elements, which enables him or her to understand Feng Shui formulas better and apply them correctly. It is also because Bazi works hand in hand with Feng Shui in many aspects that a thorough understanding of Bazi is important in order to be able to effectively practice Feng Shui. Bazi is akin to the diagnosis of a doctor. It probes the person's life to enable the practitioner to assess the past, present, and future life path. Bazi enables the Feng Shui practitioner to understand what the inherent problems are and where the potential dangers lie. When practitioners then apply Feng Shui, it is akin to a prescription to help smoothen the life path, or perhaps to rectify certain problems or potential pitfalls. Hence, without proper diagnosis, Bazi, it is difficult to prescribe a remedy, Feng Shui. Strictly speaking, the English term 5 elements is not very accurate and perhaps even a little deceptive. It is supposed to be a translation of the Chinese term Wu Xing, which means the 5 transformations or 5 phases. The 5 elements, wood, water, fire, earth, metal, are in fact the result of the interaction between yin and yang qi during the 5 different phases. They are transformations of qi. The 5 elements represent certain key attributes in a person's chart. For example, water represents a person's wisdom. A good quality water element indicates a person is wise and intelligent, and is capable of thinking clearly and acting astutely in appropriate instances. Conversely, a poor quality water element indicates a person who is slow-witted, foolish, misguided, or irrational in his or her thinking. The element of wood relates to the person's benevolence and gratitude. People who have a good heart, a positive outlook in life, and those who are progressive in nature have good quality wood elements in their chart. Those who lack kindness or compassion, and who are unable to make progress in life, invariably have poor quality wood elements. The element of fire is extremely important because it governs a person's elegance and mannerisms. A good fire element in the chart denotes that the person behaves appropriately, elegantly, and graciously. Fire also represents passion. A poor quality fire element belongs to an individual who gets depressed easily and often feels inadequate. How do you know if a person can be trusted? Look at his or her earth element, because earth represents trustworthiness. Excessive or a lack of earth elements causes problems with the person's stability. Finally, the element of metal. Metal is what gives a person decisiveness, a sense of justice and righteousness. A good quality metal element in a person's chart means a person has good leadership and decision-making ability. The 5 elements in interaction. The 5 elements each have 3 distinctive reactive relationships with each other: a productive relationship, a controlling relationship, and a weakening relationship. We refer to these as the productive cycle, the controlling cycle, and the weakening cycle. The productive cycle. The productive cycle is a phase where the elements support and strengthen each other. In this phase, the relationship is supportive, giving, attractive, pleasing, and generous. This cycle is in harmony and in constant movement. In the productive cycle, the elements feed and support each other. The qi flows smoothly. The cycle can be easily remembered if we rationalize the cycle and see it in a logical manner. Water nourishes plants. Thus, water produces wood. Wood is used to make fire, so wood produces fire. Fire in turn burns material into ashes and forms earth. Fire produces earth. Earth is where we can find minerals, so earth produces metal. Metal through condensation produces water. Thus, metal produces water. The controlling cycle. At first glance, the word controlling sounds negative. Many newcomers to the subject of five elements tend to see controlling as something unfavorable or despotic. This is far from the truth. In the context of the five elements, controlling merely means to guide and to keep in order. In the area of Chinese metaphysics, the translation of the term from Chinese to English sometimes results in some confusion because it is not possible to exactly translate the words. The Chinese word is ke. There is no actual and accurate translation for this word. The closest words are to control, to counter, or to destroy. It's not correct to classify the controlling cycle as good or bad. Remember yin and yang? There are always two sides of a coin. A world without control is a world without law and order, and chaos reigns. So control is good if it brings order. Proper control denotes responsibility, stability, and peace. On the other hand, too much control becomes a dictatorship and a stifling situation. So too much control is not desirable either. Good control is akin to the control of a mother over her child. The mother exercises restriction and concern over her child's actions and behavior, so that her child would not be endangered or grow up to become a bad person. Bad control is analogous to an abusive parent, beating up his child, causing emotional torment and physical pain. So remember, it is fine to control. Control brings order and direction to an element. Thus, it is always desirable to have appropriate controlling element in your Bazi. However, to over-control, now that is different, because over-control involves excessive restriction or stifling. Over-control brings hatred, anger, and frustration. The controlling cycle is how the five elements interact to manage, manipulate, restrain, or influence each other. Learning the controlling cycle is relatively easy as long as you focus on thinking pictorially and using logical deduction. In the controlling sequence, water controls fire because water puts out fire. When the weather is hot, you drink more water to cool down your body temperature or jump into a pool. Fire controls metal because the heat of fire melts and molds metal. This is how raw iron is molded into useful tools of machinery. Metal controls wood because a large tree or a small bush is cut and trimmed using objects made from metal, such as an axe or a saw, scissors, or blades. Wood controls earth. How do you prevent a landslide? You plant trees, shrubs, and bushes to hold the earth together. Earth controls water because no matter how large the lake or ocean is, it is still bordered by earth. A large river can be blocked off by a dam, so earth holds water. The weakening cycle. The third cycle is called the weakening cycle. Once again, do not jump to conclusions about weakening being negative just because it weakens. Remember, in Bazi, we are striving for balance. When an element in the chart is excessively strong, it should be weakened to a certain extent so that there is balance among the elements. Weakening actually means an element has produced another element. it is like a product or an invention. Energy is consumed to generate something. Why do we have a weakening cycle? Any object that is produced weakens what produced it. For example, if a mother gives birth or delivers a baby, her energy and stamina is weakened. The weakening cycle exemplifies this within the context of the five elements. Thus, when an element produces another, it is weakened by its product. For example, when earth produces metal, metal becomes stronger while earth depletes in strength. Now, think pictorially. If you mine for minerals, which is metal, inside the earth, don't you have to dig and penetrate the earth, weakening the earth? Metal needs to liquefy to produce water. Hence, water weakens metal. Water is used to nourish plants. When the plants absorb the water, water's energy is consumed. Hence, wood weakens water. When we want to make fire, we burn wood. Fire consumes the wood and produces heat. So wood is weakened by fire element. Fire burns and produces ashes, dust, and earth. After combusting everything into ashes, fire will extinguish naturally. Thus, earth weakens fire. Connecting the elements. By understanding the nature and order of the five elements, we are able to understand the chi balance in a Bazi, and in turn, see the strengths and flaws of a person. In a Bazi chart where the five elements are balanced, the chi flows smoothly, and this denotes a good life. Now, once you have mastered the five elements and the three cycles, you need to place the five elements within the context of the 10 heavenly stems and the 12 earthly branches. The earthly branches' five element relationships. A Bazi chart consists entirely of the five elements, as represented by the heavenly stem and earthly branches. When we are examining the interrelationship and interaction between the heavenly stems and earthly branches, we use the five elements to understand and appreciate the relationship. Accordingly, it is good to try to commit to memory the five element cycles. This will help you a lot as you progress through this book. Alternatively, bookmark this section so that you can keep referring back to the five element cycles. A little teaser. The five elements in your Bazi chart will subsequently transform to five main key aspects in a person's life. I call them the five factors: wealth, influence, companion, resource, and output. These five factors will help you decode your destiny code. It is essential to convert your understanding of the five elements into heavenly stems or earthly branches. For instance, Jiark and Yi, wood, will produce Bing and Ding, fire, control Wu and Ji, earth, and weaken Run and Kui, water. Follow the diagram below to familiarize yourself with the five element cycle using the heavenly stems format. After you've achieved a firm grasp on the five elements, proceed to the next chapter. We are going to do some analysis. Chapter 6: Finding the Favorable Element. Despite its overuse in this world, the concept of yin and yang is the core and an essential part of Chinese metaphysical subjects such as feng shui and Bazi. At the center of the concept of yin and yang is the idea of equilibrium. Hence, when evaluating a Bazi chart, we are really looking to see if the chart has a good balance of elements. We don't want in a Bazi too few or too many of certain elements, or certain elements being too weak or too strong either. Balance is the key. Balance carries a different meaning in each chart. Sometimes charts are in themselves fairly well balanced, comprised mainly of favorable elements. These are considered superior charts. Other times, a chart is strongly dependent on a single element to bring balance. If this balancing element is not only in the chart, but is of good quality as well, then the chart is still considered a superior chart. B-grade charts, or less superior charts, are usually charts where the chart is not balanced intrinsically, and the element that is needed to balance the chart is of poor quality. In C or D grade charts, the balancing element is not the best choice for the particular daymaster. Hence, an important part of evaluating a Ba-Z chart is the process of weighing the strengths and weaknesses of the 5 elements in the chart and determining which are the crucial elements that either bring balance to the chart or maintain the balance in the chart. Since there are only 5 elements, the process of elimination is a relatively easy process. The difficulty lies in determining which of the 5 elements it is, and in the case of certain charts, where 2 or 3 of the elements appear to hold the key to the balance of the chart, which is the best element to choose. Now, of course, you might be asking yourself, is there such a thing as a perfectly balanced chart? Remember, the quantity of the elements is not the indicator of balance. In Ba-Z, we must not ever be fixated on quantity when it comes to finding the chart's balance or conducting a Ba-Z analysis. We must always be looking at quality. Having an equal number of all the elements is by no means the definitive means of judging whether or not a Ba-Z chart is balanced. The quality of the elements is also an important consideration. What do we mean when we talk about the quality of the elements? We are evaluating whether these elements are sentimental or antagonistic, and whether or not there is a smooth interdependent relationship between the elements. Does the chi flow smoothly in the chart? Is each element interdependent on one another? Begin with the daymaster. The reference point for any Ba-Z chart is always the daymaster. Quick reminder, the daymaster is the heavenly stem found in the day pillar. The daymaster is also known as the self element. The first step in evaluating a Ba-Z is to determine the strength of the daymaster. To do this, we look at the earthly branch found in the month pillar. This is known as identifying the season of your birth. You do not need to be concerned with the entire month pillar. Just look at the month of birth's earthly branch. This is the first and most important step in analyzing a Ba-Z chart. The earthly branch of the month pillar is known as the Yu Ling, or season master. The strength of the daymaster is almost always evaluated with reference to the season. At this point, you might be wondering, what is all this talk about the seasons? What if I live in Newfoundland, where it's cold 9 months of the year? Or in Malaysia, where there is no winter? Or in Australia, where Christmas is probably the hottest time of the year? The concept of the seasons in Ba-Z is simply a form of descriptive terminology. It is not based on the real climates or the real seasons changing. Remember how the ancient sages used household domestic animals to describe the earthly branches? Similarly, the use of the seasons is just a code to describe the strength of the chi of a particular element. So how do you know which season you are born in? Look at the chart here. This table explains which animal sign of the earthly branches belongs to which season. It is useful to commit to memory the information in the table on this page. For example, it's helpful to be able to remember that yin, tiger, mao, rabbit, and chen, dragon, as spring, and shi, snake, wu, horse, and wei, goat, are summer. So what does the season have to do with the strength of the daymaster or self-element? You see, in each season, certain elements are stronger or weaker. Wood, for example, is very strong in spring, while fire is prosperous in summer. It's not difficult to remember which element is strongest in which season if you utilize the pictorial method. What flourishes, blooms, and grows during spring? The trees, the flowers, the grass, all of which are represented by wood. At the height of summer, naturally, fire is strong because summer is when it is the most hot. You might be thinking, there are 5 elements, but only 4 seasons. So what is the season of Earth? Earth is read rather uniquely, and determining how to read Earth lies in the ending month of each season. For example, the Chen, dragon month, is the last month of spring, so people born in the Chen month are considered to have spring Earth. The Wei, goat month, is regarded as the last month of summer, and is regarded as summer Earth. The Su, dog month, is the autumn Earth, while the Chao, ox month, is the winter Earth. Strength of the elements. The above chart describes the 5 stages of strength for each of the 5 elements, with reference to the 4 seasons. This chart provides a very simple and quick means to evaluate the strength of a Daymaster based on the season of birth. The 4 seasons. In this section, I delve a little more deeply into how the seasons are used to evaluate the strength of the Daymaster or self-element. Remember at all times while you are reading through this book to think pictorially. Finally, look out for key words like prosperous, weak, trap, strong, and dead. These are the keys to appreciating the importance of the seasons and evaluating a person's Bazi. Also, remember to think about the 5-element cycle pictorially, and not just the production cycle, but the controlling and the countering cycle. Spring season. Spring is the season of wood, hence wood is the most prosperous element here. Thus, a wood Daymaster, born in any of the spring season's earthly branches, namely Yin, tiger, Mao, rabbit, or Chen, dragon, is considered to be a Daymaster born in a timely, prosperous season. This means the wood is vibrant and thriving. In the 5 elements, wood produces fire, so fire in the month of spring is also considered strong, with long-lasting flames of the fire. Thus, fire element is strong in spring. In spring, wood is strong, thus water is weak. Why? Remember the 5 elements. Think now of the weakening cycle. When wood is so prosperous and strong, it naturally consumes a lot of water. But water is not completely drained of qi either, because spring season comes just after winter, and winter is the season of water. Hence, water is weak in spring. In spring, metal is considered to be trapped. This means the qi is frail and fragile. Furthermore, in spring, wood is strong, vibrant, and thriving. Metal, which in the 5 elements controlling cycle controls wood, cannot do so and will be blunted from all the chopping of wood. In the season of spring where wood rules supreme, earth would be dead. Why? Because in the cycle of the 5 elements, wood controls earth. As wood is very strong, it will over-control earth, thereby making earth very weak. Although the Chen or dragon element is earth, it is still the spring season where wood qi is strong. Thus, this type of Wu, earth in this month, looks hard and thick, but is actually weak inside. This concept of analyzing earth is slightly sophisticated, and I will elaborate on it in later books. Right now, treat this as just an initial taste or appetizer, and don't worry if you don't understand the concept completely right away. Summer season. In summer season, because it is the season of fire, clearly fire is the most prosperous element. So a fire Daymaster, meaning Bing or Ding, born in any of the summer season earthly branches. Zi, snake. Wu, horse. Wei, goat, is considered to be born in a timely, prosperous season. This means the fire is very vibrant, shining, and bright. As fire produces earth in the five-element cycle, so an Earth Day Master, meaning Wu or Ji, born in the month of summer, is considered strong. In the season of fire, wood will be weak, because wood is weak when fire is so prosperous. A lot of wood will be consumed for it to burn brightly. But wood cannot be regarded as totally and extremely weak, because summer is just one season away from spring, which is the season of wood. So wood chi is weak in summer. Water is very weak in summer. As the heat of summer is strong, water will evaporate. Water is in the trap stage of chi during summer months, meaning chi at this stage is frail and fragile. Although in the controlling cycle, water controls fire, in summer, fire is very strong, so water, which is already weak, cannot control fire adequately. In the season of summer when fire rules supreme, metal is dead. Why? Because in the cycle of the five elements, fire will control metal. As fire is extremely powerful and strong, it will over-control the metal element. Thus, metal will be very weak. Autumn season. Autumn is the season of metal, so we say that metal is the most prosperous element. So a Metal Day Master, meaning Gung or Sin, born in any of the autumn season earthly branches, Shin, monkey, Yu, rooster, and Su, dog, is considered to be born in a timely, prosperous season. This means the metal is very shiny, strong, and beautiful. Metal produces water, so water in the month of autumn is also considered strong. In the season of metal, earth will be weak. Why? Because for metal to be so prosperous, a lot of earth will be dug up to produce metal. However, the earth element cannot be regarded as completely weak because autumn is just one season away from summer, which is the season of fire. So there's plenty left over of earth. Remember, earth is also strong in summer. So we say earth chi is only weak, but not that weak, in autumn. Fire is very weak in autumn. It is in the trap stage of chi, meaning chi at this stage is frail and fragile. Now, in the controlling cycle of the five elements, fire controls metal. But in autumn, metal is so strong, fire cannot heat, mold, or melt the excess metal. Fire is outnumbered and made weak. In the metal season of autumn, where metal chi rules supreme, wood would be dead. Again, let's refer to the five elements. Metal controls wood, but since this is over control of an element, wood will be very weak. Winter season. Winter is the season of water, so water is the most prosperous element. A Water Day Master, meaning Rern or Kuei, born in any of the winter season's earthly branches, Hai, pig, Si, rat, and Chao, ox, is considered to be born in a timely, prosperous season. This means the water is very strong, radiant, and flowing. Water produces wood, so wood in the month of winter is also considered strong. In the season of water, metal will be weak, because for water to be so prosperous, metal will be exhausted by the task of condensing the water. However, the metal element cannot be regarded as completely weak, because winter is just one season away from autumn, which was the season of metal, so there's plenty left over of metal chi. So we say metal chi is weak in winter. Earth chi is very weak in winter. It is in the trap stage of chi, meaning chi at this stage is frozen and hardened. Now, in the controlling cycle of the five elements, earth is supposed to control water. But in winter, water is so strong and earth is frozen. It cannot control the excess water. Earth is flooded and weak. In the season of winter, where water chi rules supreme, fire would be dead. Again, Let's refer to the 5 elements. Water controls fire, but since this is over control of an element, fire will be completely extinguished. The season says it all. You might be wondering, what about the other heavenly stems and earthly branches in the Bazi chart? Don't they count towards something? Yes, of course they do. And as your understanding of Bazi develops, the other heavenly stems and earthly branches will come into play. Even then, they are of secondary importance. The primary indicator of the strength of every chart is significantly dependent on the month of birth, as this dictates the seasonal chi strength. The above method of determining the strength of the Daymaster based on the season is just the first step in the study of Bazi. There are always exceptions to the general principles and other more sophisticated techniques of evaluating Daymasters, as well as exceptions that relate to the condition of the Daymasters, which will be discussed in more advanced books. This is a beginner's book, an entryway, so I have begun with simple ideas, concepts, and techniques designed to enable you to be able to engage in analysis by the end of this book. Having said that, basing the judgment of the Daymaster's strength on the month of birth is by and large still the most accurate means of quickly and simply evaluating the strength of a Bazi. As you progress through this book and the other books in the series, you will be exposed to more sophisticated techniques for evaluating the Daymaster's strength. But for now, stick to the month of birth. In later books, I will share with you more sophisticated concepts, methods, and techniques on determining the Daymaster's strengths. Finding the favorable element. After you've determined the strength of the Daymaster through the seasons of your birth month, you need to determine which is the most favorable element that the Bazi chart needs to achieve balance. The concept of balance is not an easy one. If only it were as simple as making the number of elements add up. In essence, in the study and practice of Bazi, what we are looking for is a Daymaster that is not too weak, not too strong, but just right. Take a look at this example. This is a wood Daymaster born in the month of Wu, horse. Which season does the horse month belong to? Summer. This wood is born at the height of summer, when fire is the strongest. Now remember, think pictorially. If fire is strong, it will consume wood. Wood chi in summer month is considered weak. So what then is the favorable element? Whatever strengthens and supports the wood, which in this case is water. How do we arrive at this conclusion? Let's think about the 5-element cycle and use it to eliminate the possibilities. Weak wood does not need to be weakened any further, but strengthened. Fire, as we already know, consumes wood, therefore weakening it. So fire cannot be the favorable element. Weak wood does not want to be chopped by metal either, so metal is not the favorable element. So what grows wood? Water. Hence, water is the favorable element. What does this mean now that we've found the favorable element? After pinpointing it, let's evaluate the person's luck based on his or her luck cycle. If this person is to go through the water element in the luck pillars or annual pillars, then this person will experience good fortune, and his life path is likely to be smooth and generally not too difficult during these years. By contrast, if he were to go through the fire element in his luck pillars, he will suffer bad fortune or bad luck. What is this bad luck? It may mean obstacles in life, difficulties with relationships with those around him, generally a less than smooth situation. Useful God versus favorable element. If you've had some exposure to Bazi, you may have heard of this concept called the useful God, or Yongxin in Chinese. This is an advanced Bazi concept that will be covered in my next book. Remember, The journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. Practice familiarizing yourself with the 5 elements and finding the favorable element first. Don't be misled into thinking beginner's material is not useful. Sometimes, like all wisdom in life, the most profound things are often the most simple ones. Complicated techniques do not always necessarily ensure accuracy or the right answer, and in Chinese metaphysical studies, we must always remember to go back to the basics and key principles. Your goal at this point, and by the end of this book, is to be able to tell whether a person is currently undergoing good or bad luck, and when they will experience good or bad luck. Focus on answering this question first. The rest will come as you progress through this book and Bazi studies in general. I promise. The have and the have-nots. Let's look at the same Bazi chart, but change a few elements a little bit, and you'll see how the situation is very different. Pictured here, we have example A and example B. Now, both A and B are born in the same month. Based on our earlier analysis, we concluded that a Jiark person born in the horse month would have water as his favorable element and fire as his unfavorable element, with Jiark being Yang wood. In example A here, there is a Kuei water in the year stem, and in example B, there is a Bing fire in the month stem. Which is the better Bazi chart? A's chart is better because there is a favorable element present in the chart. In B's chart, not only is there no favorable element, but there is an additional unfavorable element, Bing fire, right in the month pillar. So, the person in example B must wait until he goes through water element years in his luck or annual pillars to have the benefit of his favorable element. The person in example A, by contrast, already has the water element in his Bazi to help him out. What do these two examples, coupled with the earlier example, show us? How do we separate the wheat from the chaff? What is a good chart and a not so good chart? Remember, the chart with the favorable element actually present is always better than the one without the favorable element in it. What if both charts also have the favorable element? Then your comparison would be which one is in a better position in the chart than the other. Let's try another example. This day master is Gung, metal born in the Shin monkey metal month. Shin monkey is the season of autumn. In autumn, metal is prosperous, so clearly, this is a strong, prosperous metal day master. Since it is strong metal, what element do you think is this chart's favorable element and unfavorable element? Take a moment and think about it. Pause if you need to. Gung is raw metal or iron ore. Metal that has been dug out from the earth is useless unless it is forged or molded into something useful, like a sword or an axe. So strong metal needs fire to make it useful. So you might be thinking, easy. Obviously the favorable element for this chart is fire, right? Rewind back to the section on the 4 seasons, which explains the strength of each of the 5 elements in the individual seasons. Remember that in autumn, fire is in the trap stage. It is weak and fragile. Imagine weak fire trying to mold and melt a huge boulder of raw metal ore. It would be extremely difficult. So what is the solution? We need to feed the fire a little to make it strong. So some wood would be helpful. So the favorable element in this chart would be both fire and wood, which means if this chart encounters fire and wood in the luck pillars, this person will enjoy good luck. Does this chart need more metal element? Definitely not. Why not? It is already strong metal, so more metal would not balance out the chi. Remember what I said earlier about how a chart had to be balanced. The day master should neither be too strong nor too weak. Too strong an element is a flaw in the Bazi chart, and it means that when the person goes through metal element pillars in the luck cycle, he will not enjoy good fortune. The chart reading will of course be a little more complicated than this, because there are 8 characters instead of just a few we've chosen as examples. Sometimes, in Bazi, people get confused because they try to look at a Bazi and derive everything from it all at one go. The trick with Bazi is to always focus on looking for one thing at a time. At this stage, concentrate on evaluating the Bazi based on the strength of the Daymaster. Joey's quick guide to assessing the favorable element. These are very simplified guidelines that will enable a quick evaluation of the favorable element. Bazi is a layered and deep subject, so to keep things simple, I have come up with these general guidelines. As your knowledge of Bazi grows and deepens, the exceptions to these guidelines are easier to understand. But for now, you may utilize these guidelines to help you analyze your own chart. The key to utilizing these guidelines is to first determine if your Daymaster is strong or weak. The strong Daymaster. Strong Daymaster favors controlling another element, being controlled by another element, or producing another element. If your Daymaster is strong, your choices of favorable elements are the element the Daymaster controls, the element that controls the Daymaster, the element that the Daymaster produces. Now you might be curious as to why. Remember again what I said earlier about a balance. We want a Daymaster that is not too strong, not too weak. If your Daymaster is strong, you should make it less strong to achieve balance. How do we reduce the strength? Now, let's think 5 elements again. By controlling another element, the Daymaster has to exert strength. So a strong Daymaster will usually favor the element it controls. A strong Daymaster can also keep its excessive strength in control by being controlled by another element. For example, a very strong gung metal needs to be kept in shape by the fire element. Since fire controls metal in the 5-element cycle, fire is needed to mold the excessive metal. A strong Daymaster can also achieve balance by producing an element. Remember the 5-element cycle. To produce something, the Daymaster's strength will be reduced. So using the example of strong wood, that is, wood born in spring or in winter season, we can say that fire is a favorable element, because fire will consume some of the excessive wood, qi, thus weakening the wood slightly. Remember, if your Daymaster is strong, it should either control, be controlled, or produce. Now, what is unfavorable, then, for a strong Daymaster? Clearly, that which is already strong does not need to be strengthened even more, as this will lead to imbalance. So any element that adds to the strength of the Daymaster will be considered unfavorable. A strong Daymaster dislikes the same element or the element that produces the Daymaster. If, for example, your Daymaster is a strong Kuei water, your chart will not favor any additional water, obviously. Your Daymaster would also not favor metal because metal produces water, thus adding to its strength and making the Bazi imbalanced. Remember, if your Daymaster is strong, it does not need the same element or the element that produces it, because the same element and the element that produces the Daymaster only serves to make it even stronger. And so, the weak Daymaster favors the same element or the element that produces the Daymaster. Things are a bit easier if the Daymaster is weak. If your Daymaster is weak, then your choices for favorable elements can only be the element that produces your Daymaster or the element that is the same with the Daymaster. Why? A weak Daymaster needs more of the same element to be stronger. Imagine a puddle of water that has more water added to it. Doesn't it get stronger? Or the element that produces it, which has the effect of creating more of the element. So if you are a weak ruin water, for example, Water and metal would be your favorable elements. The weak Daymaster dislikes controlling another element, being controlled by another element, or producing another element. What are the elements that a weak Daymaster dislikes? A weak Daymaster does not like to be further controlled by an opposing element, since it is already weak, and more control will be over-control. Remember what we said earlier about how over-control is not desirable. A weak Daymaster also does not like to have to produce more because this weakens it even further by depleting its strength. A weak Daymaster also does not like to control another element, as this saps its strength as well. Analyze this. Now that you have established your favorable and unfavorable element, you can begin to determine not just your own luck cycle, whether you are currently going through good or bad luck, but also utilize this knowledge to unlock your destiny code and the meaning behind the elements in your Ba-Zi. Chapter 7. The 5 Factors. If it is destined to be in your life, you will eventually get it. But if you are not destined to have such a thing, don't force it. Let it be. Chinese saying. At this stage, you should already be familiar with your own Ba-Zi chart and the various elements in your chart. You would have also identified your Daymaster and determined your favorable and unfavorable elements. In this chapter, we look at the question of just what all those different elements really mean. Your Ba-Zi is your destiny code. Each of the elements holds within it a meaning. The elements can represent people, such as a superior, an employee, or a family member, or actions or personality traits or abilities. At later stages of your studies, you will learn that these elements also represent events and outcomes. In this chapter, I will explain to you what the elements mean for each of the 10 types of Daymasters. Yes, each element means something different to each one of the 10 different Daymasters. Why are there 10 different types of Daymasters? Because there are 10 types of heavenly stems, and each can be an individual's Daymaster. In case you've forgotten, here are the 10 heavenly stems again. As there are 5 elements, so each element represents one of what I call the 5 factors. The 5 factors are wealth, output, influence, resource, and companion. Now, the names make sense to you at this point in time. The important thing is not to try to put dictionary type meanings to these phrases, but to remember that the meaning becomes specific once the context has been ascertained. For now, view them as part of the language of Ba-Zi. You are now starting to learn the language of Ba-Zi. If you want to learn this art, you must learn to speak its language. Remember also that the elements that represent these 5 factors change, depending on what is your Daymaster. So, for example, the element of fire may be the companion element for a fire Daymaster, but it will be the output element for a wood Daymaster. I must emphasize that at all times, the Daymaster is the reference point when evaluating a Ba-Zi chart. In the following section, I will explain the meaning of each of the 5 factors. Just remember that each factor is neither good nor bad. Whether they are good or bad will depend upon whether these are favorable or unfavorable elements. Throughout this book and this chapter, you must always keep in mind the 5 elements and the various 5 element cycles. Whenever you are not sure, do try to refer back to the 5 element cycle, which is reproduced below for your reference. Remember that in Ba-Zi, our goal is about the balance of these elements in the chart. Wealth. Money may not help you achieve everything in life, but without money, there is a whole lot more you cannot achieve. Chinese saying. In this world, whether we like it or not, an individual's financial condition does shape his or her destiny tremendously. There are a lot of things money can't buy, but without money, there would be a lot of inconvenience and lack of opportunities. The wealth element in a person's Bazi chart represents direct income and indirect income. Direct income refers to salary or earned and residual income. Indirect income refers to revenue from businesses, your investment portfolio, income from real estate sales, royalties, and other investment-related revenue. The wealth element is the element that is controlled by the Daymaster in the 5-element cycle. The rationale for this is quite simple. A person controls his or her assets or property, which is how his or her wealth is established or tabulated. Accordingly, in Bazi, what your Daymaster, which represents you, controls, therefore represents your wealth. Sometimes the wealth element is referred to as the wealth star. In Bazi terminology, star and element are used synonymously and sometimes interchangeably. Remember what I said earlier about how Bazi is like an onion with many layers? Well, the wealth star, to a male, also represents his wife star. This concept harkens back to the old days, when a man's wealth was measured by the number of wives he had, and the fact that in the old days, a man's wife was considered his chattel. Thus, if a man has a good quality wealth star in his destiny code, he will also have a very good wife. Vice versa, a poor quality wealth star denotes a less than desirable wife. I must emphasize that this principle applies only to men. For women, the wealth element does not represent the husband. For a woman, her husband is represented by what is called the influence element. A little patience, we will get there. A little personal note. In the course of teaching Bazi over the years, I have noticed that some women do not like to be viewed as an asset. I think women shouldn't take this concept too personally. Remember, this is just the way we classify the attributes of the elements and their relationships in the study of Bazi. This is the way it has been since the inception of Bazi, and we should not change this approach just because we don't like the idea of a woman being an asset. I often tell the female students in my class that being viewed as an asset is infinitely better than being classified as a liability. Surely? I must emphasize that the wealth element need not be many to make a chart of a rich person. It is always the quality and not the quantity that we are concerned with when analyzing a person's destiny code. How do you find out what your wealth element is? For quick reference, check the chart below to find out what your wealth element is. So for example, if you are a wood Daymaster, then your wealth element is earth. You will need to know the elements of the heavenly stems and earthly branches in order to fully appreciate the little table above. In case you have forgotten these elements, here is a quick reference for you. Keep in mind that each wealth element has a yin and yang manifestation. In my later books, I will introduce this concept called the 10 gods, which provides more depth for Bazi analysis and further analyzes the wealth star as direct wealth and indirect wealth. In a man's Bazi, the wife is usually represented by the direct wealth star specifically. But to keep things simple for now, we will keep the analysis collectively to just the term wealth star. How do we analyze the wealth element? Sometimes in a Bazi chart, we may see the wealth element being clashed away. This means that the man may face the possibility of losing wealth at that particular period of time, or may face separation from his wife, or the loss of a wife. For example, in a Bazi chart with the Sin, which is yin metal Daymaster, its wealth element is wood. In this chart, the wealth element is the Mao, rabbit, earthly branch. Now, remember what I keep saying about the number of elements. It's not about how many you have. A chart that is surrounded by wealth elements is not necessarily the chart of a rich person. It could be the chart of the teller who works at the bank. They are, after all, surrounded by money. It just isn't theirs. Keep reminding yourself, quality, not quantity. In Bazi, there is a saying, too much wealth deteriorates the health. Remember that too many wealth elements weaken the Daymaster. Let's take a look at this example. This gentleman is Sin, metal, born in Chin, dragon month. Chin, dragon, is the season of spring, when wood is the strongest. Note that although the Chin dragon earthly branch is an earth element, Chin dragon month is one of the months in the season of spring, so we view it as spring earth. In spring, naturally the strongest element is wood. Inside the spring earth Chin, there is no metal. This chart is surrounded by earth elements, which is wood. Notice the Jiark wood in the month stem is rooted in the month and the year branches of Chin dragon and Yin tiger. Perhaps at this point you might be puzzled with the term rooted. Rooted refers to an instance when the same element is found in the hidden stems underneath the earthly branches. Every earthly branch contains hidden stems. Don't worry about the technicalities of hidden stems at this stage. As you progress through this book and your knowledge of Bazi grows, you will be able to appreciate better their significance. This Sin metal Daymaster is weak. The cause for this weakness? There are too many wealth elements. The wealth elements are his unfavorable elements. That is why this gentleman has trouble making ends meet and is constantly having money problems. He is surrounded by money, but it is not money that he can take in the sense of putting it in his pocket. His Sin metal Daymaster is not strong enough to control the wealth element, which is wood. This also means that wood becomes a negative element. Next, take a look at the luck pillars below. This chart first goes through 30 years of fire luck. Check the earthly branches between the ages of 7 to 27. They are Z, snake, Wu, horse, and Wei, goat. These are known as the southern fire direction. This means that during the first 30 years of this gentleman's life, he is going through fire luck. This Sin metal is weak. It does not want to see the fire element because fire further weakens its strength. From our analysis, we can say that this person can expect the first 30 years of his life to be hard and difficult years. Output. Output is the term used to describe the element that is produced by the Daymaster. For example, if your Daymaster is wood, then your output element is fire. Why? Because wood produces fire in the 5 elements production cycle. Have a look at the quick reference table here to determine what your Daymaster's output element is. What does this concept of output mean? The output element has many layers. It can represent a person's creativity, intelligence, ability to perform, ability to rise to the occasion, or it can represent a person's expressive abilities or quickness of mind. It also represents the ability to go against the norm, to achieve the extraordinary, to stand out in front of a crowd, to initiate a plan, or to execute a strategy. The output element also represents the individual's products, things he or she has created or invented. Output element, of course, also represents a person's persuasive prowess. Whether you can get your message across clearly and effectively all depends on the quality of your Bazi's output element. When you use your abilities or intelligence to produce outcomes or results at work, you are using your output element. Output enables the person to express his or her ideas effectively and productively, to get the message across, to communicate and to persuade others. A chart where the output element is a favorable element normally belongs to people who have a strong personal drive and determination to succeed. A favorable output element may also denote that the person will be creative and have talents relating to speaking, teaching, marketing, or in performing arts like acting, singing, and dancing. Authors, musicians, directors, and scriptwriters are people who usually have beautiful output elements. When we judge the output element, we are looking at its quality. Finding one is not good enough. It needs to be of good quality, to be beautiful, to be useful to a Bazzi chart. You might be wondering why I keep using the words beautiful and quality to describe the elements. This is because not every Daymaster reacts the same way to their output elements, nor do all Daymasters use their output elements equally as well. As your study of Bazzi advances, you will appreciate this concept better. But for now, just remember that having a certain element, while it is a start, is not the be-all, end-all when it comes to Bazzi analysis. This is a beginner's book you are holding, so I'm going slowly and steadily. Without a good output element, an individual will be gullible and an easy mark for everything ranging from schoolchildren selling raffle tickets to con men. A person with a weak or unfavorable output element may find themselves in possession of unwanted magazine subscriptions or tickets to the secretary's fundraiser ball. An unfavorable output element normally is one of the big reasons why people who should say no end up saying yes. Charts where the output element is an unfavorable element usually belong to people who have difficulties in expressing themselves. Alternatively, they will be timid individuals or people who, despite their abilities, never quite seem to get noticed or recognition for their efforts or work. An output element problem, such as a clash or combination, usually indicates a problem with staff, such as your staff being headhunted or resigning. Quick note, don't be too concerned about what the clash or combination concepts are at this point. You will learn more about them as you advance through this book. Now, let's take a look at an example of the output element here. This lady is Yi Wood, born in Yin Tiger month. Yin Tiger is the season of spring, when the wood element is the strongest. Notice also that the Wei goat earthly branch contains minor roots of wood. Most importantly, look at the time of birth. It is Si rat hour, which contains water to feed the Wood Daymaster. This Yi wood is strong and vibrant. What it needs is some output element, which is fire. Fire helps bring warmth to the cold, early spring month. Fire also brings balance to the chart, as the wood is strong and needs to be weakened a little. So the favorable element is fire, which is right next to the Daymaster. Fire in this chart is the output element, and it is a favorable element. This person's Bazzi shows that she is talented, outspoken, and has the ability to learn quickly. Her talents will bring her wealth, as fire produces earth, her wealth element. This person also already has wealth elements in her chart. Notice the Wu and Ji earth inside the Yin tiger and two Wei goat earthly branches. She will eventually be very wealthy. Influence. The influence element is sometimes described as the power element in some books on 4 pillars of destiny. I think that the term power does not do justice to the concept, nor does it provide sufficient shading to the concept, which can be subtle and indirect. So I prefer to use the word influence. The influence element in Bazzi is the element that controls the Daymaster. Don't be misled by the word control. It doesn't always carry a negative connotation. Control here is more like the control a mother exerts over her child. When a mother tells her child what to do and what not to do to prevent the child from growing up to be a bad person, this is not negative control. This is control in the form of guidance and supervision. Look at the chart now to determine what is the influence element for your Daymaster. What does the influence element refer to? Broadly, the influence element refers to nobility, authority, and charisma. Ever been at a function or party where one person walks into a room and suddenly all the attention just moves towards this person? Or what about people who seem to bring the sunshine with them whenever they enter a room? This is the effect of the influence element in a person's chart. The influence element also represents law and order, rules, and regulation. It makes sense. After all, rules, regulations, and laws exist to control people, correct? Imagine a world without laws. A world without traffic laws would mean that people would be driving in different directions, no traffic lights, and massive chaos. Control is the means to bring order to the world, and therefore eliminate chaos. Hence, the influence element, the element which enables control, is important in a person's chart as it enables them to exercise self-control and behave. A favorable influence element normally denotes a person who is law-abiding, conservative, respectful, and honest. Now, like all things, we don't want too much control. Too much influence will cause the chart to become imbalanced, and the Daymaster will dislike being overly controlled. What happens when a parent over-controls their child? The child rebels. The same thing with the Bazi. If the influence element is too strong, you are looking at the Bazi of a rebel, a nonconformist, someone who defies authority or must always walk their own path in life. An unfavorable influence element usually results in a person who is radical, restless, and does not like to take orders and advice from others. Women should take special note of the influence element, as this is the element that represents the husband. The influence element is also called the husband star in a woman's Bazi. This Rern Water man is born in the month of Si, Rat. Si Rat month is the winter season. In winter, the strongest element is water. So this person's Rern Water Daymaster is classified as strong. Perhaps a little too strong. Rern water is the water of the river or the lake. Think pictorially now. This Rern water is not the calm lake where the waves lap gently on the banks. It's more like a torrential, gushing waterfall. What is needed to balance it? A little earth to help control and direct the water by damming it up. Earth is the influence element in this chart, and because it is needed by the Rern Water Daymaster, it is a favorable element. Having decoded this person's Bazi, we can determine that this individual is someone who respects the rules, is law-abiding, is principled, righteous, and disciplined, since the influence element also represents self-control. Now, remember the influence element also represents a person's status and position. A favorable influence element denotes that the person will achieve certain ranking or certain positions in life, and or will command respect from others. Finally, the influence element also represents elegance, nobility, and charisma. Remember what I said earlier about the influence element being the element that represents a woman's husband element. Let's take a look at an example now. This woman is Ji Earth, born in Yin Tiger month. It is the season of spring, when wood is the strongest element. Wood is the influence element to a Ji Earth person. This means that this lady's influence element is born in the season in which it is strongest. Her influence element, wood, is very strong. You will notice that I have read the chart slightly different this time. You see, you can actually, using the month's earthly branch, determine the strength of each and every one of the elements, and not just that of the Daymaster. Now, this is quite an advanced concept in Bazi analysis, so if you don't quite understand how it works, don't worry. Remember, analyzing your Bazi and unveiling the destiny code is like peeling an onion. Go layer by layer. Now, what about the Daymaster? This Ji Earth Daymaster is not weak. It has roots in the Wei, goat, which contains earth, and also the Shu, dog, in the year pillar, which also contains earth. In Ba-Zi, if you're too weak, you don't like to be controlled. You need to be a little bit strong. This G earth is strong enough to be able to accept the control of the influence element. Since this G earth actually likes the control of the influence element, and the influence element is of good quality, this denotes that this G earth lady has good husband luck and will enjoy a good marriage. Resource. The resource element is the element that produces your Daymaster. Since resource is the element that feeds the Daymaster, it represents the person's thinking and knowledge, the person's learning ability, wisdom, thoughts, and knowledge. This element also represents a person's family background or the support from superiors. Resource also represents intuition or sixth sense. It represents help or assistance received. Individuals with good resource elements are individuals who are intelligent, who enjoy learning, and are focused on self-improvement. Individuals with resource as their unfavorable element, however, will have poor intellectual skills and probably many bad habits. If a person has too many resource elements, they are likely to be lazy and pessimistic. So, as I said before, balance is the key. You do not want too many or too little resource. As resource represents the ability to learn, so an unfavorable resource element indicates a person who doesn't like to learn. On the other hand, if a person's resource element is needed, or is one of the favorable elements in the chart, this is likely to be an individual who likes to study or learn many new things. The resource element is usually what Ba-Zi practitioners evaluate when asked to determine if a child will excel in his or her examinations. If the resource element is in good condition, then the child will likely enjoy academic or scholastic success. What does good condition mean? This means it is supported or correctly utilized based on the entire Ba-Zi chart. In a chart where the resource element is clashed away or is hurt by opposing heavenly stems and earthly branches, this denotes bad fortune in exams. It may also indicate that a person's mother will be ill during that period, since the resource element also represents a person's mother in his or her chart. An unfavorable resource element can also result in a person being a negative thinker. This is Ding Fire, born in Hai, Pig month. Hai Pig is winter season, where the water element is the strongest. Water puts out fire. Fire needs wood to strengthen itself. So wood is regarded as favorable in this chart. Wood to a fire Daymaster is the resource element. A person with resource as a favorable element will naturally like to learn a lot and pursue many academic dreams, as resource represents input or knowledge. When a person needs resource, he or she will naturally tend to be inclined towards intellectual pursuits. You could say that the person is also intelligent, as resource element represents intelligence. This person's chart indicates that he or she is also gentle and forgiving, as such are the characteristics of the resource element. Companion. The companion element is the same element as the Daymaster. Look at the quick reference chart here to determine what is your companion element. As the companion element is the same element as your Daymaster, it represents a person's willpower, thoughts, sense of self-esteem, self-consciousness, and self-confidence. It also represents his or her personal outlook in life, how a person perceives or feels about him or herself. Companion elements also represent friends, siblings, and rivals or competitors. Companion elements help a person have a healthy measure of personal ambition and drive to succeed. A person whose chart has good companion elements will never be lonely in life. This person will always be surrounded by friends and supporters. By contrast, a person without any companion elements or too many companion elements is likely to be solitary or always feel lonely. Having no companion elements, or having too many, creates an imbalanced chart. Now you might be wondering, how can having many companion elements result in a person being lonely? Remember, we are never concerned with quantity. We are always talking about quality. And as the section on wealth has demonstrated, many does not always denote better. In a Ba-Z chart, your companion elements also represent your siblings. If your companion element is unfavorable to you, you will not have good affinity with your siblings. Conversely, if your companion element is favorable, you will enjoy a good relationship with your siblings. A chart with negative or unfavorable companions elements belongs to a person with either an ego problem or low self-esteem. A quick clarification. The word or term companion here does not refer to spouse or lover. Remember, your spouse element is, if you are a man, your wealth element, and if you are a woman, your influence element. Don't let the word companion give you the wrong idea. Example: this person is a Yi Wood born in the month of Yin Tiger. Yin Tiger is the spring season when the wood element is prosperous. What does prosperous mean? It's a notch up from strong. It means the wood element is very strong. You will notice that there are many wood elements or companion elements in this Ba-Z. Look at the month and hour pillars. There are Jiark woods in both those pillars. Notice that the Yi Wood Daymaster is also seated on top of a Mao rabbit, earthly branch. The Mao rabbit is yet another wood element. This person has too many companion elements, to the point that the companion element becomes an unfavorable or negative element. Why? Because strong wood doesn't need to be strengthened anymore. More wood here will cause the Ba-Z to become imbalanced. This person is likely to be selfish, opinionated, stubborn, and self-destructive, because these are the negative traits of the companion element. Balancing your Ba-Z with the 5 factors. Ba-Z is a study of balancing the elements. The name of the game is to look for the balancing element. Find it, name it, and think about what it relates to. Remember in the previous chapter we talked about the favorable and unfavorable elements. You need to now relate those to your 5 factors. Here's a reminder for you, with the added layer of the 5 factors. A strong Daymaster favors wealth elements, influence elements, and output elements. A strong Daymaster meaning a Daymaster that is born in the right season and gets reasonably good support from its neighboring branches, would normally favor meeting wealth, influence, and output elements. What does meeting mean? It means that the Ba-Z sees these elements in either the annual or 10-year luck pillars. So a strong Daymaster meeting the wealth luck pillars will have good wealth luck, an excellent time to invest or go into business. A strong Daymaster dislikes resource elements and companion elements. By contrast, the strong Daymaster does not like meeting the companion element or resource element. Meeting more companion elements in the luck pillars denotes that there is a possibility of losing wealth or loss of income. Because companion element represents rivals to a strong Daymaster and throws the strong Daymaster off balance by making it too strong. Companions to a strong Daymaster chart will fight for control over the wealth element, meaning there will be others coming in to rob your wealth. Your analysis will be different when the Daymaster of the chart is weak. A weak Daymaster responds and reacts differently to the other 5 elements. Weak Daymaster favors companion elements and resource elements. A weak Daymaster, meaning one that is not born in the right season or one that lacks surrounding elements that support or strengthen the Daymaster, needs help from companion and resource elements. This is because the companion element is the same element as the Daymaster. A weak Daymaster needs to get help from a companion who lends strength and helps establish balance. The resource element feeds and nourishes the weak Daymaster. Thus, resource element is a weak Daymaster's favorable element. In instances where the resource element is a favorable element, the person would favor studying, learning, and self-improvement, as these things are favorable to the weak daymaster. A weak daymaster dislikes wealth elements, influence elements, and output elements. A weak daymaster does not favor meeting the wealth element because it is not strong enough to control the wealth element, and it also throws the entire Ba-Z chart off balance by weakening an already weak daymaster. A weak daymaster meeting the wealth element usually indicates problems involving money, or in some instances, income tax problems. A weak daymaster also is not strong enough to withstand further control from the influence element. The influence element pressures the weak daymaster as it tries to exert control. A weak daymaster meeting influence element usually indicates problems with the law or authority, job-related obstacles such as problems getting promoted, or advancing or being retrenched. The weak daymaster also does not like to meet output elements in the luck pillars because it is already weak. It does not have enough strength to produce even more. When a weak daymaster meets an output element, it is forced to produce out, depleting its strength and again, causing an imbalance in the Ba-Z. Situations like these normally indicate staffing problems. A weak daymaster meeting an output element may also result in arguments or disputes that arise out of accidentally saying the wrong thing or offending someone. Working out the favorable and unfavorable elements. It is very important that you must first determine the strength of the daymaster. Then you will be able to determine what elements the chart favors and what it does not favor. From this, you can derive what type of luck is the person going through in which particular point in time, or what kind of obstacles the person is likely to face during certain luck pillars. Determining the strength of the daymaster is a very complex form of analysis with many layers and subtleties. However, it is always the month branch that gives you the bulk of the information. In later books, I will discuss concepts such as about the roots and formation when it comes to the strength of the pillars. But at the beginner level, focus your attention on determining the strength of the daymaster, determining your favorable and unfavorable elements, and corresponding these to your 5 factors. Chapter 8. Will I be rich? My email inbox is constantly inundated with emails from many individuals who are often desperate to know when they will be rich, and not just rich, but millionaires. Now, of course, money and wealth are not everything in this world, but it is an important consideration for many people today. One of the reasons why the "when will I be rich" question is difficult to answer in Ba-Z is because the meaning of rich or wealthy is difficult to define. How much money is enough? Or how much is a lot? Indeed, how much is too much? Donald Trump once remarked that when he owed hundreds of millions of dollars in debt to the banks at one point in his life, he considered the beggar who had $2 in his begging bowl more rich than him. It's all about context. Unfortunately, and I must disappoint some readers with this statement, your Ba-Z is not read like a bank statement. It does not tell you how much money you will have in exact figures or net worth. Instead, what a Ba-Z chart tells you is whether or not you have the capacity to amass great wealth, and whether or not this wealth will last or will simply be a flash in a pan. How do you judge your wealth capacity? Usually, a Ba-Z practitioner will first look at the Ba-Z and determine if the wealth element is present. If the wealth element is not present, you already start out with a disadvantage, money-wise, in life. Assuming that the wealth element is present, the next thing we have to evaluate is whether the wealth element is strong or weak. Even if the wealth element is strong, we still want to check your luck cycle to determine if you are going through good luck, thus allowing you to capitalize on your wealth potential, or even better, going through wealth luck. Now, it's not enough to just be able to make it. The famous rap artist MC Hammer managed to make over $30 million a year and lose it all in that same year. So, we must also look at whether a person will be able to hang on to this wealth, or will they make it and lose it just as quickly? Finally, we need to look at issues of personality and career. You have to enter the right career in order to maximize your wealth potential, but you also need the right personality and attitude to amass the wealth. You can have all the wealth potential in the world, but being a lazy bum isn't going to help you get rich. Let's take each of these issues one at a time. Evaluating the wealth element. The wealth element in your Ba-Z chart is the element that your Daymaster controls. For example, for a metal person, his wealth is wood. For a water person, his wealth is fire. So first and foremost, identify what is the wealth element in your chart. Now, after you have identified your wealth element, you need to determine if your Daymaster can actually exert control over your wealth element or not. What do I mean by this? You see, the Daymaster must be strong enough to exert control over the wealth element. If your Daymaster is weak, then it cannot effectively control the wealth element. This is the essence of understanding and interpreting the wealth capacity of a chart. Take a look at the following two examples. One Ba-Z chart belongs to a rich man, and the other Ba-Z chart belongs to a guy who can barely make ends meet. This man is Yi Wood, born in Cho Ox month. Cho Ox month is considered winter season. In this chart, water is hidden inside Cho Ox and inside Chin Dragon. This is an advanced concept called the hidden stems. While the Cho Ox is dominated by the earth element, when we are looking at the month pillar, we are interested in looking at the season of birth first. We know that Cho Ox is the winter season, and in winter, the water element is strong. Now, as water produces wood, we can conclude that wood is strong. So this Yi Wood Daymaster is quite strong. Now you might be wondering, isn't Cho Ox the earth element? And since wood controls earth, this weakens wood's chi. So shouldn't this wood be weak? The answer is because Cho Ox is, in this chart, the month of birth. That is why you need to consider the season and not just the earth element. The Cho Ox belongs to the winter season, and that is why the water element is considered strong. The earth in this chart, which is the wealth element for Yi Wood, is not weak either. Can you see that there are a number of earth elements in the earthly branches? Look in the Cho, Ox, Chin, Dragon, and Shu, Dog. Do you see how the earth element penetrates to the heavenly stem? And what does this concept of penetrate to heavenly stem mean? It means that the same element appears on both the heavenly stem and earth branch. In Ba-Z, this means the element is strong because from the branch, it pierces all the way to heaven. The element is very dominant and strong. So we can conclude that the Daymaster and wealth element are strong. This means that this Yi Wood can control the earth element, its wealth star. So we can conclude that this person has the potential to become rich. What makes this Ba-Z chart stand out is the being fire in the hour pillar. Being fire, as explained in previous chapters, is the fire of the sun. Now let me introduce yet another advanced concept of Ba-Z called Tiao Hao, regulating the climate. The temperature of this chart is cold. I say that because this person was born in the Cho Ox month, which is the winter season. And in winter, it's cold. A Ba-Z chart should be warm and comfortable. Otherwise, the elements will not foster growth, and there will be no liveliness in the chart. So what this chart needs is a little bit of warmth to help the Yi Wood grow. That is exactly what the being fire in his hour pillar supplies. Being fire, in case you have forgotten, is the fire of the sun. Hence, this person is able to become wealthy because he is able to use both fire and earth well. Now, in our second example, this person could hardly make ends meet most of his life. Let's find out why. He is Gung Metal, born in the High Pig month. High Pig month is the winter season, when water element is the strongest. Take a look at the other characters in his Bazi chart. Do you also see the two Z rat characters? These are water branches. Observe the heavenly stems. Notice the two Kuei water heavenly stems on the top, one on the month and the other on the hour pillar. In this chart, we have water penetrating to the heavenly stems from the branch. So we know that water element is very strong in this chart. In fact, it's too strong and has the effect of weakening the metal Daymaster, as it has to produce too much water. In the advanced Bazi, this is called metal sinking in water. So, this person's Gung Daymaster is in fact weak. What about his wealth element? Metal controls wood, so this person's wealth element is wood. You will notice that there is only one wood element, hidden inside the High Pig and the Wei Goat. Now, wood cannot grow if water is too strong, because when the water is too strong, it floods the chart and flushes away the wood. Remember my previous emphasis on the importance of balance in the Bazi? Too much of any element is not a good thing. In this chart, we can see how that is the case. Even though water grows wood, too much of water will only uproot and flush the wood away. So this person's wealth element is also considered weak. If a person's Daymaster is weak, and the wealth element is also weak, it is very unlikely that the person can become wealthy. Many beginners make the mistake of counting how many wealth elements they have in their charts. This method of reading charts is wrong. It is always the quality of an element, never the quantity, that matters. So when you evaluate the wealth element in your own chart, don't get carried away with counting the number of wealth elements. The key is to find out the quality of the wealth element, that is, its strength, or whether it penetrates to the heavenly stem, and not count the number of elements only. Choosing the right career. Ladies are most afraid of marrying the wrong man, and men are most afraid of choosing the wrong career. Chinese saying. Imagine this. Bill Gates, instead of going into the software business, went into the business of selling watches. He would probably still have gotten rich, but perhaps not quite to the extent of having a global empire. Choosing the right career is an extremely important factor when it comes to wealth. It's one thing to have a rich man's chart. This simply tells you that in your lifetime, you will have money. But how rich you will be depends on how well you chose your career to match your life path. In other words, you need to go into the right field in order to make the money that you're destined to have. Entering the wrong field, even if you have the capacity to make money, is like asking Michael Jordan to play tennis. It just doesn't happen. The Chinese have an old saying, every field comes with a hero, meaning there's always someone that makes it in every field. However, remember the capacity in each field is different. A person selling lunch boxes or chicken rice would probably need to sell 1 million meals to make $1 million, something an expert bond or stock market trader can make in a few minutes. In the course of my travels and consultations all over the world, I have encountered many instances of individuals who entered a field that did not suit them, but they persisted with it because it was the best choice at that time. At the same time, I have also met individuals who have consciously made it a point to move into a field that was suitable to them. Despite some initial adjustments, they later found that their decisions, which sometimes were very difficult and painful at first, have led them to a bigger playing field and increased their sense of fulfillment and satisfaction in life. However, one can safely say that if you at least choose the right field, you have a major advantage over others who don't. It is always better to go with the flow than to work against the odds. There are fields of work with elements that suit you, while there are those that would make your work a permanent uphill climb all the time. So, a wise choice goes a long way. Choosing career based on your Bazi. Using Bazi to help someone select a suitable career could be a subject of an entire book in itself. The variations are infinite because every individual and his or her Bazi chart is unique. Hence, for the purposes of this section, we're going to keep it simple and just use the 5 elements to help guide you on the question of a suitable career. Before we get started, remember, your best career field may not necessarily refer to the element of your daymaster. That is just one method of looking at career choices. A better technique is to examine your suitable career fields based on your favorable element or elements. Remember how in earlier chapters, I showed you the ways to establish your favorable and unfavorable elements? Based on your favorable elements, you can establish the relevant industry that you will excel or do well in, or will invariably be drawn to. For example, if your favorable element is fire, then you should select the fields that are related to the fire element. If your favorable element is water, then you would do better in the water element related industry. Conversely, it is inadvisable to enter the fields related to your unfavorable elements. Generally, in the study of Bazi, an individual's achievements and performance in life would be limited at best, fruitless at worst, if he chose to enter a career field that is unfavorable to his Bazi. Entering a field of work that is represented by your unfavorable or negative element can disadvantage you significantly, not to mention the fact that most of the time, you will probably feel dissatisfied and unfulfilled with your life. So what careers relate to each of the 5 elements? Here is a general guide. Fire industry. Fire in the study of the 5 elements represents exuberance, beauty, mannerisms, and politeness. It also represents advancement and illumination. Fields in the service industry are usually fire-related. If you are in the business of making others beautiful, such as cosmetics, beauty products, you are in a fire-related industry. Pilots, air hosts, and hostesses are doing fire-related jobs. Why? Fire chi rises to the top, and water chi flows to the bottom. A plane uses fuel and flies in the sky, so it is of a fire element. Computers and electronics and all items that use electricity are related to fire. So if you sell computers and gadgets, you are in a fire business. If you are in an industry that relates to petrol, oil lamps, lighting, then these are all related to the fire element and thus are fire industry fields. Water fields. All mobile or moving businesses are related to water. So if you are in transportation, career, or tourism businesses, you are involved in a water-related field. Any business that involves or requires the use of water, such as raising fishes, supplying mineral water, or filtering water, is also part of the water business. Water also relates to wisdom and intelligence. So if your work involves thinking, creativity, or innovation, you are in a water field. If you are involved in strategic planning and your job entails a lot of analysis, you are also in a water field. If you are working in a hygiene company, in a laundromat, or the cleaning industry, you are also in a water-related field. Earth occupations. The most obvious example of an earth occupation is real estate. If you buy and sell houses or if you sell land, you are in the earth element business. If you are involved in the building materials, minerals, stonecraft industry, then you are also involved in an earth-related industry. If you sell tiles and marble or engage in a business which is involved in these items, you are also involved in an earth element industry. Antique dealers and art dealers are regarded as involved in earth-related industries, since these involve objects that last throughout time. Earth also relates to trustworthiness in the study of the five elements. If your work relates to selling trust and a sense of security, such as healing and insurance, then you are in an earth element related business. Metal jobs. Metal represents justice and righteousness in the study of the five elements. Thus, people in the armed forces, in the police force, and in the legal profession usually belong to the metal element industry. Many people think that if they work with metal objects like televisions or computers, they are in a metal element line, but this is not correct. Television, computers, and other electronic items that require electricity and energy to function belong to the fire element. Metal fields include goldsmiths, coin collection, pewter industry, grills and aluminum, and selling automobiles. Metal also represents finance. If you have a lot of metal in your chart, you will be attracted to the finance, banking, or stock trading industry. If metal is favorable for you, then it means that you will do well in these fields. If metal is unfavorable for you, you will dread to be in the industry, but you probably have no choice but to continue in this line. Woodwork. In the study of the five elements, wood relates to growth and progress. So jobs that involve teaching or helping others to succeed are jobs that involve the use of wood. Obvious examples of the wood industry are timber, plantation, furniture, or goods made from wood. Businesses that are seasonal in nature, such as fashion design or the clothing business, are also related to wood. If your work involves creating, inventing, or designing, you are also in the wood business. Defining your industry. Gone are the days when people were farmers or soldiers or fishermen or traders. Job descriptions have evolved, as have the types of jobs around. The marketing manager is a relatively recent incarnation, much like the chief information officer or CIO. Most jobs nowadays involve more than one of the five elements, what BASI practitioners call mixed elements industries. The trick is to identify the main element of the industry. Take, for example, the hair salon business. What element is that? Hair, in the study of the five elements, relates to wood, so it is a wood industry. But the hair salon offers haircuts, which involves the use of scissors, which are metal. So, the hair salon business involves wood and metal. But what if you work as a marketing executive for a company that deals in hairstyling products, such as Vidal Sassoon? You don't cut hair. You don't even touch hair. Are you still in the wood metal industry? In advanced BASI, a practitioner looks not just at the suitable field for a person to enter, but what role they should play in it. This is done using a concept in BASI known as the 10 gods. So, using our earlier example of the marketing executive for hairstyling products, this person is in a wood field using his or her hurting officer star. Luck periods for wealth. So you have wealth elements in your chart and you're in the right career to ensure you can maximize that wealth potential. Why then is the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow still not visible? They say opportunity only knocks once, and perhaps in BASI, this might be true. People imagine that they need 20, maybe 30 years of good luck in order to amass wealth. Not true. Sometimes, all you need is one good 10-year block. And if you work hard and go all out during those 10 years, you may just be able to fulfill that wish of retiring to the Bahamas. Having the potential and capacity for wealth in your BASI is one thing. You still need to time your actions correctly. You have to know when is your prime time and when is your downtime, and act appropriately. Knowing when to take action is as important as knowing what to do. The idea in BASI is to go with the flow and not against the tides. Of course, there are those that say that we should live our life with a little sense of adventure. True, life wouldn't be fun if everything was predictable or predicted. But knowing when is the best time to take advantage of opportunities doesn't take the fun out of life. It's just the wise thing to do. That is why there are so many forecasts out there each year. There are financial specialists who forecast the performance of share markets every year. Then there's the weatherman who tells us when to bring our raincoats. And of course, we have our geologists who are supposed to forecast for us the earthquakes and tsunamis. Are forecasts a bad thing? I don't think so. It helps us plan and prepare. Bazi is a similar forecast tool to help us shape and run our lives better. By knowing what to expect and then being able to make the best of the situation, you take advantage of your Bazi's potential and minimize any negative effects. This chart belongs to a gentleman with a Ding Fire Daymaster. From the chart, we can tell that he is a weak Ding Fire because he is Ding Fire born in the Yu Rooster month. Yu Rooster month is autumn season when fire is weak. In case you have forgotten why fire in the autumn season is weak, go back for the quick recap. Also, there are too many metal elements in this chart. There are Gung and Sin metals flanking the Daymasters left and right. In the day and hour branches, the Cho Ox, which is earth, and the Si Rat, which is water, both weaken the Ding Daymaster. What does this mean? It means that while this person's Daymaster, which is fire, is weak, the strength of his wealth element, which is metal, is very strong. So this gentleman is not super rich, but clearly he has the potential to be wealthy. All he needs is, yes, the right type of luck. So let's take a look at his luck pillars. What does Ding Fire need to make it so stronger so that it can control the already strong metal wealth element? Wood, of course. Between the ages of 58 to 77, this gentleman will go through 20 years of wood luck. Thus, he can expect to experience much wealth later in life. He can also seek to maximize his wealth potential during the ages of 38 to 47 when he goes through strong fire luck. During these years, he will enjoy wealth through partnerships, which will be successful. Why partnerships? The fire element to a Ding Fire person is the companion element. Since fire is a favorable element to this chart, he can use fire, meaning he can have partners in business and create wealth through partnerships. This gentleman will most likely amass his wealth through joint ventures or working together in partnership with others during those 20 years. But his real wealth luck comes in during wood luck years, because wood directly strengthens his Ding Fire, and the wealth that he can acquire during these years will not have to be shared, so to speak, with anyone. Easy come, easy go. One or two silly mistakes can in some instances literally cost a fortune. I've had clients who have lost their entire fortunes due to mishaps. If making money is about making sure that you seize the opportunities when your luck is good, then keeping your money is recognizing the times when you may experience a loss of wealth and staying away from anything too risky during those periods. The key to guarding against mishaps related to wealth is to look for elements that will cause imbalance to the Bazi chart. In particular, imbalance which relates to your ability to control your wealth element, or something which results in the removal of your wealth element. I will introduce one of the easiest and certain methods of recognizing this scenario. It is one of the earthly branch relationships called the 6 clashes, or Liu Chong. 6 clashes is a Bazi term for a type of relationship between the elements. There are 6 different types of clashing relationships, hence the term 6 clashes. A clash between the earthly branches denotes an opposing force between one earth branch with another. It usually results in the removal of an element. Here is a table of the 6 clashes. It is useful to commit this table into memory because this principle can be used for other types of Bazi analysis besides wealth analysis. Now let's see what the effect of a clash is when it comes to matters of money. This Daymaster is Wu Earth. Wu Earth's wealth element is water. In this particular Bazi, the wealth element of water can be found inside the Si Rat branch in the year pillar. When this person enters the Wu Horse luck pillar in his destiny, the Wu horse will clash with Si rat. This clash will clash away his wealth element. This indicates loss of wealth since the wealth element is being clashed away, which means that when this person enters the Wu horse luck pillar, he or she will encounter problems with money. Should you advise him to make major investments in this period of his life? Or should you advise him to lay low and keep a low profile, perhaps save up for the rainy day? Remember, Bazi is all about taking the right action during the good or bad luck cycles with a view to improve your life. If one of your earthly branches is your wealth element, and it is involved in a clash in any particular year or luck pillar, then it is likely that year will be a loss of wealth year. Simple, isn't it? Let's look at another example. Rern Daymaster's wealth element is fire. The wealth element of this Rern Daymaster is located inside the Z Snake earthly branch in the year pillar. Now refer to the table of 6 clashes. You will notice that the high pig clashes with the Z snake. This means that during the high pig year, this person will experience a loss of wealth. Let's look at a more complete example. This man lost a lot of money just before he reached the age of 36. Let's find out why. He is a Ding fire born in Wu horse month. Now Wu horse is the height of the summer season, when fire is the strongest element. Clearly, his Ding Fire Daymaster is strong. Take a look at what is around him. There are 2 more fire elements on the month and year stems, a Bing and a Ding. This man's chart has many companion elements. Now remember, when a Daymaster is weak, then companion elements help to strengthen it. But when a Daymaster is strong, it doesn't need more companions. These companions will end up competing with the Daymaster to control the wealth element. Why? Because his Daymaster is strong, so he does not need more companion elements to make him stronger. His companion elements are therefore negative elements. When did he lose a substantial sum of money? During the ages of 26 to 35, when he was going through the luck pillar of Kuei Maog, the water rabbit. What happened? Mao, rabbit, and Yu, rooster, are one of the 6 clashes in Bazi study. Remember the 6 clashes I mentioned earlier? Now, the Yu, rooster, is metal, which is the wealth element of Ding, fire. The Mao, rabbit branch of the luck pillar clashes away the Yu, rooster in the year pillar, thereby removing the wealth element from his chart. Rabbit clashes with rooster. Furthermore, the Mao, rabbit, is wood, and wood in this man's chart is an unfavorable element. Why? Being a strong fire element, he does not need to be strengthened any further by a resource element. Wood strengthens fire. Thus, wood is an unfavorable element to him. Wood comes in and throws off the balance in the chart by making the already strong fire too strong, and at the same time, removing the wealth element in this chart. Hence, the loss of wealth. Are there exceptions to rule? Yes, of course there are. However, in general, whenever a clash involves a wealth branch, there is a 65 to 75% chance it will be related to loss of money. Of course, there are exceptions and one has to qualify the clash on the basis of its severity, but these are advanced methods of analysis that I will share in later books. For now, look out for these clashes in your chart. They could literally save you a fortune. Who wants to be a millionaire? Much of our world today seems to revolve around making money in the fastest, shortest possible way. Have you seen that TV show, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? It's a good illustration of how today we worship individuals who get rich overnight on a single stock market trade or IPO, who go from rags to riches on a TV show, who receive a windfall, as it were, from the heavens by winning the lottery. I think the question when it comes to wealth should never be if you can be a millionaire, but if you can stay a millionaire. Remember, easy come, easy go. There are people who may well be able to reap a great amount of money in a short span of time, but in the same amount of time, manage to squander it all. That is why in Bazi analysis of a person's destiny code, we look for wealth and source of wealth. Just wealth alone is not enough to ensure long-lasting financial fortunes. You need to have continuous source of wealth. So what do we look for in a Bazi that indicates a continuous source of wealth? Essentially, you also need the output element to support your wealth element. Remember the 5 elements? Well, you will notice that your output element is what creates your wealth element. If you have output, then your wealth element has support and can continue to grow. This gentleman is Jark Wood, born in Cho Ox month. Cho Ox is the winter season. In winter, the water element is strong. Water produces wood. Now notice that inside the Cho Ox and Chin Dragon, what we call the hidden stems in Bazi, are roots of water. Notice that this chart also has Bing Fire, which helps bring warmth to the chart. Fire is the output of wood. Fire produces earth, which is the wealth of wood. Accordingly, we can see in this chart that the output element is continuously producing the wealth element. The wealth element is supported by its source, indicating continuous growth. The Daymaster element is strong, wealth is strong, and there is perfect use of output star. This is a Bazi chart of a wealthy individual. A word on wealth and windfall. Pennies do not come from heaven. They must be earned here on earth. Margaret Thatcher. Many Bazi practitioners will tell you that in many consultations, people like to inquire about Pian Kai, or wealth from the heavens, better known as windfall gains. Usually, this relates to questions about the stock market or whether or not they can win money from gambling or the lottery. I am no expert in stockbroking. Asking any Destiny Code analyst about stockbroking is like asking a fishmonger how to write a computing program. Stock picking is an art and a special skill. There are experts in this field, and it requires much study and research. It is not that much just about luck alone. It's the same with gambling. Winning at the casino is not just about a game of luck and chance. It's a game of statistics and probability. People who win at gambling have very special charts, or at least they go through very special timing in their destiny. Not many people have such charts. Bazi analysis of a person's wealth is not about forecasting the ups and downs of the stock market, telling them what stocks to pick or whether they should buy a lottery ticket at 34. A Bazi analysis of a person's wealth is mainly about understanding his wealth amassing capacity and through what fields or work can this be maximized. Bazi is not an art specifically designed to predict trends of financial markets either. The Heavenly Star method might be a better choice for this purpose, but that's not the topic of discourse here. Bazi is an art designed mainly to assess a person's destiny, not the market's destiny. Does the market have a date of birth? Is it a male or female? You get the point? If you want to pick stocks or play the market, you need a different kind of personal chart. So what about Warren Buffett or Li Ka-shing, you might ask? Stock picking is like any other profession. It has rules, it has skills, and you need a talent for understanding the market, the complexity of the market, and read the trends. Usually in Bazi, we look for the capacity of a person with regards to what we call indirect wealth. And of course, the right luck pillars do help. You must have the correct Bazi chart, one that already has the capacity in its code, and the right supporting luck pillars in order to excel and win at the stock market or make windfall gains. In every market's rise and fall, there are those who make money and those who don't. This is because there are those who go through wealth luck and those who do not. Bazi is not specifically designed to help you gamble and make windfall profits. Though over the centuries, many people have been intrigued by the fact that there is a slight possibility that gambling can be calculated with Bazi. I do not rule out this possibility, but definitely this is not an area of my expertise at the time of writing this book. and I personally do not endorse such a practice. You can gamble for fun, but I don't think you should gamble your fortunes away. It is definitely not a wise way to live, and not a correct way to practice Ba-zi. Chapter 9: Prince Charming and Miss Right. All about romance. I think one of the main motivations in life for many people is to find that special someone to share their happiness and success with. Yet in this world, unfortunately, there are many who seem to succeed in everything but relationships. It is common for Ba-zi consultations to sometimes be just about one thing: relationships. Women, although increasingly these days men as well, usually want to know, when will I have a relationship? When will I meet Mr. or Miss Right, or that special someone? When will I get married? The Love Code. Ba-zi for relationships. In some respects, evaluating your relationships through Ba-zi is like having marriage counseling. You're trying to find the source of a problem and understand what is wrong with your relationship. The advantage of Ba-zi is that you can use it to not only find out why your relationship or marriage is having difficulties, but also in the process, understand yourself and your personality better, and thus, perhaps make changes to your attitude or your character that can make your relationships or marriage better. Those of us who are more romantically inclined tend to think of relationships as an everlasting, till death do us part scenario. But like all things, in Ba-zi and in the living world, nothing is permanent. That is not to say that you can never be happy with just one person, but that relationships, like all things in life, have their ups and downs. Passion, commitment, love are not constant in this life or in a Ba-zi chart. It is for this very reason that a Ba-zi is so useful when it comes to relationship matters. View Ba-zi analysis as an education, offering solutions to the issues we encounter when dealing with the opposite sex. But remember also that when you are evaluating your Ba-zi, you need to think in an objective, unbiased way. Admittedly, this is difficult, so perhaps when it comes to evaluating relationships or marriage, get a friend to look at your chart rather than try to analyze it entirely by yourself. Often, an opinion from someone who is not deeply involved in your life can provide a different perspective regarding your specific concerns. An unbiased or independent view can sometimes be harsh, but would eventually be the real help or advice you need. When you are trapped in a love or emotional problem, it is often difficult to get out of the maze. The Chinese say, "To force, there is no happiness." Perhaps the most important thing in relationships is don't force the situation. Remember that while love and relationships are important, so is leading a happy, healthy, and vibrant life. This is a very simplified way of looking at relationships and marriage through Ba-zi. There are other more complicated relationships such as clashes, punishments, harms, and destructions. But as this is a beginner's text, let's keep things simple. Having said that, don't underestimate what you can discern with the simple techniques of Ba-zi. Often, matters aren't as complicated as they appear. It is the people who complicate them. Remember, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. Peach Blossom Appeal. One of the simplest ways to determine how you will fare in the game of relationships is to find out how attractive you are. The best part is you don't need a mirror for this. Ever wondered how some seemingly ugly, by objective standards, people are always the center of attention? Or some people who are not bad looking have difficulty attracting the opposite sex? Or how some politicians or artists seem to maintain their popularity despite being flawed characters? The answer is in the peach blossom. Peach blossom is a type of flower in China that is culturally associated with romance. When someone says you're going through peach blossom luck, they are in effect saying that you are having good romance luck. Peach blossom stars is the name for a certain group of earthly branches that may appear in a set of Ba-zi. You could call them attraction magnets. They give a person charisma, a certain mystery X factor that draws people to them, or gives them a magic touch when it comes to managing or influencing people. The reference point for the peach blossom star is the Daymaster's earthly branch, as you can see in the following diagram. Each person has an individual peach blossom star that is assigned to his or her Daymaster's earthly branch. This peach blossom can manifest in 3 ways. It appears within the 8 characters of your Ba-Z, or it appears in your luck pillar, or in an annual year pillar. For example, if your Daymaster's earthly branch is the Yin tiger, Wu horse, or Shu dog, then your peach blossom star is Mao rabbit. If your Daymaster's earthly branch is the Z snake, Yu rooster, or Cho ox, then your peach blossom star is Wu horse. If your Daymaster's earthly branch is Shen monkey, Si rat, or Chen dragon, then your peach blossom star is the Yu rooster. If your Daymaster earthly branch is the Hai pig, Mao rabbit, or Wei goat, then your peach blossom is the Si rat. This example shows a lady born on the Jiark Yang Wood, Shin monkey day. Her reference would be Shin monkey, so her peach blossom star is the Yu rooster. Check your Ba-Z chart now and find out which animal sign is your peach blossom star. Evaluating your peach blossom. If you have peach blossom stars, and some people have more than one, as one of the 8 characters in your Ba-Z chart, then you are someone who has a magic touch with relationships. This can mean that you are very attractive to the opposite sex, or both sexes, or you have a charisma that makes people want to gravitate towards you, but not necessarily in a boyfriend or girlfriend way. Politicians, movie stars, singers, or speakers usually have peach blossom stars. This is what gives them their public appeal, magnetism, and charisma. If you go through a luck pillar of your personal peach blossom star, in that 10 years, your attractiveness towards the opposite sex will increase. In the year 2005, year of Yi Yu, wood rooster, this lady born in the day of Jiark Shin, wood monkey, will meet with her personal peach blossom star. If she is still single in 2005, you can say that she will likely meet someone in the year of 2005. Using the peach blossom star method to check your attractiveness is the first and easiest way to analyze potential relationships. Of course, it is not the only way. A word of caution: having peach blossom star in your Ba-Z does not mean you are supermodel material. Sometimes, peach blossom stars represent a potential attractiveness. This potential will only be realized in certain periods of time based on your cycle of luck. Sometimes this comes early in life, and sometimes it doesn't come until a very old age. This is the luck factor in Ba-Z. Are you the marrying kind? Asian society places a great deal of importance on conformity and doing what everybody else is doing. It has become commonplace for us to define normality through our stereotypes of how people should behave, what they should do with their lives, and as far as relationships go, getting married, having 2 or 3 children, a dog, and a house. The unfortunate truth is that the determination to fit into the stereotype of normal has not had the effect of creating a more normal society. In fact, it is quite the opposite. Divorces, broken families, misfit children, or children with issues caused by their poor family background seem to be on the rise these days. When you are evaluating the issue of relationships, specifically marriage, it is important, if you wish to make full use of the knowledge that comes from Ba-Z, to ask yourself this one very pertinent question. Are you really the marrying kind? The truth is that as far as destiny analysis goes, some people are better off being single. While some people may find their lives improve upon marriage, others may find marriage is not all that it is cut out to be. Some people have excellent luck with relationships because their Ba-Z indicates they will have enjoyable and fruitful love lives. But it's also a fact that very few people have it all. What is having it all? a good love life, a good career, good wealth luck, respect, status, power, a harmonious family, well-behaved and successful children, and a good end to their life. The perfect life, hassle-free, only happiness, and no sorrow. Now, wouldn't that be ideal? But, like there is yin and yang, so the world can be incredibly unfair. All those people with good charts, and incredibly fair. No charts are forever good, or forever bad, or good in every single aspect equally. Some good-looking people flit from relationship to relationship, finding no satisfaction in any one of them. How is it the school geek seems happily married? When it comes to your destiny and relationships, some people meet their soulmate early in life, some later in life, some meet no one, and some only can admire from afar. Whatever you have in your chart or do not have in your chart, remember that it's not about the hand you're dealt, but how you play the game. Finally, timing is one very important and crucial factor in Bazi. So sometimes you have to wait for your turn. Trying to win the game early, so to speak, may bring a temporary gain, but could ultimately lead to a loss. Evaluating your marriage luck. The idea of living with someone you love and sharing your success, indeed your life, together, is a very precious thing, not something that many people would turn down. And yet, you have probably heard about the guy or lady who, despite being very attractive, just keeps falling in love with the wrong person or the wrong type. Or people you know who are trapped in terrible relationships, but just don't seem to be able to get out of those relationships. You may be the marrying kind, but have you got the marriage luck? Does your destiny support your romantic or personal aspirations? There are people out there with beautiful destiny charts that give them not just the chance, but the certainty of such a life with someone special. And there are people out there with more money than they can ever spend in 2 lifetimes, trying to get out of their marriages. In the above example, we have a woman who has had a very unhappy marriage and is now divorced. What is the cause of her relationship woes? She is Rern Water, Yang Water, born in Mao Rabbit Month, which is the peak of spring. Now, wood is the strongest element in spring, and wood absorbs water, so this water daymaster is pretty weak. Her daymaster needs to be a bit stronger, which means she favors her resource and companion elements. Unfortunately, her daymaster has little support from the branches or stems in her chart. Not even the metal in the U rooster branch of her hour pillar is enough to strengthen her Rern Water daymaster. Now, ladies, remember that when your daymaster element is weak, you do not like to be controlled by another element. Thus, this weak Rern Water does not like her influence element, Earth. Quick reminder, Earth controls water in the 5-element cycle. Accordingly, Earth is now an unfavorable element for her. In the study of Bazi, for a woman, the element that controls her daymaster element is called the husband star. Thus, in the above chart, her husband star is an unfavorable element. Now, imagine if your unfavorable element is your husband element. What would you make of her relationship with her husband? The obvious answer would be bad, of course. The more she tries to force a marriage, the more the unfavorable element affects her. She has to wait for the time in her luck pillars where a certain favorable element appears to alleviate this flaw. When that time comes, her marriage or relationships will work out naturally. Decoding relationship luck through Bazi. Generally, there are 2 methods for evaluating a person's marriage luck: evaluating the spouse palace, evaluating the quality of the wealth element for men, or influence element for women. Using these 2 methods, we are trying to ascertain if this person will have a good or bad relationship with their spouse, but also whether marriage is favorable or unfavorable. This is also sometimes used to evaluate if early or late marriage is preferable for a person. The spouse palace. The spouse palace represents your relationship with your spouse. This palace is located directly under your Daymaster. In a majority of cases, if you have a favorable element located in your spouse palace, you will enjoy a good marriage in the sense that your relationship with your spouse will generally be good. You and your partner will enjoy your marriage to each other, have a loving relationship, and will be committed to each other. Chances are that as long as you are not an unreasonable spouse or put needless pressure on your relationship, you will have a good marriage. However, if in this palace you have an unfavorable element, then you might not feel that you would have a wonderful relationship with your spouse. This does not mean that you will not get married. It may simply mean that in the duration of the marriage, you do not feel satisfied with the relationship for some reason, or you are simply not as lovey-dovey as some couples are. So what do you do if this is the case? As commonplace and trite as the answer is, you simply have to work harder at your relationship. I do not think I am by any means saying anything revolutionary when I say that people do have to work at their relationships, marriage or otherwise. People with favorable elements in their spouse palace simply don't have to put in as much effort as those who have an unfavorable element in their spouse palace. This does not mean that they do not have to work at maintaining their relationship. For example, keeping the spark, maintaining the zing in their marriage, appreciating their other halves. You know the drill. Indeed, it may well be the case that people who do not take their marriage for granted, or know from their bazi that their marriage luck is not so good, would do better simply because they make the effort. They go the extra mile to make their marriages work. Now, I'm sure it probably seems a bit depressing to see all these less than good marriage charts. So let's take a look at what the chart of someone with good marriage luck looks like. This is the bazi of a lady named Mrs. Chan, who enjoys a happy marriage. Mrs. Chan is Yi Wood, born in Si Rat month, which is the winter month. In my next books on bazi, when I cover the combinations, you will learn that Si Rat and Cho Ox is known as a half-winter directional combination. This means that the water element in this chart is strong. Now, with half of winter in the chart, obviously, this bazi is also quite cold. To keep the analysis simple, this is how you read this chart at the present level. In winter, the water element is strong. Water, of course, grows wood. So we can say that wood is strong in this chart. Strong wood usually requires output to reduce the strength of the wood and to balance the chart. Wood's output is fire. Now look and see where the fire element is to be found. Smack inside her spouse palace is the Z, snake, which contains, in the hidden stems of the earthly branches, the favorable Bing, fire element. Mrs. Chan has her favorable fire element in her spouse palace. A favorable element in the spouse palace usually indicates satisfying relationship with the spouse. The untouchable palace. Every relationship has its ups and downs. Some couples argue throughout their life together but still remain together. Some couples go through huge arguments, then break up on a small issue. Some couples suddenly find after 20 years of marriage, they don't like each other. By using bazi, you can actually try to spot or foresee these arguments and conflicts, and in some instances, stave off the breakup. Remember, I asked you to memorize the 6 clashes earlier. In case you haven't committed them to memory yet, here they are again. In bazi, a person's spouse palace is sacred. I call it the untouchable palace. Ideally, you don't want this palace to be clashed. A clash in the spouse palace usually denotes a problem associated with your relationship with your spouse. There are major clashes and minor clashes. Pay attention to major ones, such as a clash due to a luck pillar, as these are the ones that hit a relationship hard. Minor ones, such as a clash from a year pillar, are not as bad. Now let's look at an example of how to evaluate the impact of a clash in terms of relationships or marriage. This chart belongs to a G, Earth Lady. Her influence element, which represents her husband, is wood. When she enters the 10-year luck pillar of the U, Rooster, and in the year of the ewe, rooster, within those 10 years, a serious threat to her relationship can be expected. Why? Because ewe, rooster, which is metal, clashes with her mao, rabbit, which is of a wood element. This clash occurs in the Daymaster's earthly branch, which is her spouse palace. When both the luck pillar and the annual pillars pose a double whammy into the spouse palace, this normally indicates an extremely strong likelihood of a turbulent period when it comes to the marital relationship. Looking at wealth and influence. Remember in earlier chapters, I talked about the husband star and the wealth star? To the men, their wealth star represents their wife. Remember, wealth is what your Daymaster controls in the 5-element cycle, and to the women, their influence star represents their husband, since it is what controls your Daymaster in the 5-element cycle. Just a quick pointer here. The term stars here is merely a term used by a Bazi practitioner to describe what a specific element represents. Don't focus too much on the names or terms at this point. We're at the beginner's level, so keep it simple. Now, so far we have learned that if these are favorable elements to the person with regard to their Daymaster, chances are the quality of marriage for the person would be quite good. If these elements are unfavorable, these usually belong to people who have a hard time enjoying their marriage or have a bad marriage. To analyze the quality of a marriage, you also can look at the quality of the wealth or influence star, and I'll show you how to do that in the following examples. You may be curious to know, though, what does a really good marriage chart look like? One thing you must remember, Bazi readings for relationships are based on what some people may regard as a bit of an old-fashioned viewpoint on marriage and relationships. In today's world of the working career woman and the age of the house husband, the idea of what is an ideal marriage has probably changed since the time of Grand Master Xu Xiping from the 5 Dynasty era about 1,000 years ago. Grand Master Xu Xiping is the founding father of Ziping Bazi system, the system of Chinese astrology we are using now to decode a person's destiny code. Of course, what you believe to be an ideal marriage is an individual opinion, but for now, let's focus with what Bazi considers to be the ideal marriage. I will deal with the modern view of marriage in my next book. Traditionally, a good marriage is a tall order. The woman is a good, loving wife who takes care of her husband. Her husband is reasonably rich and takes care of their children and their home. The children are reasonably successful and respectful. Finally, she will have the opportunity to see her grandchildren married before she dies. Regarding the chart on your screen now, this lady was in her 80s when she died. She was married to her husband for more than 60 years. At her funeral were her grandchildren and great-grandchildren, along with hundreds of family members and friends. This lady was Kuei Water, born in Shen Monkey Month, the autumn season where metal is the strongest. Metal produces water, so her water is reasonably strong. Now, her influence element is earth. Where is her husband's star then? Right next to her, in her month pillar. See the Wu Yang Earth in the month pillar's heavenly stem? What makes this lady's marriage look good is that her Daymaster combines with her husband's star. In advanced Bazi, Wu and Kuei are called a heavenly stem combination. This means her husband loves her a lot. Now, her husband's star in this chart is no slouch either. He is well supported by the fire elements in her chart. Fire produces earth. So both her self-element, Kuei, and her husband's star, Wu, are reasonably balanced. What about her children? The children of Kuei are the wood element. Water produces wood, remember? In this woman's chart, wood is located right below her. Picture this, a gentle rain sprinkling down on the plants. In Bazi, this is a beautiful picture. Now, emotional state is very important for a good marriage. This woman has no clashes, harms, punishments, or destruction in her chart, indicating a stable personality and a balanced emotional state. What does a chart that indicates a bad marriage look like? Take a look here. This woman was born in 1966. She has been married twice. Presently, she is single, but is in a relationship. She is Gung Metal, born in the month of Wu Horse, which is at the height of summer. Now look at her Bazi. You will notice that she has 2 Wu Horse, so she has 2 Ding Fire. Look at the hidden stems underneath these earthly branches to find the 2 Ding Fire. Both these Ding Fires are strong, as there is also a Bing Fire heavenly stem appearing in the year pillar. This indicates the fire element is excessively strong. Now, using what I like to call the secret art of common sense, we will know that fire that is too strong will automatically hurt the Gung Metal Daymaster. So, her favorable elements are metal, to strengthen the Daymaster, and water, to cool the fire. The sea rat contains Kuei, yin water, which will be helpful in cooling her chart down. It is located in her spouse palace. Unfortunately, the sea rat clashes with the Wu horse in the month pillar. Ding Fire is the influence element of this Gung Metal Daymaster woman and thus represents her husband's star. What causes her to have a bad marriage or bad husband luck in her life? In decoding a person's destiny, like any other science, more than one indication of a problem usually suggests that there is going to be a problem. In her case, firstly, her spouse palace has a clash. Secondly, this clash involves her husband element, fire, and her spouse palace, which is the sea rat, earthly branch. Thirdly, fire element, which is the element that represents her husband, is her unfavorable element. Finally, you will also notice that all her 4 branches are peach blossom stars. Now remember that in Bazi, we are always striving for balance. A bit of peach blossom is good to enhance one's attractiveness, but too many peach blossom stars is not good for relationships, and especially for women, when it comes to ensuring a stable marriage. As your knowledge of Bazi increases, come back and study her chart again. You will see that this woman's relationship issues are also caused by self-punishment and destruction in the branches of her Bazi, denoting emotional instability, the main cause of her relationship woes. Giving the right love prescription. Of course, when people come for a Bazi consultation that relates to their relationship, they aren't just looking for the good news, or bad news, as it were. They want some advice. In the course of my practice of Bazi, and I have done readings both locally and overseas, the cultural context is very important. In countries and societies where divorce is commonplace, acceptable or not too difficult to undertake, you tend to get more people asking when is the right time to get a divorce, rather than whether their marriage will be good. In Asian societies, divorce is usually the last resort in terms of advice given by a Bazi practitioner. It is usually only suggested when the relationship is abusive or tormenting. This is because in Asian society, it is generally expected that couples will stay together for the sake of their children or the family, although I should add, this is changing. How do you use Bazi then to plan the decisions that relate to your relationships in the marriage? All things considered, personal happiness is at stake here for most people. Here are a few scenarios where Bazi can help you make a decision on how to handle your relationships. Waiting for the right person. Your Bazi chart may indicate that you have more than one relationship possibility, but the real relationship, the right person as it were, only comes later in life. What then do you do? If you chose the first person who comes along, there is the possibility of running the risk that when the real Miss or Mr. Right comes along, the earlier relationship runs into difficulty or problems of the third person kind. Hitting the clash. What do you do when your Bazi reveals a clash with your luck pillar and your spouse palace? When you are in a relationship, 2 to 3 bad years might seem like an eternity, much less 10 years. It is often at these points that people contemplate the path of divorce. If your Bazi tells you that your marriage is going to hit a rough patch at that point, then you can make use of that knowledge to get around the problem. Perhaps you just need to tolerate your other half more, or close an eye to some of the difficulties, or attend counseling. Perhaps your spouse or yourself may consider working overseas for a period. As they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Also, temporary separation through overseas work can help fulfill a Bazi chart clash in a controlled manner. Some families I know have weathered through the tough years of their relationship period, almost threatening to divorce, but didn't choose that route. Whatever it is, there is a solution at hand if you chose to take action. And since you know what is the cause of your difficulties, it would seem silly not to do something, right? It's all about the right time. If you have failed dismally in relationships or always end up picking the wrong person, it is likely that you have a certain negative element in your Bazi, especially in your spouse palace. In a majority of the cases, it's all the timing. If you're fortunate, this time of your life comes early in life. For the rest of us, this time comes a little later. For some people, a late marriage is better than an early marriage, as this will ensure their relationship with their spouse will be positive rather than unfavorable. If you know that your early years, until say 35, are likely to be unfavorable to marriage, it might seem wise not to walk up to the altar at an early age. It is wise to wait until it comes. In the meantime, try working in areas where you will achieve much better results. Work with your Bazi chart, not against it. Your time can be spent more productively doing something which has a good chance of achieving results, or that we are good at. Commitment when a person is ready. One of the situations where a marriage turns sour is when people are forced to commit to marriage when they are not ready. Sometimes this is psychological. Most of the time, it's in their Bazi. They are just not ready to take on the relationship. 1,000 mountains can be moved, but to change a person's character, it is not possible. A Chinese saying. It is often easier to move mountains than to change a person's character. The only way is to wait until that person comes to a point in life where commitment is a priority. Some people have this luck earlier in life, while some much later. Hence the need to understand and accept these factors in life. Neither party should be forced into a situation that they don't want to be in. Whose problem is it? Now, I realize this is a book about Bazi, with a little bit of feng shui thrown in, so it seems a bit odd to sound like a marriage counselor. But many people often refuse to acknowledge that sometimes their marital problems are caused by their own attitudes. In the many professional Bazi readings I've done, often I encounter clients who think the problem is with their partners or spouses, never with them. It's amazing how human nature is. Others are always wrong, and we always think or feel we are right. Men who find their wives are naggy or a pain in the butt, or who feel their marriages have lost that loving feeling, as it were, sometimes don't realize that their spouses have not changed. They have simply not kept up their end of the bargain, or not bothered with the relationship, or they have changed. Before people put the blame at the door of their spouses, they should first evaluate their own Bazi to see if perhaps the problem is them. If it's not, then you check your spouse's chart. If your influence element is what is causing your chart to be unbalanced, then it is probably your work that is putting a strain on your marriage. The answer: work harder at putting in quality time at home, even if it means you have to be a bit more organized. If your output element is dominant in your chart, your problem is likely due to your overly high standards or demanding attitude. The answer: expect less from your spouse, and you will be happier. Admittedly, it is not easy to undertake some of these changes, easy as they seem. To change a person's attitude, indeed, approach to life, is very difficult and requires a lot of effort. So you must ask yourself at the end of the day, if this relationship matters to me, what can I do? Or rather, can I do what it takes to make it work? If you believe in soulmates, and there are few of us who don't believe in the existence of someone special, someone just right for us. Then let fate and destiny do its job. If your time comes, this person will come. If it is not at the right time, then focus on what the time is right for: your career, making money, personal satisfaction, personal growth. Ba-zi, above all, is about taking the right action at the right time, taking advantage of your luck. For some of us, missing that moment is missing the boat forever. Your next chance comes, well, in your next lifetime. For others, it may be a case of taking the boat that is going down the wrong stream or headed in the wrong direction. If you know it's not going the way you want, why jump on board? Chapter 10: The Power of Ba-zi. A lot has happened since we've started from Chapter 1. By now, you would have grasped the basic idea of decoding your destiny through Ba-zi. You have begun to understand your destiny code. You should be able to tell at this point, by reading your own chart, if you are enjoying good luck or suffering bad luck. This is achieved through the analysis of favorable and unfavorable elements. Once I taught a class, a student came up to me and said, "Okay, we've learned Ba-zi. We have decoded our own destiny code. Now what do we do with it?" Knowing one's destiny code through Ba-zi helps us understand ourselves better and enables us to make better decisions. Decisions based on our true capacity and ability. Ba-zi reveals to us our potential and our capabilities. Make a good use of the knowledge you have gained from your understanding of your destiny code to make informed decisions. But the essence of Ba-zi is in our action. It is not good enough to just know. One must make use of what one has learned and understood about oneself, then take the right action. When one has all the information that is needed to make an informed decision, the question ultimately is, what are you going to do about it? Taking action is an important follow-up to decoding your destiny. Perhaps you need to capitalize on opportunities or keep a low profile as you are in turbulent times. A change in your attitude and behavior may be needed to improve your relationships. These are some examples of the empowerment that comes with unlocking the destiny code. Fulfillment in life is sometimes about living our lives in accordance with our true identities and true selves. It's difficult to encapsulate in just one chapter what we can learn from Ba-zi and how we can maximize the knowledge we derive from our Ba-zi to help us in life. What I'd like to do in this chapter is to give you a few simple examples and illustrations of how Ba-zi can provide us with invaluable information that in turn can help us to make better decisions in life. Health is the greatest wealth. Look at all the health products and health equipment available in the market nowadays. Undeniably, health is the greatest concern of many people today. Many of the participants at my public seminars ask me about identifying health problems from a Ba-zi chart. Of course, this is never an easy question to answer. Not because it is difficult to ascertain this information from the Ba-zi, but because it is difficult to teach someone in a quick discussion how to figure out what are his or her potential health problems. There are so many ways to help ascertain a person's potential health problems or ailments. Let me share with you a few simple techniques for identifying health issues from a person's Ba-zi. One quick way of identifying health problems is by evaluating the strength of your Daymaster, as we did in Chapter 6, and then finding out your unfavorable element. Your unfavorable element is likely to be your problem area or health threat. This is the case with the majority of charts. In Ba-zi studies, the unfavorable element is known as the Ji-shen, or the negative god. This element is usually the cause of bad fortunes, or more specifically, poor health or certain health ailments in an individual's life. Your personal unfavorable element will determine the type of problems or the possible weak spots in your body. Here is a short, quick summary of how the elements relate to various types of health problems or parts of the body. This is the Ba-zi chart of a lady suffering from stomach cancer. She is Kuei water born in the Wei goat month. As Wei goat is a summer month, fire is very strong. We can also see that there are many earth elements in the earthly branches, the Wei goat and the Chou ox. Therefore, we can conclude that her chart has a lot of fire and earth. Accordingly, her Kuei water daymaster, is extremely weak. Her unfavorable element is earth. We know that the earth element corresponds with the stomach region, so we can already see that her health problems are likely to relate to her stomach. What kinds of problems are related to the stomach? The Wei goat and Chou ox contain Ji earth inside, hidden stems. Earth is mud, soil, and dirt. Ji heavenly stem also represents stomach and diaphragm. What happens when you mix dirt into water? It becomes contaminated and dirty. In Bazi, contaminated water is an image of poison. In reality, this usually denotes malignancies. Hence, this suggests stomach cancer. From this example, you can see how Bazi can help us understand our potential health problems and health conditions. This allows us to plan ahead by recognizing problem areas in our health and health weaknesses, and enabling us to prepare for problems by knowing which areas will need attention when age catches up. It is extremely advantageous to have early knowledge of prospective health problems, so early treatment and appropriate medical attention can be sought. Understanding personal relationships. One of the main uses of Bazi is to help us understand our relationships with the people around us. Often, human beings behave, react, and respond differently to different people around them. Even with the same person, sometimes we behave differently. The elemental effect from the time factor, luck pillars, annual pillars, and month pillars all play a role in shaping how we relate to others at different points in our lives, or even different months of the year. By looking at the relationship between the elements in your Bazi chart, it is possible to ascertain what your relationship will be with someone or something. There are generally two important perspectives that can be used to evaluate Bazi in terms of relationships with others. The first method is to look at the pillars as palaces. This method enables you to evaluate the nature of your relationships with something, such as your career, or someone, spouse, parents, children. The second method for reading a Bazi is through the 10 gods. This is a slightly more sophisticated method that requires we delve more deeply into the 5 elements and the 10 different stars, commonly known as the 10 gods. We will focus on the palace method, which is quicker and easier to apply in this book. In the palace method, each pillar in the Bazi represents one of the following. 1. Grandparents, extended family members. 2. Parents or superiors. 3. Spouse or home. And 4. Children or subordinates. The palace method of assessing your Bazi is the easiest and quickest way of assessing the above 4 types of relationships. Now, let's say if, in a particular luck cycle, there is a clash with the element in your month pillar. Immediately, you can ascertain that the problem might involve your relationship with your parents or your superiors. If, for example, you have an unfavorable element in your year pillar, then this indicates that your grandparents will not be very helpful to you in life, or that you do not have much affinity with them. It may also indicate a less than good family background, for example, a broken family or perhaps a dispersed family, or that you or your parents will have to be self-made, as you or your parents do not have anything inherited from your grandparents for you or your parents to gain a head start in life. If your favorable element is in your children palace, this indicates that your affinity with your children will be good. They are likely to be respectful children or have a good relationship with you. Conversely, if you have an unfavorable element in your children palace, then this indicates that you will not have a good affinity with your children. What is affinity? It is difficult to translate this concept into English. In Chinese, it is known as yuan. Poor affinity can mean many things. It may mean separation by distance. It may mean that many obstacles or hindrances have to be overcome before you can be together. Poor affinity with your children might mean that you are separated by distance. You live in different countries. Or in especially bad cases, it may mean miscarriages or the early death of a child. In a mild case, it may simply mean that you and your child have different outlooks or perceptions about life. In extreme instances, parent and child simply cannot get along with each other. The grandparents' palace, besides representing your relationship with your grandparents, can also represent your extended family members or older family members. Your parents' palace represents not only your parents, but also your superior or boss or a mentor. Your spouse palace, besides representing your relationship with your spouse, also represents your home and living conditions. Your children palace does not only represent your children, but also your subordinates and people under your care. This is a quick and fast method to establish what your relationship or affinity with various individuals in your life will be like, using the relationship between the elements and your daymaster. This is your life. The palace method can also be used to provide a general picture of your life in 4 phases: young age, youth, middle age, and old age. Here's a quick method of checking to see if you can expect smooth sailing or rough waters through the difficult life phases. Where your favorable elements are located can tell you a lot about a person's life path. Whether they are good starters or good finishers, or bad starters but good finishers in life, all can easily be read just by looking at the position of the favorable element. If your favorable element is in your day or hour pillars, especially in the earthly branches, this indicates that the older you get, the better your life gets. This is, of course, a good sign. It is always better to have a good ending in life than to suffer a terrible fate. The Chinese believe that life should be bitter first, then sweet. So, a bad start and a good finish is a blessed life. A good start and a pathetic finish is not considered good at all. Similarly, if you have unfavorable elements in your year pillar, this suggests a difficult or hard childhood. Unfavorable elements in your month pillar indicate that life truly gets better for you after 40, and that your early life might be hard, tough, or bumpy. Individuals who enjoy good fortune from young age usually have favorable elements in their year and month pillars. Bazi for crisis management. When written in Chinese, the word crisis is composed of 2 characters. One represents danger, and the other represents opportunity. John F. Kennedy. Bazi is not just about knowing the good things in life, but about bracing ourselves for the not-so-pleasant events in life. From a person's Bazi, we can anticipate the kinds of difficulties or obstacles a person may face. How do you see what kind of trouble is approaching from your Bazi? And what happens if you see trouble heading your way in Bazi? Take a look at the Bazi below. What can this person expect in the year 2004, which is the year of Jiark Shen, wood monkey? This gentleman is Kuei Water, born in the Shu Dog month. Shu Dog month is the autumn season. Metal is strong and water is reasonably strong. This is because metal produces water. That's why in the metal season, water can be strong. The gung metal beside him and the hidden water roots found in the Chou ox makes this Kuei Water a strong daymaster. What element then is needed in this Bazi? Remember, our objective in Bazi is to have a balanced chart. You do not want any particular element to be too strong or too weak. The Kuei Water is strong, and since this person is born in autumn, the fire element, which is this person's wealth element, is accordingly weak. Let's take the analysis a bit deeper. His daymaster is strong and it can easily control the weak fire element. But take a closer look at the chart. Don't you think the chart is a little bit cold? This chart needs a little bit more fire to help bring some warmth and life to the chart. This is called the regulating useful God selection technique, which we will explore in later books. Now, where can we find the fire needed to warm up the chart? It is found in the Ding fire, the year pillar's heavenly stem, and the hidden Bing fire, found inside the sea snake of the year pillar's earthly branch. So we can say that to this gentleman, his year pillar is extremely important to his Bazi. The arrival of the Jiark Shen year brings about 2 events. The Shen monkey clashes with the Yin tiger branch and the hour pillar, and combines with the Z snake in his year pillar. In Bazi, besides clashes, there are also combinations involving the earthly branches. Now, a clash or combination does not always denote trouble. How do we know if it will be trouble? By looking at what the elements that are clashed or combined represent, and what the combination itself represents. Inside the Z snake is the Daymaster Quay, water's wealth element, Bing, fire. Now we know that the wealth element denotes wife, spouse, or girlfriend. When Shen monkey comes into combine with the Z snake is combined away. In advanced Bazi, you will learn that a combination results in something being taken away or removed. In other words, the wife, spouse, or girlfriend is removed or disappears from the picture. What compounds the situation? The fact that the Z snake and the Ding fire in the year pillar are extremely important to this person's Bazi, as they help to balance his Bazi chart. It is a needed element in the chart that keeps the Bazi balanced. If they are gone, the chart could fall apart. Now, everyone has relationship troubles. The question is, will this relationship problem be a minor hassle or a tormenting pain that hurts and affects the person significantly? Yes, because the yin tiger and Shen monkey clash is known as an emotional clash. So this is likely to be an agonizing heartbreak or relationship problem. As the yin tiger wood element represents Quay water's output, his thoughts and thinking, this clash disrupts his life and causes disharmony and distraction. Accordingly, for this gentleman, we can say that the Jiark Shen year is likely to bring emotional problems that affect his work, and the source of the emotional problems is a breakup with his girlfriend or spouse. As this situation is revealed in the heavenly stems, this means that it is obvious to all, since it's exposed on the stems, that it is emotional problems. Obvious to all here means that all his friends and people who know him will know about his problem. If the clash or combination is hidden, that means no one knows about it. Now you may be thinking, every 12 years, a monkey year rolls around. Surely this gentleman cannot expect that every 12 years there will be a breakup, right? Remember, the annual heavenly stem and the person's luck pillars also impact on the situation. So no, the next monkey year will not necessarily herald another breakup for this person yet again. Forewarned is forearmed. It's one thing to know what's going to happen, but it's another thing to deal with the situation. While Bazi can help you see what is coming, you can't always do something about the situation, unfortunately. Why? Well, you can exert all your man luck and willpower to try to avoid the situation, but sometimes that is just not enough. So, if you can't avoid or sidestep a problem, the best thing is to be mentally and psychologically prepared for it. Brace for the impact. You can't always change your destiny entirely, but you can surely soften the impact. Dealing with an obstacle, hindrance, or crisis that is coming is like getting ready for an exam. What do? You prepare. And if you are prepared, chances are you'll come out of it better than if you did not prepare yourself at all. Knowing your Bazi is like having a cheat sheet with you during your exam. You already know the questions before the test. Another analogy of Bazi is a bit like checking the weather forecast. If you know there will be showers tomorrow morning, you'd probably go out armed with an umbrella. Bazi is not at all about fortune telling in this modern day and age. I prefer to view it as a tool that helps us prepare for events and situations and guides us on what is a suitable recourse or action to take. Here is a personal example of how Bazi can be used to avoid obstacles, hindrances, or hassles when applied properly. Last year, I was interviewed by a journalist about my teaching work in London. The interview was very cordial, and I personally thought it went very well. 2 months later, the article comes out, and the phone didn't stop ringing. The content of the article was accurate, but it also gave the impression that I was an arrogant person with a seriously inflated ego who had made certain comments that could be misconstrued as offensive or critical of others. Obviously not an ideal outcome, and did not quite reflect what I had meant in the context of our earlier interview. Now, my Bazi at that time was being affected by a very strong 7 killings or influence element. This combination indicated trouble caused by misunderstandings or miscommunications. Surprise, surprise. What would have been the solution then to this problem? In Bazi, cures come in the form of actions. In my case, knowing that my Bazi was being influenced significantly by an overly strong 7 killings element, it would probably be wise to have been very careful with the way I spoke to the journalist, or perhaps to have my secretary on hand for the interview to ensure that the wrong message was not conveyed. Action is the cure. To understand how action is the cure in Bazi, you need to have a good understanding of the 5-element cycle, as is seen in the chart here. This chart translates the 5 elements into human actions. In effect, the way to resolve or counter a problem that is revealed by your Bazi is simply to take the right action in accordance with the 5 elements. In Feng Shui, a cure involves using the forces of nature, your environment, or earth luck. In Bazi studies, it is about actions and decisions. Let's say that a chart has the problem of too much of the wealth element. Remember, having too much wealth elements in a chart is a problem because it causes imbalance in the Bazi. So what is the solution or cure? Refer to the diagram on the previous page. Based on the control cycle, what do you think controls the wealth element? The companion element, of course. The companion element helps wealth. In Chinese, we call this Bijian Feng Kai, meaning companions help share the wealth. By helping you share the wealth, they also at the same time lend your Daymaster strength to control the wealth element. So, it's a win-win situation. So how do you use the companion element? The key is to find out what the companion element represents. In most cases, the companion element represents your friends, your siblings, or someone very close to you. If a person is troubled by excessive wealth element, then the advice is to seek a business partner to work with, or a sibling or friend. What if a Daymaster is strong or excessively strong, and thus can control the wealth? Then these people do not need companion elements, and usually will be people who cannot participate in joint venture opportunities or business partnerships. Let's take a look at this example. This Bazi chart belongs to a male, born on September 12, 1956, in the Z snake hour. Let's start by evaluating the strength of the Daymaster. This gentleman is a Rern Water, born in the Yu Rooster month. Yu Rooster is an autumn month and is part of the metal season. In autumn, the water element is strong. The presence of a gung metal inside the Shin monkey, the year pillar's earthly branch, also helps to strengthen the Daymaster. So clearly, this is a strong Rern Water. To a water person, fire is the wealth element. In this chart, the fire elements are pretty strong. How do we know they are strong? The Ding and Bing, seen on the heavenly stems, are rooted in Zi, snake, and Wu, horse. In previous chapters, I talked about roots in a Bazi, which are the hidden stems. Rooted means that a particular heavenly stem has the same element in the earthly branches. When an element is rooted, it has a strong, steady, and proper foundation, like a tree has roots. An element will have a truly strong presence in a person's chart if it is not only present in the heavenly stems, but is also rooted in the earthly branches. Where the Daymaster is strong and wealth element is strong, you will know that it belongs to someone who has considerable financial capacity, because the Daymaster is strong enough to control the strong wealth. What makes this chart also exceptional is that there is only one visible water element, and it is a strong water element too. This means that the wealth in the chart is not shared with others. This also demonstrates how the quantity of the elements in a person's chart does not always tell the whole story. It is much more important to look at the quality of the element. Herein lies the difficulty in reading. If a person's Daymaster is strong because of the presence of companions, it means there potentially will be people who share in your wealth. If, on the other hand, a person's Daymaster is strong because of resource elements, then this person will not have to share his or her wealth with others, since resource will never participate in sharing of the wealth. What's the favorable element in this Bazi? The Yi wood. Why? Strong water needs to release its strength, so it is best used to produce wood. Why not choose the wealth or influence elements. This Ba-Z can utilize wealth and influence as well. So the trick is to pick the best favorable element. Remember, we are looking for a good flow of Qi. Water producing wood, and wood then produces fire. This is the most natural and smooth flow of Qi, since this follows the 5 elements production cycle to the hilt. Hence, it is best to first favor wood over all the other possible favorable elements. Now, what or who is the wood element to this person? Wood is an output element. Output represents talents, arts, and performance. In advanced studies of Ba-Z, the Yi wood to a Rern Water Daymaster is called a hurting officer. The hurting officer star represents expressive talents. Hurting officer also represents perfectionists, especially when the hurting officer is Yi wood. You may be curious about the identity of this exceptional individual. His name is Leslie Chong, a talented Hong Kong movie star and singer. Following his recent death, it was revealed that he had left behind a substantial fortune. Riding the luck with Ba-Z. Those who fail to plan to fail. Ba-Z moves in luck cycles. Once the luck cycle is passed, it is over. This means your failures and hardships in the past will not repeat itself in the future. But it also means your present success will not happen again. To decide what you want in life, and to show what is preventing you from getting it, you need precise information. To take the right action, you need precise instructions. Ba-Z helps you plan for the future, and at the same time, learn to take action that goes with the flow. Be it laying low when luck is bad, or being aggressive and opportunistic when luck is good. Ba-Z helps you plan your actions appropriately. Self-improvement through Ba-Z. Many of us would like to improve ourselves. How else can one explain the dearth of motivational books, tapes, seminars, and life coaches, all out to help people improve their lives and take control? Yet, people are sometimes uncertain as to what changes they need to make. It's understandable. How many of us can really look at our flaws objectively, or even see our own flaws? Ba-Z is, in that sense, a mirror that helps reflect back to us our flaws, our weaknesses, and our strengths, thus enabling us to make improvements or changes to improve things. By understanding the elements that cause you to react or behave in a certain way, do your best to consciously change your actions and your decisions to change the way you feel about yourself, change how other people perceive you, and change the way you feel about someone. Taking the stress out of life. Ba-Z is also about being realistic. Yes, there are some things that you can work hard at changing or improving, but also some things which you cannot. It's good to be hopeful and optimistic, but don't be positively bluffing yourself when you place your hopes and dreams too high, to the point where it is beyond your Ba-Z capacity. Then you are only paving the way for disappointments. Parents will save themselves a lot of angst and heartache if they recognized their child's abilities or inabilities early on, and rather than trying to push them one way or another, guide them in the right direction. How many books are out there looking to help people find the right job or change jobs? Ba-Z takes the stress out of this in some respects by helping you identify not just what kind of jobs you will be good at, but what kinds of industries will attract you and what kind of positions you can excel at. I hope that by now you've gained considerable insights into the wonderful art of Ba-Z. It is your destiny code that reveals your life. I hope that you will be able to use Ba-Z to make a difference in your life and in the lives of those around you. For those who wish to continue their journey of learning beyond this book, in the next book on the Destiny Code, we will explore more techniques for analysis, concepts such as special relationships between heavenly stems and earthly branches, structures and formations, and dive deeper into how Ba-Z can help you determine your potential, unlock your talents and capabilities, make better decisions, and in turn, achieve fulfillment and happiness in life by living life according to what we are able, capable, born to, and destined to do and achieve. This is the beginning of your journey into the Destiny Code. This concludes Ba-Zi, The Destiny Code, Book 1, Your Guide to the Four Pillars of Destiny. Written by Joey Yap. Read by Audio Voices. All the best.
How you might improve it. A bucket of fresh paint can work miracles with a dingy and dark interior. Bright new curtains at the windows can make a room sparkle with warmth. As you release the urge to beautify and improve your environment, new ideas will come to you for making changes that bring about great improvements in your circumstances of life. You are an undiscovered genius in your own right. All great geniuses of the past had no more brain power than you possess. The only difference was that they worked harder than most of us to create their great masterpieces. Use just 10% more of your present brain power creatively, and you will see amazing miracles happen in your life. The 5 attributes of divinity. The infinite mind of God bestows upon man 5 attributes of divinity. You may tap these 5 forces of creative spirit and channel them for your own creative efforts. 1. Infinite intelligence. This is the omniscience of the God mind, which has within it all knowledge and all wisdom. You can draw upon any part of this infinite intelligence when you put yourself in tune with the infinite. 2. Infinite power. This is the omnipotence of the God mind, which has within its domain all creative power for every purpose in creation. You can call upon any degree of this omnipotent, infinite power from your higher consciousness. As you have a need for more creative power and ask for its release, this higher mind within you will pour forth its refreshing stream of infinite power. This is the creative, infinite power that performs miracles of healing and transformation. 3. Infinite good. Infinite good is the omnipresence of the God mind. Everywhere you look, you see this infinite good in God's bountiful creation. God has released His good to bless all creation, and as you are a part of that creation, you may draw upon this stream of infinite good at any time you choose and have anything that you desire, if it is for purposes of good. 4. Infinite love. Love is the channel which the God mind uses to create the infinity of its divine outpourings. Wherever you look in the realm of nature, you see this divine mutation, in which the magnetism of love is at work creating, refining, evolving, expressing, and creating its infinite variety of products and creatures for the good of the entire universe. You can draw upon this outpouring of infinite love from your higher mind and use it to channelize your own creative efforts in every department of your life. 5. Infinite riches. The God mind has created a vast repository of riches in the universe. In the soil, the sea, the air about us, there are chemical and electrical elements which can convert the flow of God's infinite riches into millions of different forms. Man may use any part of this stream of infinite riches. When he once awakens the miracle-working, higher mind within him, he can use this never-ending stream of infinite riches to beautify and uplift his life. He can create new products. He can discover new dimensions for living. Infinite riches are yours if you know how to tap the universal storehouse of riches which is in the infinite, the domain of God. Summary. 1. The metaphysical law of all creation is proof of the existence of God's power. 2. Our solar system and its order demonstrates God's metaphysical creation is an expanding one. 3. How infinite intelligence works. 4. Man's creation, a miracle of the infinite. 5. The 7 creative elements in your blueprint of destiny demand cosmic order in your metaphysical life. 6. The regime for achieving harmony in your life. 7. The law of balance and how it works. Infinite intelligence, the law of the cosmos. 8. Creativity, the channel for infinite mind in nature. 9. You are an undiscovered metaphysical genius. 10. The 5 metaphysical attributes of divinity. 11. Infinite intelligence, how to tap it. 12. Infinite metaphysical good and how to draw on it. Chapter 16. Universal metaphysical laws that work miracles. The entire universe operates under immutable laws that are invisible, yet all-powerful. Because these laws work in the invisible, we call them metaphysical laws. The law of gravity holds our planet in the heavens and keeps our oceans and earthly objects from flying off into space. The law of growth works in the soil and produces abundance for the human race. Elsewhere in this study, we have mentioned some of these metaphysical laws. Now let us study them separately in relation to the miracle-working power of the higher mind. These 6 metaphysical laws are everywhere in nature. They also operate in man's mind and body. When we know how to use them intelligently, we can unlock tremendous reserves of mental, psychic, emotional, physical, and spiritual power. Let us carefully study these metaphysical laws and see how you can harness their tremendous invisible power to work the miracles of health, wealth, peace, and contentment in your own life. The law of cause and effect. When you see an effect in the outer world of matter, you can be certain that there has been a cause set into motion somewhere in the inner world of mind. This is a metaphysical principle that works in the visible and invisible world. When you see a chicken, you are looking at an effect produced by some cause. The cause was the egg. But before that egg was laid, there had to be another cause, and it was another chicken. This chain of cause and effect continues on, and you can trace everything that happens in the universe back to some original cause. So too in your own life. The things you are now doing, the work you are in, the home in which you live, the mate you have married, the friends you have, the money you do or don't have. All these things are effects, but somewhere in the background of your life, they were set into motion by causes. Most of the causes of your life you can control. Therefore, you can almost at will select the effects you want to produce in your life, and then by exercising your mental causes, you can achieve those effects you desire. Let us now examine how this law works in relation to the various departments of your life. Wealth and abundance. The effect you want to achieve, let us say, is more wealth and material abundance. How can you use the law of cause and effect to achieve this result? You must set into motion within your mind the cause which can produce wealth, the effect. What are some causes that produce this effect of wealth? A desire for the good things money can buy. An ambition to educate your children. A desire to own your own home. A desire to have friends, a better social life. A desire to travel and see foreign lands. A desire to own a car, a television set, better furniture, more modern comforts such as refrigerators, vacuum cleaners, air conditioning, modern plumbing. What effects are set into motion by the above causes? You might change your job and obtain work where you make more money. You would begin to study and prepare your mind with specialized skills and knowledge, so you could make a move to another job. You would take steps to improve your personality, your voice, your ability to speak in public, your sales ability. You would work more industriously, save your money, invest it carefully, apply thrift, patience, and perseverance. When these effects are set into motion by your mental cause, a desire for wealth and abundance would have a chain reaction of cause-effect that would lead you ultimately to the achievement of more wealth and greater abundance than you now have. A desire for improved health. Let us apply this law of cause and effect to a desire for better health and see how this metaphysical principle works. Health. The cause to be set into motion is a desire for better health. The effect you are trying to achieve is improved health, more vitality and energy, longer life, greater efficiency, and a youth consciousness. What effects are now set into motion to achieve the cause you want of better health? You would search books by authorities on the right diet. You would strive to achieve balance in your daily life. Work, rest, and relaxation, varied interests, fresh air, sunshine, and moderate exercise. You would intensify the will to live, by having a purpose for living that is above a mere desire for personal gratification. A desire for love happiness. Let us apply this metaphysical formula now to a desire for love happiness and see how cause and effect work in that department on your life. The cause you wish to set into motion is a desire to be happy in love and marriage. The effect you are trying to achieve is fulfillment in love, gratification of your urge to procreate and have a family, the achievement of your own home, a desire to express love and receive love. What effect should you set into motion to achieve this objective? You would search for the ideal you have envisioned in your mind for years. You would act in an unselfish manner towards the object of your love and affections. You would show your love in words and actions, so that there was no doubt as to the emotion that motivated you. You would develop qualities of kindness, consideration, sharing, forgiveness, tolerance, and understanding. This regime for setting into motion the causes and effects you desire be applied to every department of your life and be made to work its miracles for you. The law of desire. We have mentioned desire elsewhere in our metaphysical study, but now let us study the working of this universal law in relation to working the miracles you want in your life. Desire is inherent in every atom and cell of the entire universe. It is this law what works as cohesion and adhesion in the atoms, keeping the elements of this invisible particle together. It was God's desire for creation that caused him to evolve the universe and the human race. It is man's desire for woman that attracts the sexes and brings about the miracle of procreation. It is desire to become rich that motivates those who become wealthy. We have shown above how a desire for some specific condition or thing sets into motion the dynamic law of cause and effect. Now learn how to harness the power of desire in your life and see how it produces miracles for you. Regime for harnessing desire. A. Have clear-cut desires, not half-formed, vague images in consciousness. B. Write your desires down on a blueprint of destiny. Number them. Have as many things on this list as you want. C. Read this list over every morning upon arising and every night before retiring. I use this list constantly. I keep it pasted near my shaving mirror and never fail to glance at it morning and night, and as often during the day as possible. Out of 15 items listed on my blueprint last year, 13 have already come to pass. I do not set time limits, for the universal mind knows when the time is ready for maturity of your dreams and desires. D. Do not be afraid to put down seemingly impossible desires. During the Depression years, I listed a desire for $5,000, a new car, and a home of my own. All three things came within 6 months' time. It was the beginning of my awareness of the metaphysical miracle power within my higher mind. In the early 30s, asking for $5,000 was equivalent to now asking for $50,000. When you list your desires, be sure to be motivated by a sincere desire to share your good with others. F. When some of the things you put on your blueprint mature, scratch them out and write others down. The law of faith. The Master Jesus was one of the first great teachers to use and to teach this dynamic metaphysical law. When you have expressed your desires and dreams in a concrete manner through your blueprint of destiny, sit down quietly for a few moments each day, and/or affirm your faith with a statement of positive affirmation. I now appeal to the indwelling Father who doeth the work. I affirm my faith in the higher mind within. I joyously await the fulfillment of my desires. I have confidence in the miracle-working power within. I am patient and await my good with joyous expectation. Regime for harnessing faith. A. When you have set your desires into motion, begin to act as if the thing were already fulfilled. B. Stop using negative words that kill your faith and inspiration, such as, I'm afraid, I don't think I can do it. I'm worried about the future. I can never succeed, or any other negative phrases which you might now be using, and which destroy the metaphysical power released by your higher mind. C. Read of the miracles performed by the master metaphysician Jesus in the Bible, and study the laws he released. D. Do something each day to show your faith in the things you have asked for. E. Talk with a positive, confident tone and express at all times the positive conviction that you will achieve the dream you hold in consciousness. F. When something that you asked for has been fulfilled, thank the indwelling Father for the miracle of fulfillment. The law of capillary attraction. We see this metaphysical law at work everywhere in the universe. Plant a seed in the soil, and it is able to attract to itself the moisture and nourishment it needs for fulfilling its pattern of destiny. This same law of capillary attraction works for you mentally. You are able to form mental concepts of things you want to materialize in your life, and through capillary attraction, you will attract the persons and conditions that you desire. A man came for consultation with me. He had 3 children and could not keep a job. He worked as a carpenter, but he wanted his own business. He was a good handyman around the house and loved to tinker with machinery and electrical appliances. After talking to him a few moments and learning of his secret desire to own his own business and be his own boss, an inspiration came to me. I told him to take his savings and buy a second-hand truck and to paint on its side. Home repairs. Handyman Inc. Then he would go from house to house seeking out any repairs that needed to be done. Within a few weeks' time, he had all the work he could do and had to hire 2 men to help him. Soon this man had a fleet of 4 trucks working for him, and within 3 years he bought a home in San Fernando Valley with a swimming pool, and now his children are on their way to college educations. The law of capillary attraction worked for this man the moment he knew what he wanted to do. Regime for harnessing law of capillary attraction. A. Plant the seed within your own mind of the things you wish to attract. The law of the harvest works for you to attract the elements you need for fulfilling your destiny in the moment you know what it is you want of life. B. Express your innermost dreams and ambitions daily, either to other people or to yourself. This gives your inner desires greater drive and energy. C. Remove the veil of doubt and confusion that might be clouding your mind and which can keep you from attracting the things you desire. D. Realize that nature matures her products slowly and gradually. First the soil is prepared, then the seed is planted, then it is watered, weeded, protected from insects. Gradually it matures, and finally the crop is ready for the harvest. This same cyclical order must be observed in your own life. Work with the laws of nature and be patient for the maturity of your dreams and desires. E. Release the dynamic energy of your higher creative mind by having high goals and purposes behind your life. A desire for $1 million with which to have a wild time furnishes less motivation under the law of capillary attraction than a desire for a fortune with which you can do good for the world. The law of reciprocity. The law of reciprocity is a metaphysical principle which is at work in the entire universe. The earth gives us the substance to sustain life, but it demands in return the seed which can produce the crops of abundance. The law of reciprocity is tied in with the law of the harvest. When you use this law, you will always get back more than you give out. A few grains of wheat or corn, when planted under this law, return a yield of 5 or 10 times what was given into the earth. You may not see the monetary returns for the kind acts you have done to others, but the returns may have been there in the forms of satisfaction, better health, and happiness. You can always be sure that life will repay you for every kindness you do for another, and even for monetary help you give to others. Regime for using the law of reciprocity. A. When you ask something from life, be sure that you are willing to give something in return. If you want friends, you must give time, attention, love, and kindness. If you want money, you must give ideas, work, creative imagination, and effort. If you want health, you must give time and attention to diet, exercise, and suitable rest. B. Seek out friends who are on the same mental, intellectual, and social plane as yourself. The law of reciprocity demands that giving and receiving be equal. You can pour out all kinds of bounties on certain people who are either unappreciative or unlearned, and nothing will be returned by them. This is one-sided giving, and does not follow the law of reciprocity. It is like planting seed in a desert place without water or nourishment. Nothing can come of such a wasteland. This was the case of a woman who had an alcoholic husband. She tried everything known by her to help her husband, but the more she did, the more he abused her, until finally she had to take her 3 children and leave her home. Of course, she might have used metaphysics to help her overcome this tragic problem, but at that time, she acted in desperation, fearing for her own and her children's lives. Sometimes in life we must know when to retire from a barren situation and not continue on endangering health of life when the person is not willing to change. See, reciprocity means a mutual exchange. You may not always get back the equivalent of what you give out, but perhaps you will receive some other return that will be mutual. D. If you do not receive back what you give out, do not let it make you bitter and cause you to stop giving to life. Remember the biblical injunction. It is more blessed to give than to receive. You will be blessed in your life in direct proportion to your desire to continue helping others and doing good for the world. The law of dynamic action. The first law of the universe is action. Everywhere in nature you see this law at work, constantly changing, refining, transmuting, and evolving all creation. Scientists now find that people who keep their brain cells busy and active throughout their lives do not grow old and do not get sick as quickly as those who fail to use their brain cells. Mental action of the various brain centers is tied in with your body organs. When all areas of the brain are active, the body's organs are activated also, and the flow of magnetism, electricity, and life current keeps the body cells young, vital, and energetic. Regime for using the law of action. A. Have a daily action regime in which you plan your day and write down what you will do. B. Have a weekly study program in which you plan your reading and studying program to keep your brain cells exercised. C. If you are finished with your education, make it a point to study something else, either through night school or through correspondence courses. D. Subscribe to a Book of the Month club and keep up on the literature of the day. It helps keep your mind youthful and up to date on current events. E. Take an active interest in some sport that will get you outdoors at least half a day a week, and which will serve to exercise our body as well as your mind. F. Join some social club or dance class as you grow older that will force you to get out at least 1 or 2 evenings a week and break the habit of television that is making many Americans old before their time. G. Enlarge your social contacts and make new friends so that you can keep active in your social life. This will tend to give your mind new impetus and a variety of stimulating activities. How to use these metaphysical laws. Jot down on a sheet of paper each of the above metaphysical laws. Use a different sheet for each law. Then study one law for a period of a week, applying its principles as given above to every day of that week. Do not go on to the next law until you have thoroughly applied and practiced the principles given in the preceding one. Example: Law 1. Cause and effect. Monday. I set into motion the law of cause and effect in my business. I started by telephoning 10 different firms, suggesting they use our services. I wrote 10 letters to heads of companies, suggesting they use our products. Tuesday. I set into motion the law of cause and effect for attracting more money to myself. I set the cause into action by beginning the study of writing to help increase my income. I obtained books on short story writing from the library. I enrolled in a course in short story writing in evening high school. I bought a book on touch typing to help me for the future. This cause can be any one of dozens of avocations to help you increase your income. Wednesday. I took the first step today to set into motion the causes which can bring me more friends and a more active social life. I joined a local club which meets every week on Wednesday. They are people of my age bracket and my social position. This process should continue throughout the entire week. A definite course of action should be plotted each day to set into motion the causes which will produce the effects you desire. The second week, use the second law of desire. The third week, the law of faith, etc. There are other metaphysical laws which can be set into motion to help you achieve your innermost dreams and desires, and which we have studied elsewhere in this work. These are the law of universal good, the law of the subconscious, the law of creative imagination, the law of affirmative will, the law of adaptation, the law of change, the law of transmutation, the law of evolution and involution. Chapter 17. Money, fame, power, all can be yours through metaphysics. Now that you have learned of the metaphysical laws that work miracles, you are ready to set these laws into motion and create the miracles in your everyday life that you desire. No two people ever desire exactly the same things in life. Some people have a desire for large sums of money, thinking that with money they can buy anything they want. There is nothing wrong with this desire, for money is good if it is used for good purposes. Some people desire fame. They wish to have acceptance of themselves and their creative gifts. It is all right to use this miracle power to achieve fame and recognition, if it does not blind one to the true permanent values in life. Others desire power, social power, business power, or personal power, so that they can command the respect and admiration of others. They want to become leaders of men and be recognized as being superior in social, political, or industrial circles. Any one of these ambitions, or all three, are all right if one wants to achieve them. You can ask what you will of the higher mind within, and if other conditions are right, and you have preconditioned your mind to release the dynamic inspiration for achieving these things, you may have them all. The secret ingredient for attracting money. There is a secret ingredient for attracting big money. You can have unlimited wealth if you once know this secret and put it into action through your miracle-working higher mind. The principle we shall study metaphysically is very similar to that used by a computer. Information is fed into a giant computer, thousands of figures and facts, scientific data, and other information. The machine is able to memorize this material through an elaborate mechanical and electrical process. The machine has been preconditioned with patterns of facts and knowledge fed into its electrical mechanism. Then, when certain information is desired, impulses are fed into the machine. These impulses instantly touch off hundreds or thousands of related facts or figures or scientific data, and those are correlated and released as the sum total of all the information desired. Your higher mind has a similar mechanism within its electrical and magnetic forces. It carefully stores within itself all related facts and information on any given subject in separate compartments. When you send forth a request for some specific thing, such as money, fame, or power, or anything else you desire, it touches off vibrations in the higher mind, and all related facts and information pertaining to the things you desire are fed back into the conscious memory paths for you to instantly use. Try this experiment and you will see how this higher mind works. Think of yourself at the age of 10 and ask for information regarding that phase of your life. Suddenly, from the vast storehouse of memory, there will come all the related facts pertaining to that period of your life, where you went to school, the new house where you moved, events that occurred, such as illness or injury, special occasions such as Christmas or Thanksgiving celebrations, your first bicycle, a trip you took to visit relatives, the vacation camp you attended for the summer. Where were all these facts stored? They were within the miracle working centers of your higher mind. There are billions of such facts stored there, awaiting your commands and directions. Why, you can ask what you will. Your brain is greater than a man-made machine. It was the human mind which created the spaceship, television, radio, the electric light, and the computer. Deep within the recesses of your consciousness, and within the memory patterns of your genes, there are locked the formulae for the body's creations, its growth and healing. The knowledge is there for creating a hair follicle, or the miles of tubes which the kidneys require for perfect functioning. The miracle of how a human eye is able to transmit light waves to the brain and interpret them is too baffling for any human mind to comprehend. And yet, this miracle-working power of your higher mind has this secret locked in its vault of memory. This secret creative power was given to man by his creator, and the mind never forgets this priceless cosmic knowledge through metaphysical application. You can tap this miraculous power of your higher mind and ask what you will of it. Within your mind is the secret for bringing you money, fame, power, love, happiness, or any other thing that you desire. You can ask this higher mind for what you will. Money, fame, power, material possessions, a new car, a house, another job, friends, love, fulfillment, anything that you can picture and imprint upon this higher mind. And like a vast computer, the miracle-working power within you will release a stream of ideas, impressions, suggestions, formulas, songs, stories, inventions, new discoveries, a multitude of gifts and talents, and you can receive these money-making suggestions and carry them out in the visible material world. Infinite possibilities for your future. This amazing metaphysical miracle power, in infinitely many ways, can release infinite possibilities for your future. Not only is it the storehouse of memory, but it possesses cosmic knowledge which can be given to you when you call upon these higher centers. This higher mind can also take all the facts and data stored within it and rearrange them into millions of new and vital patterns which can be released to your conscious mind. In every instance where any genius of the past has created some new and great invention or discovered some new scientific principle that has changed the course of history, it has been because of this inner metaphysical power which somebody tapped and which was able to release new combinations of ideas that formed the basis for their inventions or discoveries. This higher mind metaphysically told Columbus that the world was round, not flat, as was then believed. It told him how to go about winning Queen Isabella's support for his daring venture. It was this same inner higher power that told Galileo of the force which Newton later called gravity, also that the Earth was not the center of our solar system, as many believed, but that the Sun was the center, and that the other planets revolved around the Sun. It was this higher mind which gave to Pasteur the amazing discovery that revealed to him that most sickness was caused by invisible germs, and then showed him how to create a vaccine to counteract many diseases. When 15 Russians were bitten by a mad wolf, this higher mind within told Pasteur to try his first human experiment with his vaccine against the deadly scourge of rabies. The Russians were brought across the vast continent to France, and Pasteur gave them the injections. Although several days had elapsed since their exposure to rabies, all but one survived, and Pasteur was proclaimed a national hero. How many millions of lives have been saved because of this great man's discoveries? Edison, Alexander Graham Bell, Marconi, Henry Ford, Whitney, Fulton, Lincoln, Fleming, and Salk. All these great geniuses drew upon this higher mind, and they asked for what they wanted and metaphysically received the answer in every instance. Ask metaphysically, and ye shall receive. The great metaphysical key that must be used to begin this flow of dynamic, miracle power is to ask. The verb ask is a form of action, mental action, that helps stir the miracle centers of your brain. Perhaps that was why the master metaphysician Jesus gave the formula for achieving miracles in the sentence, ask and ye shall receive. Before you can ask this higher mind for the things you desire, there should be a photographing process of your conscious mind on the objects that you desire, and this procedure must follow a definite pattern to be effective. It is not enough that you merely say, I want a fortune. I would like to become famous. I desire personal power so I can influence others. Before you begin the process of asking, let us see what steps you must take to imprint your desires upon this higher mind. Regime for releasing the metaphysical miracle power. 1. If you are asking the higher mind within for the sum of, say, $10,000, it is important that you have some way of fixing this figure in your consciousness. You must fix the exact mental image of the amount of money you wish to demonstrate. In our study work at Carnegie Hall, I have long used this principle of metaphysically photographing the amount of money desired, and it has worked miracles. I have a reproduction of a $10,000 bill. Here is how our students fix this amount in their consciousness. They are required to concentrate on this photograph of the $10,000 bill for a few moments. On the face of this bill, there are certain facts which they must memorize. There are 4 $10,000 figures, one in each corner of the bill. Then there is written on the bill, "The United States of America will pay to the bearer on demand $10,000. Then they are to observe the photograph of the man who is on the face of the bill. It is Samuel Chase who has been called the father of modern banking because of his work in creating a universal monetary standard of banking in the United States at a time when all the states had their own currency. Then the student is required to reproduce this $10,000 bill on a piece of paper, the same size, and to write on it the 4 $10,000 figures in the 4 corners. The name of the man, Samuel Chase, is written on the paper. After this process of mentally photographing this $10,000 bill, the students mentally visualize the equivalent of that money in material goods or other values. They go on a metaphysical shopping spree. They see in shops and store windows all the goods that this amount of money could buy. They mentally claim a car, a fur coat, a pearl necklace, a trip around the world, household furniture, or anything else that they desire. It does not matter if the things you claim are worth more than the $10,000. For you are going to learn how to claim as much as $100,000 with this metaphysical method, or even more, if your heart's desire is a vast fortune. Let me show you how this metaphysical principle worked for some of our students who used this principle. One man was in television and newspaper advertising. He was not making enough money when he joined our classes, and he wanted to learn how to increase his income. I urged him, as well as other members of the class, to go down to the Chase Manhattan Money Museum in Rockefeller Center at 49th Street and Avenue of the Americas in New York City. There they have on permanent exhibition an actual $10,000 bill from which my copy was made. I urged him to visit the museum at least 3 or 4 times a week and to claim that $10,000 bill as his very own. He did this conscientiously for a period of 4 weeks and then came back and announced the startling results. In that time, an idea came for a new television commercial that was bought by a big company, and the amount he received for it was exactly $10,000. This same man kept up this practice, and within 1 year had gotten ideas that brought him over $50,000 in added income. Truly a miracle. Now you might say, this was only one isolated instance, but listen to the other demonstrations made by members of the class who photographed the $10,000 bill. One woman multiplied this $10,000 bill by 15 and asked for the sum of $150,000. A few months later, she won the Irish sweepstakes ticket and won $140,000. I have told of this elsewhere in this book. A man who was in real estate used this principle and went into business for himself on the West Coast and sold over $1 million worth of property in the next 2 years. A girl who studied this principle went into her own beauty salon and soon had 5 hairstylists working for her. A pair of twins from Texas, giant strapping boys of 6 feet 2, studied this principle and decided to go into the hairstyling business. Everyone thought they were crazy. They worked on this principle for 4 years, and after finishing their schooling and working in various shops, they both obtained a position with one of the leading beauty product companies and went on the road doing exhibitions in advanced hairstyling. Their income soon jumped to $40,000 a year each. Another student, a doctor who had just started his practice, learned of this principle. One day his higher mind told him to go into a certain neighborhood and open a clinic, and to specialize in handling obese patients. In a very short time, he was making $5,000 a month, and soon bought a home on the East Side. He is now one of New York's busiest physicians. In my files, I have hundreds of such instances of men and women who have used this metaphysical principle and who have attracted sums of money ranging from $10,000 to inheritances of $250,000. This is not unusual, for it is happening in the world every day. Many people have used this metaphysical principle instinctively all their lives. They are the ones who are rich, prominent, socially successful, and who lead well-adjusted, balanced lives. 2. Now it is time for you to build your own blueprint of destiny. When you ask the indwelling higher divine mind for something, you must have it so clearly in your mind that you could draw a blueprint of it. When a builder wants to create a house, he first has a blueprint drawn up. This blueprint gives all the details he wants incorporated in the house: the size and style of architecture, the number of rooms, closets, the location of the kitchen, the bathrooms, the porches, the windows, and the 1,001 details that are in a house. Only then is the contractor able to assign various workmen to the actual task of constructing the house. You must have a clear-cut blueprint of your destiny also. Write this blueprint down on a piece of paper that you can study every day and change it to fit your changing needs. When one thing has materialized, scratch it out and add something else that you desire. Here is a sample blueprint of destiny. You can make up your own using the following as a model. My blueprint of destiny. I have confidence that my higher, divine mind can bring me all the things that I desire in my life. I shall faithfully read this blueprint every morning and every night until these desires have materialized. 1. I would like to change my work. If you do not know the type you want to do, you must find out as quickly as possible, for the higher mind cannot direct your energies in a specific direction if you do not even know what you want of life. I would like guidance as to a course I should study to prepare myself for my future life work. 2. I desire an increase in salary and advancement in my present work. I would like to make at least $200 a week in my present job and more in my new work in the future. 3. I desire more perfect health. I would like to have more energy and vitality so I can live a fully rounded life. 4. I would like to own my own home, located in a quiet place in the country, where I will have a garden and peaceful surroundings. Describe the type of home you would like to have. Picture it clearly in your mind, and then cut pictures out of home magazines, which you paste into a book you can call your scrapbook of destiny. In this book also paste pictures of cars, clothes, jewelry, or other objects you wish to attract. 5. I would like to own my own automobile. Write down the make, color, and style of car you want. Be specific and don't worry about how it will come to you. 6. I desire a happy marriage and a family of my own. My mate should possess the following qualities. List the type of mate you would like to attract, the mental traits you want, etc. 7. I desire a more dynamic personality. 8. I would like to develop the following gifts and talents. List the talents you desire, such as writing short stories or novels, composing music, playing the piano, violin, or guitar, public speaking, designing or decorating, etc. 9. I would like to overcome the following negative habits. List these: smoking, drinking, gambling, procrastination, laziness, negativity, etc. 10. I desire the sum of $10,000 from unexpected sources. Or you may make this sum larger, depending on your ability to believe you can attract it. With this money, I would like to do the following things. List what you want the money for, and if it is a larger sum, ask your higher mind to manifest it for you. Do not set a time limit on this, as it takes some people more time than others to demonstrate large sums of money. Change your blueprint as often as necessary. When you have completed this blueprint of destiny, read it over every morning when you arise and every night just before retiring. It is at such times that the higher mind is able to imprint it on its surface and involve it in the nerve and body mechanism, which sets into motion the forces for the fulfillment of the things you desire. When you have read this blueprint over, and some of the things have already occurred, change the blueprint often. Write it over in your own handwriting at least once a week. Put even little, everyday things you want to demonstrate on it, and then change the blueprint to encompass other things that you desire. Write down on a card these words: that which I can conceive, I will achieve. Carry this card in your purse, and every time you see it, remind yourself that you can and will achieve your desires. This helps reinforce your power of faith in the miracle working power. Carry in your pocketbook a check made out to yourself for $100,000 or more. depending on how big your money consciousness is. This check should be signed, God, the Universal Banker. It will help implement your faith in the power of divine mind to demonstrate for you the money that you desire metaphysically. Do not tell anyone, even your most intimate friend, of the process you are using, nor show them your blueprint of destiny, nor the check made out in your name. Their ridicule or negative thoughts about this method could easily be the damper that would limit your consciousness. Many a great idea has died because someone told his family or his friends about it. Remember, a prophet is without honor in his own country. To build your consciousness of bigger sums of money, cut out 10 pieces of paper and write $10,000 in the four corners of each. Then add these together, and you have the sum of $100,000. To gain an idea of what $1 million really is, take 100 of these pieces of paper with $10,000 written in each of the four corners and multiply them, and you will have an awareness of what $1 million really is. To further help build your consciousness of big money, study the financial reports of the biggest companies in the world. You can go to any investment house and they have books listing the assets, liabilities, and yearly earnings of the following companies: United States Steel, Bethlehem Steel, General Motors Corporation, American Telephone and Telegraph, International Business Machines, Standard Oil of New Jersey and California, Chrysler Corporation, Ford Motor Company. This will help give you a bigger money consciousness and possibly lead to your future investment in the stock market, where some of the world's greatest fortunes have been made. Study the lives of some of the great fortune makers of the world: Rothschild, Rockefeller, Astor, Morgan, Vanderbilt, Hearst, Getty, Carnegie, Baruch, and Morgenthau. Through this study, you will learn how great men have thought and lived, and you will even learn from their mistakes what to avoid in your own life. Live in the best environment you can afford at the present time. Dress in your best clothes when you go out. Eat in the restaurants that give you quality food. In other words, build your standards, so you will have an awareness of the position you will come into when you attract a fortune. Begin to act, think, and feel that you are already a millionaire. When you see a program on television, remember that you are viewing a production that cost hundreds of thousands. Like a potentate of the Far East, you can command the great talents of the Metropolitan Opera at Carnegie Hall and the greatest concert halls of America to give command performances for your enjoyment. This will build your consciousness of being wealthy at present and give you greater enjoyment of the finer things of life. Chapter 18: How to Achieve Great Daily Power Through Metaphysical Meditation. From the Orient, there have been handed down many wonderful exercises and metaphysical or mystic meditations, which we may use to elevate our consciousness to higher spiritual levels. A study of this metaphysical knowledge will enrich your soul and help you rise above the mortal mind realm of everyday problems and material and physical limitations to find greater power in every department of your life. The metaphysical teachers such as Lao Tse, Confucius, Buddha, and Zoroaster emulated the precepts found in the realm of nature. There they saw the metaphysical laws at work, and they applied these laws to their own lives and were able to perform miracles and achieve transcendental power. They taught that man is a part of God's natural realm, and that he may blend and coalesce with the forces of air, water, fire, and earth, and release powers within his consciousness that are truly miraculous. By learning how to blend with these natural elements, man achieves a sense of unity with the cosmic power known as God. To become well-versed in the art of metaphysics, a student should study these Oriental forms of mystic meditation. They will give him a greater sense of power and inner tranquility. The spiritual mountaintop for serenity. Lao Tse taught the spiritual mountaintop exercise for achieving inner tranquility and peace, or serenity. Sit alone where you will not be disturbed for at least half an hour. Sit in the Buddha pose, with your legs crossed under you and your hands on your lap. The eyes should be gently closed. The breathing should be rhythmic and slow. Now visualize a beautiful mountain peak in the distance. Perhaps you've seen pictures of Fujiyama or Mount Everest with their snow-capped grandeur. Let your mind be aware that the mountain rises from the shadow-filled valleys to its majestic position of aloofness and serenity. Now you mentally begin to climb up this distant mountain. You are climbing out of the shadow-filled valleys below, which represent mortality, sin, sickness, age, poverty, and death. As you ascend the first hillock, you will rise in spirit to the consciousness of loving service, beauty, and transcendental joy. Now you continue climbing higher up the mystic mountain until you have attained the lofty, snow-covered peaks, with crowns of clouds obscuring their sharp outlines. You become aware of the moon and the stars and the heavens above. A mystical veil of serenity and majestically dignity is now drawn over the slumbering earth. You feel a sense of deep peace and tranquility within yourself. All your problems, worries, and fears remain far below you in the shadow-filled valleys of your mortality. As you now hold your mind on the spiritual mountaintop, you will feel the sudden rush of inspiration and beauty that floods your mind and soul. Now you can encompass the entire cosmos. You achieve absolute quiet within yourself, and suddenly you have soul awareness. You listen for the music of the spheres, and you know the divine voice of intuition, which speaks to you now in the silence of your own soul. It is at this high state of mystic elevation that you can achieve cosmic consciousness. You will have a spontaneous awareness of inner knowledge. You will have high ideals, and the beauty of your soul will unfold, revealing your own inner soul beauty to the world. You can now reach out into the infinite and touch the robe of God's infinite beauty and radiance. You will become transformed by this mystical experience of rising to the spiritual mountaintop in meditation. The Lotus Blossom Exercise for Inspiration. Sit quietly in meditation, with the eyes closed and the hands relaxed in your lap. The lotus blossom is now visualized as the prototype of the human soul. In its beauty and perfection, it represents all that is pure and lovely. When you wish to attain elevated mental and inspirational powers, you visualize a delicate pastel-colored lotus of orchid or pale blue. You see the lotus now elevated to a position of about 3 feet from the earth. You are tied to this spiritual prototype, very much as a child is connected to its mother by the umbilical cord. As the lotus blossom is elevated, so too your own inspirational level is raised, and your soul ascends into higher spheres of spiritual action. When you wish to have extreme elevation of your mind and soul for an unusual effort of creative imagination, you elevate the lotus blossom to a 6-foot plane. Your mind rises with the lotus blossom to this level. This elevation will give you greater idealism, aesthetic powers, creative gifts, and talents, and will help intensify your imaginative concepts. This is the elevation used by many poets, writers, artists, composers, and others who do creative work. The third position for the lotus is 10 feet. This extreme elevation is for complete release from Earth's mundane problems. It is the elevation used for spiritual contemplation of the divine mystery of life. It is also the elevation used by many mystics when they are doing healing work for those who are sick. Truly, one can become 10 feet tall. The Oriental Lake for Overcoming Problems. The mystic meditation known as the Oriental Lake is for 2 purposes: to help a person overcome his daily problems, and also to help him achieve a state of peace and inner poise. Sit in the silence and meditate on a quiet lake. See this peaceful lake extending out from your temples and including the entire world. When your thoughts are troubled and turbulent, this causes ripples to form on the surface of the lake. Now reach out mentally and push these ripples of your mind down into the body of the lake. Soon the lake will be smooth and peaceful, and your mind will be tranquil and calm. The mind's makeup is likened to water by the mystics of the Orient. Just as a storm has the power to churn up the water and create turbulent waves, so too, man's thoughts of hate, revenge, war and destruction, fear and worry, and all his negative thoughts and emotions cause the mind to become agitated, and the mortal mind waves inundate and destroy the poise, peace, and creativity of the human mind and soul. When problems threaten your peace of mind and you worry and cannot sleep, use this Oriental Lake meditation. Push each worrisome thought down into the water of the mind, and when it is safely submerged, it will be buried from sight and will leave the focus of your mind. You will then be restored to peace automatically. Attainment of inner perception. Oriental mysticism teaches that the outer world is transitory and subject to the law of change. The only real and permanent reality is the realm of the spirit or soul. By entering this hidden, mystical realm of the innermost self and attaining true perception, man can know that the so-called realities of life, matter, pain, sickness, suffering, war, poverty, age, and death are only illusions and not real, but constantly changing. This inner perception is achieved through a process of physical and metaphysical action, including breathing. Sit in the silence with your hands in your lap. Control your thoughts and emotions by a deliberate effort of the will. Repeat to yourself over and over, "I'm now still and at peace. My mind is now under perfect control. My body is in perfect repose and is relaxed. My nerves are quiet, and all the forces of my mind and body are now concentrated on achieving inner perception." Now breathe deeply through both nostrils and slow the breath down to a point where you are comfortable without strain or tension. As you breathe in deeply and exhale, you will control every muscle and nerve of your body. Then you will enter the mystic silence, where you will find the true power of your innermost being. Now you are ready to go into two of the most mystical states of consciousness taught in the Orient: the moon and sun blending exercises, which help give you the qualities of that which you concentrate on. For instance, when you think of the sun, you think of power, heat, life, growth, and all the properties that represent expansion and movement. The sun becomes the mental and spiritual symbol of the qualities you wish to incorporate in your mind and body. The sun is said to represent the masculine virtues, that which is expanding, aggressive, and metaphysically fertile. The moon is said to be feminine, passive, lambent, romantic, and beautiful, representing all that is metaphysical and inspiring. The elements of fire, air, water, and earth are interchangeable. Each of these elements enters into the earth's composition and becomes a quality of the sun, the moon, and the earth itself. Sun blending for power and growth. To blend with the sun, sit with the eyes closed and mentally visualize the great golden globe of the sun high in the heavens. Then meditate as follows. The sun is the giver of all life on earth. It is the father of the heavens. I now take on the creative power, the majesty and might of the golden, life-giving sun. As the sun's rays now warm the earth, causing all things to grow, so too I am now inspired by the sun to growth and evolvement of all my inner creative powers. My life grows and evolves under the impetus of divine inspiration. As the sun is the center of our solar system and gives life to earth, so too, God is the spiritual sun in the center of the cosmos, and his divine rays now illuminate the dark places of earth, bringing illumination, power, light, love, peace, intelligence, and beauty to all creation. As you meditate on the above thoughts and make them your mental and spiritual reality, you will feel the inspiring flow of power that will engulf your being. Then you visualize your mind as the sun, radiating its light, intelligence, and power throughout your personality. You feel the magnetism of the sun flowing in a dynamic stream of energizing, life-giving power through your mind and body, causing you to be attractive and dynamic. You then feel the warm, healing rays of the sun, tranquilizing your nervous system and calming and soothing your mind, removing all tension and friction from within your mind and body. Moon blending for beauty and love. Now you perform the same mystic meditation with moon blending. Repeat to yourself these words and thoughts, or make up your own, to fit the qualities represented by the moon. I now blend with the full, silvery, romantic moon. I absorb the passive qualities of beauty, light, and romance that the moon represents. My mind and body reflect peace, tranquility, and joy and beauty. My heart expands and vibrates to the power of love. I am as the fertile earth, receiving the seed for the future harvest. All my affairs of life grow and prosper under the mellow light of the peaceful, fecund, and silvery moon. My ideas evolve and grow under the inspiring flow of creative power of this mystic orb. Blend with all elements of the universe. This blending may be performed with all the elements of the universe, and your mind and body take on all the qualities represented by these elements. You can blend with water and state the following. I now blend with the life-giving stream of water, which nourishes all life. I feel the cool, soothing softness of the stream of consciousness flowing over my mind and body, healing me, restoring me, rejuvenating me, revitalizing my body, reinvigorating me and replenishing me. My work and my life now flourish, and the harvest of abundance is assured. The gentle stream of divine consciousness now washes away all my guilt and feelings of moral wrong, and submerges my problems and worries, leaving me free and clean and restored once again. The fire blending exercise. In ancient times, men worshipped the sun, fire, and the other elements, believing that they were invested with special powers for good and evil. The fire blending exercise is for the purpose of mentally stimulating and inspiring the creative centers of the brain. Visualize the glowing fire burning away all physical obstructions and releasing the pure spiritual reality of power and inspiration. Meditate as follows for fire blending. I now blend with the creative and inspiring celestial fire that bathes my mind and soul with its iridescent light, joy, peace, and beauty. Let there be light. This spiritual command now releases within me the creative fire that purges and cleanses me of all problems and obstructions that keep me from seeing the true spiritual reality of my being. I now blend with this spiritual fire of divine inspiration, and it cleanses my body, my emotions, and my soul of all the dross, common things of earth, revealing the pure golden splendor of the divine image and likeness of God which dwells within me. Blend with earth for greater prosperity. The earth is the solid base of man's existence, containing within its elements all the properties needed to sustain all life. Now you can blend with the fertile, productive earth when you wish your own life to prosper. Earth blending is for success, growth of your ideas, monetary rewards, and material treasures. Sit in the silence and meditate as follows. I now blend with the life-sustaining fertile earth. I take on the qualities of fertility, growth, and evolvement, which the earth gives to all things. I become one with the lofty hills and mountains that raise their majestic heads to heaven in spiritual and perpetual adoration of God's creative power. I now take on the qualities of earth's beauteous springtime. My senses are beguiled by the intoxicating perfume of a million blossoms, which send their perfume upward in the sunlight, golden sunshine. I am one with the fertile soil that receives the seed for the future harvest. I feel the cool, refreshing rains that beat upon the bosom of the earth and which cascade in laughing, rippling motion to the distant cosmic sea. I revel in the wind and lightning and snow, all the elements which cause Mother Earth to echo a joyous song of creativity and release a pageant of rainbow-hued and iridescent flowers in a cosmic bridal bouquet at the altar of divine love. Air blending for the soul's aspirations. The air which sustains all life and possesses the healing, invisible, cosmic rays, magnetism, and electricity, is used for blending when man wishes to indulge in inspiring soul flight that takes him above the mortal limitations of this earth with its problems and perplexities. Sit in the silence and meditate as follows. I now take on the purifying elements that cleanse my body of all impurities. I luxuriate in the soft, gentle breezes of a tropical island, as they murmur in the midst of a palm grove. I stir with the lambent breeze as it caresses the waxy petals of a magnolia tree. I drink deep of the fragrance stirred into exciting motion in the midst of a blooming orange grove. I am one with the wind in the tops of the towering oak trees, singing a gentle lullaby to fledglings slumbering in their nests. I roar with the wind as it sends crashing waves in its ceaseless motion upon a million sandy beaches. My spirit soars and my mind becomes one with the freedom of the wind as it sings joyously in a gay carousel that embraces 1,000 spice-scented islands and wipes clean the face of heaven, revealing to earthbound man the sparkling stars in the purple veil of night. You may use soft music and candle light for your periods of metaphysical meditation. These help the higher mind centers achieve a sense of tranquility and calm. Be sure that you do these metaphysical exercises where you will not be disturbed by anyone for at least a half hour. You can do one or all of the exercises at one sitting. The main thing to remember is that you achieve the true spiritual understanding of what you are trying to attain. Summary. The great teachers who used metaphysical meditation had many teaching methods as follows. 1. The spiritual mountaintop for serenity. 2. Cosmic consciousness through mystic elevation. 3. The lotus blossom exercise for inspiration. 4. The oriental lake for overcoming problems. 5. Attainment of inner perception. 6. Sun blending for power and growth. 7. Moon blending for beauty and love. 8. Blending with all the elements of the universe. 9. Fire blending for creative inspiration. 10. How to blend with the earth for greater prosperity. 11. Air blending for soul's aspirations. Chapter 19. The miracle working power of metaphysical love. One of the greatest metaphysical forces for working miracles is the power of love. If this emotional force is channeled correctly, it can unfailingly bring you health, happiness, peace of mind, and the fulfillment of your right destiny. Someone has rightly said, "Love is the purification of the heart from self. It strengthens and ennobles the character, gives higher motives and a nobler aim to every action of life, and makes both man and woman strong, noble, and courageous." Love is like a many-faceted diamond. It has many aspects, and most of them are essential to a well-rounded, happy, and integrated life. Unselfish love always gives of itself most generously. It seldom asks rewards. The very act of loving is, in itself, an adequate reward for the person expressing the emotion. It pays rich dividends in better health, greater energy and vitality, and even longer life. Love is the most constructive force in life, and without love, life loses most of its purpose and meaning. An excellent definition of this positive, miracle-working emotion is given in the Bible, in 1 Corinthians 13, by St. Paul. The King James Version uses the word charity, but the original sense of that word, the Latin caritas, is love. Love as an energizing force. The emotion of love generates great energy in the human body. It is a wonderful stimulant to most of the body's glands. This is a scientific fact, established in the laboratory. Chemicals and valuable hormones are actually released through the glands under the stimulus of the emotion of love. Some of these chemicals aid digestion. Love releases sugar into the bloodstream. This is stored in the liver for emergencies. Tests taken in the laboratory have shown that people who are consumed with hatred and bitterness, the emotion opposed to love, are generally tired and filled with toxins that slowly poison them. When such persons are moved from hate to love, there are amazing changes in the body's chemistry and health. Your body has astounding reserves of energy and vitality in its cells. When you feel the powerful emotion of love, it helps release this reserve energy and sends it flooding throughout your bloodstream into your brain, awakening latent energies and creating powerful inspiration for healing, restoring and reinvigorating the body cells. Regime for using metaphysical love as an energizing force. 1. Have some person in your life that you can love. If you do not have a romantic love in your life, at least try to have some close relative or friend that you can send out love to. Emotional love for some person of the opposite sex is one of the greatest of all energizing forces. But as love is of many different types, it may be directed towards a cause, or some friend, or love for humanity. 2. Spend at least an hour a day being aware of this miracle-working power of love. Concentrate your loving thoughts on doing something unselfish and good for someone you love. Of course, mothers and wives do this hours upon hours each day, cooking, shopping, cleaning, caring for their children. This is using the love force constructively. But make it a point to use this power consciously at least 1 hour a day. You will see an immediate increase in your energy. 3. Before the positive force love can exist, you must banish its opposing negative force, hatred. This should be eliminated consciously. Check over in your mind and see if there is anyone you really hate or resent or are jealous of. These are all mild forms of hate, Then change that hatred into a neutral force. If you cannot love the person, at least do not hate him, for the hate only poisons you. If you can send thoughts of forgiveness to the person who might have hurt you, do so. It will help energize you. And if you are suffering from some physical ailment, it may even heal you. One lady who came to our lectures in Carnegie Hall had hated her sister for 20 years. When they were young, her boyfriend had married her sister, and the girl became a spinster, never married, and actively hated her sister all those years. This woman developed rheumatism and arthritis quite early in life, and no amount of doctoring helped her. When she was told that her hatred of her sister might be the chemical poison that was crippling her, she stopped hating the sister. She called her up, talked to her the first time in all those years, and forgave her. Within 6 months' time, this woman's crippling condition was beginning to show signs of radical change and improvement. Love as an inspirational force. The power of love as an inspirational force has long been known to create miracles in all fields of human endeavor. Thousands of artists, writers, poets, composers, scientists, inventors, and industrialists have been inspired to create something great for the world through the power of love. Chopin composed some of his most beautiful music under the inspiration of love. Florence Nightingale established nursing as a profession by virtue of her deep love for her fellow humans. The Taj Mahal, one of the world's most beautiful buildings in India, was created as a memorial to a woman's inspiring love. Regime for using metaphysical love as an inspirational force. 1. If you want to have more inspiration for some creative work, make it a point to love someone. This love can be personal, or it can be an ideal. You can direct it towards someone you know, or it can be a love of humanity, such as that which inspired me. Curie and her husband and caused Father Damien to give his life for the lepers. 2. When approaching some creative work you plan to do, sit and meditate for a few moments on the purpose of your work. Then lovingly dedicate your creative efforts to the good of humanity. Great artists and sculptors generally had such an ideal in mind when they created their masterpieces. Many times they were inspired by some specific person, who was the object of their affection at the time they created the masterpiece. Most of Michelangelo's great works in oil and in marble had back of them the inspiration of love. 3. You can tap this inspirational force of love early in your life by falling in love and marrying. It is wise to have a family as early in life as possible. The love of your family will serve to inspire you to greater effort. 4. Use some of the great love stories or poems of the past to help stimulate your mind to new, fresh creative activity. The inspiration of love need not always be your own personal love. It can be any of the great love stories of history. Metaphysical love as a rejuvenating force. There is no such thing as crippling age for those who love. The emotion of love is a rejuvenating force that puts eternal spring in the heart and soul. People who do not love others show the effects of age quicker than those who live under this stimulating emotion. The loveless become withered on the vine of life. True love is like the springtime. It causes the rejuvenating sap of life to flow more strongly. Lives that are dedicated to unselfish love never know winter's chilling blast, for they carry the blossoms of spring forever young in their hearts. Regime for using love as a rejuvenating force. 1. Lavish your outpouring of love on other people, not just your intimate family. 2. Associate yourself with young people as you grow older, serving them, loving them, and helping them find themselves. Working with a foundling home is an excellent way of doing this. I knew an elderly lady whose husband had died. She felt she no longer had anyone to love and no further reason for living. She was rapidly declining in health, and she sought me out for a consultation. I told her that she must now begin to love others, for this form of love would be a fitting memorial to her husband. I told her to enroll for volunteer work in several charitable organizations. She was finally called to a foundling home, where she devoted herself to loving the little children who had no one to love them. Soon this woman became sprightly and youthful in appearance, and she radiated a happiness that was visible to everyone who saw her. 3. Take up some active, creative work or avocation where you can join groups who are trying to achieve the same objective. Joining a social club or a dancing class will give you an opportunity to express the emotion of love in group form. Many senior citizens who have joined such groups have reported amazing new vitality and an improvement in health and energy. Love as a healing agent. True love is a healing, potent power. Science has now proved that love metaphysically stirs the chemicals of the body in such a way that the heartbeat is quickened and the circulation of the blood is increased. In laboratory experiments, people were tested while thinking of some person they loved. Measurements were then taken of the blood pressure, pulse, and metabolic rate, and it was found that all of these were most favorably affected by thoughts of love. It is natural that love should be a healing agent. From the procreative impulse of love springs the greatest miracle, the new life. What greater proof do we need than this creative power of love? If it can create new life, it can surely conserve and intensify the life spark within the human body. You may add years to your life by loving some person for whom you wish to live. If you should be left alone, do not grieve and long for the deceased. Dedicate your life anew to love and service, and get busy either finding someone you can love or serving some great cause which can help inspire you anew. How to use love as a healing agent. 1. If you should be sick, check your subconscious mind carefully and see if perhaps it is because you are not really expressing your love daily. One lady I know had been married for 10 years, but she did not really love her husband. She wanted a divorce, but stayed married because of the 2 children born in the union. She was listless, had sinus trouble, indigestion, and low blood pressure. After spending much money on many doctors, she finally found one man who told her the cause of her illness. She was not in love with her husband, and the chemistry of her body simply could not function as it should. She began a series of therapeutic treatments to help her mentally adjust to her husband, and when she began to express more love in her relationship with him, she began to have more energy, her symptoms disappeared, and she was on the way to becoming healthy and normal once again. 2. There are many modified forms of love, such as expressing kindness towards others, serving them, advising and guiding friends, working with your co-workers to provide a more cheerful and pleasant environment, remembering people's birthdays and anniversaries, giving little gifts and mementos. These are the concrete, objective ways by which we express love every day. The ingrown personality, who is selfish and who never expresses any form of love, soon becomes bitter, and his personality becomes warped and antisocial. Such a person is more apt to become sick than one who expresses his love daily. 3. The expression of spiritual love is as great a miracle healing force as that of physical and emotional love. A person who radiates spiritual love glows with a luminous quality of the soul, which creates its own special beauty. Your love should not only be personal, but it should embrace all of humanity as well. Never stop loving. Even when your children have grown up and have children of their own, you can still express the creative miracle of love. You can work for your church in some way, or join a group that is engaged in charitable work locally. In this way, you can continue using the miracle-working power of spiritual love throughout your life. 4. Love many times helps heal the physical body, but as a healing agent, it also helps heal personality maladjustment. Many people who have suffered from feelings of inferiority, self-consciousness, and inadequacy have completely overcome these defects when they fell in love with someone and had some big goal towards which to work. Jane Addams was such a weak and inadequate personality. She lived in a beautiful home in Chicago, but she was frail and sickly, and her life seemed incomplete and futile. The doctors told her she had only 6 months more to live. She was listless, had no objective in life, and the struggle seemed useless. Then Jane Addams had a sudden inspiration. Walking down the streets of Chicago one day, she saw the poor children of the tenements living in wretched squalor. She made a big decision. She would turn her own beautiful home into a haven for these derelict children. Many of their mothers had to work, and the children wandered the streets unattended and in misery. Jane Addams opened her home for these unfortunate children. She cared for them, cooked, cleaned, nursed them. Soon other women volunteered to help her. In a few months' time, what was later to become Hull House Settlement was flourishing. But more important still, the frail, sickly woman who was supposed to die lived on and on. She became healthier and stronger as her tasks increased, and as she tells in her autobiography, she lived to bury 4 of the doctors who had said she would die, and her life continued until the late 80s. Truly, love is a miracle working force that releases our reserves of energy, gives us better health, and even extends our lives for many years. Chapter 20. Cosmic Fulfillment for You. The ultimate goal of metaphysics. Now that we have traveled together down life's mystic pathway in our soul quest for metaphysical truth and spiritual wisdom, we have discovered much that can help you continue on this cosmic journey into the golden sunset years of your life. After you have spent a lifetime in using the metaphysical miracle working power for fame, fortune, power, material possessions, and physical satisfactions, you must realize that these things are not the whole of life. There is still another dimension of life, the spiritual plane of consciousness, where you must find cosmic fulfillment, the ultimate goal. Man's soul quest throughout time and space is for the glorious hyacinths of life. The beauty, peace, love, and joy that make life a pageant of shimmering, iridescent loveliness. You now possess all the metaphysical knowledge you need to give you everything life has to offer, and which can satisfy the human craving for possessions and material things. Now realize that what your soul truly searches for is cosmic fulfillment, what the ancient Sanskrit calls darshan, ultimate fulfillment. The soul is embarked upon a mystical journey throughout time and space, and in its search for God, it knows many joys and many tribulations. Ultimately, each of these life experiences adds to the sum total of your soul's unfoldment, like a lotus blossom unfolding petal by petal to reveal its hidden innermost beauty. Likewise, your soul is many-faceted and reveals its hidden splendor as you meet the challenges of life courageously and conquer the opposing elements of earth. There is a saying, "He who would have the crown must first bear the cross." What is cosmic fulfillment? Cosmic fulfillment is something you may attain here and now while you are on this earth plane. It is not some future glory which you shall inherit after death. If you live according to cosmic laws on earth, you can be quite certain that you will also share in any future heaven that exists after life on this earth is over. Cosmic fulfillment comes in the moment you realize that you were created for some higher purpose than merely to marry, rear a family, work, make money, and then die and leave behind you everything you have created. What is this higher purpose, the ultimate goal which man's soul strives to achieve? It is an inborn desire to create happiness and to share that happiness with everyone we meet in life. Aristotle claimed that happiness is the sum total of a person's whole existence. It is not to be thought of as a single, isolated personal experience that gives one emotional pleasure. Another great teacher declared that a person can be said to be happy if he possesses the good things of life, things that bring one satisfaction and a feeling of completion and fulfillment. He said the one sure way to tell if a man is happy is when he wants for absolutely nothing in the way of material or physical possessions. This also includes all the deep-seated urges and desires that generally obsess a person and cause him to be dissatisfied with life. This includes such things as worldly recognition, friends, love, fulfillment, and joy in his work. These desires, often unfulfilled, can cause a person restlessness and make him feel that life is not worth living. Material possessions alone do not give a person joy. Such things as money, houses, lands, cars, clothing, jewelry, and household furnishings are symbolized by modern society as status symbols and show that a man has achieved a certain social and financial position. These things are fine, and the metaphysical laws you have learned in this study can be invoked to bring you all these material and physical possessions. However, in searching for cosmic fulfillment, life's ultimate goal, realize that there are other intangible values in life which make for happiness. These things cannot be counted in terms of dollars and cents, but they constitute happiness on an emotional and personal plane. This type of happiness is produced by good health, friends, social honors, and the possession of peace of mind and a clear conscience. How few millionaires can claim for themselves this type of happiness. Cosmic fulfillment can be yours, even if you do not have a fortune, and even if you do not achieve every single goal you set for yourself in life. Cosmic fulfillment has to do with certain qualities of the mind and spirit, which can bring the most lasting and enduring type of happiness known to man. These are the cosmic qualities of compassion, understanding, forgiveness, integrity, honesty, goodness, generosity, and a high moral character. Cosmic fulfillment can also be achieved through mental and intellectual enrichment. Intellectual happiness consists in the possession of knowledge and wisdom, the enjoyment of good music, fine books, and great art. It can also come through the exchange of high ideals and ideas in social conversation. Money alone cannot buy happiness. Without cosmic fulfillment, true happiness is seldom found on this earth. Of 12 cases of sweepstakes winners that I investigated, who had won $100,000 or more, I discovered that 9 of these winners had lost their money and were made more miserable than before they won it. Only 3 out of 12 wound up with any kind of financial security and happiness. These 3 winners were persons past 60 years of age. Money alone cannot buy happiness and peace of mind. Of all the multimillionaires who lived during the days before the Great Depression of the 1930s and who controlled the financial markets of the world, a great many either went broke, died in prison, or were dishonored and impoverished in their lifetime. Money is important for buying the physical and material comforts man needs, but do not let the glitter of gold blind you to the cosmic realities, which are the true gold of the metaphysical spirit. The regime for cosmic fulfillment. 1. A creative mind that is busy creating for the good of others is a happy and contented mind. All the cosmically illumined souls of the past who created their music, poetry, art, and literature for humanity to enjoy were happy and found their ultimate fulfillment in releasing their creative works for the good of humanity. Keep your mind busy, creating good for others. Every day see what you can do to make others happy and more comfortable. This does not take money, but merely a little time and effort. 2. To achieve happiness, you must deserve happiness. Cosmic illumination comes to man when he thinks more of the happiness of others than of himself. The selfish person, who thinks of himself only, seldom ever achieves cosmic illumination or true happiness. 3. To achieve cosmic awareness and fulfillment, make it a point to every day practice the cosmic and spiritual qualities. These are goodness, honesty, love, forgiveness, justice, truth, charity, compassion, and integrity. 4. The most common causes of misery and disappointment in life should be studied and understood. In striving to overcome the gravity pull of Earth's problems and to rise to the realm of cosmic illumination, metaphysically overcome some of these negative forces that tend to keep man earthbound. A. Disappointments in love and marriage. B. Loss of loved ones in death. C. Poverty. D. Ill health. E. Accidents or other misfortunes. F. Inability to achieve social acceptance. G. Failure in business. H. Sense of inferiority in expressing the personality. I. Loneliness and lack of friends. J. Various fears and phobias, including fear of old age, sickness, death, and disfigurement. K. Emotional insecurity. L. Ignorance and superstition. M. Immoderation in drinking or other habits. And negative emotions of hate, revenge, greed, envy, fear, worry, jealousy, and malice. O. Violating the mental, moral, ethical, social, physical, and spiritual laws of the universe. This includes the Golden Rule and the 10 Commandments. We have studied the regime in this book for overcoming most of these negative forces that keep man from rising above mortal mind limitations into the realm of cosmic fulfillment. 5. Look about you in this moment and see how many things you can find in your life to be joyous about. A man complained because he had no shoes until he saw a man who had no feet. 6. Add the spiritual plus to everything you do in life. For example, your marriage partner may annoy you with nagging or some other irritating habit. Add the spiritual plus and neutralize that quality by seeing the kindness, the consideration, the good homemaker that she is. In this way, your spiritual plus will outweigh the minus of nagging. You can do this with your work, your boss, your friends. Always add the spiritual plus that erases the irritating quality. 7. Develop your mind so that you can let intelligence rule instead of emotion. Cosmic illumination comes when we have developed every facet of the human mind. Inquire into all branches of knowledge, psychology, philosophy, literature, music, art, science, social sciences, for as you develop your mind more and more, you will achieve the state known as cosmic illumination. 8. Enthrone in your consciousness some of the great spiritual precepts and principles enunciated by the great teachers of the past. From Moses we have the 10 Commandments. These are moral precepts by which society lives. Learn these and live according to them. They will help give you greater cosmic illumination. Also, the Golden Rule and the Beatitudes given by Jesus in his famous Sermon on the Mount. These should be learned in their entirety, for they state cosmic principles that will illumine your mind and give you cosmic illumination. To achieve the same type of cosmic illumination as some of our great geniuses of history, go to your library and study their lives and works. To be a hero, think heroic thoughts, Voltaire said. When you align yourself with some of the great thoughts of the most illumined men in history, you cannot help becoming cosmically illumined. Some of these great of the past are Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, Shakespeare, Shelley, Keats, Byron, Galileo, Columbus, Marco Polo, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Pasteur, Edison, Burbank, Einstein, George Washington Carver, Lincoln, Marconi, Washington, and many others who have contributed to the world's knowledge and progress. This course of study can be extended to art, literature, music, politics, industry, and exploration. 9. Also study some of the world's great religions, including the metaphysical teachings of the Orient. From the great prophets of the past you can obtain many illuminating passages that will reveal to you the true mystical purpose of life. 10. Never let any emotion affect you so deeply that you are permanently scarred psychically. The soul's peace and serenity can only be maintained when you stop reacting to every disappointment and failure with a deep emotional hurt that leaves permanent scars on the psyche. Many people never get over a broken love affair or the loss of a loved one. This is a wrong principle and keeps one from sharing in the joyous and illuminating cosmic experiences that still lie ahead for them. Grief is natural when one loses a loved one, but it should not become so deeply imprinted in the consciousness that it robs one of all future enjoyment. 11. Realize that all things are transient, including life itself. Never try to hold on to any person, emotion, or thing permanently. This intense possessiveness makes many people miserable throughout life. Be willing to enjoy every single experience that life gives you, but also be willing to let go of it when the law of cycles has run its course and it is taken from you. Instead of thinking of what you've lost, think rather of the years of enjoyment it has given you. 12. Build mental and spiritual values that depend on the inner, permanent things of the mind and soul, rather than the worship of physical and material things only. This does not mean that you should retire from life in mystic contemplation all the time, but only occasionally, to give important things their right place in your life. 13. Build your own mental garden where others come to share your simple life, rather than search in the outer world of changing and shifting values for your happiness. Very often a frenzied search for pleasure leads one to disillusionment and misery. People who must go on a constant round of nightclubs and places of entertainment, who demand more and more liquor and other forms of physical stimulation, soon fall into a dull and deadly routine that robs them of peace of mind and very often their mental and physical health. 14. Live in the present instead of putting off living until the future. How often people wait too long to begin to live? This is the tragedy of modern life. A Latin proverb says, "Let us live while we live." 15. Enjoy the beauty of nature and the changing seasons. Be in tune with the cosmos by being aware of God's miraculous universe. Only when you are in a state of attunement to the world about you can you be said to be in tune with the infinite. Cosmic illumination flourishes when your senses are awakened fully and when you appreciate all the wonders of nature, the beauty of spring, the miracle of summer's growth, the fall's harvest, and the winter's lambent beauty. As Emerson said, "Throb thine own with nature's throbbing breast, and all is clear from east to west." When burdens and problems press on your mind too much, make it a point to get away to the country. Walk in a forest and see the beauty that God has so lavishly bestowed upon the earth. Stand by the ocean and look out to the horizon. Feel the majesty and mystery of God in His creation. Turn your face to the western sky at sunset and let the incandescent crimson and gold flood your being with warmth and joy. Sunshine, fresh air, fields waving in the breeze, birds singing in the treetops, and rain cascading to the sea. These forces of nature can cleanse the heart and mind of man when he is sorely tried by the vexatious problems of life. Make it a point to pay a visit to nature every once in a while and become healed and restored by God's wholesome cosmic forces of beauty and goodness. 16. Lift your heart and soul in prayer every night before you retire. The spiritual exaltation that comes when you pray with faith can become a healing balm for every problem of your life. Prayer puts man into cosmic attunement with God, the source of all life and all power. The Bible gives us a good formula for achieving cosmic fulfillment. "I shall lift mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my deliverance." The hills are symbolic of man's aspiring soul, as his vision is expanded upward into the cosmic realm, where the transcendental beauty and joy of cosmic illumination pours in a flood tide of inspiration into man's immortal soul. The high, aspiring hopes and dreams of man have always lifted him from the mortal dust of his physical and material origins into the lofty, empyrean heights of the metaphysical realm where man's ultimate fulfillment exists in the forever now. This recording of Metaphysics, New Dimensions of the Mind by Anthony Norval, was presented by David De Angelis. Sound recording copyright 2022 and produced by DeepSend Limited 2022.
Preface. This book is pragmatical, not philosophical. A practical manual, not a treatise upon theories. It is intended for the men and women whose most pressing need is for money, who wish to get rich first and philosophize afterward. It is for those who have, so far, found neither the time, the means, nor the opportunity to go deeply into the study of metaphysics, but who want results and who are willing to take the conclusions of science as a basis for action, without going into all the processes by which those conclusions were reached. It is expected that the reader will take the fundamental statements upon faith, just as he would take statements concerning a law of electrical action if they were promulgated by a Marconi or an Edison, and taking the statements upon faith, that he will prove their truth by acting upon them without fear or hesitation. Every man or woman who does this will certainly get rich, for the science herein applied is an exact science, and failure is impossible. For the benefit, however, of those who wish to investigate philosophical theories and so secure a logical basis for faith, I will here cite certain authorities. The monistic theory of the universe, the theory that one is all and that all is one, that one substance manifests itself as the seeming many elements of the material world, is of Hindu origin and has been gradually winning its way into the thought of the Western world for 200 years. It is the foundation of all the Oriental philosophies and of those of Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz, Schopenhauer, Hegel, and Emerson. The reader who would dig to the philosophical foundations of this is advised to read Hegel and Emerson for himself. In writing this book, I have sacrificed all other considerations to plainness and simplicity of style, so that all might understand. The plan of action laid down herein was deduced from the conclusions of philosophy. It has been thoroughly tested and bears the supreme test of practical experiment. It works. If you wish to know how the conclusions were arrived at, read the writings of the authors mentioned above. And if you wish to reap the fruits of their philosophies in actual practice, read this book and do exactly as it tells you to do. The author. Chapter 1. The Right to be Rich. Whatever may be said in praise of poverty, the fact remains that it is not possible to live a really complete or successful life unless one is rich. No man can rise to his greatest possible height in talent or soul development unless he has plenty of money. For to unfold the soul and to develop talent, he must have many things to use, and he cannot have these things unless he has money to buy them with. A man develops in mind, soul, and body by making use of these things, and society is so organized that man must have money in order to become the possessor of things. Therefore, the basis of all advancement for man must be the science of getting rich. The object of all life is development, and everything that lives has an inalienable right to all the development it is capable of attaining. Man's right to life means his right to have the free and unrestricted use of all things which may be necessary to his fullest mental, spiritual, and physical unfoldment, or, in other words, his right to be rich. I shall not speak of riches in a figurative way. To be really rich does not mean to be satisfied or contented with a little. No man ought to be satisfied with little if he is capable of using and enjoying more. The purpose of nature is the advancement and unfoldment of life, and every man should have all that can contribute to the power, elegance, beauty, and richness of life. To be content with less is sinful. The man who owns all he wants for the living of all the life he is capable of living is rich, and no man who has not plenty of money can have all he wants. Life has advanced so far and become so complex that even the most ordinary man or woman requires a great amount of wealth in order to live in a manner that even approaches completeness. Every person naturally wants to become all that they are capable of becoming. This desire to realize innate possibilities is inherent in human nature. We cannot help wanting to be all that we can be. Success in life is becoming what you want to be. You can become what you want to be only by making use of things, and you can have the free use of things only as you become rich enough to buy them. To understand the science of getting rich is therefore the most essential of all knowledge. There is nothing wrong in wanting to get rich. The desire for riches is really the desire for a richer, fuller, and more abundant life, and that desire is praiseworthy. The man who does not desire to live more abundantly is abnormal, and so the man who does not desire to have money enough to buy all he wants is abnormal. There are three motives for which we live. We live for the body, we live for the mind, and we live for the soul. No one of these is better or holier than the other. All are alike desirable, and no one of the three, body, mind, or soul, can live fully if either of the others is cut short of full life and expression. It is not right or noble to live only for the soul and deny mind or body, and it is wrong to live for the intellect and deny body or soul. We are all acquainted with the loathsome consequences of living for the body and denying both mind and soul, and we see that real life means the complete expression of all that man can give forth through body, mind, and soul. Whatever he can say, no man can be really happy or satisfied unless his body is living fully in every function, and unless the same is true of his mind and his soul. Wherever there is unexpressed possibility or function not performed, there is unsatisfied desire. Desire is possibility seeking expression or function seeking performance. Man cannot live fully in body without good food, comfortable clothing, and warm shelter, and without freedom from excessive toil. Rest and recreation are also necessary to his physical life. He cannot live fully in mind without books and time to study them, without opportunity for travel and observation, or without intellectual companionship. To live fully in mind, he must have intellectual recreations and must surround himself with all the objects of art and beauty he is capable of using and appreciating. To live fully in soul, man must have love, and love is denied expression by poverty. A man's highest happiness is found in the bestowal of benefits on those he loves. Love finds its most natural and spontaneous expression in giving. The man who has nothing to give cannot fill his place as a husband or father, as a citizen or as a man. It is in the use of material things that a man finds full life for his body, develops his mind, and unfolds his soul. It is therefore of supreme importance to him that he should be rich. It is perfectly right that you should desire to be rich. If you are a normal man or woman, you cannot help doing so. It is perfectly right that you should give your best attention to the science of getting rich, for it is the noblest and most necessary of all studies. If you neglect this study, you are derelict in your duty to yourself, to God, and humanity, for you can render to God and humanity no greater service than to make the most of yourself. Chapter 2. There is a science of getting rich. There is a science of getting rich, and it is an exact science, like algebra or arithmetic. There are certain laws which govern the process of acquiring riches. Once these laws are learned and obeyed by any man, he will get rich with mathematical certainty. The ownership of money and property comes as a result of doing things in a certain way. Those who do things in this certain way, whether on purpose or accidentally, get rich, while those who do not do things in this certain way, no matter how hard they work or how able they are, remain poor. It is a natural law that like causes always produce like effects, and therefore any man or woman who learns to do things in this certain way will infallibly get rich. That the above statement is true is shown by the following facts. Getting rich is not a matter of environment, for if it were, all the people in certain neighborhoods would become wealthy. The people of one city would all be rich, while those of other towns would all be poor. Or the inhabitants of one state would roll in wealth, and those of an adjoining state would be in poverty. But everywhere we see rich and poor living side by side in the same environment and often engaged in the same vocations. When two men are in the same locality and in the same business, and one gets rich while the other remains poor, it shows that getting rich is not primarily a matter of environment. Some environments may be more favorable than others, but when two men in the same business are in the same neighborhood, and one gets rich while the other fails, it indicates that getting rich is the result of doing things in a certain way. And further, the ability to do things in this certain way is not due solely to the possession of talent, for many people who have great talent remain poor, while others who have very little talent get rich. Studying the people who have gotten rich, we find that they are an average lot in all respects, having no greater talents and abilities than other men. It is evident that they do not get rich because they possess talents and abilities that other men have not, but because they happen to do things in a certain way. Getting rich is not the result of saving or thrift. Many very penurious people are poor, while free spenders often get rich. Nor is getting rich due to doing things which others fail to do. For two men in the same business often do almost exactly the same things, and one gets rich while the other remains poor or becomes bankrupt. From all these things, we must come to the conclusion that getting rich is the result of doing things in a certain way. If getting rich is the result of doing things in a certain way, then any man or woman who can do things in that way can become rich, and the whole matter is brought within the domain of exact science. The question arises here whether this certain way may not be so difficult that only a few may follow it. This cannot be true, as we have seen, so far as natural ability is concerned. Talented people get rich, and blockheads get rich. Intellectually brilliant people get rich, and very stupid people get rich. Physically strong people get rich, and weak and sickly people get rich. Some degree of ability to think and understand is, of course, essential. But insofar natural ability is concerned, any man or woman who has sense enough to read and understand these words can certainly get rich. Also, we have seen that it is not a matter of environment. Location counts for something. One would not go to the heart of the Sahara and expect to do successful business. Getting rich involves the necessity of dealing with men and of being where there are people to deal with. And if these people are inclined to deal in the way that you want to deal, so much the better. But that is about as far as environment goes. If anybody else in your town can get rich, so can you. And if anybody else in your state can get rich, so can you. Again, it is not a matter of choosing some particular business or profession. People get rich in every business and in every profession, while their next-door neighbors in the same vocation remain in poverty. It is true that you will do best in a business which you like and which is congenial to you. And if you have certain talents which are well developed, you will do best in a business which calls for the exercise of those talents. Also, you will do best in a business which is suited to your locality. An ice cream parlor would do better in a warm climate than in Greenland, and a salmon fishery will succeed better in the Northwest than in Florida, where there are no salmon. But aside from these general limitations, getting rich is not dependent upon your engaging in some particular business, but upon your learning to do things in a certain way. If you are now in business and anybody else in your locality is getting rich in the same business, while you are not getting rich, it is because you are not doing things in the same way that the other person is doing them. No one is prevented from getting rich by lack of capital. True, as you get capital, the increase becomes more easy and rapid, but one who has capital is already rich and does not need to consider how to become so. No matter how poor you may be, if you begin to do things in a certain way, you will begin to get rich, and you will begin to have capital. The getting of capital is a part of the process of getting rich, and it is a part of the result which invariably follows the doing of things in a certain way. You may be the poorest man on the continent and be deeply in debt. You may have neither friends, influence, nor resources, but if you begin to do things in this way, you must infallibly begin to get rich, for the like causes must produce like effects. If you have no capital, you can get capital. If you're in the wrong business, you can get into the right business. If you're in the wrong location, you can go to the right location, and you can do so by beginning in your present business and in your present location to do things in the certain way which causes success. Chapter 3. Is opportunity monopolized? No man is kept poor because opportunity has been taken away from him, because other people have monopolized the wealth and have put a fence around it. You may be shut off from engaging in business in certain lines, but there are other channels open to you. Probably it would be hard for you to get control of any of the great railroad systems. That field is pretty well monopolized, but the electric railway business is still in its infancy and offers plenty of scope for enterprise. And it will be but a very few years until traffic and transportation through the air will become a great industry, and in all its branches will give employment to hundreds of thousands and perhaps to millions of people. Why not turn your attention to the development of aerial transportation instead of competing with J.J. Hill and others for a chance in the steam railway world? It is quite true that if you are a working man in the employ of the Steel Trust, you have very little chance of becoming the owner of the plant in which you work. But it is also true that if you will commence to act in a certain way, you can soon leave the employ of the Steel Trust. You can buy a farm from 10 to 40 acres and engage in business as a producer of foodstuffs. There is great opportunity at this time for men who will live upon small tracts of land and cultivate the same intensively. Such men will certainly get rich. You may say that it is impossible for you to get the land, but I'm going to prove to you that it is not impossible, and that you can certainly get a farm if you will go to work in a certain way. At different periods, the tide of opportunity sets in different directions, according to the needs of the whole, and the particular stage of social evolution which has been reached. At present, in America, it is setting towards agricultural and the allied industries and professions. Today, opportunity is open before the factory worker in his line. It is open before the businessman who supplies the farmer more than before the one who supplies the factory worker, and before the professional man who waits upon the farmer more than before the one who serves the working class. There is an abundance of opportunity for the man who will go with the tide instead of trying to swim against it. So the factory workers, either as individuals or as a class, are not deprived of opportunity. The workers are not being kept down by their masters. They are not being ground by the trusts and combinations of capital. As a class, they are where they are because they do not do things in a certain way. If the workers of America chose to do so, they could follow the example of their brothers in Belgium and other countries and establish great department stores and cooperative industries. They could elect men of their own class to office and pass laws favoring the development of such cooperative industries. And in a few years, they could take peaceable possession of the industrial field. The working class may become the master class whenever they will begin to do things in a certain way. The law of wealth is the same for them as it is for all others. This they must learn, and they will remain where they are as long as they continue to do as they do. The individual worker, however, is not held down by the ignorance or the mental slothfulness of his class. He can follow the tide of opportunity to riches, and this book will tell him how. No one is kept in poverty by a shortness in the supply of riches. There is more than enough for all. A palace as large as the Capitol in Washington might be built for every family on earth from the building material in the United States alone. And under intensive cultivation, this country would produce wool, cotton, linen, and silk enough to clothe each person in the world finer than Solomon was arrayed in all his glory, together with food enough to feed them all luxuriously. The visible supply is practically inexhaustible, and the invisible supply really is inexhaustible. Everything you see on earth is made from one original substance, out of which all things proceed. New forms are constantly being made, and older ones are dissolving, but all are shapes assumed by one thing. There is no limit to the supply of formless stuff or original substance. The universe is made out of it, but it was not all used in making the universe. The spaces in, through, and between the forms of the visible universe are permeated and filled with the original substance, with the formless stuff, with the raw material of all things. 10,000 times as much has been made might still be made, and even then we should not have exhausted the supply of universal raw material. No man, therefore, is poor because nature is poor, or because there is not enough to go around. Nature is an inexhaustible storehouse of riches. The supply will never run short. Original substance is alive with creative energy and is constantly producing more forms. When the supply of building material is exhausted, more will be produced. When the soil is exhausted so that foodstuffs and materials for clothing will no longer grow upon it, it will be renewed or more soil will be made. When all the gold and silver has been dug from the earth, if man is still in such a stage of social development that he needs gold and silver, more will be produced from the formless. The formless stuff responds to the needs of man. It will not let him be without any good thing. This is true of man collectively. The race as a whole is always abundantly rich, and if individuals are poor, it is because they do not follow the certain way of doing things which makes the individual man rich. The formless stuff is intelligent. It is stuff which thinks. It is alive and is always impelled towards more life. It is the natural and inherent impulse of life to seek to live more. It is the nature of intelligence to enlarge itself, and of consciousness to seek to extend its boundaries and find fuller expression. The universe of forms has been made by formless living substance, throwing itself into form in order to express itself more fully. The universe is a great living presence, always moving inherently towards more life and fuller functioning. Nature is formed for the advancement of life. Its impelling motive is the increase of life. For this cause, everything which can possibly minister to life is bountifully provided. There can be no lack unless God is to contradict himself and nullify his own works. You are not kept poor by lack in the supply of riches. It is a fact which I shall demonstrate a little further on, that even the resources of the formless supply are at the command of the man or woman who will act and think in a certain way. Chapter 4. The first principle in the science of getting rich. Thought is the only power which can produce tangible riches from the formless substance. The stuff from which all things are made is a substance which thinks, and a thought of form in this substance produces the form. Original substance moves according to its thoughts. Every form and process you see in nature is the visible expression of a thought in original substance. As the formless stuff thinks of a form, it takes that form. As it thinks of a motion, it makes that motion. That is the way all things were created. We live in a thought world, which is part of a thought universe. The thought of a moving universe extended through formless substance, and the thinking stuff moving according to that thought, took the form of systems of planets and maintains that form. Thinking substance takes the form of its thought and moves according to that thought. Holding the idea of a circling system of suns and worlds, it takes the form of these bodies and moves them as it thinks. Thinking the form of a slow-growing oak tree, it moves accordingly and produces the tree, though centuries may be required to do the work. In creating, the formless seems to move according to the lines of motion it has established. The thought of an oak tree does not cause the instant formation of a full-grown tree, but it does start in motion the forces which will produce the tree along established lines of growth. Every thought of form held in thinking substance causes the creation of the form, but always, or at least generally, along lines of growth and action already established. The thought of a house of a certain construction, if it were impressed upon formless substance, might not cause the instant formation of the house, but it would cause the turning of creative energies already working in trade and commerce into such channels as to result in the speedy building of the house. And if there were no existing channels through which the creative energy could work, then the house would be formed directly from primal substance, without waiting for the slow processes of the organic and inorganic world. No thought of form can be impressed upon original substance without causing the creation of the form. Man is a thinking center and can originate thought. All the forms that man fashions with his hands must first exist in his thought. He cannot shape a thing until he has thought that thing. And so far, man has confined his efforts wholly to the work of his hands. He has applied manual labor to the world of forms, seeking to change or modify those already existing. He has never thought of trying to cause the creation of new forms by impressing his thoughts upon formless substance. When man has a thought form, he takes material from the forms of nature and makes an image of the form which is in his mind. He has so far made little or no effort to cooperate with formless intelligence, to work with the Father. He has not dreamed that he can do what he seeth the Father doing. Man reshapes and modifies existing forms by manual labor. He has given no attention to the question whether he may not produce things from formless substance by communicating his thoughts to it. We propose to prove that he may do so, to prove that any man or woman may do so, and to show how. As our first step, we must lay down the three fundamental propositions. First, we assert that there is one original formless stuff or substance from which all things are made. All the seemingly many elements are but different presentations of one element. All the many forms found in organic and inorganic nature are but different shapes made from the same stuff. And this stuff is thinking stuff. A thought held in it produces the form of the thought. Thought, in thinking substance, produces shapes. Man is a thinking center capable of original thought. If a man can communicate his thought to original thinking substance, he can cause the creation or formation of the thing he thinks about. To summarize this, there is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. It may be asked if I can prove these statements, and without going into details, I answer that I can do so, both by logic and experience. Reasoning back from the phenomena of form and thought, I come to one original thinking substance, and reasoning forward from that thinking substance, I come to man's power to cause the formation of the thing he thinks about. And by experiment, I find the reasoning true, and this is my strongest proof. If one man who reads this book gets rich by doing what it tells him to do, that is evidence in support of my claim. But if every man who does what it tells him to do gets rich, that is proof positive until someone goes through the process and fails. The theory is true until the process fails, and this process will not fail. For every man who does exactly what this book tells him to do will get rich. I have said that men get rich by doing things in a certain way, and in order to do so, men must become able to think in a certain way. A man's way of doing things is the direct result of the way he thinks about things. To do things in a way that you want to do them, you will have to acquire the ability to think the way you want to think. This is the first step towards getting rich. To think what you want to think is to think truth, regardless of appearances. Every man has the natural and inherent power to think what he wants to think, but it requires far more effort to do so than it does to think the thoughts which are suggested by appearances. To think according to appearance is easy. To think truth regardless of appearances is laborious, and requires the expenditure of more power than any other work man is called upon to perform. There is no labor from which most people shrink as they do from that of sustained and consecutive thought. It is the hardest work in the world. This is especially true when truth is contrary to appearances. Every appearance in the visible world tends to produce a corresponding form in the mind which observes it, and this can only be prevented by holding the thought of the truth. To look upon the appearance of disease will produce the form of disease in your own mind and ultimately in your body, unless you hold the thought of the truth, which is that there is no disease. It is only an appearance, and the reality is health. To look upon the appearances of poverty will produce corresponding forms in your own mind, unless you hold to the truth that there is no poverty, there is only abundance. To think health when surrounded by the appearance of disease, or to think riches when in the midst of appearances of poverty, requires power. But he who acquires this power becomes a mastermind. He can conquer fate. He can have what he wants. This power can only be acquired by getting hold of the basic fact which is behind all appearances. And that fact is that there is one thinking substance, from which and by which all things are made. Then we must grasp the truth that every thought held in this substance becomes a form, and that man can so impress his thoughts upon it as to cause them to take form and become visible things. When we realize this, we lose all doubt and fear, for we know that we can create what we want to create, and we can get what we want to have, and can become what we want to be. As a first step towards getting rich, you must believe the three fundamental statements given previously in this chapter, and in order to emphasize them, I repeat them here. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. You must lay aside all other concepts of the universe than this monistic one, and you must dwell upon this until it is fixed in your mind and has become your habitual thought. Read these creed statements over and over again. Fix every word upon your memory and meditate upon them until you firmly believe what they say. If a doubt comes to you, cast it aside as a sin. Do not listen to arguments against this idea. Do not go to churches or lectures where a contrary concept of things is taught or preached. Do not read magazines or books which teach a different idea. If you get mixed up in your faith, all your efforts will be in vain. Do not ask why these things are true, nor speculate as to how they can be true. Simply take them on trust. The science of getting rich begins with the absolute acceptance of this faith. Chapter 5. Increasing Life. You must get rid of the last vestige of the old idea that there is a deity whose will it is that you should be poor, or whose purposes may be served by keeping you in poverty. The intelligent substance which is all, and in all, which lives in all and lives in you, is a consciously living substance. Being a consciously living substance, it must have the nature and inherent desire of every living intelligence for increase of life. Every living thing must continually seek for the enlargement of its life, because life, in the mere act of living, must increase itself. A seed, dropped into the ground, springs into activity, and in the act of living produces 100 more seeds. Life, by living, multiplies itself. It is forever becoming more. It must do so if it continues to be at all. Intelligence is under the same necessity for continuous increase. Every thought we think makes it necessary for us to think another thought. Consciousness is continually expanding. Every fact we learn leads us to the learning of another fact. Knowledge is continually increasing. Every talent we cultivate brings to the mind the desire to cultivate another talent. We are subject to the urge of life, seeking expression, which ever drives us on to know more, to do more, and to be more. In order to know more, do more, and be more, we must have more. We must have things to use, for we learn and do and become only by using things. We must get rich so that we can live more. The desire for riches is simply the capacity for larger life seeking fulfillment. Every desire is the effort of an unexpressed possibility to come into action. It is power seeking to manifest which causes desire. That which makes you want more money is the same as that which makes the plant grow. It is life, seeking fuller expression. The one living substance must be subject to this inherent law of all life. It is permeated with the desire to live more. That is why it is under the necessity of creating things. The one substance desires to live more in you. Hence, it wants you to have all the things you can use. It is the desire of God that you should get rich. He wants you to get rich because he can express himself better through you if you have plenty of things to use in giving him expression. He can live more in you if you have unlimited command of the means of life. The universe desires you to have everything you want to have. Nature is friendly to your plans. Everything is naturally for you. Make up your mind that this is true. It is essential, however, that your purpose should harmonize with the purpose that is in all. You must want real life, not mere pleasure of sensual gratification. Life is the performance of function, and the individual really lives only when he performs every function, physical, mental, and spiritual, of which he is capable, without excess in any. You do not want to get rich in order to live swinishly. For the gratification of animal desires, that is not life. But the performance of every physical function is a part of life, and no one lives completely who denies the impulses of the body a normal and healthful expression. You do not want to get rich solely to enjoy mental pleasures, to get knowledge, to gratify ambition, to outshine others, to be famous. All these are a legitimate part of life, but the man who lives for the pleasures of the intellect alone will only have a partial life, and he will never be satisfied with his lot. You do not want to get rich solely for the good of others, to lose yourself for the salvation of mankind, to experience the joys of philanthropy and sacrifice. The joys of the soul are only a part of life, and they are no better or nobler than any other part. You want to get rich in order that you may eat, drink, and be merry when it is time to do these things, in order that you may surround yourself with beautiful things, see distant lands, feed your mind, and develop your intellect, in order that you may love men and do kind things, and be able to play a good part in helping the world to find truth. But remember that extreme altruism is no better and no nobler than extreme selfishness. Both are mistakes. Get rid of the idea that God wants you to sacrifice yourself for others, and that you can secure his favor by doing so. God requires nothing of the kind. What he wants is that you should make the most of yourself, for yourself and for others, and you can help others more by making the most of yourself than in any other way. You can make the most of yourself only by getting rich, so it is right and praiseworthy that you should give your first and best thought to the work of acquiring wealth. Remember, however, that the desire of substance is for all, and its movements must be for more life to all. It cannot be made to work for less life to any, because it is equally in all, seeking riches and life. Intelligent substance will make things for you, but it will not take things away from someone else and give them to you. You must get rid of the thought of competition. You are to create, not to compete for what is already created. You do not have to take anything away from anyone. You do not have to drive sharp bargains. You do not have to cheat or to take advantage. You do not need to let any man work for you for less than he earns. You do not have to covet the property of others or to look at it with wishful eyes. No man has anything of which you cannot have the like, and that without taking what he has away from him. You are to become a creator, not a competitor. You are going to get what you want, but in such a way that when you get it, every other man will have more than he has now. I am aware that there are men who get a vast amount of money by proceeding in direct opposition to the statements in the paragraph above, and may add a word of explanation here. Men of the plutocratic type who become very rich do so sometimes purely by their extraordinary ability on the plane of competition, and sometimes they unconsciously relate themselves to substance and its great purposes and movements for the general racial upbuilding through industrial evolution. Rockefeller, Carnegie, Morgan, et al. Have been the unconscious agents of the supreme in the necessary work of systematizing and organizing productive industry, and in the end, their work will contribute immensely towards increased life for all. Their day is nearly over. They have organized production and will soon be succeeded by the agents of the multitude, who will organize the machinery of distribution. The multimillionaires are like the monster reptiles of the prehistoric eras. They play a necessary part in the evolutionary process, but the same power which produced them will dispose of them, and it is well to bear in mind that they have never been really rich. A record of the private lives of most of this class will show that they have really been the most abject and wretched of the poor. Riches secured on the competitive plane are never satisfactory and permanent. They are yours today and another's tomorrow. Remember, if you are to become rich in a scientific and certain way, you must rise entirely out of the competitive thought. You must never think for a moment that the supply is limited. Just as soon as you begin to think that all the money is being cornered and controlled by bankers and others, and that you must exert yourself to get laws passed to stop this process, and so on, in that moment you drop into the competitive mind, and your power to cause creation is gone for the time being. And what is worse, you will probably arrest the creative movements you have already instituted. Know that there are countless millions of dollars worth of gold in the mountains of the earth, not yet brought to light, and know that if there were not, more would be created from thinking substance to supply your needs. Know that the money you need will come, even if it is necessary for 1,000 men to be led to the discovery of new gold mines tomorrow. Never look at the visible supply. Look always at the limitless riches in formless substance and know that they are coming to you as fast as you can receive and use them. Nobody, by cornering the visible supply, can prevent you from getting what is yours. So never allow yourself to think for an instant that all the best building spots will be taken before you get ready to build your house, unless you hurry. Never worry about the trusts and combines, and get anxious for fear that they will soon come to own the whole earth. Never get afraid that you will lose what you want because some other person beat you to it. That cannot possibly happen. You are not seeking anything that is possessed by anybody else. You are causing what you want to be created from formless substance, and the supply is without limits. Stick to the formulated statement. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. Chapter 6. How Riches Come to You. When I say that you do not have to drive sharp bargains, I do not mean that you do not have to drive any bargains at all, or that you are above the necessity for having any dealings with your fellow men. I mean that you will not need to deal with them unfairly. You do not have to get something for nothing, but can give to every man more than you take from him. You cannot give every man more in cash market value than you take from him, but you can give him more in use value than the cash value of the thing you take from him. The paper, ink, and other material in this book may not be worth the money you pay for it, but if the ideas suggested by it bring you thousands of dollars, you have not been wronged by those who sold it to you. They have given you a great use value for a small cash value. Let us suppose that I own a picture by one of the great artists, which in any civilized community is worth thousands of dollars. I take it to Baffin Ray, and by salesmanship induce an Eskimo to give a bundle of furs worth $500 for it. I have really wronged him, for he has no use for the picture. It has no value to him. It will not add to his life. But suppose I give him a gun worth $50 for his furs. Then he has made a good bargain. He has use for the gun. It will get him many more furs and much food. It will add to his life in every way. It will make him rich. When you rise from the competitive to the creative plane, you can scan your business transactions very strictly. And if you are selling any man anything which does not add more to his life than the thing he gives you in exchange, you can afford to stop it. You do not have to beat anybody in business. And if you are in a business which does beat people, get out of it at once. Give every man more in use value than you take from him in cash value. Then you are adding to the life of the world by every business transaction. If you have people working for you, You must take from them more in cash value than you pay them in wages. But you can so organize your business that it will be filled with the principle of advancement, and so that each employee who wishes to do so may advance a little every day. You can make your business do for your employees what this book is doing for you. You can so conduct your business that it will be a sort of ladder by which every employee who will take the trouble may climb to riches himself, and, given the opportunity, if he will not do so, it is not your fault. And finally, because you are to cause the creation of your riches from formless substance which permeates all your environment, it does not follow that they are to take shape from the atmosphere and come into being before your eyes. If you want a sewing machine, for instance, I do not mean to tell you that you are to impress the thought of a sewing machine on thinking substance until the machine is formed without hands in the room where you sit or elsewhere. But if you want a sewing machine, hold the mental image of it with the most positive certainty that it is being made or is on its way to you. After once forming the thought, have the most absolute and unquestioning faith that the sewing machine is coming. Never think of it or speak of it in any other way than as being sure to arrive. Claim it as already yours. It will be brought to you by the power of the Supreme Intelligence, acting upon the minds of men. If you live in Maine, it may be that a man will be brought from Texas or Japan to engage in some transaction which will result in your getting what you want. If so, the whole matter will be as much to that man's advantage as it is to yours. Do not forget for a moment that the thinking substance is through all, in all, communicating with all, and can influence all. The desire of thinking substance for a fuller life and better living has caused the creation of all the sewing machines already made, and it can cause the creation of millions more, and will, whenever men set it in motion by desire and faith, and by acting in a certain way. You can certainly have a sewing machine in your house, and it is just as certain that you can have any other thing or things which you want, and which you will use for the advancement of your own life and the lives of others. You need not hesitate about asking largely. It is your Father's pleasure to give you the kingdom, said Jesus. Original substance wants to live all that is possible in you, and wants you to have all that you can or will use for the living of the most abundant life. If you fix upon your consciousness the fact that the desire you feel for the possession of riches is one with a desire of omnipotence for more complete expression, your faith becomes invincible. Once I saw a little boy sitting at a piano and vainly tried to bring harmony out of the keys, and I saw that he was grieved and provoked by his inability to play real music. I asked him the cause of his vexation, and he answered, "I can feel the music in me, but I can't make my hands go right." The music in him was the urge of original substance, containing all the possibilities of all life. All that there is of music was seeking expression through the child. God, the one substance, is trying to live and do and enjoy things through humanity. He is saying, I want hands to build wonderful structures, to play divine harmonies, to paint glorious pictures. I want feet to run my errands, eyes to see my beauties, tongues to tell mighty truths and to sing marvelous songs, and so on. All that there is of possibility is seeking expression through men. God wants those who can play music to have pianos and every other instrument, and to have the means to cultivate their talents to the fullest extent. He wants those who can appreciate beauty to be able to surround themselves with beautiful things. He wants those who can discern truth to have every opportunity to travel and observe. He wants those who can appreciate dress to be beautifully clothed, and those who can appreciate good food to be luxuriously fed. He wants all these things because it is himself that enjoys and appreciates them. It is God who wants to play and sing and enjoy beauty and proclaim truth and wear fine clothes and eat good food. It is God that worketh in you to will and to do, said Paul. The desire you feel for riches is the infinite, seeking to express himself in you as he sought to find expression in the little boy at the piano. So you need not hesitate to ask largely. Your part is to focalize and express the desire to God. This is a difficult point with most people. They retain some of the old idea that poverty and self-sacrifice are pleasing to God. They look upon poverty as a part of the plan, a necessity of nature. They have the idea that God has finished his work and made all that he can make, and that the majority of men must stay poor because there is not enough to go around. They hold to so much of this erroneous thought that they feel ashamed to ask for wealth. They try not to want more than a very modest competence, just enough to make them fairly comfortable. I recall now the case of one student who was told that he must get in mind a clear picture of the things he desired, so that the creative thought of them might be impressed upon formless substance. He was a very poor man, living in a rented house, and having only what he earned from day to day, and he could not grasp the fact that all wealth was his. So, after thinking the matter over, he decided that he might reasonably ask for a new rug for the floor of his best room, and an anthracite coal stove to heat the house during the cold weather. Following the instructions given in this book, he obtained these things in a few months, and then it dawned upon him that he had not asked enough. He went through the house in which he lived and planned all the improvements he would like to make in it. He mentally added a bay window here and a room there until it was complete in his mind as an ideal home, and then he planned its furnishings. Holding the whole picture in his mind, he began living in the certain way and moving towards what he wanted. And he now owns the house and is rebuilding it after the form of his mental image. And now, with still larger faith, he is going to get greater things. It has been unto him according to his faith, and it is so with you and with all of us. Chapter 7, Gratitude. The illustrations given in the last chapter will have conveyed the fact that the first step towards getting rich is to convey the idea of your wants to the formless substance. This is true, and you will see that in order to do so, it becomes necessary to relate yourself to the formless intelligence in a harmonious way. To secure this harmonious relation is a matter of such primary and vital importance that I shall give some space to its discussion here, and give you instructions which, if you will follow them, will be certain to bring you into perfect unity of mind with God. The whole process of mental adjustment and atonement can be summed up in one word: gratitude. First, you believe that there is one intelligent substance from which all things proceed. Second, you believe that this substance gives you everything you desire. And third, you relate yourself to it by a feeling of deep and profound gratitude. Many people who order their lives rightly in all other ways are kept in poverty by their lack of gratitude. Having received one gift from God, they cut the wires which connect them with Him by failing to make acknowledgement. It is easy to understand that the nearer we live to the source of wealth, the more wealth we shall receive. And it is easy also to understand that the soul that is always grateful lives in closer touch with God than the one which never looks to Him in thankful acknowledgement. The more gratefully we fix our minds on the Supreme when good things come to us, the more good things we will receive, and the more rapidly they will come. And the reason simply is that the mental attitude of gratitude draws the mind into closer touch with the source from which the blessings come. If it is a new thought to you that gratitude brings your whole mind into closer harmony with the creative energies of the universe, consider it well, and you will see that it is true. The good things you already have come to you along the line of obedience to certain laws. Gratitude will lead your mind out along the ways by which things come, and it will keep you in close harmony with creative thought and prevent you from falling into competitive thought. Gratitude alone can keep you looking towards the all and prevent you from falling into the error of thinking of the supply as limited, and to do that would be fatal to your hopes. There is a law of gratitude, and it is absolutely necessary that you should observe the law if you are to get the results you seek. The law of gratitude is the natural principle that action and reaction are always equal and in opposite directions. The grateful outreaching of your mind in thankful praise to the Supreme is a liberation or expenditure of force. It cannot fail to reach that to which it is addressed, and the reaction is an instantaneous movement towards you. Draw nigh unto God, and He will draw nigh unto you. That is a statement of psychological truth. And if your gratitude is strong and constant, the reaction in formless substance will be strong and continuous. The movement of the things you want will always be towards you. Notice the grateful attitude that Jesus took. how he always seemed to be saying, "I thank thee, Father, that thou hearest me." You cannot exercise much power without gratitude, for it is gratitude that keeps you connected with power. But the value of gratitude does not consist solely in getting you more blessings in the future. Without gratitude, you cannot long keep from dissatisfied thought regarding things as they are. The moment you permit your mind to dwell with dissatisfaction upon things as they are, you begin to lose ground. You fix attention upon the common, the ordinary, the poor, and the squalid and mean, and your mind takes the form of these things. Then you will transmit these forms or mental images to the formless, and the common, the poor, the squalid, and mean will come to you. To permit your mind to dwell upon the inferior is to become inferior and to surround yourself with inferior things. On the other hand, to fix your attention on the best is to surround yourself with the best and to become the best. The creative power within us makes us into the image of that to which we give our attention. We are thinking substance, and thinking substance always takes the form of that which it thinks about. The grateful mind is constantly fixed upon the best. Therefore, it tends to become the best. It takes the form or character of the best and will receive the best. Also, faith is born of gratitude. The grateful mind continually expects good things, and expectation becomes faith. The reaction of gratitude upon one's own mind produces faith, and every outgoing wave of grateful thanksgiving increases faith. He who has no feeling of gratitude cannot long retain a living faith, and without a living faith you cannot get rich by the creative method, as we shall see in the following chapters. It is necessary, then, to cultivate the habit of being grateful for every good thing that comes to you, and to give thanks continuously. And because all things have contributed to your advancement, you should include all things in your gratitude. Do not waste time thinking or talking about the shortcomings or wrong actions of plutocrats or trust magnates. Their organization of the world has made your opportunity. All you get really comes to you because of them. Do not rage against corrupt politicians. If it were not for politicians, we should fall into anarchy, and your opportunity would be greatly lessened. God has worked a long time and very patiently to bring us up to where we are in industry and government, and he is going right on with his work. There is not the least doubt that he will do away with plutocrats, trust magnates, captains of industry, and politicians as soon as they can be spared. But in the meantime, behold, they are all very good. Remember that they are all helping to arrange the lines of transmission along which your riches will come to you, and be grateful to them all. This will bring you into harmonious relations with the good in everything, and the good in everything will move toward you. The Science of Getting Rich, Part 2. Chapter 8, Thinking in a Certain Way. You must form a clear and definite mental picture of what you want. You cannot transmit an idea unless you have it yourself. You must have it before you can give it, and many people fail to impress thinking substance because they have themselves only a vague and misty concept of the things they want to do, to have, or to become. It is not enough that you should have a general desire for wealth to do good with. Everybody has that desire. It is not enough that you should have a wish to travel, see things, live more, etc. Everybody has those desires also. If you were going to send a wireless message to a friend, you would not send the letters of the alphabet in their order and let him construct the message for himself, nor would you take words at random from the dictionary. You would send a coherent sentence, one which meant something. When you try to impress your wants upon substance, remember that it must be done by a coherent statement. You must know what you want and be definite. You can never get rich or start the creative power into action by sending out unformed longings and vague desires. Go over your desires just as the man I have described went over his house. See just what you want and get a clear mental picture of it as you wish it to look when you get it. That clear mental picture you must have continually in mind, as the sailor has in mind the port towards which he is sailing the ship. You must keep your face towards it all the time. You must no more lose sight of it than the steersman loses sight of the compass. It is not necessary to take exercises in concentration, nor to set apart special times for prayer and affirmation, nor to go into the silence, nor to do occult stunts of any kind. There things are well enough, but all you need is to know what you want and to want it badly enough so that it will stay in your thoughts. Spend as much of your leisure time as you can in contemplating your picture, but no one needs to take exercises to concentrate his mind on a thing which he really wants. It is the things you do not really care about which require effort to fix your attention upon them. And unless you really want to get rich, so that the desire is strong enough to hold your thoughts directly to the purpose, as the magnetic pole holds the needle of the compass, it will hardly be worthwhile for you to try to carry out the instructions given in this book. The methods herein set forth are for people whose desire for riches is strong enough to overcome mental laziness and the love of ease, and make them work. The more clear and definite you make your pictures then, and the more you dwell upon it, bringing out all of its delightful details, the stronger your desire will be. And the stronger your desire, the easier it will be to hold your mind fixed upon the picture of what you want. Something more is necessary, however, than merely to see the picture clearly. If that is all you do, you are only a dreamer and will have little or no power for accomplishment. Behind your clear vision must be the purpose to realize it, to bring it out in tangible expression. And behind this purpose must be an invincible and unwavering faith that the thing is already yours, that it is at hand, and you have only to take possession of it. Live in the new house mentally until it takes form around you physically. In the mental realm, enter at once into full enjoyment of the things you want. Whatsoever things ye ask for when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them, said Jesus. See the things you want as if they were actually around you all the time. See yourself as owning and using them. Make use of them in imagination, just as you will use them when they are your tangible possessions. Dwell upon your mental picture until it is clear and distinct, and then take the mental attitude of ownership towards everything in that picture. Take possession of it in mind, in the full faith that it is actually yours. Hold to this mental ownership. Do not waver for an instant in the faith that it is real. And remember what was said in the preceding chapter about gratitude. Be as thankful for it all the time as you expect to be when it has taken form. The man who can sincerely thank God for the things which as yet he owns only in imagination has real faith. He will get rich. He will cause the creation of whatsoever he wants. You do not need to pray repeatedly for things you want. It is not necessary to tell God about it every day. Use not vain repetitions as the heathens do, said Jesus to his pupils. For your Father knoweth that ye have need of these things before ye ask him. Your part is to intelligently formulate your desires for the things which make for a larger life, and to get these desires arranged into a coherent whole, and then to impress this whole desire upon the formless substance, which has the power and the will to bring you what you want. You do not make this impression by repeating strings of words. You make it by holding the vision with unshakable purpose to attain it, and with steadfast faith that you do attain it. The answer to your prayer is not according to your faith while you are talking, but according to your faith while you are working. You cannot impress the mind of God by having a special Sabbath day set apart to tell him what you want, and then forgetting him during the rest of the week. You cannot impress him by having special hours to go into your closet and pray, if you then dismiss the matter from your mind until the hour of prayer comes again. Oral prayer is well enough and has its effect, especially upon yourself, in clarifying your vision and strengthening your faith. But it is not your oral petitions which get you what you want. In order to get rich, you do not need a sweet hour of prayer. You need to pray without ceasing. And by prayer, I mean holding steadily to your vision, with the purpose to cause its creation into solid form, and the faith that you are doing so. Believe that ye receive them. The whole matter turns on receiving, once you have clearly formed your vision. When you have formed it, it is well to make an oral statement, addressing the Supreme in reverent prayer. And from that moment you must, in mind, receive what you ask for. Live in the new house, wear the fine clothes, ride in the automobile, go on the journey, and confidently plan for greater journeys. Think and speak of all things you have asked for in terms of actual present ownership. Imagine an environment and a financial condition exactly as you want them, and live all the time in that imaginary environment and financial condition. Mind, however, that you do not do this as a mere dreamer and castle builder. Hold to the faith that the imaginary is being realized, and to the purpose to realize it. Remember that it is faith and purpose in the use of imagination which makes the difference between the scientist and the dreamer. And having learned this fact, it is here that you must learn the proper use of the will. Chapter 9. How to use the will. To set about getting rich in a scientific way, you do not try to apply your willpower to anything outside of yourself. You have no right to do so anyway. It is wrong to apply your will to other men and women in order to get them to do what you wish done. It is as flagrantly wrong to coerce people by mental power as it is to coerce them by physical power. If compelling people by physical force to do things for you reduces them to slavery, compelling them by mental means accomplishes exactly the same thing. The only difference is in methods. If taking things from people by physical force is robbery, then taking things by mental force is robbery also. There is no difference in principle. You have no right to use your willpower upon another person, even for his own good, for you do not know what is for his good. The science of getting rich does not require you to apply power or force to any other person in any way whatsoever. There is not the slightest necessity for doing so. Indeed, any attempt to use your will upon others will only tend to defeat your purpose. You do not need to apply your will to things in order to compel them to come to you. That would simply be trying to coerce God and would be foolish and useless, as well as irreverent. You do not have to compel God to give you good things, any more than you have to use your willpower to make the sun rise. You do not have to use your willpower to conquer an unfriendly deity, or to make stubborn and rebellious forces do your bidding. Substance is friendly to you, and is more anxious to give you what you want than you are to get it. To get rich, you need only to use your willpower upon yourself. When you know what to think and do, then you must use your will to compel yourself to think and do the right things. That is the legitimate use of the will in getting what you want, to use it in holding yourself to the right course. Use your will to keep yourself thinking and acting in the certain way. Do not try to project your will or thoughts or your mind out into space to act on things or people. Keep your mind at home. It can accomplish more there than elsewhere. Use your mind to form a mental image of what you want and to hold that vision with faith and purpose, and use your will to keep your mind working in the right way. The more steady and continuous your faith and purpose, the more rapidly you will get rich, because you will make only positive impressions upon substance, and you will not neutralize or offset them by negative impressions. The picture of your desires, held with faith and purpose, is taken up by the formless, and permeates it to great distances throughout the universe, for all I know. As this impression spreads, all things are set moving towards its realizations. Every living thing, every inanimate thing, and the things yet uncreated are stirred towards bringing into being that which you want. All forces begin to be exerted in that direction. All things begin to move towards you. The minds of people everywhere are influenced towards doing the things necessary to the fulfilling of your desires, and they work for you unconsciously. But you can check all this by starting a negative impression in the formless substance. Doubt or unbelief is as certain to start a movement away from you as faith and purpose are to start one towards you. It is by not understanding this that most people who try to make use of mental science in getting rich make their failure. Every hour and moment you spend in giving heeds to doubts and fears. Every hour you spend in worry, every hour in which your soul is possessed by unbelief, sets a current away from you in the whole domain of intelligent substance. All the promises are unto them that believe, and unto them only. Notice how insistent Jesus was upon this point of belief, and now you know the reason why. Since belief is all important, it behooves you to guard your thoughts, and as your beliefs will be shaped to a very great extent by the things you observe and think about, it is important that you should command your attention. And here the will comes into use. for it is by your will that you determine upon what things your attention shall be fixed. If you want to become rich, you must not make a study of poverty. Things are not brought into being by thinking about their opposites. Health is never to be attained by studying disease and thinking about disease. Righteousness is not to be promoted by studying sin and thinking about sin. And no one ever got rich by studying poverty and thinking about poverty. Medicine as a science of disease has increased disease. Religion as a science of sin has promoted sin. And economics as a study of poverty will fill the world with wretchedness and want. Do not talk about poverty. Do not investigate it or concern yourself with it. Never mind what its causes are. You have nothing to do with them. What concerns you is the cure. Do not spend your time in charitable work or charity movements. All charity only tends to perpetuate the wretchedness it aims to eradicate. I do not say that you should be hard-hearted or unkind and refuse to hear the cry of need, but you must not try to eradicate poverty in any of the conventional ways. Put poverty behind you and put all that pertains to it behind you, and make good. Get rich. That is the best way you can help the poor. And you cannot hold the mental image which is to make you rich if you fill your mind with pictures of poverty. Do not read books or papers which give circumstantial accounts of the wretchedness of the tenement dwellers, of the horrors of child labor, and so on. Do not read anything which fills your mind with gloomy images of want and suffering. You cannot help the poor in the least by knowing about these things, and the widespread knowledge of them does not tend at all to do away with poverty. What tends to do away with poverty is not getting the pictures of poverty into your mind, but getting pictures of wealth into the minds of the poor. You are not deserting the poor in their misery when you refuse to allow your mind to be filled with pictures of that misery. Poverty can be done away with, not by increasing the number of well-to-do people who think about poverty, but by increasing the number of poor people who purpose with faith to get rich. The poor do not need charity, they need inspiration. Charity only sends them a loaf of bread to keep them alive in their wretchedness, or give them an entertainment to make them forget for an hour or two. But inspiration will cause them to rise out of their misery. If you want to help the poor, demonstrate to them that they can become rich. Prove it by getting rich yourself. The only way in which poverty will ever be banished from this world is by getting a large and constantly increasing number of people to practice the teachings of this book. People must be taught to become rich by creation, not by competition. Every man who becomes rich by competition throws down behind him the ladder by which he rises and keeps others down. But every man who gets rich by creation opens a way for thousands to follow him and inspires them to do so. You are not showing hardness of heart or an unfeeling disposition when you refuse to pity poverty, see poverty, read about poverty, or think or talk about it, or to listen to those who do talk about it. Use your willpower to keep your mind off the subject of poverty and to keep it fixed with faith and purpose on the vision of what you want. Chapter 10. Further Use of the Will. You cannot retain a true and clear vision of wealth if you are constantly turning your attention to opposing pictures, whether they be external or imaginary. Do not tell of your past troubles of a financial nature, if you've had them. Do not think of them at all. Do not tell of the poverty of your parents or the hardships of your early life. To do any of these things is to mentally class yourself with the poor for the time being, and it will certainly check the movement of things in your direction. Let the dead bury their dead, as Jesus said. Put poverty and all things that pertain to poverty completely behind you. You have accepted a certain theory of the universe as being correct, and are resting all your hopes of happiness on its being correct. And what can you gain by giving heed to conflicting theories? Do not read religious books which tell you that the world is soon coming to an end, and do not read the writing of muckrakers and pessimistic philosophers who tell you that it is going to the devil. The world is not going to the devil, it is going to God. It is wonderful becoming. True, there may be a good many things in existing conditions which are disagreeable, but what is the use of studying them when they are certainly passing away, and when the study of them only tends to check their passing and keep them with us? Why give time and attention to things which are being removed by evolutionary growth, when you can hasten their removal only by promoting the evolutionary growth as far as your part of it goes? no matter how horrible and seeming may be the conditions in certain countries, sections, or places. You waste your time and destroy your own chances by considering them. You should interest yourself in the world's becoming rich. Think of the riches in the world as coming to, instead of the poverty it is growing out of. And bear in mind that the only way in which you can assist the world in growing rich is by growing rich yourself through creative method, not the competitive one. Give your attention wholly to riches. Ignore poverty. Whenever you think or speak of those who are poor, think and speak of them as those who are becoming rich, as those who are to be congratulated rather than pitied. Then they and others will catch the inspiration and begin to search for the way out. Because I say that you are to give your whole time and mind and thought to riches, it does not follow that you are to be sordid or mean. To become really rich is the noblest aim you can have in life, for it includes everything else. On the competitive plane, the struggle to get rich is a godless scramble for power over other men. But when we come into the creative mind, all this is changed. All that is possible in the way of greatness and soul unfoldment, of service and lofty endeavor, comes by way of getting rich. All is made possible by the use of things. If you lack for physical health, you will find that the attainment of it is conditional on you getting rich. Only those who are emancipated from financial worry and who have the means to live a carefree existence and follow hygienic practices can have and retain health. Moral and spiritual greatness is possible only to those who are above the competitive battle for existence. And only those who are becoming rich on the plane of creative thought are free from the degrading influences of competition. If your heart is set on domestic happiness, remember that love flourishes best when there is refinement, a high level of thought, and freedom from corrupting influences. And these are to be found only where riches are attained by the exercise of creative thought, without strife or rivalry. You can aim at nothing so great or noble, I repeat, as to become rich, and you must fix your attention upon your mental picture of riches, to the exclusion of all that may tend to dim or obscure the vision. You must learn to see the underlying truth in all things. You must see beneath all seemingly wrong conditions the great one life, ever moving forward towards fuller expression and more complete happiness. It is the truth that there is no such thing as poverty, that there is only wealth. Some people remain in poverty because they are ignorant of the fact that there is wealth for them, and these can best be taught by showing them the way to affluence in your own person and practice. Others are poor because, while they feel that there is a way out, they are too intellectually indolent to put forth the mental effort necessary to find that way and by travel it. Others still are poor because, while they have some notion of science, they have become so swamped and lost in the maze of metaphysical and occult theories that they do not know which road to take. They try a mixture of many systems and fail in all. For these, again, the very best thing to do is to show the right way in your own person and practice. An ounce of doing things is worth a pound of theorizing. The very best thing you can do for the whole world is to make the most of yourself. You can serve God and man in no more effective way than by getting rich. That is, if you get rich by the creative method and not by the competitive one. Another thing, we assert that this book gives in detail the principles of the science of getting rich. And if that is true, you do not need to read any other book upon the subject. This may sound narrow and egotistical, but consider. There is no more scientific method of computation in mathematics than by addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. No other method is possible. There can be but one shortest distance between 2 points. There is only one way to think scientifically, and that is to think in the way that leads by the most direct and simple route to the goal. No man has yet formulated a briefer or less complex system than the one set forth herein. It has been stripped of all non-essentials. When you commence on this, lay all others aside. Put them out of your mind altogether. Read this book every day. Keep it with you. Commit it to memory, and do not think about other systems and theories. If you do, you will begin to have doubts, and to be uncertain and wavering in your thought, and then you will begin to make failures. After you have made good and become rich, you may study other systems as much as you please. But until you are quite sure that you have gained what you want, do not read anything on this line but this book, unless it be the authors mentioned in the preface. And read only the most optimistic comments on the world's news, those in harmony with your picture. Also, postpone your investigations into the occult. Do not dabble in theosophy, spiritualism, or kindred studies. It is very likely that the dead still live and are near, but if they are, let them alone. Mind your own business. Wherever the spirits of the dead may be, they have their own work to do and their own problems to solve, and we have no right to interfere with them. We cannot help them, and it is very doubtful whether they can help us, or whether we have any right to trespass upon their time if they can. Let the dead and the hereafter alone, and solve your own problem. Get rich. If you begin to mix with the occult, you will start mental cross currents which will surely bring your hopes to shipwreck. Now, this and the preceding chapters have brought us to the following statement of basic facts. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and, by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. In order to do this, man must pass from the competitive to the creative mind. He must form a clear mental picture of the things he wants, and hold this picture in his thoughts with the fixed purpose to get what he wants, and the unwavering faith that he does get what he wants, closing his mind against all that may tend to shake his purpose, dim his vision, or quench his faith. And in addition to all this, we shall now see that he must live and act in a certain way. Chapter 11. Acting in the certain way. Thought is the creative power, or the impelling force which causes the creative power to act. Thinking in a certain way will bring riches to you, but you must not rely upon thought alone, paying no attention to personal action. That is the rock upon which many otherwise scientific metaphysical thinkers meet shipwreck, the failure to connect thought with personal action. We have not yet reached the stage of development, even supposing such a stage to be possible, in which man can create directly from formless substance without nature's processes or the work of human hands. Man must not only think, but his personal action must supplement his thought. By thought, you can cause the gold in the hearts of the mountains to be impelled towards you, but it will not mine itself, refine itself, coin itself into double eagles, and come rolling along the roads seeking its way into your pocket. Under the impelling power of the Supreme Spirit, men's affairs will be so ordered that someone will be led to mine the gold for you. Other men's business transactions will be so directed that the gold will be brought toward you, and you must so arrange your own business affairs that you may be able to receive it when it comes to you. Your thought makes all things, animate and inanimate, work to bring you what you want, but your personal activity must be such that you can rightly receive what you want when it reaches you. You are not to take it as charity, nor to steal it. You must give every man more in use value than he gives you in cash value. The scientific use of thought consists in forming a clear and distinct mental image of what you want, in holding fast to the purpose to get what you want, and in realizing with grateful faith that you do get what you want. Do not try to project your thought in any mysterious or occult way, with the idea of having it go out and do things for you. That is a wasted effort and will weaken your power to think with sanity. The action of thought in getting rich is fully explained in the preceding chapters. Your faith and purpose positively impress your vision upon formless substance, which has the same desire for more life that you have. And this vision, received from you, sets all the creative forces at work in and through their regular channels of action, but directed towards you. It is not your part to guide or supervise the creative process. All you have to do with that is to retain your vision, stick to your purpose, and maintain your faith and gratitude. But you must act in a certain way, so that you can appropriate what is yours when it comes to you, so that you can meet the things you have in your picture and put them in their proper places as they arrive. You can really see the truth of this. When things reach you, they will be in the hands of other men, who will ask an equivalent for them. And you can only get what is yours by giving the other man what is his. Your pocketbook is not going to be transformed into a Fortunato's purse, which shall be always full of money without effort on your part. This is the crucial point in the science of getting rich, right here, where thought and personal action must be combined. There are very many people who, consciously or unconsciously, set the creative forces in action by the strength and persistence of their desires, but who remain poor because they do not provide for the reception of the thing they want when it comes. By thought, the thing you want is brought to you. By action, you receive it. Whatever your action is to be, it is evident that you must act now. You cannot act in the past, and it is essential to the clearness of your mental vision that you dismiss the past from your mind. You cannot act in the future, for the future is not here yet, and you cannot tell how you will want to act in any future contingency until that contingency has arrived. Because you are not in the right business or the right environment now, do not think that you must postpone action until you get into the right business or environment. And do not spend time in the present taking thought as to the best course in possible future emergencies. Have faith in your ability to meet any emergency when it arrives. If you act in the present with your mind on the future, your present action will be with a divided mind and will not be effective. Put your whole mind into present action. Do not give your creative impulse to original substance and then sit down and wait for results. If you do, you will never get them. Act now. There is never any time but now, and there never will be any time but now. If you are ever to begin to make ready for the reception of what you want, you must begin now. And your action, whatever it is, must most likely be in your present business or employment, and must be upon the persons and things in your present environment. You cannot act where you are not, you cannot act where you have been, and you cannot act where you are going to be. You can act only where you are. Do not bother as to whether yesterday's work was well done or ill done. Do today's work well. Do not try to do tomorrow's work now. There will be plenty of time to do that when you get to it. Do not try, by occult or mystical means, to act on people or things that are out of your reach. Do not wait for a change of environment. Before you act, get a change of environment by action. You can so act upon the environment in which you are now as to cause yourself to be transferred to a better environment. Hold with faith and purpose the vision of yourself in the better environment, but act upon your present environment with all your heart and with all your strength and with all your mind. Do not spend any time in daydreaming or castle building. Hold to the one vision of what you want and act now. Do not cast about seeking some new thing to do, or some strange, unusual, or remarkable action to perform as a first step towards getting rich. It is probable that your actions, at least for some time to come, will be those you have been performing for some time past, but you are to begin now to perform these actions in a certain way, which will surely make you rich. If you are engaged in some business and feel that it is not the right one for you, do not wait until you get into the right business before you begin to act. Do not feel discouraged or sit down and lament because you are misplaced. No man was ever so misplaced that he could not find the right place, and no man ever became so involved in the wrong business but that he could get into the right business. Hold the vision of yourself in the right business, with the purpose to get into it, and the faith that you will get into it, and are getting into it, but act in your present business. Use your present business as the means of getting a better one, and use your present environment as the means of getting into a better one. Your vision of the right business, if held with faith and purpose, will cause the Supreme to move the right business towards you, and your action, if performed in a certain way, will cause you to move towards the business. If you are an employee or wage earner and feel that you must change places in order to get what you want, do not project your thought into space and rely upon it to get you another job. It will probably fail to do so. Hold the vision of yourself in the job you want while you act with faith and purpose on the job you have, and you will certainly get the job you want. Your vision and faith will set the creative force in motion to bring it toward you, and your action will cause the forces in your own environment to move you toward the place you want. In closing this chapter, we will add another statement to our syllabus. There is the thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. In order to do this, man must pass from the competitive to the creative mind. He must form a clear mental picture of the thing he wants and hold this picture in his thoughts with the fixed purpose to get what he wants and the unwavering faith that he does get what he wants, closing his mind to all that may tend to shake his purpose, dim his vision, or quench his faith. That he may receive what he wants when it comes, man must act now upon the people and things in his present environment. Chapter 12. Efficient Action. You must use your thought as directed in previous chapters and begin to do what you can do where you are, and you must do all that you can do where you are. You can advance only by being larger than your present place, and no man is larger than his present place who leaves undone any of the work pertaining to that place. The world is advanced only by those who more than fill their present places. If no man quite filled his present place, you can see that there must be a going backward in everything. Those who do not quite fill their present places are dead weight upon society, government, commerce, and industry. They must be carried along by others at a great expense. The progress of the world is retarded only by those who do not fill the places they are holding. They belong to a former age and a lower stage or plane of life, and their tendency is towards degeneration. No society could advance if every man was smaller than his place. Social evolution is guided by the law of physical and mental evolution. In the animal world, evolution is caused by excess of life. When an organism has more life than can be expressed in the function of its own plane, it develops the organs of a higher plane, and a new species is originated. There never would have been new species had there not been organisms which more than filled their places. The law is exactly the same for you. Your getting rich depends upon your applying this principle to your own affairs. Every day is either a successful day or a day of failure, and it is the successful days which get you what you want. If every day is a failure, you can never get rich, while if every day is a success, you cannot fail to get rich. If there is something that may be done today, and you do not do it, you have failed in so far as that thing is concerned, and the consequences may be more disastrous than you imagine. You cannot foresee the results of even the most trivial act. You do not know the workings of all the forces that have been set moving in your behalf. Much may be depending on your doing some simple act. It may be the very thing which is to open the door of opportunity to very great possibilities. You can never know all the combinations which supreme intelligence is making for you in the world of things and of human affairs. Your neglect or failure to do some small thing may cause a long delay in getting what you want. Do, every day, all that can be done that day. There is, however, a limitation or qualification of the above that you must take into account. You are not to overwork, not to rush blindly into your business in the effort to do the greatest possible number of things in the shortest possible time. You are not to try to do tomorrow's work today, nor to do a week's work in a day. It is really not the number of things you do, but the efficiency of each separate action that counts. Every act is, in itself, either a success or a failure. Every act is, in itself, either effective or inefficient. Every inefficient act is a failure, and if you spend your life in doing inefficient acts, your whole life will be a failure. The more things you do, the worse for you if all your acts are inefficient ones. On the other hand, every efficient act is a success in itself, and if every act of your life is an efficient one, your whole life must be a success. The cause of failure is doing too many things in an inefficient manner, and not doing enough things in an efficient manner. You will see that it is a self-evident proposition that if you do not do any inefficient acts, and if you do a sufficient number of efficient acts, you will become rich. If, now, it is possible for you to make each act an efficient one, you see again that the getting of riches is reduced to an exact science, like mathematics. The matter turns, then, on the questions whether you can make each separate act a success in itself, and this you certainly can do. You can make each act a success because all power is working with you, and all power cannot fail. Power is at your service, and to make each act efficient, you have only to put power into it. Every action is either strong or weak, and when everyone is strong, you are acting in a certain way, which will make you rich. Every act can be made strong and efficient by holding your vision while you are doing it and putting the whole power of your faith and purpose into it. It is at this point that the people fail who separate mental power from personal action. They use the power of the mind in one place and at one time, and they act in another place at another time. So their acts are not successful in themselves. Too many of them are inefficient. But if all power goes into every act, no matter how commonplace, every act will be a success in itself. And as in the nature of things, every success opens the way to other successes. Your progress towards what you want and the progress of what you want toward you will become increasingly rapid. Remember that successful action is cumulative in its results. Since the desire for more life is inherent in all things, when a man begins to move towards larger life, more things attach themselves to him, and the influence of his desire is multiplied. Do, every day, all that you can do that day, and do each act in an efficient manner. In saying that you must hold your vision while you are doing each act, however trivial or commonplace, I do not mean to say that it is necessary at all times to see the vision distinctly to its smallest details. It should be the work of your leisure hours to use your imagination on the details of your vision, and to contemplate them until they are firmly fixed upon memory. If you wish speedy results, spend practically all your spare time in this practice. By continuous contemplation, you will get the picture of what you want, even to the smallest details, so firmly fixed upon your mind and so completely transferred to the mind of formless substance, that in your working hours you need only to mentally refer to the picture to stimulate your faith and purpose and cause your best effort to be put forth. Contemplate your picture in your leisure hours until your consciousness is so full of it that you can grasp it instantly. You will become so enthused with its bright promises that the mere thought of it will call forth the strongest energies of your whole being. Let us again repeat our syllabus, and by slightly changing the closing statements, bring it to the point we have now reached. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and, by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. In order to do this, man must pass from competitive to the creative mind. He must form a clear mental picture of the thing he wants, and do, with faith and purpose, all that can be done each day, doing each separate thing in an efficient manner. Chapter 13. Getting into the right business. Success in any particular business depends for one thing upon your possessing in a well-developed state the faculties required in that business. Without good musical faculty, no one can succeed as a teacher of music. Without well-developed mechanical faculties, no one can achieve great success in any of the mechanical trades. Without tact and the commercial faculties, no one can succeed in the mercantile pursuits. But to possess in a well-developed state the faculties required in your particular vocation does not ensure getting rich. There are musicians who have remarkable talent and who yet remain poor. There are blacksmiths, carpenters, and so on who have excellent mechanical ability, but who do not get rich. And there are merchants with good faculties for dealing with men who nevertheless fail. The different faculties are tools. It is essential to have good tools, but it is also essential that the tools should be used in the right way. One man can take a sharp saw, a square, a good plane, and so on, and build a handsome article of furniture. Another man can take the same tools and set to work to duplicate the article, but his production will be a botch. He does not know how to use good tools in a successful way. The various faculties of your mind are the tools with which you must do the work which is to make you rich. It will be easier for you to succeed if you get into a business for which you are well equipped with mental tools. Generally speaking, you will do best in that business which will use your strongest faculties, the one for which you are naturally best fitted. But there are limitations to this statement also. No man should regard his vocation as being irrevocably fixed by the tendencies with which he was born. You can get rich in any business, for if you have not the right talent you can develop that talent. It merely means that you will have to make your tools as you go along. instead of confining yourself to the use of those with which you were born. It will be easier for you to succeed in a vocation for which you already have the talents in a well-developed state, but you can succeed in any vocation, for you can develop any rudimentary talent, and there is no talent of which you have not at least the rudiment. You will get rich most easily in point of effort if you do that for which you are best fitted, but you will get rich most satisfactorily if you do that which you want to do. Doing what you want to do is life, and there is no real satisfaction in living if we are compelled to be forever doing something which we do not like to do, and can never do what we want to do. And it is certain that you can do what you want to do. The desire to do it is proof that you have within you the power which can do it. Desire is a manifestation of power. The desire to play music is the power which can play music seeking expression and development. The desire to invent mechanical devices is the mechanical talent seeking expression and development. When there is no power, either developed or undeveloped, to do a thing, there is never any desire to do that thing. And where there is strong desire to do a thing, it is certain proof that the power to do it is strong and only requires to be developed and applied in the right way. All things else being equal, it is best to select a business for which you have the best developed talent. But if you have a strong desire to engage in any particular line of work, you should select that work as the ultimate end at which you aim. You can do what you want to do, and it is your right and privilege to follow the business or avocation which will be most congenial and pleasant. You are not obliged to do what you do not like to do, and should not do it except as a means to bring you to the doing of the thing you want to do. If there are past mistakes whose consequences have placed you in an undesirable business or environment, you may be obliged for some time to do what you do not like to do. If you feel that you are not in the right vocation, do not act too hastily in trying to get into another one. The best way, generally, to change business or environment is by growth. Do not be afraid to make a sudden and radical change if the opportunity is presented, and you feel after careful consideration that it is the right opportunity. But never take sudden or radical action when you are in doubt as to the wisdom of doing so. There is never any hurry on the creative plane, and there is no lack of opportunity. When you get out of the competitive mind, you will understand that you never need to act hastily. No one else is going to beat you to the thing you want to do. There is enough for all. If one space is taken, another and a better one will be opened for you a little further on. There is plenty of time. When you are in doubt, wait. Fall back on the contemplation of your vision and increase your faith and purpose. And by all means, in times of doubt and indecision, cultivate gratitude. A day or two spent in contemplating the vision of what you want and in earnest thanksgiving that you are getting it will bring your mind into such close relationship with the Supreme that you will make no mistake when you do act. There is a mind which knows all there is to know, and you can come into close unity with this mind by faith and the purpose to advance in life if you have deep gratitude. Mistakes come from acting hastily, or from acting in fear or doubt, or in forgetfulness of the right motive, which is more life to all and less to none. As you go on in the certain way, opportunities will come to you in increasing number, and you will need to be very steady in your faith and purpose, and to keep in close touch with the all mind by reverent gratitude. Do all that you can do in a perfect manner every day, but do it without haste, worry, or fear. Go as fast as you can, but never hurry. Remember that in the moment you begin to hurry, you cease to be a creator and become a competitor. You drop back upon the old plane again. Whenever you find yourself hurrying, call a halt. Fix your attention on the mental image of the thing you want and begin to give thanks that you are getting it. The exercise of gratitude will never fail to strengthen your faith and renew your purpose. Chapter 14. The Impression of Increase. Whether you change your vocation or not, your actions for the present must be those pertaining to the business in which you are now engaged. You can get into the business you want by making constructive use of the business you are already established in, by doing your daily work in a certain way. And insofar as your business consists in dealing with other men, whether personally or by letter, The key thought of all your efforts must be to convey to their minds the impression of increase. Increase is what all men and women are seeking. It is the urge of the formless intelligence within them, seeking fuller expression. The desire for increase is inherent in all nature. It is the fundamental impulse of the universe. All human activities are based on the desire for increase. People are seeking more food, more clothes, better shelter, more luxury, more beauty, more knowledge, more pleasure. Increase in something, more life. Every living thing is under this necessity for continuous advancement, where increase of life ceases, dissolution and death set in at once. Man instinctively knows this, and hence he is forever seeking more. This law of perpetual increase is set forth by Jesus in the parable of the talents. Only those who gain more retain any. From him who hath not shall be taken away even that which he hath. The normal desire for increased wealth is not an evil or a reprehensible thing. It is simply the desire for more abundant life. It is aspiration. And because it is the deepest instinct of their natures, all men and women are attracted to him who can give them more of the means of life. In following the certain way, you are getting continuous increase for yourself, and you are giving it to all with whom you deal. You are a creative center from which increase is given off to all. Be sure of this and convey assurance of the fact to every man, woman, and child with whom you come in contact. No matter how small the transaction, even if it be only the selling of a stick of candy to a little child, put into it thought of increase and make sure that the customer is impressed with the thought. Convey the impression of advancement with everything you do, so that all people shall receive the impression that you are an advancing man, and that you advance all who deal with you. Even to the people whom you meet in a social way, without any thought of business, and to whom you do not try to sell anything, give the thought of increase. You can convey this impression by holding the unshakable faith that you, yourself, are in the way of increase, and by letting this faith inspire, fill, and permeate every action. Do everything that you do in the firm conviction that you are an advancing personality, and that you are giving advancement to everybody. Feel that you are getting rich, and that in doing so you are making others rich, and conferring benefits to all. Do not boast or brag of your success, or talk about it unnecessarily. True faith is never boastful. Wherever you find a boastful person, you find one who is secretly doubtful and afraid. Simply feel the faith, and let it work out in every transaction. Let every act and tone and look express the quiet assurance that you are getting rich, that you are already rich. Words will not be necessary to communicate this feeling to others. They will feel the sense of increase when in your presence and will be attracted to you again. You must so impress others that they will feel that in associating with you they will get increase for themselves. See that you give them a use value greater than the cash value you are taking from them. Take an honest pride in doing this and let everybody know it, and you will have no lack of customers. People will go where they are given increase, and the Supreme, which desires increase in all, and which knows all, will move towards you men and women who have never heard of you. Your business will increase rapidly, and you will be surprised at the unexpected benefits which will come to you. You will be able from day to day to make larger combinations, secure greater advantages, and to go on into a more congenial vocation if you desire to do so. You must never lose sight of your vision of what you want, or your faith and purpose to get what you want. Let me here give you another word of caution in regards to motives. Beware of the insidious temptation to seek for power over other men. Nothing is so pleasant to the unformed or partially developed mind as the exercise of power or dominion over others. The desire to rule for selfish gratification has been the curse of the world. For countless ages, kings and lords have drenched the earth with blood in their battles to extend their dominions. This is not to seek more life for all, but to get more power for themselves. Today, the main motive in the business and industrial world is the same. Men marshal their armies of dollars and lay waste the lives and hearts of millions in the same mad scramble for power over others. Commercial kings, like political kings, are inspired by the lust for power. Jesus saw in this desire for mastery the moving impulse of that evil world he sought to overthrow. Read the 23rd chapter of Matthew and see how he pictures the lust of the Pharisees to be called master, to sit in the high places, to domineer over others, and to lay burdens on the backs of the less fortunate. And note how he compares this lust for dominion with the brotherly seeking for the common good to which he calls his disciples. Look out for the temptation to seek for authority, to become a master, to be considered as one who is above the common herd, to impress others by lavish display, and so on. The mind that seeks for mastery over others is the competitive mind, and the competitive mind is not the creative one. In order to master your environment and your destiny, it is not at all necessary that you should rule over your fellow men, and indeed, when you fall into the world's struggle for the high places, you begin to be conquered by fate and environment, and your getting rich becomes a matter of chance and speculation. Beware the competitive mind. No better statement of the principle of creative action can be formulated than the favorite declaration of the late Golden Rule Jones of Toledo. What I want for myself, I want for everybody. Chapter 15, The Advancing Man. What I have said in the last chapter applies as well to the professional man and the wage earner as to the man who is engaged in mercantile business. No matter whether you are a physician, a teacher, or a clergyman, if you can give increase of life to others and make them sensible of the fact, they will be attracted to you and you will get rich. The physician who holds the vision of himself as a great and successful healer, and who works towards the complete realization of that vision with faith and purpose, as described in former chapters, will come into such close touch with the source of life that he will be phenomenally successful. Patients will come to him in throngs. No one has a greater opportunity to carry into effect the teaching of this book than the practitioner of medicine. It does not matter to which of the various schools he may belong, for the principle of healing is common to all of them, and may be reached by all alike. The advancing man in medicine, who holds to a clear mental image of himself as successful, and who obeys the laws of faith, purpose, and gratitude, will cure every curable disease he undertakes, no matter what remedies he may use. In the field of religion, the world cries out for the clergyman who can teach his hearers the true science of abundant life. He who masters the details of the science of getting rich, together with the allied sciences of being well, of being great, and of winning love, and who teaches these details from the pulpit, will never lack for a congregation. This is the gospel that the world needs. It will give increase of life, and men will hear it gladly, and will give liberal support to the man who brings it to them. What is now needed is a demonstration of the science of life from the pulpit. We want preachers who can not only tell us how, but who, in their own persons, will show us how. We need the preacher who will himself be rich, healthy, great, and beloved, to teach us how to attain to these things, and when he comes, he will find a numerous and loyal following. The same is true of the teacher who can inspire the children with the faith and purpose of the advancing life. He will never be out of a job. And any teacher who has this faith and purpose can give it to his pupils. He cannot help giving it to them if it is part of his own life and practice. What is true of the teacher, preacher, and physician is true of the lawyer, dentist, real estate man, insurance agent, of everybody. The combined mental and personal action I have described is infallible. It cannot fail. Every man and woman who follows these instructions steadily, perseveringly, and to the letter will get rich. The law of the increase of life is as mathematically certain in its operation as the law of gravitation. Getting rich is an exact science. The wage earner will find this as true of his case as of any others mentioned. Do not feel that you have no chance to get rich because you are working where there is no visible opportunity for advancement, where wages are small and the cost of living high. Form your clear mental vision of what you want and begin to act with faith and purpose. Do the work that you can do every day and do each piece of work in a perfectly successful manner. Put the power of success and the purpose to get rich into everything that you do. But do not do this merely with the idea of currying favor with your employer in the hopes that he or those above you will see your good work and advance you. it is not likely that they will do so. The man who is merely a good workman, filling his place to the very best of his ability and satisfied with that, is valuable to his employer, and it is not to the employer's interest to promote him. He is worth more where he is. To secure advancement, something more is necessary than to be too large for your place. The man who is certain to advance is the one who is too big for his place, and who has a clear concept of what he wants to be, who knows that he can become what he wants to be, and who is determined to be what he wants to be. Do not try to more than fill your present place with a view to pleasing your employer. Do it with the idea of advancing yourself. Hold the faith and purpose of increase during work hours, after work hours, and before work hours. Hold it in such a way that every person who comes in contact with you, whether foreman, fellow workman, or social acquaintance, will feel the power of purpose radiating from you, so that everyone will get the sense of advancement and increase from you. Men will be attracted to you, and if there is no possibility for advancement in your present job, you will very soon see an opportunity to take another job. There is a power which never fails to present opportunity to the advancing man who is moving in obedience to law. God cannot help helping you if you act in a certain way. He must do so in order to help himself. There is nothing in your circumstances or in the industrial situation that can keep you down. If you cannot get rich working for the Steel Trust, you can get rich on a 10-acre farm. And if you begin to move in the certain way, you will certainly escape from the clutches of the Steel Trust and get on to the farm or wherever else you wish to be. If a few thousands of its employees would enter upon the certain way, the Steel Trust would soon be in a bad plight. It would have to give its working men more opportunity or go out of business. Nobody has to work for a trust. The trusts can keep men in so-called hopeless conditions only so long as there are men who are too ignorant to know of the science of getting rich, or too intellectually slothful to practice it. Begin this way of thinking and acting, and your faith and purpose will make you quick to see any opportunity to better your condition. Such opportunities will speedily come, for the Supreme, working in all and working for you, will bring them before you. Do not wait for an opportunity to be all that you want to be. When an opportunity to be more than you are now is presented, and you feel impelled toward it, take it. It will be the first step towards a greater opportunity. There is no such thing possible in this universe as a lack of opportunities for the man who is living the advancing life. It is inherent in the constitution of the cosmos that all things shall be for him and work together for his good, and he must certainly get rich if he acts and thinks in a certain way. So let wage-earning men and women study this book with great care, and enter with confidence upon the course of action it prescribes. It will not fail. Chapter 16. Some cautions and concluding observations. Many people will scoff at the idea that there is an exact science of getting rich. Holding the impression that the supply of wealth is limited, they will insist that social and governmental institutions must be changed before even any considerable number of people can acquire a competence. But this is not true. It is true that existing governments keep the masses in poverty, but this is because the masses do not think and act in the certain way. If the masses begin to move forward as suggested in this book, neither governments nor industrial systems can check them. All systems must be modified to accommodate the forward movement. If the people have the advancing mind, have the faith that they can become rich, and move forward with the fixed purpose to become rich, nothing can possibly keep them in poverty. Individuals may enter upon the certain way at any time and under any government, and may make themselves rich. And when any considerable number of individuals do so under any government, they will cause the system to be so modified as to open the way for others. The more men who get rich on the competitive plane, the worse for others. The more who get rich on the creative plane, the better for others. The economic salvation of the masses can only be accomplished by getting a large number of people to practice the scientific method set down in this book and become rich. These will show others the way and inspire them with a desire for real life, with the faith it can be attained, and with the purpose to attain it. For the present, however, it is enough to know that neither the government under which you live nor the capitalistic or competitive system of industry can keep you from getting rich. When you enter upon the creative plane of thought, you will rise above all these things and become a citizen of another kingdom. But remember that your thought must be held upon the creative plane. You are never for an instant to be betrayed into regarding the supply as limited, or into acting on the moral level of competition. Whenever you do fall into old ways of thought, correct yourself instantly. For when you are in the competitive mind, you have lost the cooperation of the mind of the whole. Do not spend any time in planning as to how you will meet possible emergencies in the future, except as the necessary policies may affect your actions today. You are concerned with doing today's work in a perfectly successful manner, and not with emergencies which may arise tomorrow. You can attend to them as they come. Do not concern yourself with questions as to how you shall surmount obstacles which may loom upon your business horizon, unless you can see plainly that your course must be altered today in order to avoid them. No matter how tremendous an obstruction may appear at a distance, you will find that if you go on in the certain way, it will disappear as you approach it, or that a way over, through, or around it will appear. No possible combination of circumstances can defeat a man or woman who is proceeding to get rich along strictly scientific lines. No man or woman who obeys the law can fail to get rich, any more than one can multiply 2 by 2 and fail to get 4. Give no anxious thought to possible disasters, obstacles, panics, or unfavorable combinations of circumstances. It is time enough to meet such things when they present themselves before you in the immediate present, and you will find that every difficulty carries with it the wherewithal for its overcoming. Guard your speech. Never speak of yourself, your affairs, or of anything else in a discouraged or discouraging way. Never admit the possibility of failure, or speak in a way that infers failure as a possibility. Never speak of times as being hard, or of business conditions as being doubtful. Times may be hard and business doubtful for those who are on the competitive plane, but they can never be so for you. You can create what you want, and you are above fear. When others are having hard times and poor business, you will find your greatest opportunities. Train yourself to think of and to look upon the world as a something which is becoming, which is growing, and to regard seeming evil as being only that which is undeveloped. Always speak in terms of advancement. To do otherwise is to deny your faith, and to deny your faith is to lose it. Never allow yourself to feel disappointed. You may expect to have a certain thing at a certain time and not get it at that time, and this will appear to you like failure. But if you hold to your faith, you will find that the failure is only apparent. Go on in the certain way, and if you do not receive that thing, you will receive something so much better that you will see that the seeming failure was really a great success. A student of this science had set his mind on making a certain business combination which seemed to him at the time to be very desirable, and he worked for some weeks to bring it about. When the crucial time came, the thing failed in a perfectly inexplicable way. It was as if some unseen influence had been working secretly against him. He was not disappointed. On the contrary, he thanked God that his desire had been overruled, and went steadily on with a grateful mind. In a few weeks, an opportunity so much better came his way that he would not have made the first deal on any account, and he saw that a mind which knew more than he knew had prevented him from losing the greater good by entangling himself with the lesser. That is the way every seeming failure will work out for you, if you keep your faith, hold to your purpose, have gratitude, and do every day all that can be done that day, doing each separate act in a successful manner. When you make a failure, it is because you have not asked for enough. Keep on, and a larger thing than you were seeking will certainly come to you. Remember this. You will not fail because you lack the necessary talent to do what you wish to do. If you go on as I have directed, you will develop all the talent that is necessary to the doing of your work. It is not within the scope of this book to deal with the science of cultivating talent, but it is as certain and simple as the process of getting rich. However, do not hesitate or waver for fear that when you come to any certain place, you will fail for lack of ability. Keep right on, and when you come to that place, the ability will be furnished to you. The same source of ability which enabled the untaught Lincoln to do the greatest work in government ever accomplished by a single man is open to you. You may draw upon all the mind there is for wisdom to use in meeting the responsibilities which are laid upon you. Go on in full faith. Study this book. Make it your constant companion until you have mastered all the ideas contained in it. While you are getting firmly established in this faith, you will do well to give up most recreations and pleasure, and to stay away from places where ideas conflicting with these are advanced in lectures or sermons. Do not read pessimistic or conflicting literature or get into arguments upon the matter. Do very little reading, outside of the writers mentioned in the preface. Spend most of your leisure time in contemplating your vision, and in cultivating gratitude, and in reading this book. It contains all you need to know of the science of getting rich, and you will find all the essentials summed up in the following chapter. Chapter 17, Summary of the Science of Getting Rich. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. In order to do this, man must pass from the competitive to the creative mind, otherwise he cannot be in harmony with the formless intelligence, which is always creative and never competitive in spirit. Man may come into full harmony with the formless substance by entertaining a lively and sincere gratitude for the blessings it bestows upon him. Gratitude unifies the mind of man with the intelligence of substance, so that man's thoughts are received by the formless. Man can remain upon the creative plane only by uniting himself with the formless intelligence through a deep and continuing feeling of gratitude. Man must form a clear and definite mental image of the things he wishes to have, to do, or to become, and he must hold this mental image in his thoughts, while being deeply grateful to the Supreme that all his desires are granted to him. The man who wishes to get rich must spend his leisure hours in contemplating his vision, and in earnest thanksgiving that the reality is being given to him. Too much stress cannot be laid on the importance of frequent contemplation of the mental image, coupled with unwavering faith and devout gratitude. This is the process by which the impression is given to the formless and the creative forces set in motion. The creative energy works through the established channels of natural growth and of the industry and social order. All that is included in his mental image will surely be brought to the man who follows the instructions given above, and whose faith does not waver. What he wants will come to him through the ways of established trade and commerce. In order to receive his own when it shall come to him, man must be active, and this activity can only consist in more than filling his present place. He must keep in mind the purpose to get rich through the realization of his mental image. And he must do, every day, all that can be done that day, taking care to do each act in a successful manner. He must give to every man a use value in excess of the cash value he receives, so that each transaction makes for more life, and he must so hold the advancing thought that the impression of increase will be communicated to all with whom he comes in contact. The men and women who practice the foregoing instructions will certainly get rich, and the riches they receive will be in exact proportion to the definiteness of their vision, the fixity of their purpose, the steadiness of their faith, and the depth of their gratitude.
Grainger knows that as an HVAC technician, the heat is on you every day. Your first call? An office building with a noisy AC unit. Time to put your experience to work. On site, your meters don't lie. The blower motor's failing. But Grainger's easy-to-search website quickly helps you find what you need to keep the office and their HVAC running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Force a useful truth. The Instant Millionaire presents us with a powerful and original fable, one that reveals one of the most useful truths of all, that financial prosperity and a fulfilling life well lived are goals we can all achieve if we understand and practice the principles of success. Perhaps a fable is the finest form in which to present these truths, for in the childlike simplicity of a fable, we can communicate directly with the childlike simplicity of our subconscious minds and create a great many positive changes in our lives. We're very proud to be the publisher of these cassettes. The author is a genuine millionaire, and his little fable is not one to be taken lightly. We recommend listening to these cassettes repeatedly, studying and practicing the material. The Instant Millionaire is a brilliantly conceived book that can make you wealthy in a great many ways, and some are far more satisfying and valuable than material riches. And now, The Instant Millionaire. Chapter 1, in which the young man consults a wealthy relative. There was once a bright young man who wanted to get rich. He had had his fair share of disappointments and setbacks that couldn't be denied, and yet he still believed in his lucky star. While he waited for fortune to smile, he worked as an assistant to an account executive in a small advertising agency. He was inadequately paid and had felt for some time that his job offered him little satisfaction. His heart was simply no longer in it. He dreamed of doing something else, perhaps writing a novel that would make him wealthy and famous and end his financial problems once and for all. But wasn't his ambition a bit unrealistic? Did he really have enough talent and technique to write a bestseller? Or would the pages be filled with the bleak, unfocused ramblings of his inner misery? His job had been a daily nightmare for more than a year. His boss spent most of each morning reading the newspaper and writing memos before disappearing to indulge in a 3-hour lunch. He also changed his mind continually and gave contradictory orders. But it wasn't only his boss. He was surrounded by colleagues who were also fed up with what they were doing. They seemed to have abandoned any sense of vision. They seemed to have given up altogether. He didn't dare tell any of them about his fantasy of dropping everything and becoming a writer. He knew they would treat it as a joke. When he was at work, he often felt cut off from the world, as if he was in a foreign country unable to speak the language. Every Monday morning, he wondered how on earth he was going to survive another week at the office. He felt totally alienated from the files piled high on his desk, from the needs of clients clamoring to sell their cigarettes, their cars, their beer. He had written a letter of resignation 6 months earlier and had walked into his boss's office a dozen times with the letter burning in his pocket, but he had never been quite able to go through with it. It was funny. He would not have hesitated 3 or 4 years ago, but now he seemed unsure of what to do. Something was holding him back, some kind of force. Or was it simply cowardice? He seemed to have lost the nerve that had always helped him get what he wanted in the past. He kept waiting till the time was ripe, finding all kinds of excuses for not jumping into action, wondering if he could ever really succeed. Had he turned into a perpetual dreamer? Did his paralysis spring from the fact that he was saddled with debts? Or was it because he had simply started to get old, a process inevitably triggered the minute we give up our visions of the future? One day when he was feeling especially frustrated, he suddenly thought of visiting an uncle of his who had become a millionaire. Perhaps he might be able to give him some advice, or better yet, some money. His uncle was a warm, friendly person who immediately agreed to see him. He refused to lend him any money, however, claiming he wouldn't be doing him a favor. "How old are you?" his uncle asked, after listening to his tale of woe. 32, the young man whispered timidly. "Do you know that by the time John Paul Getty was 23, he'd already made his first $1,000,000? And that when I was your age, I had $500,000? So how in the world is it that you're forced to borrow money at your age?" "Beats me. I work like a dog, sometimes over 50 hours a week. Do you really believe that hard work is what makes people rich?" "I guess so. Anyway, that's what I've always been led to believe." "How much do you make a year? $25,000? "Yeah, about that much," replied the young man. "Do you think that someone who earns $250,000 works 10 times as many hours a week as you do? Obviously not. So if this person earns 10 times more than you do without working any more than you do, then he must be doing something quite different from you. He must have a secret you are totally unaware of." "That must be true." "You're lucky you understand that at least. Most people don't even get that far. They're far too busy trying to earn a living to stop and think about how they could get rid of their money problems. Most people don't even spend an hour of their time trying to figure out how they could get rich and why they've never managed to do so. The young man had to admit that despite his burning ambition and his dream of making a fortune, he had never taken the time to really think his situation through. Everything seemed to distract him and prevent him from facing up to a task that was obviously of fundamental importance. The young man's uncle was silent for a while, then smiled. "I've decided to help you out. I'm going to send you to the man who helped me get rich. He's called the Instant Millionaire. Have you heard of him?" "No, never," the young man said. "He chose that name because he claims he became a millionaire overnight after discovering the true secret of making a fortune. He claims he can help anyone become a millionaire overnight, or at least acquire the mentality of a millionaire." His uncle turned to a large map on the wall and pointed to a small, somewhat isolated town. "Have you ever been there?" "No." "Why not give it a try? Go and find him. He just might reveal his secret to you. He lives in a fantastic house, the most beautiful one in the whole town. You shouldn't have any problem finding it." "Why don't you just tell me the secret? Then I won't have to take the trouble of going there." "Simply because I don't have a right to. When the Instant Millionaire confided it to me, the first thing he did was make me swear never to tell it to anybody. However, he did say I could refer people to him." All of this seemed both surprising and involved to the young man. It certainly aroused his curiosity. "Are you sure you can't tell me anything? Anything at all?" "Absolutely positive. What I can do is recommend you highly to the Instant Millionaire." The young man's uncle pulled out a sheet of elegant writing paper from a drawer in his massive oak desk, took his pen, and hastily scribbled a few lines. He then folded the letter, put it in an envelope, and handed it to his nephew. "Here's your introduction," he said, "and here's the millionaire's address. One last thing. You must promise not to read this letter. If you ever do open it, despite my warning, and you still want it to work for you, you'll have to pretend that you haven't opened it. But how can you undo what's already been done?" The young man didn't have the vaguest idea what his uncle was talking about, but he agreed. His uncle had always been a bit eccentric, and he was doing him a favor after all, so he decided not to press the point. He thanked him warmly and left. Chapter 2, in which the young man meets an elderly gardener. The young man sped off toward the Instant Millionaire's town, his mind racing faster than his automobile. How hard was it going to be to meet this man? Would he welcome an unannounced visitor? Would he reveal his secret method of getting rich? Just as he approached the millionaire's house, he was overcome by curiosity, and despite his uncle's words of warning, opened the letter of introduction. He was shocked. His heart rate climbed, and he broke into a sweat. He wondered whether his uncle had made a mistake or was playing a joke on him, because the letter was only a blank sheet of paper. He was now at the gate of the millionaire's house and noticed a security guard. The guard had a stony expression. He looked as impenetrable as the enclosed fortress he was protecting. "What can I do for you?" the guard asked dryly. "I'd like to meet the Instant Millionaire." "Do you have an appointment?" "No, but—" "Well then, do you have a letter of introduction?" The young man pulled the letter halfway out of his pocket and quickly stuffed it back again. "May I see your letter?" the guard pressed. The young man remembered his uncle's words. If you open the letter, you must pretend that you haven't. He handed the letter to the guard, who glanced at it. His face remained totally expressionless. "Fine," he said, as he gave the letter back to the young man. "You may come in." The guard showed him where to park and led him to the front door of the millionaire's luxurious Tudor-style home. An impeccably dressed butler opened the door. "Can I help you?" he asked. "I want to meet the Instant Millionaire." "He's unable to see you at the moment. Please wait for him in the garden." The butler accompanied the young man to the entrance of a garden with a glistening pond in the middle of it. He wandered in, admiring the beautiful flowers, bushes, and trees, and then he caught sight of a gardener who was bent over a rose bush. He must have been well into his 70s or 80s, and he wore a wide-brimmed straw hat that concealed his eyes. When the young man approached him, the gardener broke off his work and welcomed him with a smile. He had bright, cheerful blue eyes. "What have you come here for?" he asked in a warm and friendly voice. "I've come to meet the Instant Millionaire." Oh, I see. And for what reason, if you don't mind my asking? Well, I'd simply like to ask him for advice. The gardener started to go back to his roses, then he stopped and turned and said, "Oh, by the way, you wouldn't have $10 on you, would you?" $10, said the young man, blushing. It's just that's all I've got left on me. Perfect. That's all I need. The gardener looked very dignified. His manner exuded exceptional grace and charm. "I'd really like to give it to you," replied the young man, "but the problem is I wouldn't have any money left to get back home." "Are you planning on going home today?" "No, I've no idea," said the young man, now quite confused. "I don't want to leave until I've seen the Instant Millionaire." "But if you don't need the money today, why are you so reluctant to lend it to me? You might not need it tomorrow. Who knows? You might be a millionaire." The reasoning didn't sound completely logical to the young man, but he handed him the money. The gardener smiled. Most people are afraid of asking for things, and when they finally do, they don't insist enough. That's a mistake. At that moment, the butler arrived in the garden and spoke to the old man respectfully. "Sir, could you please let me have $10? The cook's leaving today and insists on being paid. I'm just $10 short." The gardener stuck his hand into his baggy pocket and pulled out a huge roll of bills. He must have had thousands of dollars in cash on him, because the young man caught sight of nothing but $100 bills, except for the $10 bill on top. The gardener peeled off the bill he had just borrowed from the young man and handed it to the butler, who thanked him, bowed somewhat obsequiously, and quickly disappeared into the house. The young man was outraged. How did the gardener have the gall to confiscate the last $10 he had in the world when his pockets were stuffed with more cash than he had ever seen? "Why did you ask me for $10? He said, trying as hard as he could to conceal the rage he felt. "You didn't need it." "But of course I did. Look, I don't have any $10 bills," he said, thumbing through the fat roll of cash. "You don't think I was going to give him 100, do you?" "Why on earth do you keep so much money on you?" "It's my pocket money," replied the gardener. "I always keep at least $25,000 on me in case of an emergency." $25,000, sputtered the young man, aghast. Suddenly everything became clear. The ever-polite butler, that incredible amount of pocket money. "You're the Instant Millionaire, aren't you?" "For the time being," replied the gardener. "I'm glad you've come. But tell me, how is it that you aren't rich yet? Have you ever seriously asked yourself that question?" "Not really." "Well, that's probably the first thing you should do. Think aloud in front of me if you want. I'll try to follow your line of reasoning." The young man made a few feeble attempts and then gave up. "I see," said the millionaire. "You're not used to thinking out loud. Do you know there are lots of young people your age who are already rich? Some are even millionaires. Others are just on the verge of getting their first million. Did you know that when he was 26, Aristotle Onassis already had $500,000 in the bank when he left for England, where he was planning to set up his shipping empire?" "Only 26. "That's right. And when he started out, he had only a few $100s to his name. He didn't have a university degree, and he didn't have any rich uncles. But now it's time for dinner. Would you like to join me?" "Thank you very much. I'd love to." The young man followed the millionaire, who, despite his age, still had a lively bounce in his step. They went into the dining room where the table had already been set for two. "Please sit down." The millionaire pointed to the end of the table, the place usually reserved for the host. He sat to the right of his young guest, directly in front of a beautiful hourglass engraved with the motto, "Time is money." The butler arrived with a bottle of wine and filled their glasses. "Let's drink to your first million," said the millionaire, raising his glass. He took a sip, the only one he had all evening, and ate very modestly, just a few mouthfuls from a delicious salmon steak. "Do you like what you do for a living?" the millionaire asked the young man. "I suppose so. The situation in the office is a bit difficult." "Make sure you're positive about your choice of careers. All the millionaires I've known, and I've met quite a few over the years, loved their occupations. For them, working became almost a leisure activity, as agreeable as a hobby. That's why most rich people rarely take vacations. Why should they deprive themselves of what they enjoy doing so much? And that's why they continue working even after becoming millionaires several times over. But though it's an absolute must to enjoy your work, it's not enough. To get rich, you have to know the secrets of wealth. Tell me, do you really believe these secrets exist? Yes, I do, said the young man. Good. That's the first step. Most people don't believe there are secrets to attaining wealth. They don't even believe they can become rich. And they're right, of course. If you don't think you can become rich, you very rarely do. You have to start by believing that you can, and then crave it passionately. Most people aren't ready to accept these secrets, even if they are revealed to them in very simple terms. Their greatest limitation is their own lack of imagination. That's why the true secrets of wealth are the best-kept secrets in the world. It's a little like the purloined letter in Edgar Allan Poe's story, the millionaire went on. Do you remember it? It's the story about a letter the police were searching for and could never find, because instead of being hidden away somewhere, it was lying in the least likely spot, in plain sight. Their lack of imagination and their built-in prejudices prevented the police from finding the letter. They weren't expecting to find it in plain sight, so they never saw it.
Planning for your family's future? Put it in the right hands with LegalZoom. It's too important to let it fall into the wrong hands. LegalZoom is the simple, affordable online solution for estate planning. If you need a will or trust, LegalZoom guides you through every step to ensure your loved ones and assets are protected. So if you need a legal hand, visit LegalZoom. LegalZoom provides access to independent attorneys and self-service tools. LegalZoom is not a law firm and does not provide legal advice.
The young man listened to the millionaire with rapt attention. He was burning to find out what these secrets were. In any case, one thing was sure. Even if the millionaire didn't really have any secrets, he was certainly a master at setting an impressive scene. Chapter 3, in which the young man learns to seize opportunities and take risks. Now, how much money are you willing to pay to get these secrets of wealth? The millionaire's question took the young man by surprise. Even if I was willing to spend money to get it, I haven't got a dime. But if you had money, how much would you be willing to pay? Name a figure, any figure, the first one that comes to mind. The young man couldn't possibly evade the question now. The millionaire was asking for a very specific answer. I don't know, he replied. $100? The millionaire burst out laughing. Only $100? Then you don't really believe these secrets exist, do you? If you did, you'd surely be ready to pay a lot more for them. Come on, I'll give you a second chance. Name another figure. This isn't a game, but a very serious matter. The young man thought it over. I don't mind answering, he said, but remember, I'm flat broke. Don't worry about that. But if I don't have any money, my hands are tied, said the young man, bewildered. Oh my, exclaimed the millionaire. We've got a long way to go. Since time began, the rich have been using other people's money to amass their fortunes. Anyone really serious has never needed money to make money. By that I mean personal cash. Besides, you must have a checkbook on you. The young man wanted to deny it, but he had stuffed his checkbook into his pocket that morning. God knows why. He had exactly $4.28 in his account. He considered lying about it, but the millionaire had such a piercing gaze, he seemed capable of mind reading. The young man heard himself stutter, as if he were confessing a deep, dark secret. Yes, I brought it with me. He pulled his checkbook out as automatically as a robot, even though an urge to rebel momentarily crossed his mind. He felt spellbound by this man, like someone in the hands of a hypnotist. Yet he wasn't afraid of the millionaire, for he radiated goodwill. He even seemed somewhat amused. Fine, replied the millionaire. Now can you see there's no problem? He uncapped an elegant pen and handed it to the young man. Write out a check for the amount you have in mind and sign it. But I don't know how much to write. All right, put down, say, $25,000. The millionaire uttered this figure in a perfectly straightforward way, without a shred of arrogance. What? $25,000? Said the young man. You've got to be joking. Put down $50,000 if you like, replied the millionaire, so calmly that the young man no longer knew whether he spoke seriously or in jest. Even $25,000 seems far too much. Anyway, you couldn't cash the check because it would just bounce. And all I'd get out of it would be an angry bank manager wondering whether I'd gone crazy, and he'd be right. That's exactly how I undertook my biggest deal ever. I signed a check for $250,000 and then had to scramble around to find the money to cover it. But if I hadn't made out that check right then and there, I'd have missed an excellent opportunity. That was one of my first major business lessons, he said. People who waste time waiting for all the perfect conditions to fall into place never get anything done. The ideal time for action is now. Another lesson this little exercise can teach you is this. If you want to succeed in life, you have to make sure you have no choice in the matter. You have to put your back to the wall. People who vacillate and refuse to take risks because they don't have all the elements in hand never get anywhere. The reason is simple. When you cut off all your exits and put your back to the wall, you mobilize all your inner powers. You want something to happen with every fiber of your being. So why hesitate now, young man? Put your back to the wall. Make out that $25,000 check to me. The young man wrote out the check, slowly filling in the numbers, then the words. But when he came to sign it, he simply couldn't do it. I've never written a check as large as this in my life. If you really want to become a millionaire, you'll have to start someday. You'll have to get used to signing checks much larger than this one. This is only the beginning. But the young man still couldn't sign it. Everything was happening so quickly. He was just about to hand over a check for $25,000 to a man he just met and who was promising some pretty dubious secrets in exchange. What's stopping you from signing? Asked the millionaire. Everything's relative under the sun. In no time at all, this amount will appear insignificant to you. It's not the amount, mumbled the young man. Well, what is it then? I know why you can't sign it. You don't really believe my secrets will turn you into a millionaire. If you were absolutely convinced, you'd sign in a flash. Tell me, if you were absolutely positive that these secrets would help you earn an additional $100,000 in less than a year, without having to work harder than you do now, even by working less, would you sign that check? Sure I would, he was forced to agree. I'd make a $75,000 profit. So sign it. I guarantee that you'll be able to earn that amount. Would you be willing to put that in writing? The millionaire burst out laughing once again. I like you, young man. You're determined to cover your back. That's often a very prudent thing to do. Even if you're absolutely sure about your resources, it doesn't mean you should trust the first person who comes your way. He left the table, rummaged about in a drawer, and pulled out a ready-made agreement. This didn't sit very well with the young man. Was the millionaire mass-producing his secrets and selling them to every Tom, Dick, and Harry who showed up? The millionaire signed the guarantee and handed it to the young man, who skimmed it over quickly, satisfied with what he'd read. Then the old man suddenly changed his mind. I've got another idea, he said. How about a bet? He took a coin from his pocket and bounced it up and down in the palm of his hand. Let's play heads or tails. If I lose, I'll give you the $25,000 cash I have in my pocket. If I win, you give me the check. In either case, let's forget about the guarantee. The only problem, the young man said, is what I told you. There's almost nothing in my account. Even if I give you this check, you won't be able to cash it. No problem, said the millionaire. I'm in no hurry. Why not post-date it a year from now? The young man hesitated. All right, under those conditions, I accept the bet. He had now calculated that in any event, he had a full year to change banks, close his account, or simply stop the check. He had nothing to lose. And with the millionaire's new offer, he could even earn $25,000 in a few seconds flat without having to do an ounce of work. A self-satisfied smile flitted across his lips in spite of himself. He hoped the millionaire hadn't noticed it. The millionaire then proposed a minor clarification, which immediately confirmed the young man's doubts. There's just one thing. Should you lose the bet, you have to solemnly swear that you'll honor this check. The young man tentatively gave his word, but just as the millionaire was about to toss the coin, he abruptly interrupted him. May I see the coin? The young man asked. The millionaire smiled. No doubt about it, I really like you, young man. You're cautious. That'll help you avoid a lot of mistakes. Just make sure it doesn't cause you to miss out on a lot of good opportunities. The millionaire handed over the coin. As soon as the young man had carefully examined both sides and returned it, the millionaire asked him to call. Tails. The millionaire tossed the coin, and the young man's heart began to beat as wildly as if he were on his first date. This was the first time he'd ever had the chance of winning $25,000. As he watched the coin spinning in the air, his anxiety mounted sharply. It landed on the table. Heads, said the millionaire gleefully, but then quickly added a sympathetic, sorry. It was hard to say whether he was being sincere or merely polite. The young man couldn't help trembling a little as he signed the check. He would probably get used to signing big checks like this one day, but at this point, it made him feel very strange indeed. He gave the check to the millionaire, who examined it briefly, folded it, and put it in his pocket. Now, said the young man, can I have the secrets? But of course, said the millionaire. Do you have a piece of paper? I'll write them down for you. That way you won't forget them. The young man had a hard time grasping his words. The millionaire surely couldn't expect a single sheet of paper to hold all the secrets, especially secrets he just bought for $25,000. Sorry, I don't have any paper on me. But didn't you have a letter of introduction when you arrived here? The people your uncle has sent me over the years always had a letter. The young man took it out of his pocket. He handed it over, carefully watching the old man's face as he opened it. But the millionaire didn't seem at all surprised to find it was completely blank. He took his pen, leaned over the table, and was about to write something when he raised his head and asked for the young man to fetch the butler. You'll find him in the kitchen at the far end of that corridor over there, explained the millionaire. When the young man came back with the butler, the millionaire was sealing the envelope. He seemed pleased with himself. Our young guest will be spending the night, he said to the butler. Would you take him to his room, please? Then he turned to the young man and said, Here are the secrets. He stood up and handed him the envelope. Then he solemnly shook his hand, as if he had just wrapped up one of the most important deals he had ever made in his life. The only thing I must ask you to do is to wait until you're alone in your room before opening the envelope and reading the secrets. And oh, there's one more condition. Before you may read what I've written, you must promise to spend part of your life sharing these secrets with those less fortunate than you. If you agree, you'll be the last person to whom I'll ever give these secrets directly. My work here will be over. I'll be ready to take care of roses in a much larger garden. If you don't feel ready to share these secrets, he said, you still have time to back out. But then, of course, you won't be able to open the envelope. I'll give you back your check, and you'll be free to go home and get on with the same life you've been leading up to now. Now that he finally had his hands on the letter containing the secrets, there was no possibility of backing out. His curiosity had gotten the better of him. I promise, he replied. Chapter 4, in which the young man finds himself a prisoner. Soon the young man was alone in his room, a room so luxurious he couldn't help examining it. He went up to the only window, which was very high off the ground, and looked out over the park. He could see where he had first spotted the millionaire looking after his roses with such tender, loving care. Night had fallen, and a full moon cast a luminescent glow over everything. He was filled with anticipation. He was finally going to discover the secrets to making a fortune that had eluded him for so many years. He slowly opened the envelope and unfolded the letter. The sheet of paper was again completely blank. He turned it over. There wasn't the tiniest squiggle on either side. He'd been fool enough to let the old man swindle him. He'd handed over a check for a mind-boggling sum in exchange for something that didn't exist. The millionaire had seemed so honest. He'd even started feeling fond of the old man. The young man realized that he should have been more careful, that perhaps there was some truth after all in the belief that totally honest people never get rich. He was forced to admit that he had no business sense at all, probably the very reason he was still poor, and now even poorer. A feeling of rebellion engulfed him, and he threw the paper across the room. What could he do? He'd let himself be lured into a well-sprung trap. He had only one alternative, to leave as quickly as possible. Who knows, maybe his life was in danger too. He didn't want to spend the night in this place. He decided the best thing to do would be to sneak out as quietly as possible. He tiptoed to the door and slowly turned the handle. but the door was bolted from the outside. The window was the only other exit, and it was about 30 feet above the ground. If he jumped, he'd surely break his neck. The only option was to ring for the butler. He pulled the bell and waited. No one came. He rang again. Nothing. Maybe the bell was out of order. The house was totally silent. He was a prisoner. He lay on the bed, and the events of the day raced before his eyes. There was little he could do to fight off the feeling of absurdity that was beginning to overwhelm him. The blank sheet of paper he had bought for $25,000 kept drifting before him, as if bent on mocking him. Sleep finally overtook him. He dreamed of a stranger luring him repeatedly to sign a thick document of the utmost importance, as if his life depended on it. He protested vehemently. There must be some mistake. The document is totally blank. Chapter 5, in which the young man learns to have faith. The next morning, the young man felt as if he'd been run over by a 3-ton truck. He glanced at himself in the mirror. He had slept in his clothes and looked awful, but it only bolstered his determination. He had one thought in mind: to find the old man, give him back his secret, and get his check back. He ran his fingers through his hair and headed toward the door, recalling it had been locked the night before. It wasn't now. He strode out angrily and headed for the dining room. He found the millionaire sitting calmly at the table, dressed in the same clothes he'd had on the day before, clean but surprisingly threadbare gardener's clothes. His large, pointed, wide-brimmed hat was lying in front of him on the table. The millionaire was flipping a coin in the air and counting it as it landed on the table. 9, he muttered without taking his eyes off the coin. 10. Damn, he lifted his head. I've never been able to go beyond 10, he said. I get what I want 10 times in a row, and then invariably it fails on the 11th throw, even though I toss it exactly the same way each time. The young man realized he had been duped the night before. My father, who was an accomplished magician, would regularly get to 15, said the millionaire. I didn't inherit his talent. The young man asked to see the coin. The millionaire cheerfully gave it to him, and the young man flipped it onto the table. Heads, tails, heads, tails. It obviously wasn't a trick coin unless there was some secret mechanism that escaped his notice. There was nothing dishonest about our bet yesterday, said the millionaire. I simply displayed my skill at handling money. Some people take skillfulness for dishonesty, but they're two very different things. The young man brandished the letter and threw it on the table. You did a fine job of tricking me, sir. You made yourself some easy money there, $25,000 for a blank sheet of paper. It's the secret of wealth, the millionaire said. Well, you're going to have to explain yourself. Do you take me for an idiot? An idiot? Of course not. You're simply lacking in insight. It's quite normal. Your mind is still immature. Maybe it is, but I can certainly recognize a blank piece of paper when I see one. I assure you, you can become very rich indeed with just this blank piece of paper. That's all I needed to become an instant millionaire way back when. But since I must soon go back to tend my beloved roses, I'll help you. Listen carefully, because as soon as you apply this secret successfully, you'll have to share it with others. Once you've freed yourself of the shackles of poverty, you'll have to show the way to those still bound hand and foot. May I ask you to repeat the promise you made yesterday? There was no doubt about it, the millionaire was an extraordinarily persuasive man. Just a few minutes before, the young man had been ready to curse him, and now he was listening attentively. He repeated his promise. I must warn you that becoming a millionaire will probably seem too easy, but don't let simplicity deceive you. Each time you begin to have doubts, remember Mozart. True genius resides in simplicity. You'll tend to have doubts in the beginning. With time, as wealth is magnetically attracted to you in a most unexpected way, you'll begin to understand. That's exactly what I've been hoping for with all my heart, the young man said. To understand. So much the better. Once you grasp this secret, you'll know why you believe in it. But in the beginning, despite its simplicity, this secret will seem so surprising that you'll be incapable of understanding it, or even believing it for that matter. So I have to ask you to make a small leap of faith. If the secret exists, you'll have gained everything because of your faith. If it doesn't, you won't have lost a thing. Chapter 6, in which the young man learns to focus on a goal. Feel free to ask me any questions that cross your mind, said the millionaire. It'll be a pleasure for me to answer them. Soon you won't be able to do so. Our time together is limited, so let's not waste it in futile discussions. Here's a pen. Do you have that piece of paper? Here it is. Do you really want to become rich? I most certainly do. All right then. Write down the amount of money you want and how much time you'll allow yourself to acquire it. Do you think money's going to drop like pennies from heaven just because I write a couple of numbers down on paper? Yes, I do, said the millionaire. I warned you that the secret would be simple. All the millionaires I've met told me they became rich the moment they set themselves an amount and a deadline by which to acquire it. If you don't know where you're heading, the chances are you'll never get anywhere. It sounds like magic to me, but that's exactly what it is. The magic of a quantified objective. Let's look at the problem from a different angle. Suppose you're trying to get a job. You go through all the necessary steps and finally get an interview. A short while later, you're told that you're being seriously considered. Then you find out you've got the job and that you'll be making a lot of money. How would you react? For a start, you'd be really pleased with yourself. Being chosen from dozens, perhaps hundreds of candidates, what a feat. And since you were unemployed for, say, 3 months, you'd think this was a very lucky break indeed. But once your initial euphoria had passed, what would be your next reaction? Well, I'd wonder when the job would start, said the young man. Then I'd like to know the exact meaning of a lot of money. All things being relative, I'd try and find out exactly how much the salary was going to be and what kind of benefits would be offered. Good. If, for example, you asked your new boss what he meant by a lot of money, and all he was willing to do was guarantee that you would definitely earn a lot, you wouldn't be satisfied, would you? Worse yet, you'd probably start having second thoughts about his honesty. The fact that he refused to name a specific figure could quite possibly mean that there was something shady going on, and that your salary wasn't going to be as generous as he'd been implying. And if he refused to tell you the exact date you were supposed to start the job, you would really be suspicious, wouldn't you? You'd try to pin him down. I suppose I would, agreed the young man. And if you insisted on it and still couldn't get the details you wanted, you might just turn it down and start looking elsewhere. In fact, you'd be fully justified in doing so. You're right. The offer leaves a lot to be desired. The millionaire looked content. He paused a moment before proceeding, his lips still set in a teasing but good-natured smile. The questions you asked your potential employer were aimed at getting hard facts, right? Just knowing that you were going to earn a lot of money wasn't enough. You also wanted to know how much. Finding out that you'd been given the job didn't satisfy you either. You wanted to know the exact starting date. And you'd probably want all of this in writing, because a contract adds backbone to verbal agreement. Spoken words are ephemeral, but the written word is permanent. What most people, or at least the unsuccessful ones, are unaware of is that life gives us exactly what we ask from it. The first thing to do, therefore, is to ask for exactly what you want. If your request is vague, whatever you get will be just as muddled. If you ask for the minimum, you'll get the minimum. Any request you make must be absolutely precise. As far as monetary wealth is concerned, you must establish an amount and a deadline by which to make it. What do people generally do? Even those who want money and lots of it make the same mistake. They don't establish an exact amount and a deadline by which to make it. If you need convincing, just ask someone exactly how much money he wants to earn next year. Ask him to reply right away. If this person is really on the road to success, if he really knows where he's going, and if he doesn't mind confiding in you, you'll be able to answer immediately. 9 out of 10 people, however, will be incapable of answering this simple question off the top of their heads. It is the most common mistake. Life wants to know exactly what you expect from it. If you don't ask for anything, you won't get anything. Now let's test you, the old man said. You told me you'd like to get rich. Definitely, said the young man. Tell me how much you'd like to earn next year. The young man found himself at a loss for words. He had had no trouble following the old man's line of reasoning. In fact, he had agreed with it wholeheartedly. And yet he had to admit that he belonged to the vast majority of people who want to get rich but don't know how much they want to make. He was embarrassed. I don't know, he was forced to admit, but I think I've just understood one of my mistakes, perhaps the most fundamental one. It is a serious mistake, said the instant millionaire. Let's try to correct it. Come on, write down the amount you have in mind. I really don't have the vaguest idea, muttered the young man. And yet it's so easy. Write down the amount you'd like to earn in the next year. I know what we'll do. Take a few minutes to think it over. When the time's up, you've got to write down an amount. We've already established the deadline, 1 year from today. So all you have to think about is the amount. Get going. Time's slipping away. As he said this, he picked up the golden hourglass on the table and turned it over. The young man quickly got into the spirit of the game and realized it was the first time he'd had to concentrate so hard in his life. All sorts of numbers flitted about uncontrollably in his head. Time was running out. When the last grain of sand had fallen, he still hadn't settled on a specific figure. Good, said the millionaire, who hadn't taken his eyes away from the hourglass. What figure do you have in mind? The young man finally picked the most expansive figure he thought he was capable of making and slowly wrote down the numbers. Only $50,000, exclaimed the millionaire. That's pretty low, but it's a start. I would have preferred $500,000. You've got quite a lot of work to do before becoming an instant millionaire. But you'll see, it won't be as tiring as most people imagine it to be. And it'll be the most important work you'll ever do in your life, no matter what occupation you end up choosing. It's called working on yourself. Chapter 7, in which the young man gets to know the value of self-image. The butler came into the dining room carrying coffee and croissants, and the young man ate while the lesson continued. I'm going to ask you a series of questions, said the millionaire, to help you understand what happened to you during your few minutes of reflection. The first thing you must realize is that the amount you wrote down on that piece of paper means much more than you think it does. In fact, that amount represents almost to a penny what you think you're worth. In your eyes, whether you're willing to admit it or not, you're worth $50,000 a year. Not a penny more and not a penny less. I don't see how you can say that, said the young man. The fact that I chose that particular amount means I'm level-headed and have both feet on the ground. I just can't see how I can earn more for the time being. After all, I don't have a very well-paying job or a degree or anything in the bank. Your way of thinking is valid to an extent, said the millionaire. In any case, I respect it. The only problem is this attitude is the cause of your current situation. External circumstances are not really very important. Keep this well in mind. All the events in your life are a mirror image of your thoughts. Your mind can't grasp this principle if you continue to accept the widespread illusion that external factors determine your life. In reality, everything in life is a matter of attitude. Life is exactly as you picture it. Everything that happens to you is a product of your thoughts. So if you want to change your life, you must start by changing your thoughts. No doubt you consider this a bit trite. Many rational individuals stubbornly refute this principle. But the truth is, all those who have accomplished great things in life, regardless of the field, have always ignored the objections raised by strictly rational thinkers. This certainly doesn't mean I'm against intelligence in any way. Quite the contrary. Reasoning and logic are essential in order to achieve success, but they aren't enough. They must be instruments and faithful servants, nothing more. In most cases, reasoning and logic become roadblocks in the way of great achievement, because great things are created only by those who have faith in the powers of the mind. Successful people never let circumstances bother them too much. When you come down to it, the circumstances facing great achievers in the past were just as difficult, and often even more difficult, than those facing their contemporaries, but this simply caused them to reach even deeper to tap their inner strength. Those achievers firmly believed that they could accomplish great things. All those who became rich were deeply convinced that they could get rich, and that's why they succeeded. But let's get back to our piece of paper and answer this question. The $50,000 figure you wrote down was surely not the largest one that came to your mind, was it? You're right, it wasn't. What was it then? My head was crowded with so many numbers. For instance, well, $100,000. And why didn't you write it down? I don't know. I suppose it seemed totally out of reach. It'll remain that way until you believe you can reach it. Since you started with only $50,000, we've got a big job ahead of us. And if we don't do it, it'll take you a very long time to become a millionaire. So write down the highest figure that now seems achievable to you. Stretch yourself. After a moment of reflection, the young man wrote down $75,000. Congratulations, the millionaire responded quickly. You've just earned $25,000 in a few seconds. Not bad. But I haven't earned it yet. It's as if you had. You've taken the biggest step. You've expanded your self-image by considering you could earn $75,000 instead of $50,000. It's not a major leap forward, but it's progress all the same. Rome wasn't built in a day after all. Inside you lies a kind of Rome, as it does in every human being. The astonishing thing is that this city is both exactly as you picture it, and it's also surprisingly flexible. The size of your city depends on the exact circumference you give it. By increasing the figure you wrote down, you expanded your city limits. Your inner Rome grew, and it's just a beginning. All wise thinkers have said for ages that the greatest limitations are those we impose on ourselves, and thus the greatest obstacle to success is a mental obstacle. Expand your mental limits, and you will expand the limits of your life. Explode your limitations, and you will explode the limitations of your life. The conditions in your life will change as if by magic. I swear by experience this is true. But how can I find out what my mental limitations are? The young man asked. All this seems plausible, yet at the same time quite abstract. I've just explained how to find the boundary that corresponds to your self-image, said the millionaire. You translated it into concrete terms when you wrote down that number. It's fascinating to see what each individual really thinks of himself. Each time someone does this exercise, a single figure immediately exposes his true self-image. He is confronted by his mental limitations, which will perfectly match the limits he encounters in life. Life will bow before the limits he sets for himself, whether he is aware of this or not. People who generally fail are the least conscious of these key principles of success and wealth. Successful individuals have become aware of this phenomenon and have done their utmost to work on their self-image. The easiest way to work on this self-image in the beginning is to take a blank sheet of paper and write down steadily increasing amounts. Let's start our little exercise over again. Write down a much bolder figure this time. The young man thought for a few seconds and, squirming, wrote down $100,000, confessing that this was the maximum he could imagine earning. Maybe it's the maximum you can imagine, but it's definitely not the maximum you could actually earn. That's a pretty modest figure. Some people earn it in a month, others in a week, even a day, every day of the year. However, let me congratulate you. You've made astounding progress. You've doubled your earnings and considerably extended your mental boundaries. Not as much as I would like, but I don't want to rush you. You have to start by setting yourself an objective that you consider bold, but at the same time reasonable. The secret of any goal is that it must be both ambitious and within reach. But don't forget that most people are overly conservative. They're afraid to burst through their mental limitations. They've turned their mental limitations into a kind of habit. They're used to going without. They're convinced that's what life is all about. They're scared to dream. You mustn't be afraid of expanding your mental boundaries. What you can accomplish in an hour, merely by writing down a series of larger and larger numbers, is amazing. You've managed to double your goal within a few minutes. Later on, when you're alone, do this next exercise. Sit down in the privacy of your own room and write out the course of your financial destiny. This is how to do it. Write, in 6 years to the day, I will be a millionaire. This is the practical application of my secret to becoming an instant millionaire. You'll probably object to the fact that it'll take you 6 long years to become a millionaire. I agree, but it'll take you only a second to activate the secret key that will ensure your financial destiny and fortune. As for me, I started out with some cash that an old millionaire lent me, equivalent to about $25,000 in today's dollars. And it took me precisely 5 years and 9 months to make my first million. Ever since then, I've made it prosper by using the same formula over and over, with ever-increasing numbers. This formula has always made some people laugh, and that's not going to change. However, the ones who laugh aren't rich. The young man shook his head pensively. He was half convinced, but it all seemed a bit too easy. Obviously, continued the millionaire, this formula is effective for those who want to become something other than millionaires. After all, not everyone cherishes that ambition. And that's precisely the beauty of this secret. It works equally well for any dream, from the most modest to the most extravagant. It can make you an extra $5,000 a year, or double your income in a year. Something that's totally feasible, by the way. So if you don't mind, go and spend some time in your room while I go back to my roses and write the sentence I gave you. In 6 years to the day, I will be a millionaire. I will therefore be a millionaire on, and then write the month, the day, and the year. Make sure you take note of every impression that comes into your mind, no matter what it may be. You'll find some paper in the desk. Remember one thing. As long as you aren't used to the idea of becoming a millionaire, as long as it isn't an integral part of your life and thus of your innermost thoughts, nothing can help you become a millionaire. Go now and reflect on my formula, or affirmation as you may wish to call it. Let it become your guiding principle during the next 6 years. Chapter 8, in which the young man discovers the power of words. An hour later, the butler came to fetch the young man, who had been so engrossed in the exercise the eccentric millionaire had given him to do that it seemed as if no time at all had passed. The butler explained that the millionaire was expecting him in the garden, and he accompanied the young man there in silence. His host was sitting on a bench, contemplating a freshly cut rose. He raised his head when he heard the young man approach. A gentle smile lit his face. He was radiant. In fact, he seemed almost ecstatic. "So how did it go?" he asked. "Did the exercise work out all right?" "Yes, it did, but I've got a lot of questions." "That's what I'm here for." He invited the young man to sit next to him. "What bothers me in particular," he told the old man, "is that I just can't see how I can become a millionaire in 6 years, even if I do write down this crazy sentence and meditate on it. How can I convince myself that I can become a millionaire? I don't even know which field I want to work in, and I still feel I'm pretty young to become a millionaire. Youth is no obstacle. Countless people became rich at a much younger age than yours. The major obstacle is not knowing the secret, or knowing it and not applying it. I feel ready to apply it, but the only trouble is that I don't think I can honestly convince myself that I can become a millionaire. There's basically only one way to do it, and it's the same method you use to persuade yourself that you can't become a millionaire, even if you want to. During the next few days, or few weeks at the most, you are going to develop the attitude of an instant millionaire. Naturally, it's going to take some time to undo everything you've built up over the years. The secret to developing this personality resides in words combined with images, which are the special way in which thoughts express themselves. Each thought you have tends to manifest itself in your life in one way or another. The stronger a person's character is, the more powerful his thoughts will be, and the more quickly they will tend to manifest, thus shaping the circumstances of his life. This undoubtedly inspired the early Greek philosopher Heraclitus to observe, character equals destiny. Desire is what best sustains your thoughts. The more passionate your desire is, the more quickly the thing you want will spring up in your life. The way to become rich is to desire it fervently. In every area of life, sincerity and fervor are necessary ingredients of success. "And yet I sincerely wish to be rich," said the young man. "I've been doing everything possible for years now, but nothing's worked out. Ardent desire is necessary, but not enough. What you lack is faith. You must believe that you will become a millionaire. How can I get this faith? I've read a great many books on this subject, and what my own mentor taught me corresponds to the conclusions reached in them. The way to obtain faith is through the repetition of words. Words have an extraordinary impact on our inner and outer lives. Words are omnipotent. Most people are totally unaware of this principle and fail to use it. No, I take that back. They do use the power of words, but generally to their detriment. I don't want to contradict you, said the young man, but I think you're exaggerating. I can't really see how words can help me become a millionaire. They have some importance, but certainly other things are more important and more powerful. The millionaire didn't respond. He was absorbed in his own thoughts for a moment. Then he said, "In the desk up in your room, I left a booklet that explains this theory in a very enlightening way. Go and find it. It's very short. Read it and then come down again. We'll continue our discussion then." The young man went back to his room, closed the door, and searched for the booklet in the desk. There was no booklet, but he found a letter that was apparently addressed to him, even though it didn't have his name written on it. It was inscribed, "Letter to a Young Millionaire." He opened it. It contained a single word written in red ink, "Farewell." It was signed, "The Instant Millionaire." The young man's heart began to flutter like a butterfly gone mad. At that moment, he heard a strange sound behind him. He turned around and saw a computer he had not previously noticed. The printer was spitting out some words extremely fast. The young man approached it and began to read the printout. It contained one sentence repeated over and over again. "You have an hour left to live. You have an hour left to live. You have an hour left to live." If this was a joke, it was certainly in bad taste. It had to be a joke, though. Why would the Instant Millionaire want him to die? The young man hadn't done anything to him. But everything was so strange in this place. Maybe the millionaire was a madman, hiding his murderous tendencies behind a veneer of kind-heartedness. The young man was terribly confused. He was sure of one thing, however. Whether or not this was a joke, he wasn't going to take any risks. He was going to make his escape and forget about his check and the magical theories the millionaire had used to fuel his gullible imagination. He threw the letter on the floor and made for the door. But again, it was firmly locked. He was overwhelmed with panic. He shook the handle, trying to force the door open, but it was hopeless. The young man went wild. He ran to the window and saw the millionaire working in the garden. He shouted to him. No answer. He screamed more frantically. Again, no answer. The butler stepped into the garden, and the young man called out to him in a hysterical voice. But it was as if his shouts didn't exist. What kind of horrible nightmare was he going through? He called again and again. Another servant appeared a few paces behind the butler. He too was completely oblivious to the prisoner's screams for help. The young man became more and more desperate. As he spun around helplessly, he spotted a telephone. What an idiot he was. Why hadn't he thought of that last time? Perhaps, like the computer, it hadn't been there. He called the operator and asked for the nearest police station. She gave him a number. She had a most unusual voice. He called quickly, but got a busy signal. What an exasperating sound. He called again, still busy. He tried again and again and again, then noticed that the number he was calling was right before his eyes. It was the one on the telephone he was using. He was calling his own room. He frantically searched for something with which to pry open the door. As he passed the window, he noticed a man approaching the house. He was wearing an immense black cloak and a wide-brimmed black hat. The young man's chest was constricted. He was almost suffocating with terror. Who could it be but a hired assassin coming to get him? It was clear. He was trapped. He was going to die. Soon he heard heavy footsteps slowly making their way toward the door. He was right. His time had finally come. He searched left and right for something, anything with which to defend himself, but could find nothing. He heard the key turning in the lock. The handle moved. The door opened. Standing in the doorway was a murky black shadow, which swiftly turned into the more substantial figure of a man, standing silently, motionless as a statue. Then the man plunged his hand into his pocket. The young man thought he was going to pull out a weapon, but the mysterious stranger drew out a piece of paper instead. He lifted the brim of his hat, and the young man, breathlessly expecting the worst, saw it was the millionaire. "You forgot the figures you came up with in the garden," said the millionaire. "Did you find the booklet I told you about?" "No, I didn't. I found this instead," the young man said angrily. He retrieved the letter from the floor. "What's the meaning of this grotesque scenario you just played out?" demanded the young man. "I could sue you, you know." "But they're only words. A word scribbled on a piece of paper. A few words on a computer screen. Didn't you tell me that you didn't believe in the power of words? Look at the state you're in." The young man suddenly realized what the millionaire was talking about. "I just wanted to give you a quick lesson. Experience is a much better teacher than mere theory. Experience is life. Wasn't that Goethe's philosophy? Gray is the color of theory, green the color of the tree of life. Now do you understand the power that words have? Their power is so great they don't even need to be true to have an effect on people. I assure you I did not at any time have criminal intentions toward you." "How was I to know that?" said the young man, gradually calming down. "You could have used your head and reasoned things out. Why on earth would I want to kill you? You've never done me any harm. Even if you had, I would never waste time on revenge. All I want is to be free to tend my rose garden. You should have relied on your sense of logic. Yet did you notice how powerless logic is in a situation such as this? When you were shouting to us from the window and we were pretending not to hear, you were truly in despair. The mistake you made wasn't in reading the words, but in believing them. By doing so, you instinctively obeyed one of the greatest laws governing the human mind. When imagination and logic are in conflict with each other, the imagination invariably takes over." The millionaire then went up to the printer, tore out the sheet, and handed it to the young man. "You lost your head over a threat that wasn't even directed at you." At the top of the page, a stranger's name was written. The young man was aghast. Not only was the warning sheer fabrication, but it wasn't intended for him in the first place. Chapter 9, in which the young man is first shown the heart of the rose. "You've learned many important things today," the millionaire told the young man. "And hopefully you've understood them not only with your head, but with your heart as well. Now you know that words deeply affect our lives whether we wish them to or not. A thought, even when false, can affect us if we believe it to be true. When you learn to distinguish the value of a thought, that is, the value you give it, your mind can regain or maintain its calm. It was your mind that gave meaning to the threat. If it had been written in a foreign language, you wouldn't have paid the slightest attention to it." The millionaire was silent for a moment, then continued. "In the future, each time you come face to face with a problem, and the road to fortune is strewn with obstacles, remember this particular threat. Remind yourself that the problem facing you has as little to do with you as this threat did. This might seem unrealistic to you, since you're the one who has to deal with the problem, but you don't have to shoulder the anxiety it breeds, or let a problem acquire so much importance that it traumatizes you. By the time you have reached this point, and it's not easy, I assure you, you will have mastered an invaluable skill and will be able to fulfill all your dreams. Let me warn you, however, the journey may be long and arduous before you manage to master it, but never give up. I promise you it'll be worth your while. One day you will learn that mastering your destiny and fulfilling your dreams is the ultimate purpose of life. The rest is unimportant." They both remained silent, absorbed in their thoughts. The young man noticed the millionaire's eyes filling with sadness. The millionaire continued, as if summing up everything he had said up to that point. "Life can be a rose garden or hell on earth, depending on your frame of mind. Think of the rose often. Lose yourself in the heart of a rose each time a problem crops up. And remember, you don't have to shoulder the burden of your problems." He placed particular emphasis on the following words. "Most people cannot understand what I've just said. They believe it to be pure, unadulterated optimism. But it's much more profound than that. The world is but a reflection of your inner self. The conditions in your life are but a mirror image of your inner life. Concentrate on the heart of the rose, and there you will find truth and the intuition you will need to guide you through life. You will also find the dual secret of true wealth: love for whatever you do and love for others. Chapter 10, in which the young man learns to master his unconscious mind. After this long and heartfelt statement, the old millionaire seemed exhausted and became silent for several minutes. Then he continued, carefully stressing each word. The formula or affirmation I have given you is so powerful. Even if in the beginning you believe it highly unlikely you will ever become a millionaire, you will be able to become one. Just do the same thing with the formula that you did with the message on the computer. Accept it as the truth. If you have faith that you will be able to accomplish something, you will. In the case of the computer, the young man said, I let myself be tricked. I lost my head. But this formula is a different matter altogether. I have a problem believing I can become a millionaire 6 years from now. Even if you don't believe in the formula now, it'll begin acting on you. The more you internalize it, the more powerful it becomes. It's not your reasoning or conscious mind that you must convince. Remember the threat. Part of you, your imagination, accepted it as real. And the imagination is what some people call the unconscious mind. It is the hidden part of your mind, and much more powerful than the conscious part. It guides your entire life. I could spend hours talking to you about the theory of the unconscious, but it's enough for you to know that the unconscious is extremely susceptible to the power of words. Now do you know why you were having so much difficulty believing the undeniable fact that you can become a millionaire in less than 6 years? Sorry, I don't. Well, the fact remains that for years and years you've been telling yourself you can't. Words have been engraving themselves in your subconscious, deeply. In fact, every experience, every thought you've ever had, every word you've ever heard has become indelibly etched in your unconscious. In the long run, this prodigious memory becomes your self-image. Without realizing it, your past experiences and your inner monologue have convinced you that you aren't the type of person who can become a millionaire, even if, objectively speaking, you have all the qualities to do so, and you could do so more easily than you can imagine. Like everyone else, your self-image is so powerful that it unwittingly becomes your destiny. Outer circumstances end up matching the image you have of yourself with amazing precision. To become rich, you have to create a new self-image. Perhaps I can. I'm quite willing to try. The only snag is that I'm not really sure where to start. Think about the threat you experienced. It wasn't real, yet it affected you as if it was. All you have to do is play the same trick on yourself. Your unconscious won't be any the wiser for it. From the time you were a child, each suggestion you accepted, even though it was false, in effect tricked your unconscious. You may have accepted something that was patently untrue. So now you're going to experience the same thing. Your unconscious can be influenced at will. It is as easy as child's play. And once it has been influenced in the way you want it to be, you will be able to obtain exactly what you want out of life. Why? Because your unconscious will be convinced that you can obtain all these things. It will accept them as true in the same way that it's now accepting the fact that you can't get more out of life. This ties in with what I said earlier. Man is the reflection of the thoughts stored in his unconscious. The most important thing is to pretend as best you can that something is true. Why does this work with the unconscious? Simply because, though the unconscious may be powerful, it cannot discriminate between truth and falsehood. Yes, but what happens if there's a conflict between my conscious and unconscious? What happens if my conscious mind refuses to accept the idea of wealth? The best solution is repetition. This technique is commonly called self-suggestion. Each one of us is subject to it throughout our lives. Every day we are influenced by inner and outer suggestions. The inner monologue that all of us live with continually shapes our lives. Some of us repeat to ourselves that we will never be successful because we come from a family of losers, or because we've had failures, or because we think we haven't had enough education, or don't have enough money or skills or intelligence or management ability or good luck, and on it goes. So we drift from failure to failure, not because we don't have the necessary qualities to succeed, but because that's how we unconsciously picture ourselves. Some people believe they will never attract a partner, the millionaire continued, and yet they have all kinds of attractive qualities. Potential partners run from them like the plague. The power of their self-image, which is a reflection of the unconscious, is responsible for this. It brings about the circumstances that make others avoid them. But the repetition of negative formulas, which have such a tremendous impact on our lives, can be used in a different way. And that's what we're going to do. The unconscious is a slave that can dominate us because it is immensely powerful. But it is also blind, and you have to learn how to play tricks on it. The young man didn't fully understand everything the millionaire was saying, yet he was eager to find out more. The beauty of this theory is that you don't really have to believe it to use it, the millionaire said. But to get results, you have to put it to use. They won't come magically on their own. Everything, as I've said, depends on repetition. Even if you don't believe it at first, try it, at least for a couple of days. That's long enough for you to start feeling its effects. This might seem simplistic, but let me tell you, it is the most potent secret on the face of the earth. Words have tremendous power. Remember the first words of St. John in the Bible. In the beginning was the Word. Self-suggestion plays a major role in our lives. If you remain unaware of it, it will work against you more often than not. But if you decide to use it, all its tremendous power will be at your disposal. Well, I think you've convinced me to try, said the young man. Although to tell you the truth, I'm still a little suspicious. That's all right. Just remember to base your judgment on the results rather than on intellectual criteria. Now come with me and I'll show you what to do. Chapter 11, in which the young man and his mentor discuss figures and formulas. The millionaire sat down at the desk and invited the young man to join him. He took out some paper and a pen and wrote some figures. Your formula could look like this, he said. What he had written was, by the end of the year, I will possess assets worth $31,250. I will double those assets every year for 5 years, so that by, and here he left a space, I will be a millionaire. You mustn't confuse assets and income, he told the young man. Your assets are whatever you have left over after your current bills and taxes are paid. Assets can comprise real estate investments, stocks or bonds, savings in banks or mutual funds, gold, art, jewelry, valuable collectibles, and so on. Now, if you want to be a millionaire in 6 years, which is the realistic objective I'm proposing, your formula will have to be set up on this model. If you have assets worth $31,250 by the end of the first year, you will have to double them each year, and in 6 years, you will be a millionaire. Why double your assets each year? Because it's a simple operation that your subconscious can easily handle. And it's easy for you to remember. It also guarantees you constant growth. If this starting point seems too ambitious for you, then give yourself another year. Becoming a millionaire in 7 years is still pretty good. Your goal for the first year will then be to have assets of $15,625. Believe me when I tell you it's far from being beyond reach. If you're convinced that you can have a cozy nest egg worth $15,625 by the end of the first year, you will have it. Now, if that still seems overambitious, give yourself yet another year, making a total of 8. Then the goal for your first year will be $7,812.50. Along with your formula and the affirmation, I will be a millionaire on, put in the month and year in 6, 7, or 8 years' time. You will also have to set yourself short-term objectives, landmarks to help motivate you during your journey on the road to riches, and an annual goal is essential. The most important thing, however, he told his pupil, is to write your goals down on paper. Take a pencil and fool around with figures and years. Don't be afraid, it can't do you any harm. The amounts will become more and more familiar to you as you play around with them. Millions of people want to get rich, and yet not 1 out of 100 takes the initiative to outline the route he intends to take to reach his goal. Be different. Set up your plans and charts. Work out projections until you've found the plan that suits you. It'll be your plan. Use the examples I've provided for inspiration, but then let your imagination run wild. You have to start by dreaming to get rich. Then you have to know how to quantify your dream and translate it into specific sums of money and dates. This, in fact, should be the first exercise you do. Juggle numbers. You will soon see how this little game will reveal who you really are. The simple act of putting your goals, deadlines, and sums on paper is the first step toward transforming your ideal into its material equivalent. Anyone who wants to stick to an ambition of becoming a millionaire in 5 or 10 years must take note of this fact. If he is currently earning $20,000 a year and can expect nothing more than, say, an annual 10% raise, and if he can save and invest only a small percentage of that, then he'll never become a millionaire if he remains in his job without sideline activities. There's nothing reprehensible in this. It's purely an objective observation. The formula of doubling your fortune each year, or increasing your assets with respect to the previous years, is clearly not the only way to become a millionaire. However, the secret it contains, that is, a quantified goal, an amount, and a deadline by which to reach it, is valid for anyone wishing to succeed in any way. For example, you might simply want to increase your income by $5,000 a year. If you now earn $25,000, you probably would like to earn $30,000, a matter of affording a few more luxuries. Or perhaps you are earning $30,000 and would like $40,000 to enable you to trade up from your present house without worrying about the extra mortgage payments. Or you might want to be able to afford a new car, one that is a little more luxurious. To do this, simply repeat to yourself, "This year I will increase my income by $5,000 or $10,000, and I will earn $30,000 or $40,000 as the case may be." You don't need to know how you'll manage it. You simply have to realize that if all you can hope for is a 10% annual pay raise in your present job, and you don't want to moonlight, you'll have to land a promotion or switch jobs to reach your goal. This may appear self-evident, but thousands of people hope to improve their material situation and do absolutely nothing about it. Is this ignorance? Is it because they are basically satisfied with their situations, even though they complain day in and day out? Once you've discovered that you need some kind of change in your life to reach your goals, you might find yourself thinking that you have no other possibilities in sight. And you might wonder how you can possibly earn that extra $5,000 or $10,000 that you need. Don't worry, this isn't a serious dilemma. Just fully permeate your unconscious with your goal, duly written down stating such and such an amount and deadline. Your unconscious will do the rest. Then just stay on your toes. Since you become aware that things won't get better on their own, when an opportunity arises, seize it without the slightest hesitation. Don't let yourself be paralyzed by fear, which prevents so many people from living out their dreams. You know that by doing nothing, you won't get your raise. So you mustn't hesitate to take the steps necessary to achieve your goal. Correctly programmed, your unconscious will work wonders for you. If you've issued it the order to increase your income by $10,000, it will definitely execute it. Remind it daily so your mission becomes its magnificent obsession. Like a remote-controlled missile, it will overcome all the obstacles on its way to hit its target. What is the target? He continued. When must the explosion take place? The target is $10,000 and the explosion date is a year from now. Such are the magical powers of the unconscious and a quantified objective. When creating your objectives, keep in mind that most people are much too cautious. They don't believe they're worth anything. A few years ago, he whispered confidentially to the young man, I was thinking of hiring a managing director for one of my companies. I worked out that I'd be ready to offer him a salary of $80,000. When the time came to discuss his salary, he told me in a rather nervous, almost imperious voice, I won't accept anything below $50,000. After a lengthy pause, I said, as if I was making a major concession, given your background, $50,000 is fine by me. If he had asked for $60,000 or $70,000, I'd have given it to him. In fact, the way the interview had gone pleased me so much, I might have even bumped that amount up to $100,000. So the person I took on lost himself at least $30,000 in a matter of minutes. That's a lot of money. And he lost it simply because he didn't believe he was worth $80,000 a year. I must admit, after hearing him state his salary expectations, I hesitated for a second and considered not hiring him at all. He was in the best position to assess his own worth, and he was telling me that his managerial skills were worth only $50,000, while I was looking for someone worth $80,000. Was I making the wrong choice? The future proved I'd made the right choice by hiring him, and I saved a lot of money. His problem was that he lacked self-confidence and underestimated his worth. He gradually dealt with this problem over the years, and it cost me a bundle in salary increases, but they were worth it. What you should remember from this simple example is that I dealt with this manager just as life deals with each of us. Life gives us exactly what we expect from it, no more, no less. We tend to forget, however, that it is generally ready to give us much more than we realize. I've talked a lot, said the millionaire. What do you make of all this, young man? It seems too good to be true, he said. Yes, this simple little method, and no other, the millionaire responded, is exactly what helped turn me into a millionaire, and has done the same for all those I've shared it with. As I've said, words are extremely powerful agents. The stronger your character becomes, the more the words you utter will become genuine decrees. Everything you affirm, fueled by deep inner conviction and strengthened by the fires of repetition, will take shape more and more quickly. You have to do the exercise. Nobody can do it for you. You must repeat your formula aloud, day and night, at least 50 times, and more if you can, even 100 times a day. This is an exercise in itself. The first few times I laid down and counted by tapping my fingers on the floor 5 times with both hands. It takes practice. At first you'll find it won't be easy. The mind is prone to wander. After repeating it 10 times, you'll start thinking of something else. Bring your mind back to business and start at 0 again until you manage to reach 50. Because if you can't stick to such an elementary form of discipline, you'd better give up your dream of becoming rich. That's the challenge I'm offering you, my young friend, and I know you can do it. All you need to do is to persist. Why repeat the formula aloud? It affects your mind even more strongly. The order you are issuing to your unconscious seems as though it is coming from the outside, and thus sounds more commanding. Say it in a monotone, like an incantation or a mantra, as the Buddhists call it. In time, the formula will acquire its own life. At first, you might feel a little embarrassed by the sound of your voice and by the formula you're repeating, but gradually you'll get used to it. The goal you laid out for yourself, which seemed audacious at first, will soon appear attainable, even easy to achieve. I'm afraid I might feel absolutely ridiculous. It's during those moments especially that you must persist. You must conquer your doubt. Think of me, living proof. Even if I'm in a garden far from here, my forces will be with you. In your moments of doubt, remember that I've given you my word. You will succeed." "You're sure about that?" asked the young man, still not totally convinced. "Why would I have any doubts about it? You'll become an instant millionaire like I did. It's only a matter of time before you become a millionaire in reality. You will soon be one in your mind, and that's what is most important. Even without a penny to my name. Keep repeating the formula. Little by little, you will see a change occurring within you. Your goal will seem more and more natural. It'll become part of your life in just the same way that the narrow image you have had of yourself until now, a well-worn figment of your imagination, has been an integral part of your being. What your mind conjured up in the past can be reformulated. As such, you will be able to mold your future the way you want it. You will at last become master of your own destiny. Isn't that our secret dream, even before we admit it's possible?" The young man agreed, and was overwhelmed with emotion at the prospect of mastering his destiny. The old man's words had much greater significance than he had at first believed. Of course, his methods were a bit strange, but perhaps they worked. Chapter 12, in which the young man learns about happiness and life. "To help and support you," the instant millionaire told his young student, "I'll give you another, more general formula. You'll derive enormous benefits from it throughout your life. It will transform you inside and out. In fact, it will enable you to acquire true wealth, which isn't only the acquisition of material possessions. True wealth is much broader than that. Your money formula will allow you to achieve and probably even surpass your financial objectives. But during your search for wealth, never lose sight of the fact that if you lose happiness, you lose everything. The pursuit of money can easily turn into an obsession, preventing you from enjoying life. And as the saying goes, what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his soul? Money is an excellent servant, but a tyrannical master. Do you mean that money and happiness can't coexist? Far from it, but you must stay very alert not to lose your perspective. One of the richest men in the world, John D. Rockefeller, was so preoccupied, so crushed by the weight of his worries, that by the age of 50 he was a little old man. His stomach was so out of order that all it could stand was bread and milk. He lived in constant fear of losing his money and being betrayed by his associates. Money had become his master. He couldn't enjoy it anymore. In a way, he was poorer than a simple office clerk who could enjoy a good meal. "At the same time that you're dangling wealth in front of my eyes," said the young man, "you manage to frighten me as well." "That's not my intention, though," replied the millionaire. "And the formula I'm about to give you will help you avoid the trap that many fortune seekers have fallen into. People who are still basically poor work relentlessly to achieve their ends. The first money they earn triggers their deep-seated ambition and causes them to crave more and more. And when they start earning big money, they become afraid of losing it. It is a formula devised by the famous physician Emile Coué for patients in his clinic. Every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better. Repeat this formula aloud 50 times, morning and evening, and as many times as you can during the day. Every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better. The more often you repeat it, the greater the impact it will have on you. The young man found himself thinking that the man sitting next to him was the first truly happy man he had ever met in his life. "Most people want to be happy," said the millionaire, "but they don't know what they're looking for, so inevitably they die without ever having found it. Even if they did find it, how would they recognize it? They're exactly like the people searching for wealth. They truly want to be rich, but when you ask them abruptly how much they'd like to earn in a year, most of them are incapable of answering. When you don't know where you're going, you generally get nowhere. This made perfect sense to the young man. It was so disarmingly simple, he wondered why he'd never thought of it before. He'd never taken the time to clearly describe what he wanted, to really think things through. He vowed then and there that in the future he would do a lot more thinking and reflect upon the things that mattered in his life. That would probably prevent a lot of mistakes. Happiness, of course, has been defined in countless different ways, the millionaire said. For each of us, even for those of us who have given it much thought, it translates into a wide variety of things. But I'll give you the key to happiness. With this key, you will be able to know beyond a shadow of a doubt at any time in your life if you are happy, if you are doing what it takes to make you happy. Ask yourself this: if I were to die tonight, could I tell myself at the instant of my death that I had accomplished everything I had set out to do that day? When you have done exactly what your inner self feels you should do each day, you will feel free to leave the world each day. To be perfectly sure that you are doing what you should be doing, you will have to do what you love doing. People who don't do what they enjoy are not happy. They spend their time daydreaming about what they would like to be doing. And when people aren't happy, they aren't ready to die at a moment's notice. I've barely started living, and here you go talking to me about death as if it were just around the corner, the young man said. I admit this philosophy may seem morbid at first, and yet it's a philosophy of life, 100%. Those who never do what they really enjoy doing, who have given up their dreams, so to speak, belong to the living dead. To really understand what I mean, ask yourself that question and answer it with total sincerity. If you lie, you'll only be lying to yourself, and you become the loser in this game. If you knew you were going to die tomorrow, wouldn't you change your plans for today? Wouldn't you do something else with your life rather than what you've been doing up to now? I'm sure I would. You'd probably start by making the necessary arrangements. You'd make a will if you hadn't already and say goodbye to your family and friends. But let's suppose that all of these tasks took only 1 hour. What would you do with the remaining 23? Ask that question of everybody you know. Their responses will invariably fall into 2 categories. Unhappy people who don't enjoy their lives will tell you that they do something totally different. Why on earth would they continue doing something they hated if they had only 24 hours left to live? Those in the second category, and unfortunately they're the minority, would do exactly what they normally do every day of their lives. Why would they change anything? Their work is their passion. Isn't it quite understandable they would do it until their time was up? Bach belonged to this category. On his deathbed, he was correcting his last piece of music. But you don't have to be a genius to want to work until the end. Each of us, in our own way and in our own occupation, can become a genius, even if unrecognized as such by society. To be a genius simply means to do what you enjoy doing. That is the true genius of life. Mediocrity is never daring to do what you love, for fear of what others will say or fear of losing your security. A security that is an illusion more often than not, isn't it? Asked the young man. That's right. So ask yourself the question, if I were to die tomorrow, what would I do with the last hours of my life? Would I agree to go on being a shadow of my true self, lacking in self-respect, forcing myself to do something I hate? Imagine you invite a friend over to your house to help you do some chores. Would you give the dirtiest ones to your friend? Of course not. So why force on yourself tasks that you find so degrading? Why be your own worst enemy? Why not become your own best friend? There was a moment of silence, and then the old millionaire asked the young man directly, "And what would you do if you were going to die tomorrow? Would you do exactly what you've been doing?" "No, I wouldn't." Now consider the following observation. Don't you find it highly presumptuous to believe that you won't die tomorrow? The young man felt troubled. The old man had often displayed an uncanny ability to see into the future. Was he now announcing his imminent death? The millionaire seemed to read his thoughts. "Don't worry," he said, obviously amused. "You're not going to die tomorrow. You'll live to a ripe old age. But allow me to pursue my line of reasoning. Don't you find it presumptuous of people to believe that they will always have their entire lives ahead of them? In many cases, death strikes out of the blue. But people create the illusion that they have lots of time ahead of them, and they constantly put off the decisions they should make. They tell themselves, 'I've got time. I'll get down to business later.' Then old age arrives, and they find they haven't done anything yet. It reminds me of a saying I heard," the young man said. "If youth only knew, if old age only could." Exactly. The secret of happiness, therefore, is to live each day as if it was your last, and to live each day to the fullest by doing what you want to do, what you would do if your hours were numbered, because realistically, they are. We always seem to realize this when there's very little time left, then it's too late. So you must be courageous enough to act immediately. Live with this thought in mind. I refuse to die without having had the courage to do what I wanted to do. I don't want to die with the appalling thought that society tricked me, that it got the better of me and annihilated my dreams. You must not die with the dreadful feeling that your fears were greater than your dreams, and that you never discovered what you really enjoy. You must know how to dare." "I totally agree," said the young man. "But what happens if I'm not absolutely sure that I don't really like what I'm doing? I don't know of any occupation that's completely free of hassles." "You're absolutely right. Even a profession that fires us up has its negative aspects. But to find out whether your job really pleases you, ask yourself this question. If I had $1 million in the bank right at this moment, would I continue doing the same job? Obviously, if your answer is no, you don't like it enough. Tell me, how many people would continue in the same occupation if they suddenly became millionaires? They are few and far between. And those who would answer yes to this question are generally already millionaires. Most of the millionaires I know refuse to retire. They go on working very late in life. I'd even go so far as to say that all millionaires, at least all self-made millionaires, made their fortunes precisely because they loved their work. My reasoning has just come full circle, the millionaire said. To become a millionaire, you must enjoy your occupation. Those who stay in a job they hate are doubly penalized. Not only do they despise their work, but worse yet, it doesn't even make them wealthy. In fact, most people spend their lives in this strange paradox. Why? Because they are unaware of the genuine laws of success and because of fear. They waste their lives and their chances of becoming truly rich by clinging to a type of security that is mediocre at best. They believe wealth is reserved for others or that they don't have the necessary talent. And why do they let themselves be tricked into believing these illusions? Because their minds are not conditioned to see reality, to see that their beliefs are an illusion. Remember the saying, character equals destiny. Strengthen your mind, and circumstances will yield to your desires. You will gain control over your own life. Have you always been happy? Asked the young man. No, not at all. There were times when I was absolutely miserable. The thought of committing suicide even crossed my mind. But then I, too, met an eccentric old millionaire who taught me almost everything I'm telling you today. At first, I was pretty skeptical. I couldn't believe this theory could apply in my case, even though he was living proof that it worked. But since I had tried all sorts of things and was still unsuccessful, and since I had nothing to lose, I was willing to give it a try. I was 30, and I felt I was wasting my life. It seemed as if things were slipping through my fingers. I'm sure that today you don't regret having taken that advice. He often said I could become master of my life and control all the events taking place in it. But I never believed him. It seemed like science fiction. Then one day, after hearing him repeat the same song over and over, I told myself that maybe he was right. Maybe life was not what I'd always thought it was, a series of more or less unpredictable and uncontrollable events in which luck or fate ruled. Maybe it was possible that we could control our destinies if we mastered our minds. Soon I was beginning to think like that. In other words, a revolution was taking place in my mind. It happened only after I'd spent quite some time repeating to myself, every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better. Every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better. My mentor also taught me another formula, which in my opinion is even more powerful, at least as far as my own experience goes, and I highly recommend it to you. It's slightly religious in nature, which puts some people off, but that's a pity, since it has an invaluable effect on the mind. Repeating this formula has calmed me down when I felt anxious or nervous, and has brought me answers when I seriously needed them. Tranquility is the greatest manifestation of power. The formula is this: be still and know that I am God. Repeat it every day as often as you can. Be still and know that I am God. It will bring you that feeling of serenity, so necessary for getting through life's upheavals. When my mentor decided to reveal it to me, he said that of all the secrets in the world, this one was the most precious. It was his spiritual legacy to me, as it is mine to you. By repeating this formula, which seems strange to me at first, I developed a new inner power. This power, which never ceased growing over the years, kept reminding me of something the old millionaire had repeated to me over and over again. I could do anything. Nothing would be impossible for me as soon as I became master of my destiny. So, little by little, I convinced myself that I could steer my life exactly where I wanted it to go. I've continued applying the formula, and I want you to do the same thing. Chapter 13, in which the young man learns to express his desires in life. You have already taken the first step, explained the millionaire, writing the formula and the quantified objective, an amount and a deadline. Now for the second step. Take a sheet of paper and write down everything you want out of life. Your dream must be precise if you want it to take shape. I'll show you what I asked for in the beginning. It was many years ago, so I'll translate the amounts into today's dollars. The following financial goals within 5 years: a house worth $500,000, a second home in the country worth $300,000, a new BMW worth $60,000, an old rebuilt Mercedes worth $40,000, no more personal debt, $300,000 in cash and other liquid assets, $300,000 invested in the stock market and other investments, $500,000 invested in property, which grows to $3 million in equity within 5 years from the time of purchase. My non-financial goals were 2-week vacations at least 3 times a year whenever I felt like taking them, to be my own boss and not work more than 30 hours a week, intelligent friends involved in business and art, a loving and charming wife and beautiful children, a fulfilling family life, a maid and a cook to free us of everyday tasks. The young man was overwhelmed by the picture the instant millionaire had just drawn. "It looks too good to be true, doesn't it?" said the millionaire. I too thought that I'd gone a bit overboard by the time I finished outlining what I wanted. But my hesitation and fears were due to a negative mental attitude and my ingrained habit of thinking small. I was doing this without even realizing it. Making out a list like this is exactly the way to discover your narrow vision of things. Those who consider this kind of life plan unachievable simply think small. Everything being relative under the sun, this ambition is hardly exorbitant. Most wealthy people would be exceedingly unhappy if they had to make do with the paltry conditions I've just sketched out. Many of them live in houses worth millions, employ dozens of servants, and own ranches, private planes, tropical islands, racehorses, and so on. Many of them don't even think they're rich. In any case, not that rich, since they always have friends or business associates with more money than they have. Why do they find this kind of lifestyle natural? Well, they were either born rich or they thought big and managed to achieve their dreams. They never believed that they couldn't do it. If you start out with the idea that you can't, you immediately block yourself. So do this exercise. Write down what you want out of life in minute detail, without holding anything back. It will show you the limits of your ambitions and your mentality. What are you really dreaming of? What would you be satisfied with? It's important to fill in as many details as possible. The only thing to avoid is choosing your dream home at a specific address, because that particular house may never be available, and you'd be running the risk of never seeing your dream come true despite the power of your desire and will. But other than that, be as specific as possible. There's one other important thing to consider, and that is the possibility that your dream is harmful to others. Always keep in mind that if your goals are harmful to anyone, they must be avoided for your own good as well as for the good of others. This portrait will show you who you really are. It will become the concrete shape of your desires. Your thoughts are alive. The more specific your portrait, the better the chances are for it to materialize. Details are very important. In mysterious and unexpected ways, your thoughts, nourished regularly, bring about the circumstances that allow them to become reality. The young man looked a bit skeptical. I know all this seems utopian, the millionaire said. But as I told you, the stronger your mind becomes, the more you realize there's nothing it can't accomplish. Miracles happen. Don't you find that, comparatively speaking, realizing a dream as ordinary as having a $500,000 house is a rather banal achievement? Don't you believe that the mind is much more powerful than many people think and above all believe it to be? Remember what Christ said, faith moves mountains. To use your mind effectively, you've got to start believing in its power, or at least be open to the possibility that it might be as powerful as I'm telling you it is. So draw up your list. I need time to think, said the young man. That's good. Think about what I've just told you. Part of you believes what I'm saying. A highly creative part of you has been blinded by years of faulty education and unfortunate experiences, but it's still alive. It's only waiting for a sign from you, and it will show you how to become Lord and Master of your existence, instead of a tormented slave helplessly buffeted by events. To do that, you must learn to listen to that tiny inner voice sleeping in the depths of your mind and give it more freedom to express itself. This is your intuition, the voice of your soul. It's the way to your secret power. The more often you repeat the formula, be still and know that I am God, the more powerful your inner voice will become and the more surely it will guide you. The young man felt a bit overloaded. He was ready to take a break. Come, said the millionaire. Let's relax and take a walk in the garden. I'd love to take my last walk here with a friend. These somber words saddened the young man. It wasn't the first time he had made such an allusion. Chapter 14, in which the young man discovers the secrets of the rose garden. The two men walked through the garden in silence, until the millionaire stopped in front of a rose bush laden with magnificent flowers. I must have smelled these roses thousands of times, and yet each time it's a different experience. Do you know why? Because I've learned to live in the here and now, and not dwell on the past or the future. It's a matter of mental concentration, focusing, contemplation, meditation. A great many words have been used to describe it. The more you concentrate on what you are doing, absorbed in the task or object or person in front of you, the more you live in the present. This focus, this concentration, is a key to success in all facets of life. The better your concentration, the more quickly and efficiently you're able to work. You'll spot details that others overlook. Have all rich and successful people learned to pay attention to details? They have indeed. By increasing your own powers of concentration, you will be able to make wise observations. You will learn to judge accurately the people you meet. Your powers of concentration will enable you to discover at a glance who they really are. And you will become realistic in the truest sense of the word. You will see things as they are. Most people go through life constantly distracted, like sleepwalkers. They don't really see things or see the people they meet. They live as if in a dream. They are never in the present. Their mistakes and failures haunt them. Their minds are filled with fears of the future. I have a feeling that concentration, as you're describing it, is quite a difficult thing to achieve. It takes practice, and not everyone who tries it succeeds. But when your mind reaches a proper level of concentration, your ability to solve problems becomes formidable. You can leap over problems most people dwell on. Instead of wasting your nervous energy biting your nails over your worries, you apply yourself to resolving them. Being over-anxious never solved anything. It simply provoked many a stomach ulcer and heart attack. As you develop your forces of concentration, the image you have of yourself will change. Each human being is an enigma. Unfortunately, many of us are enigmas not only to others, but to ourselves as well. This comes from a lack of concentration. The young man was listening intently. Given concentration, you will understand why you've been placed where you are in the world, in this exact spot. This will appear clearer and clearer to you, more and more obvious. Your mind will be penetrated by very calming, reassuring thoughts, and you'll find yourself realizing, as if waking up after a long, deep sleep, that's who I am. That's why I'm here at this moment. That's why I'm with this person. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. You'll experience what could be called a feeling of destiny. You'll understand your destiny, and a feeling of acceptance will come into play. That doesn't mean you resign yourself to fate. It means you will see with clear-sighted vision the position you're in right now. You'll accept it, and you'll recognize it as your personal starting point. This will guide your career and allow you to take the reins of your destiny firmly in your hands. The millionaire took a moment to bend down and inhale the perfume of the rose. The rose is a symbol of life. The thorns represent the road of experience, the trials and tribulations each one of us must undergo to understand the true beauty of existence. He pulled a pair of pruning shears out of his pocket, snipped a rose, and offered it to his young companion. "Keep this rose with you," he said. "It will act as a talisman and bring you good luck. Lady Luck exists. Trust in her. Caress her with your thoughts. Ask her for what you want, and she will respond. All successful people believe in luck, in one form or another. With this simple rose, you are an initiate. You belong to the Order of the Rose. Each time you feel the need, find this rose. It will give you strength. And each time you have doubts about yourself, each time life seems too difficult to bear, come back to this symbolic rose and remember what it represents. Each ordeal, each problem, each mistake will one day be transformed into a magnificent petal. Each day, set aside some time to concentrate on the heart of the rose. Repeat calmly to yourself, 'Be still and know that I am God.' Contemplate the rose for longer and longer periods of time while repeating this. When you are able to do it for 20 minutes, your concentration will be much improved. When your heart becomes like the rose, your life will be transformed." The young man breathed in the delicate scent of the rose. "Let me repeat what I have said so you are sure to remember. When your mind has become strong and self-assured through concentration exercises, You will come to realize that life's problems no longer have any hold over you. You will understand that things are only as important as the mind believes them to be. A problem is a problem only if you make it a problem. The stronger your mind is, the more insignificant your problems appear. This is the source of inner peace, so concentrate. This is one of the greatest keys to success. All of life is an exercise in strengthening the mind. The soul is immortal. We pass from life to life, and the mind slowly discovers itself and develops. This apprenticeship is generally a long one, and people who have no more than modest success in reaching their goals have yet to achieve high levels of concentration. Perhaps not all successful people have made it a point to practice specific concentration exercises, but over the course of many lives on earth, they have achieved a level of concentration that allowed them to succeed more easily than others. When your mind reaches its highest level of concentration, you will enter that extraordinary state where dreams and reality coincide. The millionaire and the young man began walking back to the house. The sky became dark and cloudy, casting shadows over the mansion. When they entered the dining room, the old man lit a candelabra. Then he went to the window, pulled the curtain back, and glanced up toward the sky. Always remember that at a certain height there are no clouds. If there are clouds in your life, it's because your soul hasn't soared high enough. Many people make the mistake of fighting against their problems. What you must do is raise yourself above those problems once and for all. The heart of the rose will lead you above the clouds, where the sky is forever clear. Don't waste your time chasing the clouds. They will unceasingly reappear. The millionaire and the young man sat down at the dinner table. The butler arrived bringing bread and wine. "I've been wondering about something for quite a while," said the young man. "I do think everything you've been saying is true. And I now believe that if I apply the formulas you've given me, I can become a millionaire quickly and even attain peace of mind. But I still wonder about the field in which I'll be able to make a fortune." His concern apparently amused the millionaire. "You must put your trust in life and in the power of your mind," he said. "Don't worry. First set your goal, then ask your deep unconscious to steer you toward the path that will lead to riches. Start by asking, then wait. The answer won't be long in coming." The young man was disappointed. He wanted something a little more specific. The millionaire winced in sympathy and quickly added, "You must find work that is satisfying to your heart. Think about it. All the elements of the occupation that will please you are already within you. You simply don't recognize them because you aren't yet in tune with your true nature. As you continue to concentrate, to meditate more and more, you will connect with your true essence, and every answer you need will be revealed to you. And best of all, you will discover what most people desperately seek all their lives and never find: the mysterious purpose of your existence on earth. And you will understand it not only with your head, but with your heart as well. You have everything to gain from concentrating on the heart of the rose. There you will find the be-all and end-all of your existence. In time, you will recognize this." He stopped for a moment and took a tiny sip of wine, delicately savoring it. His eyes were closed in a kind of religious reverence. "I know I would like to start a business of some kind," said the young man. "But where would I get the money to start? I haven't got a dime." "How much would you need?" "I don't know. At least $25,000. That's how much you needed to start." "You should be able to find it. Look around a little. What possibilities can you think of?" "I can't think of any. I don't know of any bank that would give me a loan. I have no collateral. I have very little left over from my salary at the end of the month, and I don't own anything except my car, which isn't worth anything." "Can't you at least think of something to try? Somewhere to begin?" "Not really." "That's a mistake you should never repeat. Don't be like so many people who give up before they even try. That's the best way of never doing anything and never succeeding at anything. And don't fall into the same trap as those who take action but are inwardly convinced they won't succeed. Bring your thoughts and actions into harmony. Be in harmony with yourself. I'm willing, all right, but I just don't see any possibilities. You must start out firmly convinced that the solution exists, the ideal solution to your problem. The power of your mind and the magic of your objective will invariably attract the solution to you in ways you don't even suspect exist. Be inwardly convinced that you will succeed, and you will. Don't leave room for doubt. Banish it with all the strength your mind can muster. Doubt and optimism are in constant conflict. Struggle staunchly against doubt. For doubt, like all thoughts, tends to materialize in your life. If you are firmly convinced that you will get your loan, you will. In your present circumstances, what would you do to reach your goal? That is, to get a loan. I don't really know. If you had only a short time, let's say an hour, to get $25,000 to set up your own business, what would you do? I have no idea. Standing before you is a millionaire who has just encouraged you, giving you the secrets of his success, and you don't know what to do. Not one thing comes to mind to get this money. It suddenly dawned on the young man. Perhaps all he needed to do was ask the millionaire for the money. He hesitated a moment, then took a deep breath. Would you lend me the $25,000 I need? There you go. Now, wasn't that easy? All you had to do was ask. People seldom dare to ask. You must dare to make a request. The millionaire pulled out the $25,000 he kept as pocket money. He cast a nostalgic glance at the thick pile of cash and then handed it over to the young man, who accepted it, tremulous with emotion. He had never held such a vast sum of money in his life. There's absolutely no reason why acquiring money in the future should be any more difficult for you than it has been for me, said the old man. It's unfortunate that it's so commonly believed that money is hard to come by and that you have to work hard to get it. In fact, the value of work is to strengthen the fiber of your mind. When you have earned a lot of money, and I assure you it won't be long in coming if you apply the secrets I've taught you, you will realize that what counts is your mental attitude, the power of your desire, and being able to channel that power by means of a specific monetary objective. Don't forget that outside circumstances always end up reflecting the state of your mind and the nature of your innermost convictions. The young man was so overcome with joy at having $25,000 in his hand that he wasn't fully listening to the millionaire's words of advice. Remember, young man, when you need money, if you are positive you can get it quickly and easily, you will. And as soon as doubt begins to invade your mind, think back to the $25,000 you've just obtained. All you need to do is ask. If you are convinced that you will get what you ask for at the very moment you ask, if you act as if it is already yours, you will get it. When you do have doubts, apply some self-suggestion. Turn your words into commands. When your mind has become powerful enough, each suggestion will become a royal decree. Your words and reality will become one. And the time it takes for your commands to materialize will become briefer and briefer, and finally instantaneous. And you must never forget to consider the good of others at all times, so that the power of your words doesn't turn against you. He paused again. This money, he went on, pointing to the thick wad of bills. Well, I'm not lending it to you. He hesitated a second and seemed amused by the young man's startled reaction. I'm not lending it to you. I'm giving it to you. By doing so, everything will have come full circle. It was given to me by my mentor to start me out in business. Don't use it for any other reason. And don't imitate the man in the Bible who buried his coins instead of letting them work for him. Don't let fear be your guide. Fear is your worst enemy, the brother of doubt, and you must conquer it. Be fearless and bold. Anyone who, under the pretext of caution or rationality, buries the money he has received is not worthy of it, and it's highly unlikely that he will get more. Money must flow freely to be able to multiply. The money I'm giving you is, however, at heart a loan, the millionaire continued. One day you, in turn, must give it to someone else. Many years from now, you will meet someone in the same situation you are in now. You'll recognize him intuitively. You must give him the equivalent of what this amount represents today. Then he too may start out with a substantial amount. Make sure that by then it represents an insignificant amount to you, pocket money and no more. The young man was filled with gratitude. He agreed to the terms and thanked the old man warmly. There's one more thing you must know. As he said this, it began to pour. The millionaire watched the rain with a somber expression. All the signs are coming to pass, he muttered to himself. Then he addressed the young man again. As I said, there's one more thing you need to know. The secrets I have passed on to you are effective for reaching all of the goals you will set for yourself. The reason I amassed such a colossal fortune is not that the money interested me so much. It was a way to show men and women of little faith the power of the mind. Our greatest possession is freedom, and wealth can give you freedom. It'll be good for you to know this freedom. With it, you will see many an illusion vanish. You will also understand that true freedom is found in detachment. Only he who leaves with empty hands will be able to tend the eternal roses. Achieving this freedom was the goal of my entire existence. Despite what others thought, I have never been anything other than a humble gardener. Why have you told me all these things? The young man asked. Why have you given me this money? You certainly didn't owe me anything. It could easily have been somebody else who came here to see you. But that's just it. No one else came. Your desire led you to me. This is what happens in life. Hasn't it been said that once the disciple is ready, the master appears? The millionaire smiled. His somber and distant expression disappeared. He looked at the young man affectionately. The soul is eternal, and each soul travels from one life to another surrounded by companions, each helping another to fulfill his destiny. The encounters we have during our lifetime are never the result of coincidence. The millionaire approached him regally. His face almost seemed to glow with a light of its own. He lightly touched the young man on the forehead with his right index finger and said, "Discover who you really are. The truth will forever set you free." Outside, the storm subsided as quickly as it had begun, and the sun burst forth brightly again. The old man picked up the candelabra and carried it away without saying another word. The young man found himself alone, his head teeming with thoughts, holding the money the millionaire had given him. Chapter 15, in which the young man and the old man embark on different journeys. The young man was not alone for long. The butler appeared holding an envelope. He handed it to the young man and said, "My master entrusted me with the task of giving this to you. He said you should read it in the privacy of your room. You can spend another day here, then you must go. These are my master's wishes." The young man thanked him and went immediately to his room. This time, however, he took the precaution of leaving the door slightly open. The envelope was sealed with red wax in the shape of a rose. The young man sat on the edge of the bed and carefully broke open the seal. A delicate scent of roses wafted from it. He pulled out the instant millionaire's will. This extraordinary testament was handwritten in ample, majestic letters that seemed to breathe as if imbued with their own life. A beautifully handwritten letter accompanied it, written in black ink. "These are my last requests," he read. "I am leaving you all the books in my library. Some people believe that books are utterly worthless. They believe that they themselves are reinventing the world. And since they have not benefited from the knowledge found in books, they unfortunately repeat the mistakes made by their forefathers. In this way, they waste a lot of time and a lot of money. On the other hand, don't fall into the trap of trusting implicitly in what books contain, letting those who came before you do your thinking for you. Retain only that which outlasts the passage of time. Since our first encounter, I have tried to convey to you the pearls of wisdom I have been able to glean during my long life. In this document, you will find a few thoughts that represent my spiritual legacy. I would like you to do your best to communicate them to as many people as you can. Tell people about our encounter and the secrets you have learned. Before doing so, however, you must try them out. A method that has not been tested and proven is completely worthless. Within 6 years, you will be a millionaire. At that time, you will be free to undertake the steps necessary to share this legacy with people. Now I must leave you. My roses are waiting. The young man was choked with emotion and sat for a moment in silence. He wanted to thank the millionaire for having given him such precious gifts. He went quickly back to the dining room but found no one. He called out to the butler, but there was no answer. He ran out to the garden and spotted the millionaire, lying in the middle of a path at the foot of a rose bush. How eccentric, thought the young man, sleeping in the middle of a garden. But the nearer he drew, the more troubled he became. The old man's hands were folded upon his chest, and he held a single rose. His face was perfectly serene. Had he known the exact moment he was going to die? Had he chosen the moment of his departure and simply willed himself to die? It was the one secret the millionaire had taken with him. The young man sensed it was time for him, too, to leave. He reached to take the rose, but then pulled his hand away. That rose belonged to the instant millionaire. It was his final companion. He stood over the millionaire and vowed to convey his teachings as best he could, then started down the path to return home. When the millionaire's library was delivered to his apartment, it was so immense it left little room for the rest of his things. He was confronted with a dilemma: either move elsewhere or get rid of some of the books. He chose to move, and he did it with a light heart. Epilogue. Just as the millionaire had predicted, the young man made his first million before his 6-year deadline was up, and he kept his promise. He took a month off and wrote about his encounter with the instant millionaire and the life-giving philosophy he had passed on to him.
Three pages. The following information should appear in your presentation. 1. Education. State briefly but definitely what schooling you've had and in what subjects you specialized in school, giving the reasons for that specialization. Editor's comments. Never exaggerate. This is very serious advice, and it applies not only to education, but also the next two categories, experience and references. Smart employers will check in all three areas. Labor laws have become so demanding that employers filling responsible positions are very cautious about whom they hire in the first place. There are rules about such things as the difference between salaried and hourly employment, sexual harassment, what constitutes grounds for dismissal, what questions can and cannot be asked in job interviews, and a host of other things that leave the employer open to potential lawsuits. Consequently, smart employers, the kind you want to work for, will check your education, experience, and references. Also, bear in mind, you are providing information that will follow you for the rest of your career. If you keep up with the news, you know that in recent times, even executives headed for the top have been dismissed. Military men have resigned in disgrace. Politicians have been removed from office, and professors have been forced to resign, all because someone looked into their background and found that they had exaggerated their qualifications. This is the end of the editor's comments. 2. Experience. If you have had experience in connection with positions similar to the one you seek, describe it fully. Give the names and addresses of former employers. Be sure to clearly point out any special experience you may have had that would equip you to fill the position you seek. 3. References. Practically every business firm wants to know as much as possible about the background of prospective employees who seek positions of responsibility. Attach copies of letters from former employers, from teachers under whom you studied, and from prominent people whose judgment may be relied upon. 4. Photograph of yourself. Include a recent professional photograph of yourself as a part of your presentation. Editor's comment. In the contemporary job market, this is not a common practice at all. However, from personal experience, the editors of this edition know it can be advantageous. We have received only one such job application, but unquestionably it was the photograph that prompted us to ask the applicant to come in for an interview. If you are confident that your appearance makes a good, professional impression, you may want to consider this unusual approach. There is the danger that you may be seen as vain or self-centered, but it could also be the thing that gives you an edge. This is the end of the editor's comment. 5. Apply for a specific position. Never apply for just a job. That indicates you lack specialized qualifications. 6. State your qualifications for the particular position for which you apply. Give full details why you believe you are qualified for the particular position you seek. This is the most important detail of your application. It will determine, more than anything else, what consideration you receive. 7. Offer to go to work on probation. This may appear to be a radical suggestion, but experience has proved that it seldom fails to win at least a trial. If you are sure of your qualifications, a trial is all you need. Incidentally, such an offer indicates that you have confidence in your ability to fill the position you seek. It is most convincing. Make it clear that your offer is based on your confidence in your ability to fill the position, your confidence in your prospective employer's decision to employ you after the trial period, and your determination to have the position. Editor's comments. As you will learn in Chapter 10, when you read the story of Napoleon Hill's application to Rufus Ayers, Hill gives this advice based on his personal experience. Unfortunately, this is one of those instances where times may have changed so much that the approach is rarely applicable. In today's environment, modern labor laws and business practice may prevent an employer from taking you up on your offer. However, today many companies do have internship programs that allow an employer to test drive employees to see how well they might fit in. This is the end of the editor's comment. 8. Knowledge of your prospective employer's business. Before applying for a position, do sufficient research to familiarize yourself thoroughly with that business and indicate the knowledge you have acquired in this field. This will be impressive because it indicates that you have imagination and a real interest in the position you seek. Editor's comment. When you do this, and you certainly should, bear in mind that you will be talking with people who really know the business. Even by researching extensively, at best you will only know about their business. If you try to appear too knowledgeable or familiar, it may backfire and reveal that you have only a superficial view of the business. Unless you are already working in a particular industry and have insights based on experience, do not be presumptuous. Use your knowledge to indicate that you have taken the time to educate yourself and that you really are interested. but don't try to tell a prospective employer how you would run the business. This is the end of the editor's comment. Remember that it is not the lawyer who knows the most law, but the one who best prepares his case who wins. If your case is properly prepared and presented, your victory will have been more than half won at the outset. Do not be afraid of making your presentation too long. Employers are just as much interested in purchasing the services of well-qualified applicants as you are in securing employment. In fact, the success of most successful employers is due to their ability to select well-qualified lieutenants. They want all the information available. Editor's comment. As noted above, when faxing a resume, it should be no more than 3 pages and should state that you will be pleased to provide a more detailed resume if required. This is the end of the editor's comment. Remember another thing. Neatness in the preparation of your resume and application will indicate that you are a painstaking person. Successful salespeople groom themselves with care. They understand that first impressions are lasting. Your presentation is your sales rep. Give it a good suit of clothes so it will stand out in bold contrast to anything else your prospective employer ever saw. If the position you seek is worth having, it is worth going after with care. More important, if you sell yourself in a manner that shows off your individuality, you probably will receive more money from the very start than you would if you applied for employment in the usual conventional way. When your resume package has been completed, you should prepare individual and personalized copies for each company or person to whom it will be presented. This personal touch is sure to command attention. Have it neatly typed, proofread, printed, and properly bound on the finest paper you can obtain. Your photograph should be mounted and included on one of the pages. Prepare a separate binding with the proper company name inserted if it is to be shown to more than one company. If you seek employment through an employment agency, have the agent use copies of your presentation in marketing your services. This will help to gain preference for you, both with the agent and the prospective employers. I've helped to prepare presentations for clients that were so striking and out of the ordinary that they resulted in the employment of the applicant without a personal interview. If you want similar results, follow the instructions to the letter, improving upon them however your imagination suggests. Editor's comments. Today, every office supply store offers a wide variety of paper stock, folders, binders, and presentation materials that can be put together in a way that is both unique and professional looking. With all of those possibilities available, if you simply present standard sheets of paper stapled in the corner, the response will very likely be standard too. If you apply a little creativity, you should have no trouble preparing a presentation that is tailored to the company to which you are applying, appropriate for the position you seek, and reflective of your personality and style. This is the end of the editor's comments. How to get the exact position you desire. Everyone enjoys doing the kind of work for which he or she is best suited. An artist loves to work with paints, a craftsman with his or her hands, a writer loves to write. Those with less definite talents have their preferences for certain fields of business and industry. If America does anything well, it offers a full range of occupations. 1. Decide exactly what kind of a job you want. If the job doesn't already exist, perhaps you can create it. 2. Choose the company or individual for whom you wish to work. 3. Study your prospective employer as to policies, personnel, and chances for advancement. 4. By analysis of yourself, your talents, and your capabilities, figure what you can offer. Plan specific ways and means of giving advantages, services, developments, or ideas that you believe you can successfully deliver. 5. Forget about a job. Forget whether or not there is an opening. Forget the usual routine of, have you got a job for me? Concentrate on what you can give. 6. Once you have your plan in mind, put it on paper in neat form and in full detail. 7. Present it to the proper person with authority, and the rest will come automatically. Every company is looking for people who can give something of value, whether it is ideas, services, or connections. Every company has room for the person who has a definite plan of action that is to the advantage of that company. This procedure may take a few days or weeks of extra time, but the difference in income, in advancement, and in gaining recognition will save years of hard work at small pay. It has many advantages, the main one being that it will often save you from 1 to 5 years of your time in reaching a chosen goal. Every person who starts or gets in halfway up the ladder does so by deliberate and careful planning. The new way of marketing services. Men and women who market their services must recognize the change that has taken place in connection with the relationship between employer and employee. The future relationship should be more in the nature of a partnership, consisting of the employer, the employee, and the public they serve. In the past, employers and employees have bartered among themselves, not considering that in reality they were bargaining at the expense of the third party, the public they served. Both the employer and the employee should consider themselves as fellow employees whose business it will be to serve the public efficiently. Editor's comment. In the preceding paragraph, Napoleon Hill once again demonstrates his foresight into the future direction of American business. As you will recognize in the following section, the point he makes by citing the coal and gas companies would at a later time be equally applicable to the telephone monopolies, and later still to computer software and internet companies, and to cable television suppliers when competitors started to offer satellite TV. This snapshot of how and why business has changed should provide you with a blueprint for the attitude you must adopt and the way you must conduct yourself if you are going to attain the success you are seeking. This is the end of the editor's comment. During the Depression, I spent several months in the anthracite coal region of Pennsylvania, studying conditions that all but destroyed the coal industry. The coal operators and the unions drove hard bargains in negotiating their labor contracts. The cost of the bargaining was passed on to the customer by adding to the price of the coal. However, in the end, they discovered their actions had worked against them. What their delays and high prices had actually accomplished was to open the market to their competitors. Inadvertently, they had built up a wonderful business for the manufacturers of oil-burning stoves and furnaces, as well as for the producers of oil. A similar experience happened to the gas companies. We can all remember the time when the gas meter reader pounded on the door hard enough to break the panels. When the door was opened, he pushed his way in uninvited with a scowl on his face that plainly said, "What the hell did you keep me waiting for?" All that has undergone a change. The meter man now conducts himself as a gentleman who is delighted to be at your service, sir. Before the gas companies learned that their scowling meter men were offending customers, their competitors, the polite salesmen of oil burners, came along and did a land office business. These illustrations are mentioned here to show that we are where we are and what we are because of our own conduct. If there is a principle of cause and effect that controls business, finance, and transportation, this same principle controls individuals and determines their economic status. Courtesy and service are the watchwords of merchandising today, and they apply to the person who is marketing personal services even more directly than to the employer. In the final analysis, you are employed by the customer. If you fail to serve well, both you and your employer will pay for it by the loss of the privilege of serving. What is your QQS rating? In the preceding, the causes of success in marketing services effectively and permanently have been clearly described. Unless those causes are studied, analyzed, understood, and applied, no one can market services effectively and permanently. Every man or woman must be their own sales force of their personal services. The quality and the quantity of service rendered and the spirit in which it is rendered determine the price and the duration of employment. To market your personal services effectively, which means a permanent market at a satisfactory price under pleasant conditions, you must adopt and follow the QQS formula. QQS means that quality plus quantity plus the proper spirit of cooperation equals perfect salesmanship of service. Remember the QQS formula, but do more. Apply it as a habit. Analyze the formula to make sure you understand exactly what it means. Quality of service means the performance of every detail in connection with your position in the most efficient manner possible, with the object of greater efficiency always in mind. Quantity of service means the habit of rendering all the service of which you are capable at all times, with the purpose of increasing the amount of service rendered as you develop greater skill through practice and experience. Emphasis is again placed on the word habit. Spirit of service means the habit of agreeable, harmonious conduct, which will induce cooperation from associates and fellow employees. Adequate quality and adequate quantity of service is not sufficient to maintain a permanent market for your services. The spirit in which you deliver service is a strong determining factor in connection with both the price you receive and the duration of your employment. Andrew Carnegie stressed this point in his description of the factors that lead to success in the marketing of personal services. He emphasized again and again the necessity for harmonious conduct. He stressed the fact that he would not retain any man, no matter how great a quantity or how efficient the quality of his work, unless he worked in a spirit of harmony. Mr. Carnegie insisted upon his people working with each other in an agreeable manner. To prove that he placed a high value on this quality, he helped many who met his standards to become very wealthy. Those who did not conform had to make room for others who did. The importance of a pleasing personality has been stressed because it is so important in rendering service in the proper spirit. If you have a personality that pleases, and you render service in a spirit of harmony, these assets often make up for what you may lack in both the quality and the quantity of service you render. Nothing, however, can be successfully substituted for pleasing conduct. The capital value of your services. The person whose income is derived entirely from the sale of personal services is a merchant, just like the person who sells hard goods, and such a person is subject to exactly the same rules of conduct as the merchant who sells merchandise. I emphasize this because many people who live by the sale of personal services make the mistake of considering themselves free from the rules of conduct and the responsibilities attached to those who are engaged in marketing commodities. The day of the go-getter has been supplanted by the go-giver. The actual capitalized value of your brainpower may be determined by the amount of income you can produce by marketing your services. A fair estimate of the capital value of your brainpower may be made by using the following assumptions. Money, the amount of capital, can be borrowed from a bank at a certain rate of interest. Money is worth no more than brains, and it is often worth much less. Therefore, if your brainpower is as valuable as money, in effect, you should be lending your brainpower, your amount of capital, at least at the same rate that banks charge to lend money. This means that what you earn in a year, your income, is comparable to what a bank earns from a loan in a year, the interest they charge. You can then calculate the capital value of your brainpower using this formula. Divide 100 by the current rate of interest that banks charge for lending money. Then multiply the result by the amount of your annual income. As an example, assume that the current interest rate is 5%. Assume your annual income is $50,000. The formula would be as follows. 100 divided by 5 equals 20, and 20 multiplied by 50,000 equals $1 million. Therefore, if you lend out your brainpower, your capital, at the same rate as the bank lends money, 5% interest, your brain power is worth $1 million. Competent brains, if effectively marketed, represent a much more desirable form of capital than the money that is required to conduct a business dealing in commodities. This is true because brains are a form of capital that cannot be permanently depreciated by economic depressions, nor can this form of capital be stolen or spent. Moreover, the money that is essential for the conduct of business is as worthless as a sand dune until it has been mixed with efficient brains. The 31 major causes of failure. Life's greatest tragedy consists of men and women who earnestly try and fail. The tragedy lies in the overwhelmingly large majority of people who fail as compared with the few who succeed. I have had the privilege of analyzing several thousand men and women, 98% of whom were classed as failures. My analysis proved that there are 13 major principles through which people accumulate fortunes. Each of the 13 principles of success has its own chapter in this book, and there are 31 major reasons for failure. The 31 causes of failure are listed below. As you go through the list, measure yourself point by point. It will help you to discover how many of these causes of failure stand between you and success. 1. Unfavorable hereditary background. There is little, if anything, that can be done for people who are born with a deficiency in brain power. This is the only one of the 31 causes of failure that may not be easily corrected by any individual. My philosophy can offer only one method of bridging this weakness, through the aid of the mastermind. 2. Lack of a well-defined purpose in life. There is no hope of success for the person who does not have a central purpose or definite goal at which to aim. 98 out of every 100 of those whom I have analyzed had no such aim. Perhaps this was the major cause of their failure. 3. Lack of ambition to aim above mediocrity. I can offer no hope for those who are so indifferent they do not want to get ahead in life and are not willing to pay the price. 4. Insufficient education. This is a handicap that may be overcome with comparative ease. Experience has proven that the best educated people are often those who are self-made or self-educated. It takes more than a college degree to make you a person of education. Any person who is educated has learned to get whatever they want in life without violating the rights of others. Education consists not so much of knowledge, but of knowledge effectively and persistently applied. You are paid not merely for what you know, but for what you do with what you know. 5. Lack of self-discipline. Discipline comes through self-control. This means that you must control all negative qualities. Before you can control conditions, you must first control yourself. Self-mastery is the hardest job you will ever tackle. If you do not conquer yourself, you will be conquered by yourself. By stepping in front of a mirror, you may see both your best friend and your greatest enemy. 6. Ill health. No person may enjoy outstanding success without good health. Many of the causes of ill health are subject to mastery and control. These, in the main, are overeating of foods not conducive to health, wrong habits of thought or negative thinking, wrong use of and overindulgence in sex, lack of proper physical exercise, an inadequate supply of fresh air due to improper breathing. 7. Unfavorable environmental influences during childhood. As the twig is bent, so shall the tree grow. Most people who have criminal tendencies acquire them as the result of bad environment and improper associates during their childhood or youth. Procrastination. This is one of the most common causes of failure. Procrastination stands within the shadow of every human being waiting its opportunity to spoil your chances of success. Most of us go through life as failures because we are waiting for the time to be right to start doing something worthwhile. Do not wait. The time will never be just right. Start where you stand, work with whatever tools you have at your command, and you will acquire better tools as you go along. 9. Lack of persistence. Most of us are good starters, but poor finishers of everything we begin. People are prone to give up at the first signs of defeat. There is no substitute for persistence. The person who makes persistence his or her watchword discovers that failure finally becomes tired and makes its departure. Failure cannot cope with persistence. 10. Negative personality. There is no hope of success for the person who repels people through a negative personality. Success comes through the application of power, and power is attained through the cooperative efforts of other people. A negative personality will not induce cooperation. 11. Lack of control of sexual urges. Sexual energy is the most powerful of all the stimuli that move people into action. Because it is the most powerful of the emotions, if it is controlled, it can be converted into other creative channels. 12. Uncontrolled desire for something for nothing. The gambling instinct drives millions of people to failure. Evidence of this may be found in the Wall Street stock market crash of 1929, during which millions of people tried to make money by gambling on stock margins. Editor's comments. For those who are not familiar with the stock market and buying on margin, the following is a simplified explanation of what caused the crash of '29. The first thing to understand is that prior to the Great Depression, there was widespread optimism about the expanding economy. Businesses were booming, and the people who had invested in those companies were making fortunes almost overnight. When the average person saw how much money was being made, they wanted to get in on it, and there was a way for them to do it. Even average people who didn't have enough ready cash to buy stocks could do so because brokers allowed customers to purchase stocks on margin by making what amounted to a down payment. However, part of the purchase agreement stated that when the brokers called in the margin accounts, which they could do at any time, the customers would have to come up with the rest of the cash immediately to pay the balance owing on the original purchase price. That is why Hill used the term gambling when he referred to the stock market. These average people weren't investing in companies. They were betting on the future rise in value. The idea, in the average person's mind, was that they would only have to scrape together enough to pay the margin, which was a small percentage of the full cost. Then when the price of the stock went up, they would sell, which would give them more than enough money to pay the broker the balance owing on the purchase price, and they could pocket the difference. This worked fine as long as stock prices continued to rise, but when the stock market crashed, the stockbrokers called in the margins, and the people who had bought at prices they really couldn't afford suddenly found that they had to come up with the cash. And that was why so many average people got wiped out in the crash of '29. They gambled money they didn't have by buying on margin. This is the end of the editor's comments. 13. Lack of a well-defined power of decision. Those who succeed reach decisions promptly and change them very slowly. Those who fail reach decisions very slowly and change them frequently and quickly. Indecision and procrastination are twins. Where one is found, the other is also usually found. Kill off this pair before they completely tie you to the treadmill of failure. 14. One or more of the 6 basic fears: fear of poverty, fear of criticism, fear of ill health, fear of loss of love, fear of old age, and fear of death. You will find an in-depth analysis of these 6 basic fears in the final chapter. They must be mastered before you can market your services effectively. 15. Wrong selection of a mate in marriage. This is a most common cause of failure. The relationship of marriage brings people intimately into contact. Unless this relationship is harmonious, failure is likely to follow. Moreover, it will be a form of failure that destroys ambition. 16. Overcaution. The person who takes no chances generally has to take whatever is left when others are through choosing. Overcaution is as bad as undercaution. Both are extremes to be guarded against. Life itself is filled with the element of chance. 17. Wrong selection of associates in business. This is one of the most common causes of failure in business. In marketing personal services, you should use great care to select an employer who will be an inspiration and who is intelligent and successful. We emulate those with whom we associate most closely. Pick an employer who is worth emulating. 18. Superstition and prejudice. Superstition is a form of fear. It is also a sign of ignorance. Successful people keep open minds and are afraid of nothing. 19. Wrong selection of a vocation. You cannot have outstanding success in work that you do not like. The most essential step in the marketing of personal services is that of selecting an occupation into which you can throw yourself wholeheartedly. Although money or circumstances may require you to do something you don't like for a time, no one can stop you from developing plans to make your goal in life a reality. Editor's comments. Most contemporary experts agree with Napoleon Hill's statement that finding the work you love is of key importance in achieving success that is truly rewarding. This concept coincides so well with modern attitudes that it has inspired a number of books, including Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway by Susan Jeffers, Wishcraft by Barbara Sher, and Do What You Love, The Money Will Follow by Marcia Sinitar. All three books became bestsellers by expanding upon that single concept. This is the end of the editor's comments. 20. Lack of concentration of effort. The jack of all trades seldom is good at any. Concentrate all of your efforts on one definite chief aim. 21. The habit of indiscriminate spending. You cannot succeed if you are eternally in fear of poverty. Form the habit of systematic saving by putting aside a definite percentage of your income. Money in the bank gives you a very safe foundation of courage when bargaining for the sale of personal services. Without money, you must take what you are offered and be glad to get it. 22. Lack of enthusiasm. Without enthusiasm, you cannot be convincing. Moreover, enthusiasm is contagious, and the person who has it under control is generally welcome in any group of people. 23. Intolerance. The person with a closed mind on any subject seldom gets ahead. Intolerance means that you have stopped acquiring knowledge. The most damaging forms of intolerance are those connected with religious, racial, and political differences of opinion. 24. Intemperance. The most damaging forms of intemperance are connected with overeating, alcohol, drugs, and sexual activities. Overindulgence in any of these can be fatal to success. 25. Inability to cooperate with others. More people lose their positions and their big opportunities in life because of this fault than for all other reasons combined. It is a fault that no well-informed business person or leader will tolerate. 26. Possession of power that was not acquired through self-effort. Sons and daughters of wealthy parents and others who inherit money that they did not earn. Power in the hands of one who did not acquire it gradually is often fatal to success. Quick riches are more dangerous than poverty. 27. Intentional dishonesty. There is no substitute for honesty. You may be temporarily dishonest because of circumstances over which you have no control without permanent damage. But there is no hope for you if you are dishonest by choice. Sooner or later, your deeds will catch up with you, and you will pay by loss of reputation and perhaps even loss of liberty. 28. Egotism and vanity. These qualities serve as red lights that warn others to keep away. They are fatal to success. 29. Guessing instead of thinking. Most people are too indifferent or lazy to acquire facts with which to think accurately. They prefer to act on opinions created by guesswork or snap judgments. 30. Lack of capital. This is a common cause of failure among those who start out in business for the first time. You must have a sufficient reserve of capital to absorb the shock of your mistakes and to carry you over until you have established a reputation. 31. Here, name any particular cause of failure from which you have suffered that has not been included in the foregoing list. Contained in these 31 major causes of failure is the description of practically every person who tries and fails. It will be helpful if you get someone who knows you well to go over this list with you and help you to analyze yourself by each of these causes of failure. Most people cannot see themselves as others see them. You may be one who cannot. Do you know your own worth? The oldest of admonitions is, know thyself. If you market merchandise successfully, you must know the merchandise. The same is true in marketing personal services. You should know all of your weaknesses in order to bridge them or eliminate them entirely. You should know your strengths in order to call attention to them when selling your services. You can know yourself only through accurate analysis. There's a story about a young man applying for a job who was making a good impression until the manager asked him what salary he expected. He replied that he had no fixed sum in mind, lack of a definite aim. The manager then said, "We will pay you all you are worth after we try you out for a week." "I can't accept that," the applicant replied. "I'm already getting more than that where I'm now employed." It may seem funny, but it makes a serious point. Before you even begin to negotiate for a better salary in your present position or begin to seek employment elsewhere, be sure that you are worth more than you now receive. It is one thing to want money. Everyone wants more. But it is something entirely different to be worth more. Many people mistake their wants for their just dues. Your financial wants have nothing whatever to do with your worth. Your value is established entirely by your ability to render useful service or your capacity to induce others to render such service. Take inventory of yourself. Annual self-analysis is essential in the effective marketing of personal services, just like you would take an annual inventory if you were in merchandising. Moreover, your yearly analysis should show a decrease in your faults and an increase in your virtues. You go ahead, stand still, or go backward in life. Your objective should be to go ahead. Annual self-analysis will disclose whether advancement has been made and, if so, how much. It will also disclose any backward steps you may have taken. The effective marketing of personal services requires you to move forward, even if the progress is slow. Your annual self-analysis should be made at the end of each year, so you can include in your New Year's resolutions any improvements that the analysis indicates should be made. Take this inventory by asking yourself the following questions, and by checking your answers with the aid of someone who will not permit you to deceive yourself. Self-analysis questionnaire. 1. Have I attained the goal that I established as my objective for this year? You should work with a definite yearly objective to be attained as a part of your major life objective. 2. Have I delivered service of the best possible quality of which I was capable, or could I have improved any part of this service? 3. Have I delivered service in the greatest possible quantity of which I was capable? 4. Has the spirit of my conduct been harmonious and cooperative at all times? 5. Have I permitted the habit of procrastination to decrease my efficiency, and if so, to what extent? 6. Have I improved my personality, and if so, in what ways? 7. Have I been persistent in following my plans through to completion? 8. Have I reached decisions promptly and definitely on all occasions? 9. Have I permitted any of the 6 basic fears to decrease my efficiency? 10. Have I been either overcautious or undercautious? 11. Has my relationship with my associates in work been pleasant or unpleasant? If it has been unpleasant, has the fault been partly or wholly mine? 12. Have I dissipated any of my energy through lack of concentration of effort? 13. Have I been open-minded and tolerant in connection with all subjects? 14. In what ways have I improved my ability to render service? 15. Have I been intemperate in any of my personal habits? 16. Have I expressed, either openly or secretly, any form of egotism? 17. Has my conduct toward my associates been such that they respect me? 18. Have my opinions and decisions been based upon guesswork or accuracy of analysis and thought? 19. Have I followed the habit of budgeting my time, my expenses, and my income, and have I been conservative in these budgets? 20. How much time have I devoted to unprofitable effort which I might have used to better advantage? 21. How may I rebudget my time and change my habits so I will be more efficient during the coming year? 22. Have I been guilty of any conduct that was not approved by my own conscience? 23. In what ways have I rendered more service and better service than I was paid to render? 24. Have I been unfair to anyone, and if so, in what way? 25. If I had been the purchaser of my own services for the year, would I be satisfied with my purchase? 26. Am I in the right vocation, and if not, why not? 27. Has the purchaser of my services been satisfied with the service I have rendered, and if not, why not? 28. What is my present rating on the fundamental principles of success? Make this rating fairly and frankly, and have it checked by someone who is courageous enough to do it accurately. After you have finished reading through to the end of this book at least once, and you are sure you have assimilated the information in this chapter, you will be ready to create a practical plan for marketing your personal services. In this chapter, you should have found adequate descriptions of every principle essential in planning the sale of personal services. These include the major attributes of leadership, the most common causes of failure in leadership, a description of the fields of opportunity for leadership, the main causes of failure in all walks of life, and the important questions that should be used in self-analysis. This extensive and detailed presentation has been included because it will be needed by you if you are going to earn your riches by marketing your personal services. Those who have lost their fortunes and those who are just beginning to earn money have nothing but personal services to offer in return for riches. Therefore, it is essential that you have real, practical information that you'll need to market your services to best advantage. Complete assimilation and understanding of the information will help you to market your services, and it will help you to become more analytical and capable of judging people. The information will be priceless to you if you work in an executive position where you select employees. Where and how to find opportunities to accumulate riches. Now that we have analyzed the principles by which riches may be accumulated, you naturally ask, where can I find the opportunities to apply these principles? Very well. Let us take inventory and see what the United States of America offers the person seeking riches. To begin with, remember that we live in a country where every law-abiding citizen enjoys freedom of thought and freedom of deed unequaled anywhere in the world. Most of us have never taken inventory of the advantages of this freedom. We have never compared our unlimited freedom with a curtailed freedom in other countries. Here we have freedom of thought, freedom in the choice and enjoyment of education, freedom in religion, freedom in politics, freedom in the choice of a business, profession, or occupation, freedom to accumulate and own all the property we can accumulate, freedom to choose our place of residence, freedom in marriage, freedom through equal opportunity to all races, freedom of travel from one state to another, freedom in our choice of foods, and freedom to aim for any station in life for which we have prepared ourselves, even for the presidency of the United States. We have other forms of freedom, but this list gives an overview of the most important freedoms that offer you the opportunity to think and grow rich. The United States is the only country guaranteeing to every citizen, whether native-born or naturalized, so broad and varied a list of freedoms. Next, let us recount some of the blessings that our widespread freedom has placed within our hands. Take the average American family of average income and sum up the benefits available to every member of the family in this land of opportunity and plenty. Food. Next to freedom of thought and deed comes food, clothing, and shelter, the three basic necessities of life. Because of our universal freedom, the average American family has available at its door the choicest selection of food to be found anywhere in the world, and at prices within its financial range. Shelter. This family lives in a comfortable apartment or house, complete with light, heat, water, and many conveniences. The toast they had for breakfast was toasted in an electric toaster, which cost but a few dollars. The apartment is cleaned with a vacuum cleaner that is run by electricity. Hot and cold water is available at all times in the kitchen and the bathroom. The food is kept cool in a refrigerator. Clothes are washed and dried, dishes are cleaned, and numerous labor-saving devices are run on power obtained by putting a plug into a wall socket. The family receives entertainment and information from all over the world 24 hours a day if they want it, by merely flipping a switch on their radio or television or computer. There are other conveniences, but the foregoing list will give a fair idea of some of the concrete evidences of the freedoms that we, of America, enjoy. Clothing. Anywhere in the United States, the family with average clothing requirements can dress very comfortably at a cost that is only a small portion of their earnings. Only the three basic necessities of food, clothing, and shelter have been mentioned. The average American also has other options and advantages that are available in return for reasonable effort. The average American has security of property rights not found in any other country in the world. We can place any surplus money in a bank with the assurance that our government will protect it and make good to us if the bank fails. If an American citizen wants to travel from one state to another, he or she needs no passport and no one's permission. You may go when you please, and you may travel by car, train, bus, airplane, ship, or any other method that you can afford. The miracle that has provided these blessings. We often hear politicians proclaiming the freedom of America when they solicit votes, but they seldom take the time or trouble to analyze the source of this freedom. Having no axe to grind, no grudge to express, and no ulterior motives, I will give you a frank analysis of that mysterious, abstract, greatly misunderstood something that gives to every citizen of America more blessings more opportunities to accumulate wealth, and more freedom of every nature than may be found in any other country. I have the right to analyze the source and nature of this unseen power because I know, and have known for more than half a century, many of the men who organized that power, and many who are now responsible for its maintenance. The name of this mysterious benefactor of mankind is capital. Capital consists not only of money, but also of highly organized, intelligent groups of individuals who plan ways and means of using money efficiently for the good of the public and profitably to themselves. These groups consist of scientists, educators, chemists, inventors, business analysts, publicists, transportation experts, accountants, lawyers, doctors, and other men and women who have highly specialized knowledge in all fields of industry and business. They pioneer, experiment, and blaze trails in new fields of endeavor. They support colleges, hospitals, schools, build good roads, publish newspapers, pay most of the cost of government, and take care of the many details essential to human progress. Stated briefly, the capitalists are the brains of civilization because they supply the entire fabric of which all education, enlightenment, and human progress consist. Money without brains is always dangerous. Properly used, it is the most important essential of civilization. To give you an idea of how important organized capital is, try to imagine that it is your job to provide and prepare a simple family breakfast, but you have to do it without the aid of capital. To supply the tea, you would have to make a trip to China or India. Unless you are an excellent swimmer, you would become rather tired before making the round trip. Then, too, another problem would confront you. What would you use for money, even if you had the physical endurance to swim the ocean? To supply sugar, you would have to take another swim to the Caribbean islands, or a long walk to the sugar beet section of Utah. But even then you might come back without the sugar, because organized effort and money are necessary to produce sugar, to say nothing of what is required to refine, transport, and deliver it to the breakfast table anywhere in the United States. Eggs you could obtain easily enough from nearby farms, but you might have a very long walk to Florida or California and back before you could serve grapefruit juice. You would have another long walk to Kansas or one of the other wheat-growing states when you went after wheat bread. Dry cereal would have to be omitted from the menu because it would not be available except through the labor of a trained group of workers and suitable machinery, all of which call for capital. After resting, you could take off for another little swim down to South America, where you would pick up a couple of bananas. On your return, you could take a short walk to the nearest farm having a dairy and pick up some butter and cream. Then your family would be ready to sit down and enjoy breakfast. Seems absurd, doesn't it? Well, the procedure described would be the only possible way these simple items of food could be delivered if we had no capitalistic system. The capital cornerstone of our lives. The sum of money required for the building and maintenance of the planes, trucks, trains, and cargo ships used in the delivery of that simple breakfast is so huge that it staggers imagination. It runs into billions of dollars. Not to mention the armies of trained employees required to run all those planes, trucks, ships, and trains. But transportation is only a part of the requirements of modern civilization in capitalistic America. Before there can be anything to haul, something must be grown from the ground or manufactured and prepared for market. This calls for more billions of dollars for equipment, machinery, packaging, marketing, and to pay the wages of millions of men and women. Transportation systems do not spring up from the earth and function automatically. They come in response to the call of civilization. They come through the labor and ingenuity and organizing ability of people who have imagination, faith, enthusiasm, decision, and persistence. These men and women are known as capitalists. They are motivated by the desire to build, construct, achieve, render useful service, earn profits, and accumulate riches. And because they render service without which there would be no civilization, they earn for themselves great riches. Just to keep the record simple and understandable, I will add that these capitalists are the same men and women who are often denounced as the greedy establishment or Wall Street. I'm not attempting to present a case for or against any group or any system of economics. The purpose of this book, a purpose to which I have faithfully devoted more than half a century, is to present to anyone who wants the knowledge the most dependable philosophy through which individuals may accumulate riches in whatever amounts they desire. The reasons I have analyzed the economic advantages of the capitalistic system are: 1. To point out that all who seek riches must recognize and adapt themselves to the system that controls all approaches to fortunes, large or small. 2. To present the side of the picture opposite to the one portrayed by politicians and demagogues and the media, who often refer to organized capital as if it were something poisonous. This is a capitalistic country. It was developed through the use of capital. We who claim the right to partake of the blessings of freedom and opportunity, we who seek to accumulate riches here, should know that neither riches nor opportunity would be available to us if organized capital had not provided these benefits. There is only one dependable method of accumulating and legally holding riches, and that is by rendering useful service. No system has ever been created by which anyone can legally acquire riches through mere force of numbers, or without giving in return an equivalent value of one form or another. Your opportunities in the midst of riches. America provides all the freedom and all the opportunity to accumulate riches that any honest person may require. When you go hunting for game, you select hunting grounds where game is plentiful. When you are seeking riches, the same rule naturally applies. If it is riches you are seeking, do not overlook the possibilities of a country whose citizens are so rich that women alone spend billions of dollars each year for cosmetics and other beauty products. Do not be in too big a hurry to get away from a country whose men willingly, even eagerly, hand over more billions of dollars annually for football, basketball, baseball, and all the related products that go with these and other sporting events. Only a few of the luxuries and non-essentials have been mentioned, but remember that the business of producing and marketing these few products gives regular employment to many millions of men and women, who receive for their services many millions of dollars monthly, and spend it freely for both the luxuries and the necessities. Especially, remember that behind all this exchange of merchandise and personal services is an abundance of opportunity to accumulate riches. Here our American freedom comes to your aid. There is nothing to stop you or anyone from engaging in any portion of the effort necessary to carry on these businesses. If you have superior talent, training, experience, you may accumulate riches in large amounts. Those not so fortunate may accumulate smaller amounts. Anyone may earn a living in return for a very nominal amount of labor. So there you are. Opportunity has spread its wares before you. Step up to the front, select what you want, create your plan, put the plan into action, and follow through with persistence. Capitalistic America will do the rest. You can depend on this much. Capitalistic America ensures every person the opportunity to render useful service and to collect riches in proportion to the value of the service. The system denies no one this right. But it does not and cannot promise something for nothing. The system itself is irrevocably controlled by the law of economics, which neither recognizes nor tolerates for long getting without giving. Conceit is a fog that envelops a man's real character beyond his own recognition. It weakens his native ability and strengthens all his inconsistencies. Chapter 9. Decision. The mastery of procrastination. The seventh step toward riches. Analysis of over 25,000 men and women who had experienced failure reveals that lack of decision was near the head of the list of the 31 major causes of failure. Procrastination, the opposite of decision, is a common enemy which practically every person must conquer. You will have an opportunity to test your capacity to reach quick and definite decisions when you finish reading this book and begin to put the principles into action. My analysis of several hundred people who had accumulated fortunes well beyond the $1 million mark disclosed the fact that every one of them had the habit of reaching decisions promptly and of changing these decisions slowly. People who fail to accumulate money, without exception, have the habit of reaching decisions, if at all, very slowly, and of changing these decisions quickly and often. One of Henry Ford's most outstanding qualities was his habit of reaching decisions quickly and definitely and changing them slowly. This quality was so pronounced in Mr. Ford that it gave him the reputation of being obstinate. It was this quality that prompted Mr. Ford to continue to manufacture his famous Model T, the world's ugliest car, when all of his advisors and many of the purchasers of the car were urging him to change it. Perhaps Mr. Ford delayed too long in making the change, but the other side of the story is that Mr. Ford's firmness of decision yielded a huge fortune before the change in model became necessary. Some say that Mr. Ford's definiteness of decision was just obstinacy, but even this quality is preferable to slowness in reaching decisions and quickness in changing them. Editor's comments. Henry Ford's consistency extended also to the color of the Model T, 15 million of which in 19 years of production from 1908 to 1927 were made only in black and with little change in the design. Shortly after its introduction, Napoleon Hill met with Ford to talk about the principles of success. According to Hill, in Michael Ritt's biography of Napoleon Hill, A Lifetime of Riches, Henry Ford was cold, indifferent, unenthusiastic, and spoke only when forced to, unless he was talking about his car. Early on, few people other than Carnegie could foresee the success Ford would achieve, which Hill later attributed to Ford's self-control and concentrated effort. At Hill's first meeting with him in 1911, Ford was interested only in talking about the Model T. After Ford took him for a spin around the factory, Hill bought one for $680. This is the end of the editor's comments. Making your own decisions. The majority of people who fail to accumulate the money they need are generally easily influenced by the opinions of others. They permit gossip, rumors, other people's opinions, and the news reporters to do their thinking for them. Opinions are the cheapest commodities on earth. Everyone has a flock of opinions they are ready to tell anyone who will listen. If you are too influenced by other people's opinions when you reach decisions, you will not succeed in any undertaking, much less in that of transmuting your own desire into money. If you are influenced by the opinions of others, you will have no desire of your own. Keep your own counsel. Rely on yourself to reach your own decisions when you begin to put these principles into practice, and follow through on your decisions. Take no one into your confidence except the members of your mastermind group, and be very sure that you choose for your group only those who will be in complete sympathy and harmony with your purpose. Close friends and relatives, while not meaning to do so, often handicap one through opinions. And for some reason, even friends often seem to think that ridiculing you and your plans is funny. Thousands of men and women carry inferiority complexes with them all through life because some well-meaning but ignorant person destroyed their confidence through opinions or ridicule. You have a brain and mind of your own. Use it and reach your own decisions. If you need facts or information from others to help you reach decisions, acquire the facts or information you need quietly, without disclosing your purpose. It is characteristic of people who have a smattering of knowledge to try to give the impression that they know more than they do. Such people generally do too much talking and too little listening. Keep your eyes and ears open and your mouth closed if you wish to acquire the habit of prompt decision. Those who talk too much do little else. If you talk more than you listen, you may miss some important piece of knowledge that might have been very useful to you. By talking too much, you may also disclose your plans and purposes to people who will take great delight in defeating you because they envy you. Remember, every time you open your mouth in the presence of a person who really has knowledge, you tip your hand and show that person your exact stock of knowledge, or you tip your hand to your lack of it. The mark of genuine wisdom is modesty and silence. Keep in mind that every person is, like you, seeking the opportunity to accumulate money. If you talk about your plans too freely, you may be surprised when you learn that some other person has beat you to it by using the plans you bragged about. Let one of your first decisions be to keep a closed mouth and open ears and eyes. As a reminder to yourself, copy the following epigram in large letters and place it where you will see it daily. Tell the world what you intend to do, but first, show it. This is the equivalent of saying that deeds and not words are what count most. The value of decisions depends upon the courage required to render them. The great decisions that served as the foundation of civilization were reached by assuming great risks, which often meant the chance of death. Lincoln's decision to issue his famous Proclamation of Emancipation, which gave freedom to African Americans, was rendered with full understanding that his act would turn thousands of friends and political supporters against him. When the rulers of Athens gave Socrates the choice of disclaiming his teachings or being sentenced to death, Socrates' decision to drink the cup of poison, rather than compromise in his personal belief, was a decision of courage. It turned time ahead 1,000 years and gave to people then unborn the right to freedom of thought and of speech. 56. Who risked the gallows? The greatest decision of all time, as far as any American citizen is concerned, was reached in Philadelphia on July 4, 1776, when 56 men signed their names to a document that they well knew would bring freedom to all Americans, or leave every one of the 56 hanging from a gallows. You have heard of this famous document, the Declaration of Independence. But have you taken from it the great lesson in personal achievement it so plainly taught? We all remember the date of this momentous decision, but few of us realize what courage that decision required. We remember our history as it was taught. We remember dates and the names of the men who fought. We remember Valley Forge and Yorktown. We remember George Washington and Lord Cornwallis. But we know little of the real forces behind these names, dates, and places. We know even less of that intangible power that ensured freedom long before Washington's armies reached Yorktown. It is nothing short of tragedy that the writers of history have missed entirely even the slightest reference to the irresistible power that gave birth and freedom to the nation destined to set up new standards of independence for all the peoples of the earth. I say it is a tragedy because it is the same power that must be used by every individual who overcomes the difficulties of life and forces life to pay the price asked. Let us briefly review the events that gave birth to this power. The story begins with an incident in Boston on March 5, 1770. British soldiers were patrolling the streets, openly threatening the citizens by their presence. The colonists resented armed men marching in their midst. They began to express their resentment openly, hurling stones as well as epithets at the marching soldiers, until the commanding officer gave orders. Fix bayonets, charge. The battle was on. It resulted in the death and injury of many. The incident aroused such resentment that the Provincial Assembly, made up of prominent colonists, called a meeting for the purpose of taking definite action. Two of the members of that assembly were John Hancock and Samuel Adams. They spoke up courageously and declared that a move must be made to eject all British soldiers from Boston. Remember this: A decision, in the minds of two men, might properly be called the beginning of the freedom that we of the United States now enjoy. Remember, too, that the decision of these two men called for faith and courage because it was dangerous. Before the assembly adjourned, Samuel Adams was appointed to call on Hutchinson, the governor of the province, and demand the withdrawal of the British troops. The request was granted, and the troops were removed from Boston, but the incident was not closed. It had caused a situation that was destined to change the entire trend of civilization. Richard Henry Lee became an important factor in this story, because he and Samuel Adams corresponded frequently, sharing freely their fears and their hopes concerning the welfare of the people of their provinces. From this practice, Adams conceived the idea that a mutual exchange of letters between the 13 colonies might help to bring about the coordination of efforts so badly needed in connection with the solution of their problems. In March of 1772, 2 years after the clash with the soldiers in Boston, Adams presented this idea to the Assembly. He made a motion that a correspondence committee be established among the colonies, with definitely appointed correspondents in each colony, for the purpose of friendly cooperation for the betterment of the colonies of British America. It was the beginning of the organization of the far-flung power destined to give freedom to you and to me. A mastermind group had already been organized. It consisted of Adams, Lee, and Hancock. The Committee of Correspondence was organized. The citizens of the colonies had been waging disorganized warfare against the British soldiers through incidents similar to the Boston riot, but nothing of benefit had been accomplished. Their individual grievances had not been consolidated under one mastermind. No group of individuals had put their hearts, minds, souls, and bodies together in one definite decision to settle their difficulty with the British once and for all, until Adams, Hancock, and Lee got together. Meanwhile, the British were not idle. They too were doing some planning and masterminding, and they had the advantage of having behind them money and organized soldiery. A decision that changed history. The Crown appointed Gage to supplant Hutchinson as the governor of Massachusetts. One of the new governor's first acts was to send a messenger to call on Samuel Adams for the purpose of endeavoring to stop his opposition by fear. You will best understand the spirit of what happened from this quotation of the conversation between Colonel Fenton, the messenger sent by Gage, and Adams. Colonel Fenton: I have been authorized by Governor Gage to assure you, Mr. Adams, that the governor has been empowered to confer upon you such benefits as would be satisfactory, an obvious endeavor to win Adams by promise of bribing him, upon the condition that you engage to cease in your opposition to the measures of the government. It is the governor's advice to you, sir, not to incur the further displeasure of His Majesty. Your conduct has been such as makes you liable to penalties of an act of Henry VIII, by which persons can be sent to England for trial for treason or misprision of treason at the discretion of a governor of a province. But by changing your political course, you will not only receive great personal advantages, but you will make your peace with the king. Samuel Adams had the choice of two decisions. He could cease his opposition and receive personal bribes, or he could continue and run the risk of being hanged. Clearly, the time had come when Adams was forced to reach, instantly, a decision that could have cost his life. Adams insisted upon Colonel Fenton's word of honor that the colonel would deliver to the governor the answer exactly as Adams would give it to him. Adams' answer: Then you may tell Governor Gage that I trust I have long since made my peace with the King of Kings. No personal consideration shall induce me to abandon the righteous cause of my country. And tell Governor Gage it is the advice of Samuel Adams to him no longer to insult the feelings of an exasperated people. When Governor Gage received Adams' caustic reply, he flew into a rage and issued a proclamation that read, I do hereby, in His Majesty's name, offer and promise His most gracious pardon to all persons who shall forthwith lay down their arms and return to the duties of peaceable subjects, excepting only from the benefit of such pardon Samuel Adams and John Hancock, whose offenses are of too flagitious a nature to admit of any other consideration but that of condign punishment. Adams and Hancock were on the spot. The threat of the irate governor forced the two men to reach another decision, equally as dangerous. They hurriedly called a secret meeting of their staunchest followers. After the meeting had been called to order, Adams locked the door, placed the key in his pocket, and informed all present that it was imperative that a Congress of the colonists be organized, and that no man should leave the room until the decision for such a Congress had been reached. Great excitement followed. Some weighed the possible consequences of such radicalism. Some expressed grave doubt as to the wisdom of so definite a decision in defiance of the Crown. Locked in that room were two men immune to fear, blind to the possibility of failure, Hancock and Adams. Through the influence of their minds, the others were induced to agree that, through the Correspondence Committee, arrangements should be made for a meeting of the First Continental Congress to be held in Philadelphia, September 5, 1774. Remember this date. It is more important than July 4, 1776. If there had been no decision to hold a Continental Congress, there could have been no signing of the Declaration of Independence. Before the first meeting of the new Congress, another leader, in a different section of the country, was deep in the throes of publishing a summary view of the rights of British America. He was Thomas Jefferson, of the province of Virginia, whose relationship to Lord Dunmore, representative of the Crown in Virginia, was as strained as that of Hancock's and Adams with their governor. Shortly after his famous Summary of Rights was published, Jefferson was informed that he was subject to prosecution for high treason against His Majesty's government. Inspired by the threat, one of Jefferson's colleagues, Patrick Henry, boldly spoke his mind, concluding his remarks with a sentence that shall remain forever a classic. "If this be treason, then make the most of it." It was such men as these who, without power, without authority, without military strength, without money, sat in solemn consideration of the destiny of the colonies, beginning at the opening of the First Continental Congress and continuing at intervals for 2 years, until on June 7, 1776, Richard Henry Lee arose, addressed the chair, and to the startled assembly made this motion: "Gentlemen, I make the motion that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they be absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is, and ought to be, totally dissolved." The most momentous decision ever placed on paper. Lee's astounding motion was discussed fervently and at such length that he began to lose patience. Finally, after days of argument, he again took the floor and declared in a clear, firm voice, "Mr. President, we have discussed this issue for days. It is the only course for us to follow. Why then, sir, do we longer delay? Why still deliberate? Let this happy day give birth to an American republic. Let her arise, not to devastate and to conquer, but to reestablish the reign of peace and of law." Before his motion was finally voted upon, Lee was called back to Virginia because of serious family illness. But before leaving, he placed his cause in the hands of his friend, Thomas Jefferson, who promised to fight until favorable action was taken. Shortly thereafter, the President of the Congress, Hancock, appointed Jefferson as chairman of a committee to draw up a Declaration of Independence. Long and hard, the committee labored on a document that would mean, when accepted by the Congress, that every man who signed it would be signing his own death warrant should the colonies lose in the fight with Great Britain that was sure to follow. The document was drawn, and on June 28th, the original draft was read before the Congress. For several days it was discussed, altered, and made ready. On July 4th, 1776, Thomas Jefferson stood before the Assembly and fearlessly read the most momentous decision ever placed on paper. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitled them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. When Jefferson finished, the document was voted upon, accepted, and signed by the 56 men, every one staking his own life upon his decision to write his name. By that decision came into existence a nation destined to bring to mankind forever the privilege of making decisions. Analyze the events that led to the Declaration of Independence, and be convinced that this nation, which now holds a position of commanding respect and power among all nations of the world, was born of a decision created by a mastermind consisting of 56 men. Note well the fact that it was their decision that ensured the success of Washington's armies, because the spirit of that decision was in the heart of every soldier who fought with him, and served as a spiritual power which recognizes no such thing as failure. Note also, with great personal benefit, that the power that gave this nation its freedom is the same power that must be used by every individual who becomes self-determining. This power is made up of the principles described in this book. It will not be difficult to detect in the story of the Declaration of Independence at least 6 of these principles: desire, decision, faith, persistence, the mastermind, and organized planning. Know what you want, and you will generally get it. Throughout this philosophy, you'll find the suggestion that thought, backed by strong desire, will transmute itself into its physical equivalent. The story of the founding of America and the story of the organization of the United States Steel Corporation are perfect examples of the method by which thought